Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Mike Papantonio, and here's what's happening tonight. The Republican culture war was dealt a huge blow when a judge announced that the only indictments in the Planned Parenthood video saga would be the conservative filmmakers. Interesting story. And young voters love Bernie Sanders, but they aren't fans of the American-style capitalism. We'll bring you the details on tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. Just remember, you just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Well, Farron, I guess we ought to chum up the anger with the Hillary fans and actually go as far as actually reporting news about Hillary. God forbid we should actually talk about what's going on with Hillary Clinton without her Hillary bots becoming so angry because we've actually reported the news. But part of the news today, Hillary Clinton gets $13 million from the healthcare industry. And she's out there saying the single payer is impossible, it'll never come to pass. And because of that, Bernie Sanders is a left-wing socialist, and he's going to destroy the entire thing that we have in place under Obamacare. What's your take on it?
Well, you know, this is just the latest in the long line of attacks on Bernie Sanders for being too pie in the sky. How dare you dream? You know, you're saying that we can make America better. You're aiming too high. Lower your standards there a bit, Bernie. But this latest Hillary story, it's exactly what we've come to expect in this Citizens United era of the United States. Look, $13 million from the healthcare industry, and suddenly she decides that, you know what, single payer is a horrible idea. Well, 24 years ago, she's telling us single payer is the only way.
Well,
that's the only way to have
healthcare. That's what I was going to raise. This was her idea to begin with. I guess maybe that's before she got her $13 million from the healthcare industry. But the point is this. I think the problem that we're running into with Democrats right now, and full disclosure, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, and I want to say this to the Democrats. When you get to the point to where you are upset that somebody is reporting the news and might hurt your candidate, the system is broken. Like this next story, the story with Chamber of Commerce, the lobbyist, Tom Donahue, for God's sakes, Darth Vader himself, says that Clinton is going to support TPP after the election. Well, don't you think voters would want to know that? This is the top guy with the Chamber of Commerce. It is as if they've sat and talked about it. They've contemplated this issue, and Clinton has assured him that she's gonna vote for TPP, even though she says, I don't know what she says half the time. It's almost not clear. When I go back and look at her earlier statements, it's almost as if she never comes out and says, I'm not going to support it. I don't know where she stands on this, but this is helpful information, don't you think?
Well, it is. And Tom Donahue is a guy who does have his thumb on the pulse of American politicians. He understands exactly who is going to do what, because he's already paid everybody off. He knows exactly who's going to deliver for him and who can't be purchased. So when he makes this statement that, look, I have no doubt Hillary Clinton is going to support TPP if she ever becomes president, that's his way of, kind of with a wink and a nod saying, look, don't worry about it. I know exactly what's going to happen. And again, it's because he does. The Chamber of Commerce has been, operating behind the scenes for decades. It's only recently, the last 10 years, that people have started to pay attention to this. It's an issue you and I have talked about for years.
Farron, I just got back from Malaysia and Indonesia. Everywhere from Singapore to Vietnam to Cambodia to Thailand to Hong Kong. And you know what they're all waiting for? TPP. And their talking point about TPP is, we're going to get a bunch of jobs over here. That's right. They're going to get a bunch of jobs, and the United States is going to lose record numbers of jobs. Now, if we're honest about it, and if we don't play dunce Democrat, where we can't be honest, where we can't actually report a story if we're honest about this story, here are the moving parts. A, Bill Clinton gave us CAFTA and NAFTA. B, Hillary Clinton has been completely, just totally evasive about her position on TPP. C, Tom Donahue, the guy for the Chamber of Commerce that they put millions of dollars into TPP, is saying, you know what? Hillary's with us. As soon as she becomes president, we're going to get exactly what we want. And as soon as that happens, we're going to see an exodus of jobs. When I was over in Indonesia, they're all waiting for it. They all know the issue. They know what it's going to mean in jobs, and they know we're going to lose jobs over here in this country. Nevertheless, this is something that Tom Donahue types want. They want to be able to go to a place like Indonesia where they don't have to pay any salaries, they don't have unions, they don't have any benefits at all, and they don't have to worry about competition because there are so many people lined up for that job that they can fire at will, and it's a saipan kind of mentality. That is what your Democrat types are afraid to hear me say. They can't stand the idea that I'm sitting here telling the truth, reporting news about Hillary Clinton, because they don't want to hear it. And if I hear one more time, oh my God, you're going to help the Republicans win, really? Do you think your candidate is so weak that if she gets the nomination and I'm critical in that process, that the Republicans are going to win? What is your take on that? I know you've put up with it for years as I have. We get the emails, we get the calls, we get the letters. How dare Ring of Fire talk about Hillary Clinton? It is our job. How about that?
Well, that really is the perfect response to it. But we go online, we get labeled as the Bernie bros, and they just don't want a woman to win, and that could not be further from the truth.
God.
It's the fact.
I'd vote for Elizabeth Warren in a second. It doesn't have anything to do with women. It has to do with the woman that stands up for progressive values, that cares for Middle America in a way that we're going to see an impact.
Here's the thing too. If you are looking at it from a gender standpoint, is Hillary Clinton the person that you want to hold that title of the first female president of the United States of America? Because once that title is given out, it can't be taken back, and that would be a horrible example, I believe. She is a Republican. Look, I mean, she started her life and her career as a Republican. She changed later on down the line when her and Bill were together, but she has not given up those principles or those ideals. She's only adopted populism because she sees that it works for Bernie Sanders. She wants to do what she wants to do, which is help corporations who are going to give her money. That's what her whole career has been about.
Let me move to Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who should be gone immediately. They need to get rid of this woman. She has done more damage to the Democratic Party in her short term. And when we look back, we're going to see the damage that she has done. Now, I call it the Confederacy. Common Dreams had a wonderful article on that. I think it was John Atchison wrote it. It's called The Confederacy of Dunces. The Democratic establishment's assault on Sanders begins. All right. It didn't just begin now. It began when Wasserman Schultz said, we're not going to create any vehicles for Bernie Sanders to get his word out there. We're not going to allow any type of meaningful debate schedule. We're going to schedule debates on Sunday night opposite the regional football game of the year. That's what this woman has done to the party, because she is so bought and paid for by the Bill Clinton Hillary camp. And it is making the Democrats look like an absolute confederacy of dunces.
Well, in this establishment attack on Bernie Sanders, they're going after him because he personifies everything that they were afraid of. Now, it's not that they just hate Bernie Sanders. They hate Bernie. They hate Elizabeth Warren. They hate Sheldon Whitehouse, because those people understand that money in politics, allowing that corrupting influence to not only continue but to grow, that's what the establishment Democrats want to happen. But those people who actually have a conscience say, look, that's not what the American democracy is all about, and we need to change this system. And that terrifies these people. So they're willing to sell out. the entire party from their seats of leadership in order to just possibly extend their political career or their personal career just a few more years, get a few more $1 million in the bank, because that's all they care about. They don't care about what they're doing.
Farron, the first time I heard Bill Clinton speak, he was still governor of Arkansas. And his speech was that we have to move to the middle. And in order to move to the middle, we have to have a bond with corporations. We have to have a bond with Wall Street. We have to have a bond with banks. I get that. But that doesn't mean we need to give away democracy to the banks or give away democracy to Wall Street. So the truth is, he started this trend. And Obama really hasn't interrupted it at all. Obama has done nothing to turn that trend around. And when Hillary Clinton gets in office, it's simply a continuation of the Wall Street Democrat where nothing changes. And that's why Atchison's story here just really caught my eye. The Confederacy of Dunces is where the Democrats won't even talk about it. And as a matter of fact, are critical of people who talk about it. Now, I mean, let's be honest. Why are young voters embracing Bernie Sanders? Why is that happening? I mean, that's a rhetorical question. I mean, is it a problem that he wants to save the planet? That climate change matters to him? Is it a problem that he wants to take power away from Wall Street? That when Wall Street commits a crime, that you might actually put somebody in friggin' prison? I mean, is that a problem? Is it a problem that we need to get control over the division that's taken place in America between the 1% and everybody else? These are things, you got kids coming out of college, Farron, that can't get a job. You got kids coming out of college that are still having to live at home until they're 35 years old because the economy is so damn bad. But, so the question, the question that's posed, why are young voters embracing Bernie Sanders but not democracy? That's kind of the end of that question. They're not embracing democracy at all.
Well, no, because democracy has never worked for them. Look at kids that are between the ages of 18 and 25 right now. Born in the later part of the 1990s, right as the economy was doing well, but then a few years later, before they even enter grade school, the whole dot-com bubble happens. We get the crash. George W. Bush comes in, sends us, straight into a recession, which only gets worse in 2007 and 2008. So these people, all they know about the political system is crony capitalism, corporations breaking the rules and never being held accountable. I mean, these people, one of the first news stories they probably ever heard in their lives was about Enron. Yeah. That is the American democracy, the American system of politics that they have grown up with, and it has created this generation of cynics.
Right. They haven't seen democracy work. You're right. They've seen us lied into a war where 500 soldiers, U.S. soldiers, are killed needlessly for no reason at all, based on an absolute, utter lie. They see that. They see Wall Street committing crimes almost every day and asking the question, don't criminals go to prison when they commit crimes? They see Obama making promises to them that I want to help you with your college expenses, and now they find out that was a lie. They find out that they see energy companies that are talking about how they're so invested in the future of the planet, but in their heart they know that that's a lie as their planet melts.
Well, and they also see mass shootings happening every other day, and then no action on gun control because the government's just that dysfunctional. So just add that to the list.
Yeah, I mean it is endless, and if you are a millennial right now voting for a Republican or voting for an establishment Democrat, you are a damned idiot. That's the best way I can put it. Liberals, well, they're turning to cities to pass laws and to spread new ideas. This is a very interesting story. They know they can't get anything done in the federal level, so they're going city by city. Tell us this story, Farron.
Well, this one's really interesting because it is true. Look, a lot of the dysfunction in Washington, D.C. is coming from Republican obstruction. These last two sessions of Congress have passed the fewest bills ever in history. So, So finally, the liberals
Constructive bill. You're right.
right. So finally, liberals have decided. Look, if we want change to happen in this country, like raising the minimum wage, we've got to do it city by city, and that's exactly what's happening. And they look back to what happened in the 1990s with the indoor smoking bans. That wasn't a national guideline. It started because a city here and a city there, and then finally it picked up steam. They know that change can come in small increments to, have this snowball effect.
Minimum wages, climate issues,
Yep.
you name it, guns, they've all had to go to the cities to get anything done. And now there's a pushback by the Chamber of Commerce to end that. Right now there's a lobbying effort. The argument is federalism versus state rights and local rights. And right now you've got a U.S. Supreme Court, I promise you, that is going to rule in favor of the feds, and large corporations and large Wall Street. They're gonna rule for them every opportunity they can. So it's a great plan, and I'd love to see it take hold. But right now we have a Supreme Court that will deep six us. Got about a minute left. This story to me is just absolutely remarkable. Michigan officials gave bottled water to state employees months before they let Flint residents know that their water was so full of lead that it would almost stand up on a table. They quietly give these people bottled water and just keep everything else quiet. What's your take?
Well, for anyone inside the government in Michigan to say that they had no idea that things were this bad or that they would get this bad is an absolute lie, because their own assessments before they even switched the city's water from Detroit to the river, they said, no, look, this water is too contaminated, too gross, we can't do it. And then they all just kind of sat back and said, no, we're going to do it anyway because it's slightly cheaper.
Yeah.
And so that's democracy.
Let me mention, just so our viewers know, I've been asked to handle the case up there in Flint. There is no case. And I'd love to be able to help these people, but there is nothing to do for them because there's something called governmental immunity. A guy like Snyder gets away with pure murder and nothing can be done. Farron Cousins, thank you for joining me, okay?
Thank you.
Republicans love to talk culture war issues during the campaign season, and the attacks on Planned Parenthood for the last year have given them plenty of exposure, but this is one time when everything blew up in their face. Earlier today, Farron Cousins talked with Howard Nations about this story, so let's take a look.
Howard, the whole Planned Parenthood attacks, God, we've been hearing about it for almost a year now. Republicans have been going after it. And I think one thing that's really been missed in all the shuffle is what exactly Planned Parenthood is. How long have they been around? What is their importance? And I think that's something that people really need to understand before we even get into the craziness of what has happened in the last 2 weeks with them. So take us back, kind of to the beginning. What exactly is Planned Parenthood's role in the United States?
That's a great question in the context of all the misinformation that's out there today. Planned Parenthood is the nation's largest women's health care provider. They provide critical and preventative health care primarily to low and moderate income women. Federal dollars that they get are paid for STD screenings, for contraception, and for cancer screenings and things of that nature. Public health experts agree that Planned Parenthood helps preserve women's overall health and fertility while limiting unwanted pregnancies. By limiting unwanted pregnancies, they also do great things to reduce the number of abortions.
Well, I think it's very interesting because those are things that very rarely have they been discussed. And so I guess part of the issue as well is, this organization does receive funding from the government, and that's what got the conservatives all riled up about it, because according to the Republicans, the federal government is paying Planned Parenthood to go out there and just perform as many abortions as possible. Let's, one right after the other, knock them out. And that's what they say. It's this massive abortion, multiplex funded by the government. Is there any truth at all to anything in that statement?
Well, the Republican politicians who are saying that know better. They're either stupid or they're just lying, or both. the fact is that the government had a major problem. The cost to the government of treating and delivering the babies of unintended pregnancies, they did a study in 2006, the cost was $11 billion in 1 year. Part of the solution was to publicly fund family planning organizations such as Planned Parenthood. It saves the state and federal government $4.3 billion each year. The contraceptive use alone saves $19 billion in direct medical costs and reduces the occurrence of abortions. They do more to prevent abortions, far more to prevent abortions than they ever do in performing abortions.
And none of the federal funding that the group receives is even allowed to go towards any kind of abortion services, correct?
Yeah, that's right. They actually, in fiscal 2014, which is the last year that we have funding information on them, they received $528 million in government funding, $305 million in non-government funding, and $257 million of that was from private donors and foundations. They received $57 million for fee from their services. The federal funding for abortions was absolutely zero. In 1976, it was made illegal to use federal funds for abortions. The abortions are only 3% of all the services that are provided by Planned Parenthood, but the Republican politicians are trying to defund the entire thing and all the other benefits that come to women from Planned Parenthood.
Because, when you look at the Republican base, really, because the politicians are the ones saying it, but the Republican base are the ones that eat this up. Because their whole crusade has always been, let's limit a woman's right to choose what to do with her body. That's the cut and dry of it. That's exactly what they want to do. So the Republican politicians, they buy into this. And so they come out on the floor of the House. We've seen them come out during the debates and attack Planned Parenthood. So why all of the attack? I mean, I know they do it for the base, but anybody who has access to internet and a search engine can find out the truth in 10 seconds about this group. So how do these attacks continue to be successful?
Well, the Republican politicians are never bothered by facts. What happened here recently to make this thing fired up so much is in 2015, the so-called Center for Medical Progress, their president, David Daleiden, and Sandra Merritt, who is the founder of a fake tissue procurement company called Biomax, produced a group of sting videos that purported to show that Planned Parenthood was illegally trafficking in fetal tissue. Republican politicians' heads exploded. They were so happy when they saw this video. State and federal investigations began. Outrage ensued across the board. This verified all those things that they had always dreamed might be true. Republican politicians called for defunding of Planned Parenthood, and they called for grand juries and legislative investigations of Planned Parenthood's illegal activities. So far, 12 states have investigated Planned Parenthood. No evidence out of 12 state investigations that Planned Parenthood was selling or profiting off fetal tissues. The actual use, now think about this, the actual use of the fetal tissue is for medical research. They're seeking cures for healthcare issues such as Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis, miscarriage, and other women's health issues particularly. The fetal tissue use is agreed to by the mothers. The fetal tissue research is supported by federal funds, $76 million last year. Now, the congressional investigations and the federal investigation, in addition to the 12 state investigations, the Republicans in the House, 4 separate investigations by Congress, no wrongdoing, no evidence of wrongdoing by Planned Parenthood. The Senator Ernst, the prominent pig castrator from Iowa, she called for an investigation by Health and Human Services. They did so. No violations of tissue laws. No violations found by the Obama administration. So finally, after all these investigations, criminal conduct was found. Among Republican politicians calling for the investigation of Planned Parenthood was Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick is a very hardcore right-wing hero of the far right wing in Texas. Dan referred this to the Harris County District Attorney for absolute full investigation, taking it wherever it'll go. Now, he felt pretty complacent about this since the district attorney had been appointed by Rick Perry. And she took it where it went. She took it to the grand jury, who indicted David Daleiden and Sandra Merritt of Biomax and of the Center for Medical Progress for having altered videos that had begun this whole debacle. Now, specifically, they were indicted for second-degree felony of tampering with a government record and purchase of and sale of human organs, which is a Class A misdemeanor. Now, the second-degree felony carries up to 20 years in prison.
You know, Carly Fiorina, during one of the first Republican debates, she told the crowd that she had seen these videos. Oh, yeah. She saw the fetus on the table. It was, flailing its legs and waving its arms, and then they kill it. Even in the doctored videos, that didn't even exist anywhere. I mean, that she just made that up on the spot. But those are just the kinds of crazy, crazy talking points that Republicans are using with Planned Parenthood. And so now we're finally going to get an indictment of the people who made the films. And just in the little bit of time we have left, do you believe that will kind of stop the attacks? Or, as you've said, Republicans don't care about facts, so do you think it's just going to continue to barrel forward?
Well, they've also sued the Center for Medical Progress in California on RICO. And in addition to that, they're taking other actions to try to bring the facts of this to the public. They did a forensic analysis. They found that the tapes were intentionally deceptive. They had manipulated footage. They contained 42 instances of editing and taken out of context, and the transcripts that they released, upon which these Republicans are basing their move to defund Planned Parenthood, the transcripts did not match what was actually said on the tapes. That did not prevent Congress from passing legislation to defund Planned Parenthood, which was fortunately vetoed by President Obama. Let me mention one last thing. I know we're out of time, but there's one last thing. Instead of calling this pro-life, they should be calling it pro-birth, because they're not in favor of life, because they immediately abandon the mother and child. They attack the same people that cry out on behalf of the fetuses, immediately attack the social safety net, the food stamp program, the minimum wage. If they cared nearly as much for the actual children after they're born as they claim for the fetuses before they're born, their position would be a little more palatable.
Absolutely. Howard Nations, thank you for telling us this story. It's a very important story, and I hope everyone takes the time to fully understand exactly what is happening, exactly what this group is, and who David Daleiden and his group are. This has been a disgusting story, and unfortunately I still don't think Republicans are going to give up on it, but thank you for talking with us today, Howard.
My pleasure.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, more videos, and commentary at our website, theringoffire.com. And don't forget to check out YouTube page at youtube.com/GoLeftTV. I'm Mike Papantonio, and I'm going to see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Republicans love to tell us that government regulations are strangling businesses to death, but the truth is that without these controls in place, America would be a much more dangerous place. Former Defense Secretary Robert Gates says that Republicans have less of a grasp on foreign policy than middle schoolers, and we all should be very afraid of this reality. And Bernie Sanders has put the brakes on President Obama's nominee to head up the FDA. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for president of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Senator Bernie Sanders has put a stop to President Obama's pick to be the new commissioner of the FDA because Obama's choice could quite possibly be the worst selection imaginable. His pick, Dr. Robert Kaliff, is the former professor of cardiology at Duke University, where he led a research department that was funded by Big Pharma. On top of conducting medical research on Big Pharma's dime, Dr. Kaliff was also a paid consultant for drug companies including Eli Lilly, Merck, and Novartis. That's a very cozy relationship with pharmaceutical industry, considering that they funded the man's entire career. So here's the short list of Dr. Kaliff's accomplishments on behalf of Big Pharma. He's been an outspoken critic of regulations on the drug industry. He's said in the past that the FDA is too slow to approve new drugs. He thinks that testing requirements are too strict for drug companies. He helped fund 2 separate drug company startups. He says that collusion between the industry and government is the wave of the future. Look, the FDA already relies on testing performed and funded by the drug companies for 60% of their approvals, meaning the FDA is not testing them. They're relying on Big Pharma to self-regulate. So this means that the agency is already letting Big Pharma police itself, and that's exactly what Dr. Kaliff wants more of. And the criteria that they use was created in the 1960s, and it has not been updated to keep pace with modern medicine. Every year in America, more than 100,000 people die from taking prescription drugs as directed. That doesn't include the numbers of people who overdose or mix medications. That's the number of people who die every single year from drug side effects. And here's the problem. We don't need another industry insider serving with the Obama administration. Think about Eric Holder. He came from a corporate defense law firm where he represented big banks, and then he refused to take white-collar crime seriously when he was at the DOJ. Having an industry insider at the FDA is an even worse scenario because now we're talking about people's lives. If his relationship with the industry makes him give approval for even one dangerous drug, he could be responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of U.S. citizens. Is it worth it? Absolutely not. But this is Obama's legacy. And this is why voters are falling in love with people like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, because they have the courage to speak out against the corporate political revolving door. And that's what we need in a leader now. Someone that isn't afraid to say no to corporations. And it doesn't appear that Obama is ready to fight back against corporate power. In other news today, Robert Gates, the former Secretary of Defense who served under 8 different U.S. presidents, has jokingly said in the past that if Donald Trump wins the national election, he'll be moving to Canada. Gates, who is a Republican, isn't necessarily worried about what Donald or the other Republicans might do to our economy or to our civil liberties. Instead, he is terrified about the lack of foreign policy knowledge from the Republican nominees. According to Gates, the Republican candidates have a grasp on military affairs and foreign policy that would make middle schoolers look like military scholars. And this is coming from a man who has seen combat firsthand and understands that military force is not something that should be used at the drop of a hat. Gates has also said that the ideas being thrown out by conservative candidates are both dangerous and unattainable, and that he hopes these are nothing more than talking points to drum up their base, because if they actually try to enact these policies, then we are all in serious trouble. What Gates is referring to are plans by candidates to carpet bomb ISIS and the Middle East into oblivion. That's what Ted Cruz has suggested. Or Donald Trump's suggestion that we shut down parts of the internet to combat ISIS. Or the plans by nearly all of the candidates to shut down our borders and refuse aid to refugees fleeing war-torn countries. Now, all of these statements are playing into the hands of ISIS. every time a Republican candidate gets out there and makes a statement about the evils of Islam or about how they want to kill the families of terrorists, then ISIS celebrates a victory. They want the U.S. to show intolerance towards Muslims because it helps their cause. And Republicans are more than willing to be as Islamophobic as ISIS desires because not only does it get terrorists all riled up, but it also manages to energize their racist, war-hungry base of the Republican Party. And also today, Marco Rubio still doesn't think that human activity is responsible for climate change, even as his home state of Florida braces for utter destruction as a result of climate change. Rubio, who represents the climate change imperiled state of Florida in the U.S. Senate, has taken a lot of heat for denying the role that humans are playing in climate change, but at the same time, he has received partial credit for at least acknowledging that the climate is changing. Rubio's semantic trickery is not an admission that he believes in climate change. It's simply a tool that allows him to play both sides. He can construe his statements to prove that he accepts the reality of climate change, or he can downplay its meaning and say that he was referring to something as simple as weather patterns, which is what he's said in the past. In either scenario, Rubio does come out the winner. Now, his denial of the role of human beings will be forgotten quickly, and all that will remain on the record is his statement that the climate is always changing. Rubio's assertion that human beings don't play a role in climate change has already been thoroughly debunked. But what's even more alarming is the fact that Rubio's denial is putting his own constituents at risk. Reports show us that Florida, the state Rubio represents in the Senate, is going to experience the impacts of climate change possibly more so than any other state in this country. As the NRDC points out, everything from real estate, health, and tourism are going to be destroyed as climate change becomes worse. Florida's valuable coastal property and key tourist resources are going to be damaged by the most obvious result of global warming, and that is rising sea levels. In low-lying areas, anticipated sea level rise could force water to flow horizontally as much as 400 feet or more inland. Now, flooding shoreline homes and hotels and eroding Florida's famous beaches are all going to hurt tourism and real estate. Attempts to block rising seas through seawall projects and erosion control are going to be expensive and almost certainly fail to protect the undeveloped shoreline. According to estimates, at least $69 billion worth of Florida property is at risk of being underwater in the next 15 years. So this is no longer some far-off threat. This isn't something that can just be pushed down the road. This is something that the state has to address immediately. Unfortunately, for those of us who call the Sunshine State home, Republican Florida Governor Rick Scott is also a firm denier of climate science. Global warming can harm human health in several ways. By increasing heat-related illness, by exacerbating poor air quality, and possibly by increasing the incidence of infectious diseases. Now, senior citizens tend to be the most susceptible to these effects, which is a troubling finding for Florida, where the elderly population is increasing and already constitutes the largest population group and the biggest economic base of the state of Florida. But not only is Rubio doing science a disservice by denying what scientists have been telling us for years, he's doing his constituents a disservice by putting them in harm's way with his refusal to act. But, as Rubio points out, even if human activities are causing climate change, there's probably nothing we can do to stop it now anyway. Look, Rubio is he has not bothered to read the reports, and he isn't that concerned with the well-being of his home state. His defeatist attitude towards climate change and man's role in climate change is what continues to hold back any legislative advancements that have the potential to soften the impacts that are undeniably coming. Remarkably, Rubio has not actually been on the receiving end of too much cash from the dirty energy industry, with less than $700,000 given to his campaigns from the industry. But considering the fact that he's only had 2 election campaigns for a national office so far, it's actually a pretty hefty amount of money. And his pro-drilling stance is likely to net him even more from the industry as the presidential campaign continues to move forward. But Rubio is not the only Republican presidential candidate who couldn't care less about the environment. In fact, they're all pretty much on the same page on this issue. There are currently no candidates seeking the Republican nomination for President of the United States that hit the following 3 points. They believe climate change is real, they believe human activity is making it worse, and they believe that we need to act. To make matters worse, these reality-denying politicians are already laying out their plans on how they are going to scale back environmental protections if they ever make it to the White House. Donald Trump has said in interviews that if he's elected, his budget cuts are going to focus on the EPA. Because according to Trump, what the EPA does is a disgrace, and that every week they come out with new regulations. When Trump was asked what kind of cuts he would be making to the EPA and what the effect that would have on the environment, he responded by saying that don't worry, the environment's going to be, quote, just fine. What Trump and Rubio and all of the other Republicans are doing is jumping on this pro-business, anti-environment bandwagon that's become the staple of modern Republican talking points. There's no evidence whatsoever that supports these claims about regulations harming businesses. In fact, study after study confirms that regulations create more jobs than they cost, and that they create an overall economic benefit to the economy as a whole. Republicans have made attacking the EPA a centerpiece of their campaigns for many years. And if they win this election in 2016, you can bet that that agency, the Environmental Protection Agency, is no longer going to be recognizable. If you let a Republican talk for long enough, you're more than likely going to hear them use the phrase job-killing regulations. Now, this is code talk for big government, which is actually just code talk for allowing corporations to do whatever the hell they want. But studies show that regulations are not only good for businesses, but they help save lives every single day. And I have Michael Berg with me now to talk about this. Michael, the Republicans, I think probably more so than any other talking point that they've ever developed, it always comes back to we've got to stop these regulations. We've got to stop this expansion of big government telling these poor businesses what they can or cannot do. And so now, on top of all these attacks over the years, we've got several Republicans and Democrats joining them, trying to push through a whole slew of anti-regulatory measures in Congress. So what's going to happen if these attacks that have been going on for decades now, what happens if these are successful?
Well, first of all, it's lunacy. It's complete lunacy. I mean, regulations have helped us in so many areas. In the automobile manufacturers, if it wasn't for regulations, we wouldn't have seatbelts. People would go flying through the windshield whenever they got into an accident. Today we see the water in Flint is loaded with lead, killing young children. And they're saying we need less clean water regulations. We have arsenic in our wine, which is a case we're pursuing in California, as you know, because there's not enough regulation. We have pollution that is right now we've reduced the amount of pollution that goes on that's being spilling out from these factories and from the carbon dioxide and the carbon monoxide in the air. We've been able to do some things. We have some regulation of these banks and investment banks on Wall Street who almost crashed the world economy. They want to repeal Dodd-Frank, which quite frankly doesn't even have enough teeth, let alone be repealed. These people it's lunacy. The public can't stand for it. We're going to have more listeria out there in our food. Right now we have Chipotle, which is killing people with their food. We need more regulation on what goes into our food. We've had cantaloupes here in Colorado that have listeria. There are criminal violations in which people then were sent to jail. And these people in Congress, with the money being stuck into their pockets, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Think about it. I want our viewers to think about lobbyists coming and putting hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pockets so they can pollute, they can make sure we don't have clean water, they can make sure that our food is not safe, they can make sure that Wall Street can take down our economy again. This is crazy. And we have to stand up and say, no, stop it.
And that's what we have in Washington right now. And it does cross party lines, and the worst part is that it crosses every industry. It's environment, as you said, the food industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the financial industry, everything they're trying to cut at a time when all these industries are already doing whatever the hell they want to begin with the few regulations in place. And so I guess now, with where we're at in this country, regulations of all sorts under attack, corporations already breaking the few regulations in place. What does the public think? What do the American people want? Do they want the government to back out, or do they want the government to protect us?
And the argument is, well, we don't need all this regulation. We can self-regulate. We can do it ourselves. Oh, of course we don't want lead in your water in Flint, Michigan, or lead or arsenic in your wine, but they don't do it, and they don't want to do it. So it's up to the public to stand up and march and go out there and write their congressman and write their senator and go and make phone calls to them and saying, are you kidding me? You want to deregulate when we need more regulations. We need to protect my children, my grandchildren, so that the food that we're eating is safe, that the banks are not going to destroy the world economy again as they did in 2008. It makes no sense other than it's exactly what you were talking about. Money, these congressmen, these congresspeople, senators getting money stuffed into their pockets by giant corporations so that they can do whatever they want and not care about the consumer, the health of our public, and in fact put us all at risk. It's really a tragedy.
Well, the word itself, regulation, has this negative connotation with it because that's the word that Republicans use to, it is code talk for big government. The big government wants to tell you what you can or cannot eat. The government wants to tell you what you can or cannot drink. And they frame the issue in a way that their base absolutely believes, but it couldn't be further from the truth. The government doesn't want to tell you what you can or cannot drink. The government wants to say, look, we want to make sure you're not drinking poison, lead, arsenic water. We want to make sure that this, manufacturing plant isn't just dumping chemicals into your water supply. That's what regulations are all about. And the people in Congress, they don't have to worry about the effects of this because they don't live in these low-income communities that get poisoned. They live in their gated communities, a separate water system, separate everything. They don't see it. They don't live it. They don't know it. It doesn't affect them, so they don't care.
Regulation is just rules. You know what? The way these congressmen, if you really think about it, they want to say, you know what? If you don't like it, don't stop at the red light. Don't stop at the stop. Let's get rid of them. Let's get rid of those regulations. Let's not have a speed limit. That's all they're saying. But if you put it in those kind of simple contexts, I think the public can understand why we need regulation. Of course you have to stop at a red light. Otherwise, people are going to go flying through red lights and they're going to kill people. Just like if you don't have any regulation on the polluters, they're going to pollute and they're going to kill people. It's pretty simple. You know what? We're not saying you got to drive 30 miles an hour unless that's the speed limit. We're saying, okay, 55, 65, and in some areas, 75. And we need that kind of regulation because we do know that there are people out there, especially if they can make a lot of money off it, and we're going to ignore it. They're going to ignore the speed limit. They're going to ignore the stop sign. That's regulation. And that's what we need. We need to have some regulation that stops, that protects the public. And whether that's in our food, whether that's in our water, whether that's in our air that we breathe, whether it has to do with the financial Wall Street in terms of those. Yes, we need some stop signs. Yes, we need some red lights. And I think that's the argument that has to be posed. It's very simple because we all can agree if we don't have stop signs, there's going to be chaos. And that's all we need. And that's what regulation is. It's not a big, bad, dirty word. And you're absolutely right. They want to make it into a big, bad, dirty word. It's not. It's just rules that a civilized society that protects their family and their children and their air and their water and their food and their financial system. That's what we need. Stop signs.
Well, it's interesting too because another big argument that they use is that if the government comes in and puts in all these regulations on whatever industry you're working for, you're going to lose your job because it's going to cost your industry too much money. They're not going to be able to update. They're not going to be able to put these safeguards in place. So you're going to lose your job. The reality is that over the last 10 years, the United States economy has added $819 billion as a direct result of enforcing regulations because they create jobs.
Right.
Who do you think is going and inspecting these factories? It's regulators. They add to the economy because more people are working and they spend the money. So their one argument against it absolutely falls apart if you just take the time to look at the numbers.
Right, absolutely. It is a job creator, not a job eliminator. It is absolutely true. And that's because when you have regulation, for example, you know what? You got to put safeguards in to make sure that your ice cream is not tainted. And so that you have to put something in there. It's a job that somebody has to do. They're going to internally have to have an extra job for that. Or when you're talking about Wall Street, they're going to have to change the way they do business. Or pollution or lead in your water. They're talking about what it's going to cost to fix the problem in Flint. Well, guess what? That's going to create a lot of jobs to fix it. And unfortunately, you could have those same jobs created to enforce the regulation to make sure that the pipes are done. They're going to have to replace that entire pipe system, the lead pipe system. Had they been doing it all along to be in some regulation, then those jobs would have been created already. It would have been happening. They'd be doing it, and it would be a job creation, not a job eliminator.
Michael Berg, thank you for talking to us about this. I know you and your law firm, you're out there every day, fighting to make sure that everybody plays by the same rules and to protect people. And that's what the government should be doing. But in their stead, it's nice to know that we have people like you out there doing the job for us.
Thank you, Farron. Appreciate it a lot. And let's keep fighting it to make sure there are regulations that protect us and our families and our children and our grandchildren.
Thank you, Michael.
Are you ready? The map attack.
In 2005, Aaron Brown was fired from CNN, not because his ratings were poor, but because he was one of the few journalists alive during that time who actually had enough courage to criticize the Iraq invasion. Brown was replaced with lockstep talking heads who were too lightweight and too intimidated to analyze the facts and conclude the obvious, which is news media had become a part of the war propaganda machine that promoted the war frenzy rather than objective discussion. They didn't ask questions. Instead, they delivered prepackaged, soma-drenched, dullard-brain lies on behalf of the Pentagon. But 2 years before that, Brown was booted from CNN. Phil Donahue was removed from MSNBC for being critical of the Iraq war and for questioning the narrative coming out of the Bush White House. And just a few weeks ago, Ed Schultz was removed from MSNBC because he dared to talk about issues like the TPP and Keystone XL pipeline and to question the political motives of President Obama and Hillary Clinton. There are not enough people to fire in the corporate-controlled media to allow it to begin looking relevant again. But that doesn't appear to concern management because advertisers are still willing to pump millions into programming that nobody is watching. If you have more than 40 tattoos, for example, no doubt you don't miss Nancy Grace when it comes on. If you want to simply snooze with a little inconsequential background noise, well, Wolf Blitzer's Situation Room is the place you want to go. I've had the opportunity to ask many of the most important personalities in mainstream media whether or not they believe news journalism is in trouble. Here's what I found. From Helen Thomas and Dan Rather to Phil Donahue and Bill Moyers, all are in agreement that quality news journalism in mainstream media is either dead or dying. It's gasping for its last breath. Helen Thomas, who worked as a journalist covering 9 U.S. presidents, said that news journalism is no longer capable of being a watchdog for democracy. According to Bill Moyers, news journalism has been dumbed down to the point where there is no longer an adversarial relationship between government, corporations, and the press. Instead, the Washington Press Corps today wants to be pals with the parts of government that spin political policy. The result of that relationship is the media pounding the drum for war where no war is needed. On top of that, they slept through an economic meltdown while the government spin machine drove America towards an economic class divide that's not been seen since 1929. It's a news media that quit asking tough questions of an administration that trades inside access for childlike obedience. As we watch the Fourth Estate die, an infotainment creature that has replaced real investigative news journalism is flourishing. Newsrooms in every part of the mainstream media have been underfunded and replaced with talking heads who simply are not bold, informed, or entertaining. They're little more than infotainment gibberish specialists who fill our minds with facts about Kim Kardashian's boyfriends or the Duck Dynasty boys telling us that God hates liberals. In 1980, 50 separate entities owned the major parts of American media. The media was the marketplace of bold ideas, liberal, neocon, moderate, and all shades in between. Today, only 5 conglomerates own all parts of mainstream media. Once you understand that, it's not difficult to understand corporate rules of operation because there is only one rule: always increase profits. In mainstream media today, both print and electronic real news, journalists, and bold commentators run the risk of extinction. Gathering real news with higher paid experienced journalists is just too expensive. The new mega corporations that own the news media would gladly trade a dozen critical thinkers like Ed Morrow or William F. Buckley for one underachieving, inexpensive infotainment fool who never spends a minute boldly reporting or doing commentary about stories that analyze our American democracy's new illness. There's a paradox here. The flying monkeys of the right, the ones who are released anytime one of their own steals, accepts a bribe, or breaks the law in a public bathroom, continually parrot the notion that we have a liberal media. But mainstream media is clearly neither liberal nor conservative. It's simply another corporate entity that struggles desperately to increase profits by transforming itself into an infotainment creep show. There's never been a better time for citizens journalism to flourish. Today, every outraged, conscientious, and mortified American has the capability to create and deliver better journalism on the internet. Just go to Talking Points Memo, Alternet, Raw Story, or the Brad Blog, or Ring of Fire Radio, and understand that those products were launched on a shoestring budget, and today they help change the political narrative almost every day. Or tune in to Tom Hartman or the Young Turks or Amy Goodman, and understand that in every instance, those products were created with minimal money and a monstrous faith in the idea that the media could be better. Go pick up half a dozen independent newspapers around your community and recognize that those same kinds of small independents helped launch independence in America. Again, most of those independents started on a shoestring budget, and almost always they were driven by sheer commitment of people just like you, who understood that they could think and write and analyze and comment on the state of world affairs at least as well as Wolf Blitzer or Nancy Grace or Chuck Todd. Citizens journalism is our last best hope, and I doubt there's anyone listening to this broadcast who's not capable of being part of that.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website, theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/GoLeftTV. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Ben Cohen, co-founder of Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream, he's going to be here to discuss his involvement in the Bernie Sanders campaign up in Iowa. And the Iowa caucus is Monday, and the polls are still all over the place. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped into the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for president of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
That's good news, people.
In just a few days, we're going to know the results from the Iowa caucus, and so far, this has already been a race for the record books. Nobody had expected Bernie Sanders to present a real challenge to Hillary Clinton, but today, he is neck and neck with her in early primary states. His surge is happening because people are tired of the influence that corporations have over our democracy, and because people are excited about a politician that actually appears to be honest. One of Bernie's biggest supporters is Ben Cohen, co-founder of Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream, and he joins us now by phone to talk about his involvement with the campaign. So, Ben, it's been in the headlines all this week. Bernie's Yearning, new flavor, not necessarily a Ben & Jerry's sponsored brand, I guess. Tell us a little bit about Bernie's Yearning.
Well, I've been on the stump for Bernie Sanders for president for I don't know since he announced, and every time I talk, people want to know what's the Bernie flavor, and so finally, Ben & Jerry's has a policy of not endorsing any political candidates, and then I realized that I'm just a regular old person, I can come up with a flavor, and so it took me a while. I wanted to come up with one that really represented Bernie, and I came up with Bernie's Yearning. So this is a participatory flavor. When you open up the lid, you see this huge disc of solid chocolate, and beneath that is just plain mint ice cream. And that huge disc of solid chocolate represents all the financial gains since the end of the recession that have gone to the top 1%. And the way you eat it is you take a soup spoon and you whack that chocolate. You whack that chocolate disc into a lot of little pieces. You let the ice cream soften up a bit, and then you mix it all around. And there you have it. Bernie's Yearning.
You spread it around to the 99%. I love it. It's a fantastic idea. So you have been in Burlington, Vermont. You have been a constituent of Bernie Sanders for the better of 3 decades here. What can you tell us? Obviously you support Bernie, and after living as his constituent, give us a little insight into what that was like, what you've seen from him, and why you support him as you do.
The guy is the real deal. He is not a politician in the usual sense of the word. The amazing thing about Bernie is that he has been incredibly consistent over the last 30 years. He's not one of these guys who reads the polls and figure out what he needs to say in order to get elected. He says what he believes in. He offers policies that are common sense, fiscally sound, and make America better for all Americans instead of just the top 1% or 10%. He always goes into elections, and the pundits are always saying he'll never win. That's happened when he ran for mayor, happened when he ran for the House, it happened when he ran for the Senate. And the reason why he wins is that he connects directly with people in plain language about things that they care about, and he's willing to call a spade. And one of the things I've said about Bernie's Yearning is there's nothing so unstoppable as a flavor whose time has come. And that's really what's going on with Bernie. I mean, he's been talking about how the corporations and the 1% are controlling the government for their own benefit for 30 years. But now people are starting to realize that, it's getting worse and worse. And as it gets worse and worse, more and more people are understanding what he's saying because they feel it in their pockets and they see it. I mean, the U.S. now has the largest spread between rich and poor of any industrialized democracy, and there's only one candidate who's running who has the ability to do something about it because he's the only one who's not financed by the very corporations and ultra-rich that we're trying to fight. So, Hillary, she sees him making headway in the polls, and she starts talking about the same things he's talking about, but it's not something that she feels in her gut, and, it's pretty hard for someone who's financed by the industries that we need to regulate to actually do anything about it. I mean, Jerry and I, we don't normally go out supporting politicians. We've never been on the stump for a presidential candidate before, but we had no choice but to do this because we understand the kind of man that he is, and we understand that he's got the policies that can finally reverse, the movement of our country toward an aristocracy and rule of the corporations and the rich.
One thing that I absolutely love about Bernie Sanders is that, when you talk to people, just in general, we work in politics every day here, and there's so much cynicism of just, everybody's the same. It doesn't matter who you vote for. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican or Libertarian. They're all the same. They're all just in it for themselves. And then Bernie Sanders comes along, and it's clear that he does not fit into that stereotypical, just a typical politician guy. And I think people realize that. I think they understand, look, this is somebody who really is one in a million. I mean, so based on that, what have you seen, this past week or so in Iowa out there talking to people? I mean, are they seeing that? Do they understand that, this is not your average, Donald Trump kind of guy or Ted Cruz or,
They understand it somewhat. I mean, we've been stumping for him in New Hampshire as well, and they understand it better in New Hampshire because, it's just over the border from Vermont, and they've heard about Bernie Sanders. But here in Iowa, Bernie is a real new picture on the scene. And, they see, all these politicians traipsing through every 4 years, and it's harder for them to understand that he is not the run-of-the-mill guy. And, what we need to understand, those of us that are watching this show because we believe in these progressive values, is that, a politician like this comes along maybe once in a generation. And this is our chance right now. I mean, we have the best chance ever to really accomplish the stuff that we all talk about and that we all care about. And it's down to the wire right now. I mean, I think it's like 140 hours left before the Iowa caucus. And he's trailing by 2 points, and he's surging. I mean, the polls have him moving up ahead and further ahead. And the only thing that you can do now is donate some money to his campaign, or, if you can be here in Iowa and help out, knock on doors, do it. But, most people, all you can do is donate some money to his campaign. You can, and you can, while you're at it, you can register to win a free pint of Bernie's Yearning. If you just go to berniesyearning.com, you get to enter the contest to win a free pint, and then you end up on Bernie's website, and you can make a donation right there. But this is it. It's either now or it's going to be a long time before we have an opportunity like this again.
Absolutely, and that's why it is important. I hope anyone watching in Iowa and New Hampshire and really all over the country understand that if you don't get out there, if you don't vote, if you don't try to support these candidates that are, fighting against the corporate power, against corporate money, if you are not active, if you do not take a role in this, it's not going to happen. And then we're going to sit and complain about it for another 4 years, and probably longer. And so it really is. It is up to the people. They have to get involved. And Ben, your involvement is phenomenal. We appreciate everything that you do. And so thank you very much for speaking with us today, and keep fighting that good fight. We appreciate it.
All right. Great to be here.
Baron, a tremendous amount of news this week. There's going to be a tremendous amount of news next week as well. Let's start with what we saw at the beginning of the week. It was a Democratic forum, CNN forum, that took place in anticipation on the eve, if you will, not quite technically the eve, of the Iowa caucuses, which are, of course, happening on Monday evening in Iowa. You had Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, and Martin O'Malley. And I've heard this described as basically a political version of a slam dunk contest, right? Where each candidate gets to go out there, put on their best show possible without a lot of pushback. Now, with that said, I got to say, from my perspective, Chris Cuomo who was the moderator, did not do himself any favors in that regard. Pushed a lot of sort of ridiculous narratives that I think were rather silly. But with also that said, I think each one of those candidates did quite well. What were your thoughts?
I agree 100%. I think everybody there performed very well, and I think we get to see a different side, especially Bernie Sanders. He actually seemed a little bit more personal, whereas in the past, he usually seems to be all business and all, kind of fired up a little bit, but he made a few jokes, he got some laughs, and I think it worked very well. But I think at the same time, kind of on the opposite note with Hillary Clinton, she did well in her performance, yes, absolutely, but she still has to overcome, I think, the likability gap that she has. Because right now, the latest polls I had seen from the Huffington Post, aggregate there, she still has a net negative on the favorability side. And that's something that plagued her in 2008 as well. They do not see her as very personable, very likable. Has absolutely nothing to do with policy, nothing to do with anything of that nature. Just, as a person, as somebody you can relate to, somebody who can make you smile. So, unfortunately, things like that do weigh on the minds of voters. Is it fair? Maybe not necessarily. But I think Bernie Sanders overcame that on Monday, and I think Hillary's still kind of struggling. Essentially, these people are all out on job interviews right now. They're applying for the entire country. So it is hard to come across as likable in such a serious moment, but it is something that still needs to be overcome by both Bernie and Hillary at this point. Martin O'Malley does a decent enough job with it, but Bernie and Hillary still struggle a bit.
The fascinating aspect of this race as it comes down, and I have to say that I really don't have a strong sense of who is going to win in Iowa. I tend to, we've seen polls all over the place, and I tend to generally default to that campaign, which strikes me as having the most experienced supporters in a given state. I mean, or I should say in Iowa in particular, because unlike a primary, this is a caucus. So it's not just the quantity of your support, it's literally the quality of your support. Do you have people who have been through the caucus process before? Do you have people who are committed to staying there all night, if that's what it takes? Do you have people who are savvy? And the difference between coming in first and third in a caucus, although I suspect O'Malley's going to come in a very distant third, but the difference between first and second can literally be just a handful of votes in some key districts around the state. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But in the final basically ads that the candidates presented, you had Bernie Sanders with this ad that was extremely emotional, images of people in Iowa, images set to a Simon and Garfunkel song. I think they've had a subsequent ad that was similar in that way. It was very aspirational, very much about what America could be, what America should be. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, her final ad emphasized one of her strengths, which was a tremendous amount of experience. I mean, if we're truthful, the fact is that there's probably, I guess you could argue George Herbert Walker Bush had, 2 years as vice president, head of the CIA, a congressman. His father was a senator. So he had a wide range of experiences and exposure to these types of positions. But I don't know that anyone has had the exposure that Hillary Clinton has had in terms of what it takes to be president. And she made a very compelling argument about her experience. However,
the problem with what Hillary Clinton did in her final salvo, it seems to me, and she presented herself very well, I thought, at the forum. The problem is that she has lost touch with how she started her campaign, which was, if you recall, an extended video where she virtually said nothing. It was all about different Americans, their aspirations, and a vision of what America could be. Because at this point, to make the argument that she has the experience to take the country forward, there's not enough of what forward means. There's not enough of that agenda. She tried very much in the forum to make it about her providing, in some respects, sort of an Obama's third term. But I don't know if maintaining the status quo is what the American people are looking for. Now, of course, with all this said, we have Hillary Clinton has a tremendous amount of support. And once you get past Iowa and New Hampshire, she's doing very well in the polls, particularly with the incredibly important demographic of African Americans and Latinos, who are going to make up a large portion of the vote in Nevada, and South Carolina. However, if Bernie wins in Iowa and New Hampshire, particularly Iowa, that's going to set him up to maybe get over the hump of whether or not he's electable, which I think people get the sense is one of the biggest things holding him back. So I have no sense of what's going to happen in Iowa. Do you want to make a prediction, Farron, when it comes to the Democrats? I'm a little bit nervous about it, but if you're willing to do it, I'll jump in.
I will firmly predict that Martin O'Malley will come in third. That's about all I'm willing to say at this point of what will happen on Monday evening.
I think that's a pretty wise prediction. I can't help but think that Hillary Clinton, having gone through this Iowa caucusing process before, it may end up being a benefit to her, because like I say, in Iowa, it's all about the quality of your support, not even the depth, but whether or not those people have actually been through this very Byzantine process before. And this is really key on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, Iowa doesn't tend to be terribly predictive over the last 5 or so elections. On the Democratic side, I think it's all but one, and I think that one, it was Harkin, who was sort of a favorite son during the 92 campaign. But I think this year it's going to be particularly important because I think there's a general sense that Bernie Sanders has a leg up in New Hampshire because he's from a bordering state, a state that's very similar. I think in Iowa, if Bernie Sanders is able to marshal not just the sort of the size of support, but to function, to have a machine that functions well enough to do well in a fairly Byzantine process like the Iowa caucus, I think that's going to show a lot of strength. And I think it's going to have implications going into South Carolina and Nevada. What do you think about that, Barry?
I agree, and there really are two separate caucuses taking place. What's going to happen on the Democratic side and what happens on the Republican side as far as carryover, this Iowa bounce, it does tend to exist for Democrats. You brought up Harkin. I believe there's also Gephardt won it in 2004.
Okay.
But, other than that, Iowa has been a good, at least, predictor of who's going to stay around for a while in the Democrats. But for the Republicans, look, you had Santorum won it in 2012. Huckabee won it in 2008. So, no, it is not really a predictor of anything. And, what I am hoping happens in Iowa on Monday evening is that we find out which Republicans are not even going to be able to show up at a kids' table the next time they have this debate. And, just to kind of narrow the field a little bit, see who's going to drop out. I don't think we're going to see any real surprises. If polls are accurate enough, Donald Trump's going to get it. Ted Cruz is going to come in second. The real question will be, by how much does Ted Cruz come in second place? Is he going to, close the gap between him and Trump? Because if so, that's going to be a huge boost for Ted Cruz and a huge blow to Donald Trump, even if he wins. So, the goal here, I think, a lot of people, we've been following this election for a year at this point, and we're ready to start seeing these contests. We're ready to narrow the field. We're ready to kind of get some answers as to who is electable, who is not, who's in it for themselves, and who's in it for the long haul. And so Iowa means a lot, and at the same time, for especially Republicans, it means nothing. So it's an interesting day.
Like I said earlier in the program, the quality of your support in Iowa means a lot more than just sheer numbers. And the Republicans, broadly speaking, have not opened up nearly as many as offices as Clinton and Sanders. I mean, Clinton and Sanders had double-digit offices in Iowa. And Republicans far less so. And I actually think we're going to see. I think Trump is going to underperform his numbers there. I think it's possible that Cruz comes in first. I think it's possible that we may see a surprise number one. In fact, I would not be surprised to see Donald Trump come in third in Iowa. I think it's probably more likely second, but I wouldn't be surprised if he came in third. And I don't think that's going to have the impact on him and for the reasons that you just said, Iowa traditionally does not have a lot of impact on the Republican race. He has very strong polling numbers in other places where it's much more easy for his voters to just simply show up and pull a lever. And so I think the amazing thing about Iowa is I don't think we're going to see very much winnowing at all. I mean, it's quite possible you'll see a guy like Huckabee or Santorum. Maybe they would drop out. But, let's face it, I don't think that Huckabee ever thought he had an opportunity here. I think he saw this as an opportunity to sell, whatever it is that he's hawking, frankly. I mean, Rick Santorum, I think he may have been able to delude himself, but I think these guys are going to stick around for quite some time. I don't think we're going to see many people drop out until after New Hampshire at the very earliest, because you've got basically two different lanes in the Republican primary. With the Democrats, it's basically one race. It's Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders. With all due respect to Martin O'Malley fans and Martin O'Malley himself. But within the Republican race, there are two distinct races that are going on. There is the sort of the so-called moderate. I wouldn't even call that. I would call them the establishment, and then I would call them the what used to be, the broad base of the Republican Party, and that includes Cruz supporters and Trump supporters, and perhaps people like some of even Huckabee or Santorum voters. Those who tend to be more religious, or Carson, who tend to be more religious and fundamentalist. All of those people in the conservative movement who respond to sort of the authoritarian bells and whistles. And then you have people who just want to not pay taxes because they only care about maintaining their piece of the pie, and they are broken up by 4 or 5 other candidates. So I think we're going to see almost the exact same group of people go into New Hampshire. And what's going to be fascinating is, I think it's possible coming out of New Hampshire, the race gets even more complicated. Because you may see a Kasich could do well in New Hampshire, which is going to throw a real monkey wrench because nobody in the Republican Party likes Kasich. And if he does well in New Hampshire, and by well, I only mean maybe, 7, 8, 9, 10%. That would be well in that establishment lane. It's only going to complicate things further. So it is a really sort of fascinating what is going on in these races. But let's talk about some good news. The president, who has been emboldened by the fact that he knows he's not going to get anything done with this Republican Congress, issued a couple of executive orders this week that are, in my opinion, really important. And, ones that I don't think we were going to hear too much complaining from the conservatives in Congress. And, of course, I'm talking about some some criminal and some basically penal reforms that he has announced this week.
Well, it's just interesting you bring that up. He is trying to do away with completely the solitary confinement for juveniles and juvenile detention, which is a phenomenal move. Psychological studies will show you that solitary confinement severely damages, especially in young children, torture. It is torture, and it severely impacts their neural development. But it just reminds me in general of this piece that Rick Perlstein wrote a couple days after Obama's last State of the Union, where he just says, "Where the hell has this Obama been for the last 7 years?" And it is very interesting that he understands he has 1 year left, and he understands that these Republicans, it doesn't matter what he proposes, they are going to be against it. He could, say, let's sponsor a bill that says today is a great day, and they'll say, no, today was actually a bad day, we're against it. So he is finally using this power to say, you know what, to hell with this, I have to get things done. I have to leave a good legacy. I want a legacy that my kids can look at and be proud of. And on top of that, the most important thing, I want to protect people in this country. I want to protect the kids that we're sending to prison. I want to reform the entire penal system if I can. And so it is very heartening and very inspiring to see him come out with this new, tougher attitude, taking charge at a time when a lot of us had kind of given up hope on anything real being accomplished. So I'm hoping that we see this throughout the year, because there are a lot of other issues where he can take executive action, and I'm hoping we see that between now and then.
And so the president's not going to get much pushback on this, particularly this order, these executive orders. One is they are going to prohibit federal corrections officers from punishing prisoners who commit low-level infractions with solitary confinement. There are new rules calling for expanding the treatment of mentally ill prisoners. The reforms are expected to affect only about 10,000 inmates, because the federal system obviously much smaller than the aggregate of all the state systems. But when the feds do something like this, the states take notice, and it gives parameters for which it offers oxygen for reform movements in the states to move out to the federal standard.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website, theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube page at youtube.com/GoLeftTV. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you next week. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Believe it or not, there was a time in American politics when the agenda of Congress was not dictated by corporations and the wealthy elite. And we'll explain how we got to this point and where we're headed if we stay on this path. We're less than 1 week away from the Iowa caucus, so we'll see how each party stacks up before the first real contest in this presidential race. And the U.S. is marching right back into another Middle Eastern conflict. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for president of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
In less than 1 week, we'll know which candidates from both sides have won the Iowa caucus, and as we inch closer to that day, candidates from both parties are scrambling to make their cases before voters head to the polls. Now let's first look at what's happening on the Republican side. A week out from Iowa, and Donald Trump is still in the lead with Ted Cruz in a distant second. This comes as no surprise to anyone who's looked at the polls in the last 2 months, but it isn't what the Republican establishment wanted to see a week before the first caucus. Like most of us, the Republican establishment never imagined that Donald Trump would make it this far in his campaign. They had assumed that Jeb Bush would probably be the front runner and that the race would basically be over before voters in Iowa even made it to the polls. But as we've explained in the past, the establishment grossly underestimated their own base, a base that they lost touch with when the Tea Party burst onto the scene with the help of the Koch brothers. At that moment, the focus of Republican voters shifted away from traditional conservative issues, things like abortion, religion, and guns, and onto non-issues and divisive hate. Now, obviously, those other issues are still major talking points for Republican candidates, but the real driving force behind this new Republican base is hate. Hatred of anyone and anything that is non-white and non-male. The establishment somehow managed to ignore what was happening to their own party, and as a result, they ended up with Donald Trump as their frontrunner. And that's why, with only 1 week left before the first round of caucus voting, conservative establishment groups are taking one last shot at taking Trump down for good. The National Review released an editorial late last week that essentially begged conservatives to abandon the Donald Trump bandwagon because, according to the paper, he isn't a real conservative. Now, they make the case that Trump lacks civility and that he has absolutely no knowledge of policy, and that he's too arrogant and self-centered to care about the Republican Party itself. Now, look, all of these claims are absolutely true, but they can also be said of every single person running for president under the Republican banner. They apply to almost every conservative currently holding office in Washington, D.C., and that's because a lack of civility, a lack of policy knowledge, and an abundance of arrogance have all become Republican Party ideals in the last decade. Is Donald Trump threatened at all by this establishment? Absolutely not. And we know that because of the statement that he made last week, where he told crowds that he could probably shoot someone in broad daylight for no reason, and he wouldn't lose a single supporter. And again, he's absolutely correct about that. That's because anyone who's so devoid of intellect that they would support Donald Trump, they're not going to be fazed by anything that he does. It was the same thing that we saw play out during the George W. Bush years. No matter what that man did as president, his supporters would blindly follow and defend every one of his actions. And that's what the Republican Party has become today. A spineless, terrified group of yes-men who desperately crave an authoritarian leader who promises to keep them safe. And again, this all goes back to the creation of the Tea Party, as well as the Supreme Court's decision to allow corporations to buy our elections. Conservative, and even some Democratic politicians, they no longer care about their party or their party's goals. They only care about winning that next election. And they can only do that if they have the corporate money, which they can only get if they're willing to do everything corporations ask of them. So the National Review can attack Donald Trump all that they want, but it seems like their problem has more to do with what they've turned the party into at this point. Over on the Democratic side, things are slightly more civil, but no less chaotic. Both Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders have been debating whether or not the Vermont senator's single-payer health care plan is even possible. And the answer is that yes, it certainly is, but that seems to be the lowest thing on the list for the Democratic candidates at the moment. The problem that Hillary Clinton has at the moment is that all of her problems from the past 6 months have come back, some of which because they were never properly handled by Clinton in the first place. For example, her speaking fees from Wall Street banks have become a very serious thorn in her side when Sanders brought them up during the last Democratic debate, and now major news outlets are beginning to ask questions about her ties to Wall Street. As one former Wall Street executive pointed out, the banks are giving her money both directly to her campaign and for her speeches because they want an ally in the White House. They want someone that they know they can depend on to keep things moving in the same direction. And that direction is towards fewer regulations and zero accountability when these banks break the law. Hillary has responded to requests for the transcripts of her Wall Street speeches by trying to laugh the issue off. She believes that downplaying the significance of these speeches is going to have the effect of convincing the public that it isn't a big deal, and hopefully they're just going to move on. But that doesn't seem to be happening. as the issue is becoming more and more of a headache for Hillary Clinton. Now, another issue that she has to face are her ties to military defense contractors. It's no secret that Hillary is certainly the most hawkish Democrat running for president now that Jim Webb is out, but that hawkishness becomes a little less palatable when you take a look at her foreign policy advisors and allies and learn that half of them are directly from the defense industry. Now, this is going to remind voters of what happened the last time we had a war-hungry president with a cozy relationship with contractors, and no one wants a repeat of the Bush administration. And then there are the polls showing Bernie Sanders surging ahead, not just in Iowa, but in New Hampshire as well. Hillary's campaign sees all of these things happening, but they either don't know how to respond to it all, or they view it as something else that's just going to pass and that it's not worthy of addressing. Now, having said all that, let's look at another important issue with the Iowa caucus. Specifically, does it even matter? Every candidate is hoping to leave Iowa with the Iowa bounce, which is a wave of support that victors typically experience after coming in first during that caucus. But in recent years, that bounce has not carried the winner of Iowa to the White House. For example, in the 2012 Republican caucus, Rick Santorum won Iowa. In 2008, Mike Huckabee won for the Republicans, and in 2004, Dick Gephardt took the title for the Democrats, only to later drop out when it became clear that John Kerry was the favorite. So for everyone looking at Iowa as some kind of crystal ball that's going to predict the future, it looks like you're going to have to wait a few more months before we get a clear picture of which candidate from either side is going to end up being the nominee. And I know that if you support the candidate that ultimately wins next week, you don't want to take a victory lap. But you need to keep in mind that Iowa is basically the preseason, not the playoffs. Winning that first contest is a decent accomplishment and could give the winners a small bump in the polls. But as we have seen from past experience, that bump is not always enough to sustain a candidate through the rest of the campaign season. The best that we can hope for with the Iowa outcome is that it narrows the field a little bit. Perhaps we'll see enough Republicans drop out that we won't have to continue having two separate debate stages every time these clowns gather together. Beyond that, I really don't see any reason to put too much stock into the outcome of the Iowa caucus. In more disturbing news, according to Secretary of Defense Ash Carter, the United States has made the decision to send the 101st Airborne Division to the Middle East to help in the ground fight against ISIS. And this move comes just 2 months after President Obama adamantly declared that the United States would not get involved in a ground war against ISIS. While U.S. troops have remained in Iraq for years, this is the first time that they are being deployed with the expressed purpose of fighting against the Islamic State terrorists. And this idea is a disaster for 2 reasons. The first is that this is exactly what ISIS wanted the U.S. to do. It was part of their plan from the start. See, they want U.S. troops to go into the Middle East in order to drum up more fear and hatred towards the U.S. from people in the area. This is only going to help bolster the ranks of ISIS as more resentment to the U.S. manifests. Now, we saw the exact same scenario play out with Al-Qaeda during the Iraq War. And this move by the U.S. military will have the exact same effect, and ISIS knows this. Now, the second reason this plan is a disaster is because they're ramping up another unwinnable battle during an election year, and this could cost the Democratic Party dearly. If the situation in the Middle East escalates further due to the U.S. occupation, it's going to give conservatives the ability to say that Democratic leadership has failed on foreign policy and that it's time to shift leadership. And while that would be an even bigger disaster, it's going to undoubtedly drive more conservatives to the polls this year, and that will end very badly for the Democrats. But the biggest thing that everyone seems to miss about the fight against ISIS is that you can't fight a belief system, and that's what ISIS is. Let's put it in perspective this way. Imagine if the U.S. military decided to declare war on the KKK in order to get rid of racism. Now, they could round up every member, drop bombs, or blow up their offices, but it's not going to destroy the racist mentality that the group was founded on. And as time passes, it's simply going to come back in a different form. And that's what ISIS is. It's not a country or a structured organization. It's a set of beliefs. And no, I'm not talking about religious beliefs at all. Religion has nothing to do with this. But that anti-Western, anti-progress, the ideas of that group, they can't be bombed out of existence. They have to be dealt with on a social and ideological level, not on a battlefield. And that's something that the United States refuses to acknowledge. So instead, we play into their game, and regardless of the military outcome here, they have already won. And finally today, I'm sure by now everyone has seen the story about how Sarah Palin is blaming President Obama for her son beating up his girlfriend. Her reasoning is that her son developed PTSD after serving in the military in Iraq. But here's what Sarah Palin left out of her little tirade. Her son, Track's service tour actually began under the Bush administration, not the Obama administration. Second, her son was heavily intoxicated and was waving around a gun before hurting his girlfriend. And third, it has actually been the Republican Party, not the Democrats or President Obama, who have repeatedly voted against providing more VA funding to treat PTSD and other combat-related injuries. But according to Sarah, this is all Obama's fault. Obama somehow got into her son's head and made him believe that it was okay to hit a woman while you were drinking and holding a gun. No, Sarah, the only people who can put that thought into a child's head are the child's parents. You need to own up to the fact that you're just a bad parent. It's as simple as that. Besides, as Amanda Marcotti pointed out on Salon.com, aren't Republicans the party of personal responsibility? Don't they always tell us that a person's success or failure is 100% dependent on that person's actions? Or does that only apply to people on welfare or people receiving unemployment benefits? Sarah Palin's failures as a parent and the failures of her children have been on public display for the last 7.5 years. And no one is surprised to hear her say something so insane, but the trouble is that she actually believes what she's saying. And that's the scariest part. It's no secret that our democracy today is owned by large corporations and the wealthy elite. And for most Americans coming of age today, this is simply how things have always been. But rest assured, this is not how the government has always been run. And I have Howard Nations with me now to explain how we got to this point. Howard, you and I specifically have discussed the issue of how, the 1% rules, they have just this unlimited influence over our democracy, over our courts. But I think what's important to point out to people is that it wasn't always like this, and that this didn't just suddenly spring up with the Roberts Court here. This is something that they had been working on for close to about 45 years by the time the Supreme Court finally got their hands on it. So take us back a bit, just kind of explain how we even got to this point of where we are today with unlimited corporate rule.
Well, an obvious starting point for the current situation begins with the trickle-down economics of Ronald Reagan in 1980, which began the income inequality shift. When you get enough income inequality, eventually you get to wealth inequality. Wealth inequality came on big time during the years of 2000 to 2008, when Bush and Cheney turned over the keys to the American Treasury to Wall Street and to hedge funds. So since then, we've seen implementation of all kind of policies that led to just extraordinary wealth income, which increases every day. Now, the obvious thing to follow that is, after income and wealth, is to use all that to get a power shift. So now you get the power that goes with all that income and all that wealth. And right now they're trying to accomplish a major power shift in America with a tax on American values. The things that the corporations and the 1% and the Republican leadership fear, they fear voters, they fear jurors, they fear unions. And so they want to use all of this money now to bring about new restrictions on voting, undermining unions and collective bargaining, and the 1% are just straight up buying elections in order to silence the majority. Also, incidentally, they're making a tax on trial by jury, which is another of our most important values that's under siege right now. And they're doing those attacks on multiple fronts. They went to the state legislatures. They're spending vast amounts of money on little, relatively insignificant, comparatively insignificant state legislative seats. That they're spending massive amounts of money to gain control of state legislatures. They've gone to Congress, where they've been spreading money around forever, and it's having its effect. They also go to the federal agencies that are controlled by Congress, whose purse strings are controlled by Congress. And then, of course, they go to the Roberts Court, which is the Roberts Court is the right wing of the Republican Party. It's the private court of the right wing. And so their goal is a systematic power shift from the majority of Americans to the rich and the super rich minority. And it's working.
Well, and you know what's very interesting about this whole concept here is that Democrats tend to kind of focus on a single issue for the most part. I know we say Republicans are single issue voters, but you have different portions of the Democratic Party, Democratic supporters, who say we're 100% about the environment. We are 100% about reproductive rights. We're 100% about whatever. And those things are great. You have to have all those, and they're very important issues that are being attacked right now. But what the Republicans did was they set up this multifaceted program to attack every single aspect of American democracy in order to achieve the one goal. And that was, unlimited rule by corporations and the 1%. As you pointed out, you start off, you go after the workers. You take away their right to unionize, which decreases their income, decreases their power, decreases the amount of money they can give to politicians. You go after, local races, state legislatures, state judges, something we've discussed in the past as well. The money flowing into the lower courts is absolutely unbelievable right now, and it's so that you can kill lawsuits before they begin. And then, finally from that is they go and they buy the major politicians, the guys in the House of Representatives or the U.S. Senate. And so they've been doing all of this for years and years and years. And to focus on only one aspect of it, we miss the bigger picture. We miss the ultimate goal. And I think, to an extent, that's kind of caught the Democrats off guard, because suddenly, once all the pieces are in place, it's hard to attack it as a whole, and that's where we are right now, I believe.
You're right. The Democrats have depended on bipartisanship, and over the years, they've passed pro-labor with the Wagner Act. They passed McCain-Feingold bipartisan campaign reform act. They passed the Voting Rights Act of '65. They passed the reauthorization of it completely in 2006. So the Democrats focus on trying to work with the other members of Congress and to get things through on a bipartisan basis. That obviously doesn't work anymore. The elite power purchase is currently taking place has a small group of elite who are pushing exclusion of the minority. They're attacking and destroying American values, voting rights, labor rights, and campaign finance reform. And just like, for example, the Voting Rights Act, which was passed on a bipartisan basis, was just wiped out by what? By the Roberts Court, the wholly owned Roberts Court. So the wealthy are purchasing the powerful. They're getting conservative state legislatures, conservative governors, right-wing congressmen, and then they really had a scare in 2008 with the election of Obama on such a populist basis. They felt threatened. They had owned the White House for 8 years with Bush and Cheney, and so this was interesting. They fought back with an army of lobbyists. Now, if you go back and look at the lobbyists starting in 1971, there were 175 lobbyists registered in D.C. By 82, it got to 2,500. Now, their registered number in 2013 was 12,281, but a lot of lobbyists are operating under the same registration. The actual count of lobbyists in Washington right now is closer to 100,000. And so this is government by the lobbyists, of the lobbyists, by the lobbyists, for the corporations.
Well, and, again, it all goes back to when you look at the 1970s, this Powell memo by Lewis Powell, before he joined the Supreme Court, he laid out this plan for the Republican Party in order to achieve these goals, but it wasn't because Powell wanted necessarily, to help Republicans succeed. This was to help corporations succeed.
Absolutely.
And all of these things that have been done, it's not to the benefit of the Republican Party other than they get more money from corporations. It's to benefit the already wealthy in this country. And so those people pouring in this money, they're not necessarily Republican or Democrat. They're just giving money to a politician willing to do their bidding, because we see plenty of Democrats taking this corporate money who make horrible votes as a result. And so, they watch which way the wind blows. Wherever they see they can make gains is where they will put that money. And most of the time, obviously, it is the Republican Party.
We know it's not just mere chance that this happened. This was by design, and you put your finger right on it. Lewis Powell, who was a corporate lawyer, in 1971 wrote a memorandum to a friend at the Chamber of Commerce, and he espoused the argument that the elites should assume more power, elites should have a greater voice in public decision making, and they should be making decisions all across the public structures, and all that more power than the average American. Now, Powell laid out a blueprint for accomplishing that, and they've been working under that blueprint ever since. Now, two direct results of Powell's memorandum. Number one, Nixon appointed him to the United States Supreme Court. Number two, the Heritage Foundation, which is flourishing today, was formed for the express purpose of implementing the Powell Memorandum. The Heritage Foundation's goal is to reduce power of the average American, increase the powers of the elite, and they're doing quite a good job of it.
And that all lands with where we are today, this attack on voting rights, the attack on unions, the attack on workers in general, on worker protections, on everything. And it all comes back to that 1971 Lewis Powell memo. And I don't think Powell could have ever dreamed that it would have not only taken hold, but be as prosperous for the Republican Party as it is today. And Howard, unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you for telling us the story. It's something that most Americans don't understand, that this corporate takeover of America has been 45 years in the making, and really, they're just getting started.
And the bad news is they're extremely successful so far, and as you say, this is just the launch pad.
Howard, thank you very much.
My pleasure, Barron.
Are you ready? The map attack.
A few years ago, conservative talkers dominated the media. About 90% of all the talkers on both radio and TV had a conservative slant. Thanks to social media, progressive websites, and Free Speech TV and RT Network, an imbalance has shifted slightly. But conservatives are still the dominant voices on the air today. This dominance is mainly due to the fact that most conservative voters actually yearn for authoritarianism. They prefer to be told how to think and how to feel. Psychological studies abound about that detail, the inner workings of the conservative brain. And it almost always comes back that they need to be given their marching orders. They need to be told what to do because they aren't independent thinkers. That's why the media is oversaturated with conservative talkers. And that's also why it's so much fun to watch the conservative media tear itself apart during this election cycle. Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, and the freaks over at Fox News have been pushing the Republican Party further and further to the right, and now their ugly personalities have personified themselves through none other than Donald Trump. And rather than trying to distance themselves and come across as the sane choice for the GOP, the other Republican presidential candidates are now having to jump on the Donald Trump conservative media craze train wagon in order to stay relevant. We saw this play itself out with Donald's insane proposal to essentially repeal the 14th Amendment and deny birthright citizenship to children of illegal immigrants that were born in the United States, by the way. Trump and his flying monkeys is trying to take America back to the Dred Scott days of history, where former slaves and their children were denied citizenship for the sole purpose of preventing them from voting. Within hours of Trump's policy proposal, we saw other candidates, Scott Walker, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, and Jeb Bush, try to out-crazy Trump's craziness on immigration. The reason this has happened is because the conservative media has been blaming immigrants for everything for years. They tell their viewers that Joe Sixpack lost his job because they gave it to illegal immigrants. They tell us we better carry a weapon at all times because an illegal immigrant's going to kill us if we aren't ready to shoot first. They stoke the conservative base's fear. They tell them who to blame. And then they tell them that Republicans are the only ones that can solve this imaginary problem. That's the key to conservative media success. But the burn down of conservative talk goes even further than anti-immigrant hate speech that we're hearing today. The lunatic fringe of the party, the fringe that conservative media created, is now pushing the media to be even crazier, to go further and further to the right. Donald Trump picked a fight with Fox News after the first debate, and he won. He got the network to back down by threatening not to come on again. The result was that the network apologized. Can you imagine? They apologized and they welcomed Trump back with open arms and sent Megyn Kelly on an unplanned vacation while they smoothed things over with the crazy Donald. This rightward shift of the media has taken an enormous toll on the Republican Party to the point that we have old guard Republicans out there talking about how dangerous the right-wing media has become and how it actually could end up costing the GOP this election because they're forcing fringe candidates on a moderate public. A public that's actually turned off by Trump's hatred of immigrants and his disdain for women. This really is the perfect example of Frankenstein's monster. The conservative media helped create a lunatic fringe, and now that fringe monster has started bossing the conservative media around. Meanwhile, we can all sit back and watch as the right-wing talking heads burn down their own party. Good riddance.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website, theringofire.com, and you can check out our YouTube page. Just go to youtube.com/GoLeftTV. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Single-payer healthcare has become a hot topic in the Democratic primary, and we'll tell you why it might be the only way to finally fix the healthcare crisis in America. Major pharmaceutical companies are jacking up their drug prices in the U.S., and this is the only place in the world where this is allowed to happen. We'll bring you the details on why that is. And we'll check back in with attorney Tim O'Brien about the ongoing lawsuits facing DuPont for poisoning an entire town. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Now, before we get into tonight's interviews, let's talk for a few minutes about single-payer healthcare in America. Right now, we have Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. According to the corporate media, these two are really duking it out over healthcare. Sure, there are a lot of disagreements between the two, but I don't quite think they're duking it out. And what the corporate media is really missing at this point is the fact that Hillary Clinton has completely reversed her position on single-payer healthcare. Bernie Sanders has been steady on the issue since at least the 1990s, calling for a single-payer, government-funded, if you will, Medicare for all. Government-sponsored, I guess would be the better word for that, rather than funded, but a public option. Hillary believed the same thing in the 90s and for most of the 2000s, but only recently has she somehow decided that this is a bad idea. Now, Hillary Clinton is not alone here. Howard Dean, formerly a champion of single-payer healthcare and a lot of other progressive ideals, has now come out and said that single-payer healthcare would be a disaster. It would be horrible for the government to offer health insurance to U.S. citizens. Now, as The Intercept recently pointed out, the reason for Howard Dean's sudden switch to the dark side? Well, he's become a lobbyist for the healthcare and pharmaceutical industries. It's amazing that somebody who was as good as Howard Dean is that easily paid off by industry. And unfortunately, I believe the same thing has happened to Hillary Clinton here. Bernie Sanders, by refusing to take corporate money, is able to maintain not only the high ground in this particular argument, but still keep focused on what's best for the American people. Think back to the early days of the Affordable Care Act, when the legislation was still being drafted. Polls showed that American citizens from both major political parties overwhelmingly supported a public option. Once that was taken out of that legislation, support overall for the Affordable Care Act fell. People want a public option. Bernie Sanders knows this because he pays attention. Now, one of the other big questions is, how do we pay for it? Well, again, that's very easy. The United States government is losing about $150 billion every single year due to corporate tax shelters and tax havens overseas. We bring that money back in, we make those tax havens illegal, you've just paid for health care. It's that simple, folks. And that brings us to tonight's interview. In addition to paying outrageous prices for health insurance, Americans are also being squeezed when it comes time to pay for their prescriptions. Drug prices in the U.S. are higher than almost anywhere else in the world, and this wasn't done by accident. Big Pharma has bought and paid for our elected officials, and they're allowed to do whatever they want as a result of this. For more on this, let's go to attorney Michael Berg. So, Michael, healthcare has been top story in the news for at least the last week here after the Democratic debate, but one thing that I feel is constantly overlooked throughout all of this talk of healthcare are drug prices. I mean, it gets mentioned here and there, but the drug prices in America, and unfortunately only in America, are absolutely out of control.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. People in America don't realize that we pay sometimes double what the cost of those drugs are in places other than places like Canada or Germany, Switzerland, where they really have some price controls for the drug companies, where they actually go in and talk about, we're not going to pay those prices, and the drug companies reduce the prices sometimes as much as 50%. And so, and it's a serious problem, because one of the problems we see, and that's been going on for the last few years, is those illnesses, those diseases that are the most serious, cancer, MS, AIDS, they've been raising those prices every year to astronomical, so that in order to get the medications you need, some people are paying $100,000 a year, and many of their insurance policies don't cover it. The government doesn't do anything to protect the society from what I describe as price gouging.
Well, just a little bit of anecdotal evidence here. My young daughter, about to turn 5 years old, she has asthma, so she is on a Singulair inhaler every month, even with good insurance. I have pretty good insurance. Very expensive. $250 for one asthma inhaler to keep her out of the hospital. I mean, to me, especially when you already have insurance and you're still paying $250 just for one thing, I mean, that is ridiculous. And when we look at, charts and graphs, and it'll show, over in Germany, they pay maybe 150% markup. Canada, about 100% markup. In the United States, on average, we're paying between 4,000 and 5,000% markup per drug, per pill, per inhaler, per whatever. And that's what people have to understand. This only happens here.
In America. And unfortunately, America is the only place where healthcare is really a for-profit business. The drug companies here, so only the rich people who can afford the $250 a month, or in some cases, life-saving drugs, only the rich can afford it, and only the rich are going to do it, so the poor will die. That's just wrong. Healthcare should not be only for the rich, and prescription drugs should not be only for the rich who can do it. I mean, healthcare should be for everyone. Prescription drugs, I mean, I love those ads they put on TV. If you can't afford it, you contact us. Well, they really don't do much of that. They don't give those away for free. And what's really, really irritating to me is they don't tell the truth. And I want to make sure our viewers out there and our listeners understand we need these companies. We need them to go out and do research and develop new drugs to cure cancer, to cure MS, to cure Alzheimer's. But right now, they're not doing that. And what they do say is that, well, the cost of these drugs is because of all that money we spend on research. Well, anybody who really looks at the amount of money they spend on research, less than 20% in most companies is spent on research, and 80% is on marketing. All you have to do is turn on your television and watch the pharmaceutical, the direct-to-consumer ads, which quite frankly I think should be outlawed. Right. The doctors still have to write the scripts. Doctors are the ones who are supposed to have the knowledge, not the individual person who may think, oh my God, I've got that disease, I need that drug. They run to the doctor, I need that drug. It's all about trying to create profits. But the cost of those commercials and the marketing in magazines and advertising, all you got to do is open any magazine, watch television, 80, and then sometimes it's even 10 times, in some cases, 10 times the cost of the research and development. And so when they throw that out there and they say, oh, that's the reason we have to charge so much. I mean, I think it's wonderful that we found that guy who's now gone to prison for the problem or been indicted for what he did on Wall Street. That finally that shined a light on what's going on in the industry in which they're overcharging and basically gouging the public. But it goes on every day. And it goes on those drugs that people need every day, and it's really, 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 it's a disgrace, really, to have that go on. And the other thing I want to say is that the drug companies are among the most profitable of any industry. They spend more on lobbying than the oil and gas industry, and their profits are through the roof for Wall Street, and yet they're the ones gouging the poor, the middle class, people who can't get, everybody who can't afford to get those life-saving drugs.
Well, one important number, building off what you said there, is the fact that if you go online and look for the median income of a pharmaceutical sales rep, a lot of times it'll hit right within the $100,000 a year mark. Now, if you look at a pharmaceutical scientist's median pay, it's about 110. So they're paying their drug reps almost as much per year as they're paying the scientists who are developing this. And that shows you where their priorities lie. It's more important to sell it. And with these direct-to-consumer ads, they're creating diseases that were once, we just consider it's a minor inconvenience. You have, your mouth is a little too dry sometimes. We got a pill for that. Your eyes kind of dry. We have a pill for that. You have restless leg syndrome. We have a pill for that. Those are inconveniences, not diseases. I mean, it's unfortunate. I'm not trying to make anybody that suffers from those feel bad, but pharmaceutical companies want you to buy this expensive, 20,000% markup pill to fix something that is not fatal. It's not threatening your life in any way. It's just an inconvenience. And it goes back to the lobbying that got them the direct-to-consumer advertising, and it's just a cycle that continues to repeat itself.
It's one thing to make 100% or 150 or 200%, but to make 1,000% or even more on some drugs, that's obscene, and we shouldn't allow it. And it's up to the American people to stand up to the lobbying industry of Big Pharma and write your congressman and tell them we need to get these drugs at a price that is fair for us as the consumer. It's something that ARP should get involved in. And we should all get involved in it because it really goes to the health of our nation. And if you want to cut the cost of health care, have a healthier public.
Well, in this November, 100% of those members of the U.S. House of Representatives, 1/3 of the members of the Senate up for re-election, everybody needs to find out where the money is coming from for the people that you vote for. You see Big Pharma on that list, scratch it off, find a better candidate. Michael Berg, thank you for talking with us today about this.
Thank you, Farron. I appreciate an important topic.
Recently, I interviewed attorney Tim O'Brien about the lawsuit that he and Mike Papantonio and several other attorneys have been handling against DuPont for polluting an entire town with a chemical known as C8. Ring of Fire Radio's Sam Cedar had the chance to speak with Tim the other day, where they went into even further detail on this issue. So let's take a look at that interview.
Tim, for people who have not followed the story, and there's been a lot written as of late in the New York Times and whatnot, tell us the story. What is about C8? What is C8? Where was it made? How do we even know about this?
Well, C8 came into the public parlance several years ago, really about 20 years ago, in the context of a condition known as toxic fume fever or Teflon fever, where people were getting ill when these Teflon pans were giving off gas. As litigation concerning a certain farmer in West Virginia whose cattle were dying because runoff from a DuPont plant in West Virginia was ending up in his stream that ran across his cattle land, that's when the litigation began, and that's when one gentleman by the name of Rob Bilott, an attorney in Ohio, began digging into this. And what was discovered was that this DuPont plant in Parkersburg, West Virginia, called Washington Works, which produced all the Teflon in the United States for DuPont, it's DuPont's product, using a chemical, a processing agent, a surfactant known as C8, which was made by 3M up in Minnesota. 3M shipped this product to DuPont to use as they would, and DuPont used it. The problem here is, Sam...
Tim, let me just clarify something, too, for folks who don't know necessarily the terminology. C8 is not in Teflon. It is an industrial chemical that is used in the making of Teflon, right? It's almost as if it was a machine, but in this instance, it's a chemical.
It is a certain very small amount ends up in Teflon, but you're absolutely right. It's a processing agent that is not the product itself, but it's the manufacturing agent that helps DuPont actually basically disperse Teflon evenly across a pan or across a spatula or anything that would have the Teflon coating on it.
Interesting, and I should tell people, in terms of that first case that Rob Bilott took of that farmer shot some video, and that farmer has since passed, as far as if I'm not mistaken. But the video is available. I think The Intercept did a story on this, and the video is available online. And it's really disturbing stuff. I mean, he's going through and looking at the death of his cattle. And this is a guy who's been, a cattle rancher for a long time. And what he was looking at, he knew was different in some way.
Right. What he put two and two together, and he contacted Rob, who's our trial partner on these cases, with Mike Papantonio, my partner. And what Mr. Tennant, the farmer, found was, wow, my creek is black and it's foamy, and so it smells bad. There's something wrong in this creek. And then he not only was seeing his cows dying and in agony, but he also saw many herds of deer were dying on his property all around this stream. And where the stream came from was from a landfill on the DuPont property into which this C8 waste was being disposed of, completely disregarding the instructions DuPont did that had been given to it by the actual manufacturer of C8 who sold it to DuPont, and that's 3M. So 3M gave DuPont very special instructions on how to handle this hazardous chemical, and DuPont just flat out ignored those instructions.
And I mean, it's quite obvious, but why do you think they ignored those instructions?
Well, I think that the folks at DuPont put it best. The real reason is, of course, money. It would cost DuPont or the Washington Works plant about $1 million, $1.5 million a year to totally eliminate C8 from any type of pollution, whether it's through discharge into the Ohio River, whether it's through the smokestacks. And because of the way they confederate at DuPont, because they slice and dice the department heads' budgets down to the smallest common denominator, the business leader said, wow, this is too expensive for the Teflon division, even though it costs the company really nothing. So the long and short of it is, you have $1 billion portfolio, which is Teflon. And the powers that be at DuPont said, well, in order to follow 3M's recommendations and incinerate this product out of existence, that would cost us about $1 million, $1.2 million of this $1 billion a year portfolio. And the decision was made, well, no, we'd rather keep that $1 million a year in-house and all of the C8 out of our house and into the Ohio River.
And we should say this is a classic case of a business basically saying we're going to increase our profit margins by shuttling the expense to society at large and hope that we never have to account for it. And I certainly imagine those people who were impacted by this had wished that they would never have had to absorb that that expense. But it turned out they not only absorbed the chemical, but it had incredibly bad health impact on them. So what happens after this? Rob Bilott takes the case, and this is in the I guess the mid '90s. What then happens? I mean, how is the line drawn from DuPont dumping this C8 chemical into the water to the impact it had on human health?
Well, to take a decade of history and try and condense it, let me just say this. Rob essentially found out that not only were they putting this pollutant into the dump next to Mr. Tennant's property, but as he also found out that they were actually discharging it directly into the Ohio River and polluting into the air. And he found internal documents where DuPont knew in the early 1980s that this C8 was not staying put, that it had an affinity for water, that it followed wherever water goes, the C8 will go. It is not absorbed by the dirt, like so many other things in our atmosphere. So what happened is this C8 actually finds its way into dozens of aquifers which supply the water supply districts in this mid-Ohio valley. And as studies began being conducted, an alarming truth was found, which is, number one, and DuPont knew this chemical is known as a biopersistent chemical, which means it does not leave your body for decades once it's there. And number two, it was concentrating because it stacks. So if you drink C8, that C8 that you just ingested doesn't leave. Then you drink more C8, and then it stacks. And then you drink more C8, and it stacks on top of the stack now. And so people were getting very high levels of serum concentrations of C8. And in the mid-2000s, as part of a class settlement that Rob Bilott was involved with, the court ordered DuPont to start conducting some medical monitoring, to start doing some studies. And at the end of this process, what was discovered by an independent scientific panel, approved by the court, what was discovered was this biopersistent chemical that DuPont knew that it had been polluting the Ohio River with since 1951, that DuPont knew caused cancer, that DuPont knew for decades was toxic, that it had been linked, that the scientists had found that the diseases that were being caused by C8 included kidney cancer, testicular cancer, and a horrible inflammatory bowel disease known as ulcerative colitis, just to name a few. So the long and short of it was that it was the litigation that Rob began with and then brought us into that really exposed not only to the public, but more importantly to the EPA, DuPont's dirty laundry. And finally, about 1 year ago, the EPA finally got DuPont to pull C8, quit using C8. But the problem is that the chemical's biopersistent. It's there for decades to come. It's not going anywhere for decades now.
And instead of disposing of it a proper way, because it would have cost them extra money to do so, they began to basically just dump this stuff. And there was a belief, and this was sort of fascinating to me, and this sort of, I mean, I guess, I'm constantly looking for some type of explanation how people can engage in this type of behavior. That many chemicals, when they are dumped, they get absorbed by the dirt and they just stay there. And as long as nobody dredges it up, the chemicals aren't going anywhere. But this C8 apparently was not absorbed by the dirt, and therefore it leached into all these aqueducts, as you say, and through a series of litigations, an independent medical board was set up. And pick up the story again. I know you're repeating a little bit, but what did that independent medical board find? And my understanding is that in the context of litigations, having a board like this that was funded by DuPont was a fairly rare occurrence, right? That these epidemiologists could come in and actually measure what is the impact of this chemical being dispersed in such a wide radius.
Right. What happened with this class settlement was perhaps one of the greatest victories litigation has ever known in terms of not only trying to do justice by the victims, but also doing justice for knowledge. Because the massive amount of money that DuPont was required to pay into these studies looked not only at published literature and certain dry statistics. Instead, it looked at the people actually impacted, the 70,000 people who live in the 6 water districts which immediately surround the Washington Works plant. And so this is, you kind of think of it as a really huge, living, breathing clinical trial where and it all came about through litigation where there was a hunch that something was wrong because of these dead cattle. And within 7 years, DuPont was being compelled to do this. And the data that came out showed that, number one, this chemical is biopersistent, which DuPont clearly knew no later than 1979. They used that term. They knew it was biopersistent. And from their own employees, their studies on their own employees, they knew it was biopersistent on the order of decades, that it would stay in your body for decades once it was introduced. But these scientists who look at it, the C8 science panel who looked at this, looked at and very carefully examined data and looked at the occurrences. And it wasn't simply, oh, there's a bunch of cancer cases in this one water district. It was a thorough and sifting examination of multiple lines of evidence. And they came to the conclusion without any hesitation that, yes, it's linked to kidney cancer, testicular cancer, this ulcerative colitis, among several other illnesses. And this never would have happened but for the intrepid efforts of a person representing a cattle farmer right outside the DuPont plant in West Virginia.
Now, let me ask you this, Tim, and maybe this might be sort of beyond your scope or just the general scope of knowledge at this point. But if this C8 had this type of impact on people within, let's say, about a 25-mile radius of this factory that was leaching it, but the C8 has the ability to basically not get absorbed by dirt, that it travels through water, it seems, seamlessly and aggressively in some respects. How do we know this is where it's limited to? I mean, because my presumption is that these epidemiologists were not looking at the universe; they were looking within a specific distance from the factory. But we don't know if a high concentration of C8 made it down one tributary and ended up in one other aquifer somewhere, I don't know, 50 miles away, 100 miles away. I mean, do we have any sense of that?
Oh, yes, it's sad. And here's what, so the scientists looked at what they call the Brookmar data set, which is about 69,000 people, and they really concentrated their efforts on studying the immediate surrounding areas. But recent research out of the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine, and Cincinnati is on the Ohio River, 285 miles downstream from the Washington Works plant. They studied young girls. They selected a population of young girls, preteen girls, for the sole purpose of seeing whether this C8 made its way into their bloodstream, 285 miles downstream. And what they found, this is research that came out at the end of about a year ago, at the end of 2014. What they found was these young girls have these alarmingly high concentrations of serum C8, and here they are almost 300 miles downstream. And the reason why this is so, and it cannot be disputed by anyone, is that this C8 toxin, it's like a nano poison. It takes so little to have a major impact, a major threat to human health. It's such a little dangerous little molecule that you have to measure it in parts per billion. And what the science panel found was you could have 20 parts per billion of water, and if there's 1 part per billion of C8 in it, that is enough to cause these cancers and these other conditions. So it doesn't take much for that C8 to survive. One little magic bullet in a movie theater finds its way downstream, and it concentrates in people downstream. It is a very fluid, very aggressive, very quickly moving nanotoxin that doesn't find a place to rest until it finds a body.
Well, Tim O'Brien, thanks for catching us up on this case.
Thanks for having me on, Sam.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website, theringoffire.com, and subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. And don't forget to check out our YouTube page at youtube.com/GoLeftTV. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. The Republican race for the nomination is getting sillier by the day, and last week's debate showed us that these clowns have absolutely nothing of substance to talk about. We'll give you the latest details about the Republican race and why it will be a disaster if any of these people make it to the White House. And the media has largely ignored the ongoing water crisis taking place in Flint, Michigan, and we'll explain who's responsible for this disaster and what it's doing to the citizens there. That's what's coming up. You just stepped into the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
So, Farron, obviously, quite a week in terms of the presidential campaign. Donald Trump and Ted Cruz have been going at it, and there was intervention in the Donald Trump-Ted Cruz race, as it were, by an old, I don't even know what to call her. I mean, one of the cartoon figures in the conservative movement, and I want to get to that in a moment. Also, we're going to touch on the debate that took place at the beginning of the week between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, and I guess Martin O'Malley, and the sort of the continuation of that debate that went on this week as Bernie Sanders has begun to gain some momentum. The polls that came out this week had him pulling out a wide margin of a lead in New Hampshire, and it still appears to be neck and neck in Iowa. I mean, these things are very difficult to divine. But let's start with let's start with that, and then we'll get to the Trump and Cruz and Palin show, as it were. But this week we saw really, I think, for the first time in this debate, we saw Bernie Sanders creating some distance between him and Hillary Clinton, and I wanted to get your reaction because I think there's one thing that's becoming clear about the Clinton campaign that I think is going to be problematic for them. But I want to get your reaction on what we saw in that debate.
Well, I think to me the thing that actually stuck out the most had nothing to do with any of the candidates. I was getting so frustrated with the coverage from NBC ahead of the debate. They were hyping this thing up like it was about to be the ultimate UFC fighting championship, making it sound like Bernie and Hillary had been at each other's throats for the past couple weeks. And I know there have been disagreements between the two on policies, Chelsea Clinton coming out as well, but it has been nowhere near as heated as the Republican debates or what the Republicans are doing to each other. So I thought it was very overhyped from the start. Now, in terms of debate, I think they're both doing a very good job of essentially at this point separating themselves from one another. And that's what they needed to do because, here we are a week and a handful of days away from Iowa. And so they have to differentiate themselves. They're going to have to argue, but at least when they're arguing, they're arguing policy. They're not arguing over stupid things like where they were born. So, I enjoyed the debate. I thought it was refreshing compared to what we saw a few nights prior. But I do think it's going to kind of start to get a little bit more heated the closer we get to Iowa and New Hampshire.
It became clear that President Clinton is trying to, or I should say, Hillary Clinton, I got ahead of it. In running for president, Hillary Clinton is making the argument that she is the most pragmatic and can get the most things done. Now, this is all sort of academic, right? Because nothing is going to pass. Regardless whether it's President Clinton or President Sanders, nothing's going to pass. But here's where her problem is. If nothing's going to pass, and the American public knows this, right? I mean, if you have a Republican Congress, nothing is going to pass. Nothing. Well, if this is the case, then all that's left are things that are aspirational. It becomes very difficult to make the argument, I'm the one who can get things done, when we've already sort of tacitly acknowledged nothing's going to get done. I mean, we'll appoint Supreme Court justices, we'll appoint department heads, we will have executive action on regulations. All that's very important stuff. I mean, the Supreme Court thing could be the single most important stuff. But at the end of the day, it undercuts her argument. She is running as a can-do candidate, as a pragmatist who can govern. The problem is that we are living in an era where everyone seems to acknowledge it is ungovernable. And so she lacks an overarching message, even though she's, I think, now running for the general election, even at this time, even when she feels the panic from Bernie Sanders. She lacks an overall message, and I think that's going to be problematic for her down the road.
Well, I completely agree with you. And for her, being pragmatic look, that's something we should have seen a little bit more from Obama, and we got swept up in the hope and change, and everybody had these lofty goals and ideals and things we thought we would see accomplished, and then it led to this massive disappointment. Now she understands that, and that might be why she's scaling back a bit. But unlike Obama, for the most part, I see Hillary Clinton as a very tough fighter. I think she would fight back a heck of a lot more than we have seen President Obama fight back, if she were to gain power. And the other flip side of that is we can, completely control whether or not we continue with a Republican-controlled Congress and Senate. If we get the voter turnout out there to elect a Democrat, we can flip the House, we can flip the Senate. Those are things that could possibly happen. The next president could be swept in with a Democratic House and Senate. So, no reason in my mind to go a little too pragmatic. Let's set bigger goals. Let's get everybody out there. Let's do this.
From your mouth, Farron, over the course of the week, of course, the Republican campaign has heated up. Donald Trump and Ted Cruz have taken off the gloves, as it were, and have been hurling poo at each other, really. I mean, we're not seeing a huge debate on issues. But what is fascinating is we've definitely seen the long knives come out in right-wing talk radio for Donald Trump. However, Donald Trump may have trumped all of them this week by bringing in Sarah Palin. Let me say a couple of things about what has really struck me this week. We've seen the establishment media, the corporate media, talk about how ridiculous it is that Donald Trump would get an endorsement from Sarah Palin. I want to remind everybody, the reason why Sarah Palin was endorsing Donald Trump, the reason why anybody paid attention to Sarah Palin endorsing Donald Trump, the reason why we know the words Sarah Palin, why we know who they refer to, is because of John McCain, the maverick, the independent, the supposed moderate. The idea that somehow Sarah Palin and Donald Trump are these aberrations, that they are these strange sort of phenomena within the Republican Party. No, they are the Republican Party. Maybe she's fallen out of favor, but the fact is that the number 2 candidate in the Republican primary race, Ted Cruz, would not be a senator from Texas were not for Sarah Palin, and that is according to Ted Cruz. I mean, this is all part of a whole. And, this week some Republican strategist went on MSNBC and knocked Trump, and you hear, Limbaugh and Hannity sort of dancing around saying maybe Trump isn't really a conservative, he's more of a populist or something like this. The conservative movement, the idea that there's some type of intellectual conservative movement out there and that Trump has deviated from it is a joke. It is a joke. Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, this is all part of a whole.
It is. And, part of Sarah Palin's motivation for, I guess, coming out of hiding in order to endorse Donald Trump is, remember back, I guess it had to have been August or early September, he was with her and said, look, she'll have a place in my cabinet should I be elected. And people need to consider that. I mean, obviously, he's not dumb enough to stick her on the ticket with him, but he is all but guaranteed that she's going to be a part of any administration. My guess for her would be energy.
Maybe. So, Kurt, for people who are not familiar with this story, and I have to say it is a really incredibly disturbing story, just take us back to, I think people are probably broadly familiar with the fact that in his first term, Governor Snyder of Michigan signed a bill which essentially allowed him to appoint unelected managers of various cities in Michigan to essentially function as mayor. The mayor would still be around, but with no powers. And this was the case in Flint, Michigan. Pick up the story from there. Who was the city manager at that time?
Well, it's actually a little bit. These appointed emergency managers have much more power than any elected mayor or city council has. They have complete authority. They can create new ordinances. They can abolish old ordinances. They can take away health care benefits for retirees. They can break collective bargaining agreements. So their authority is much more extensive. And the elected officials who are there, they only have as much authority as the emergency manager chooses to give them. It's the most extreme receivership law in the United States. So that's
this
the context.
Means that they can override the city council. They can override existing laws. I mean, is there any even restraint from the judiciary on them? I would imagine some.
Yes, and there is one restraint in the law. The law says that they can't miss a bond payment.
Huh.
So they can do just about everything else that they want to do. They just can't miss a bond payment. They got to make sure that the banks are paid. That's part of their job. But they can sell off assets. Really, they can do just about anything that they want. And so if there's an inconvenient city ordinance that's stopping them from doing something, they can just abolish the city ordinance. So then that gives you an idea of the extent of the power that these appointed people have.
Before we go into the specifics of Flint,
yes.
Has there been any federal challenge to this, or is this simply this is the nature of the Michigan Constitution?
No, there is a challenge in federal court. It's a couple years now, but it's difficult because essentially the cities, school districts are creatures of the state. They exist because the state charters them and allows them to exist. And so the rationale is, well, if you can create them, you can take them over. It's not necessarily interpretation that I think is a good interpretation, but that's the legal theory that they used in passing this law.
And lastly, can you tell me some of the various cities that have been subject to this? And is it a function of ostensibly some type of bankruptcy, or what? What is the triggering mechanism?
It's the state's determination that
cities, school districts, counties, although it hasn't happened in any counties yet, that they're in a financial stress, extreme financial stress, and so they have a sort of metric that use and come in and evaluate. Though the way the law has been applied in Michigan, it's been, with one exception, all cities and school districts that have a majority African American populations. So there's very much a racist aspect to the application of this law. And they're also very poor cities. Flint, for example, has a poverty rate of about 40%. Although one of the things that pushed them over the edge was the cutback in revenue sharing, a decision made in order to give a tax break to corporations. They cut back on revenue sharing with cities.
And by revenue sharing, you're basically talking about states that provided some extra funds.
Correct.
They cut off that funding to provide tax breaks, and then turned around and said, now that you don't have that funding, you fit in nicely to the algorithm that we have developed, which is also in and of itself, I guess, is fairly subjective, and then we can take you over, essentially, and put in what amounts to a, this is like installing a manager at the Denny's, right? There is no accountability to anybody except for, in this case, the governor.
The governor appoints him. Yeah, critics call it the emergency dictator law. That's pretty much the expanse of the power that they have. There's very little checks on their authority, and they are answerable to the governor who appoints them, and not to the people who they're supposed to be serving.
And I will say, I mean, I think when people hear this, they find it offensive simply to the way that we do democracy in this country. And I think this story of Flint, Michigan, shows how, in fact, this is not only an offense to the idea, the theoretical idea of a democracy, but it shows what happens when you have unaccounted elected officials with this amount of power, that it can literally be deadly, that it can literally destroy the lives of children and of families for what could ultimately be literally generations. Let's talk about this. So,
and just one other thing is that it's also, so along with denial of democracy, installing an autocracy, it's also the pursuit of austerity, of which is becoming more and more of an issue, given the what's going on economically in a lot of parts of the country. So when you have to pay the bankers for this immense amount of debt that a lot of places have, this is austerity at work.
All right, so tell us the story of Flint. A city manager is appointed by Governor Rick Snyder, and who was that city manager, and what did they proceed to do?
Well, actually, there's been a series of 4 emergency managers had control over Flint, and the way the law is written is because these emergency managers have so much power, the claim was, they're going to be able to come in, clean up the mess that was created, and get out of Dodge. Except that that's not the way it worked out, and so the 18-month time limit that was supposed to be in place, their way around that was an emergency manager would serve for 17 months and 29 days, and one day before their term expired, they would resign, and then a new one would be appointed, and the clock starts ticking again for another 18 months, which is why the emergency manager that was over Flint, when the decision was finalized to begin using the river, he's now the emergency manager over Detroit Public Schools, where, the debt has increased while under emergency management. The last time I looked, the debt while under state control had increased about $500 million. And so a guy that was directly involved in a decision that led to the lead poisoning of children is now in charge of the well-being of the 45,000 students that remain in Detroit Public Schools.
and folks can, with a little bit of work, can find plenty that has been written on the inefficiency of this system, the failures of competency that we've seen in these shuffling around of these emergency managers. But you touched on this aspect of the story that is, I think, has got people so outraged, and it is so, in many respects, unbelievable, which is that the Michigan state government, via its emergency manager, has actually poisoned and has done so for a significant period of time in the face of community criticism and complaints and of data and whatnot. They have poisoned their own citizens. And we've got to take a break, but when we come back, I want you to tell us the story of how Flint ended up, in pursuit of saving a few dollars, has actually poisoned its children. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Kurt Guyette right after this. So, Kurt, at the break, you had told us about this law in Michigan, which has allowed Governor Rick Snyder to appoint emergency managers in specific positions throughout Michigan, whether it's as a sort of an emergency city manager, or whether it's an emergency school manager of specific cities. That all but one of the cities that he has appointed emergency managers to have been predominantly African American. They are poor cities, and there have been a series of emergency managers who have basically had dictatorial powers in the city of Flint. At one point, one of these city managers, in a means to save money, decided that they were going to disconnect themselves from the city of Detroit water system. Tell us about that decision, why it was made, when it was made, and what was supposedly going to replace it.
Well, there's a little bit involved, but while under emergency management, a decision was made to participate in building a new water pipeline from Lake Huron to Genesee County, where Flint's located. Flint's about 70 miles northwest of Detroit. They've been getting water from Detroit for 50 years. Detroit terminated a long-term contract, but only because they were restructuring their water rates and wanted to keep selling water to Flint. Flint decided to join this pipeline consortium, and in the interim, until the pipeline was completed, in order to save $5 million over a 2-year period, they decided to start using and only the emergency manager decided to start, maybe under the direction from the governor, we don't know that yet, decided to start using the Flint River as the city's municipal water source. And it was purely an economically driven decision, although they claimed falsely that Detroit kicked them off the system. That's simply not true, but that was a way to cover themselves because it made them not responsible for the decision to use the river by saying that they were forced to. They repeatedly told that lie, and at many different levels of government, but including one of the emergency managers told the public that lie. And so, in this economically derivative decision to begin using the river, as soon as they switched over in April of 14, there began to be a series of problems because the water, it's much more difficult to treat the river water than it is the very clean lake water that Detroit had been supplying for 50 years. First, they had an E. coli problem and a series of boil water notices in the summer of 14. In order to deal with the E. coli problem, they upped the amount of chlorine that they were using, which then created a carcinogenic byproduct called total trihalomethane, which went on for months and months and months before they bothered to tell the people that they were above legal limits for this carcinogenic byproduct of chlorine, because they really didn't know what they were doing. They never had to really run a water treatment plant because the water from Detroit was already being treated. So would pump it up to Flint. They'd add a little chlorine in Flint and then send it on its way. They go from that to having this very complicated job of treating this river water, which changes all the time. Changes based on the temperature, the time of year. In the spring, when there's runoff from the snow and there's salt in it, it changes the chemical content of the river. And so they just were totally ill prepared, and they just kept sort of bumbling from one mistake to another, and trying to correct one mistake, they would cause another problem. But the issue became that the Flint River is very highly corrosive, at least 5 times more corrosive than the water they were getting from Detroit. On top of it being much more corrosive, inexplicably, the state made the decision to stop adding the kind of corrosion control chemicals that Detroit routinely applies. And so when they needed corrosion control more than ever, because the water was so much more corrosive, they inexplicably stopped using it. And that decision, because of that decision, the water, which has very, very high salt content, just began tearing up the pipes. And there's old iron pipes, and then a lot of homes, there's a service line, which runs from the water main that goes down the middle of the street to the house. The pipe that connects those two is the service line. And in a lot of these older homes, they're made of lead. And so because they weren't using the corrosion control, the kind of what's called a biofilm that had been built up and keeps the lead particles adhered to the pipes rather than allowing it to leach into the water, that biofilm got destroyed, and the high levels of lead began leaching into the water going into people's homes. And people started to get lead poisoned, but didn't know about it. It went for months and months and months without them knowing about it.
And if people are unaware, lead poisoning in children is irreversible. It is it is a known
neurotoxin. It's a very potent neurotoxin that lowers IQs, causes learning disabilities, and behavioral problems. And this is not that well known.
This is uncontroversial, but this is uncontroversial. I mean, this has been known for years. It's why we have outlawed lead paint. It is why we have gone on that. And so we have
no more lead in gasoline. Yeah, it's it's not just kids, but it's particularly harmful to kids and pregnant moms. And this is one of the really, really distressing things. There's new evidence showing that it is transmitted generationally.
And so, look, we only have 1 more minute left here. And so what people should understand is this is both a story of total incompetence on behalf of this regime, but the second half of this story is there was complaints after complaints after complaints. Outside experts were brought in. There were lies that were being told by the Michigan
Department of Environmental Quality. Yes.
And they were telling it to these people, and at the end of the day, there was not a single politician who was in a position to do anything about this who was accountable to the voters of Flint, Michigan, and that is why it was allowed to continue like this. There was no accountability.
Correct, and actually there was conflict of interest because the governor appoints the emergency manager, the governor appoints the director of environmental quality, and so there's no independent checks and balances. One of the keystones to a functioning democracy. All that makes democracy work was taken away from the people of Flint, and the MDEQ was continuing to tell people the water was safe when it was known that it was not safe, and so they denied there was a problem when they knew a problem existed, and so more people got exposed to high levels of lead as a result of that dishonesty.
Thousands of lives destroyed, and even to this day, we're not getting clean water. The state is not providing clean water. For this week, Rick Snyder said, well, the one good thing is that we see that there's a demand for this water now. It is one of the most repulsive stories, and the idea that there aren't people walking in shackles in that Michigan State House that aren't being marched out at this point is stunning to me. But we have to wrap it up. This story is obviously not going away, and hopefully the federal government will step in because there's been a clear violation, it seems to me, of these people's civil rights in the case, and to incredibly detrimental effects. But Kurt Guyette, thank you so much for your time today, and I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on and helping to spread the word about this really horrible, horrible man-made crisis.
Thank you, Kurt.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website, theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go online to rofpodcast.com to sign up. And don't forget to check out our YouTube page at youtube.com/GoLeftTV. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you next week. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Right-wing terrorists are still occupying a federal building in Oregon because they believe that the government is evil. This is a standard Republican talking point, and we'll discuss where this all started. President Obama has only 1 year left to go in office, and if the attacks from Republicans in the past are any indication, we're going to see the GOP at its most vile over the next 12 months. And a state of emergency has been declared in Flint, Michigan over the water crisis, but Republicans have decided that the best solution to this problem is to dismantle the Clean Water Act. We'll bring you the details later on in the program. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
It isn't often that a state of emergency is declared over a disaster that is 100% man-made and intentional. But that's exactly what has happened in the city of Flint, Michigan. As residents in the city struggle to find drinkable water, the National Guard has been deployed to help distribute bottled water to residents. Now, the crisis actually began about 18 months ago when Republican Governor Rick Snyder made the decision to balance the city's budget at the expense of the health and safety of residents of Flint. The government and his appointed budget experts decided to save the city some money by switching their water supply from the city of Detroit supply over to the Flint River, and according to Occupy Democrats, this river was known to be both highly polluted and carried an unusually high salt content. The high salinity of this water caused the city's pipes to begin eroding, which then leached lead into the city's water. Again, the governor and state officials were aware of the lead problem the entire time that it was happening, according to internal emails between the governor and officials. In spite of that knowledge, they waited 18 months before declaring a state of emergency, and the public would have remained in the dark had it not been for medical professionals coming forward to explain what was happening to residents and their children. Now, the entire problem could have been avoided at a cost to the city of less than $100 per day. In the midst of this crisis, and just days before the state of emergency was declared, Republican House Speaker Paul Ryan wrote an op-ed attacking the EPA's Clean Water Rule. In the op-ed, Ryan declares that the stricter rules, which were finalized by the EPA this past summer, and it gives the agency the authority to regulate smaller bodies of water to limit pollution, Paul Ryan says that these are a prime example of government overreach and that the only goal of the agency is to micromanage how citizens use water. Now, Ryan points out in this fact-free article that 32 governors have filed lawsuits against the EPA and the Obama administration in order to block the rule from ever taking effect, and a circuit court did temporarily block implementation of the rule back in October. So while Speaker Ryan claims that he objects to the rule because it does damage to small farmers and ranchers, his real goal is to protect the corporate powerhouses who lobbied against the new rules. Those wealthy interests include the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers, mining company owners, and several businesses owned by the Koch brothers. These groups have little to no interest in farming activities, but they are all either major polluters through their dirty energy businesses, or they represent the interests of polluters from both the energy and industrial manufacturing sectors. And according to a guy like Paul Ryan, the desire of companies to pollute entire towns is much more important than the health and safety of American citizens. Those health concerns are not hypothetical either. Thanks to the medical professionals in the city of Flint, we know exactly what kind of adverse health effects we're looking at as a result of Republican-sponsored pollution. Impaired cognitive development, behavioral problems, and nervous system damage, to name a few. These are not short-term effects either. These problems are going to plague the residents of Flint, especially young children exposed to high amounts of lead in the water, for the rest of their lives. Lead exposure and consumption at such a young age is also linked to increased crime among the exposed and antisocial behavior. The city of Flint, Michigan will no longer be considered a tragedy if corporations continue to influence the behavior of our elected officials. It will become the new normal under Republican rule. And while we're on the subject of Republicans, for years, Republican politicians have been attacking liberals for being so-called intellectual elites. And that's a claim that came up constantly during John Kerry's bid for the presidency, as well as during President Obama's first run. The anti-intellectualism has stretched into Congress itself, with Republican representatives incessantly attacking the science behind climate change and by cutting the funding for any government agency that deals with science. But the anti-intellectualism goes far beyond just attacking those with high IQs or perceived to have high IQs. Republicans are now pandering to the lowest common denominator with their speeches. According to an analysis, Donald Trump speaks to his supporters during both his speeches and his debates at a fourth grade level. Now, this should come as absolutely no surprise to anyone who's ever heard the man speak, but it does tell us all we need to know about the real Republican base. The people who support Donald Trump are low information voters who read and write at an elementary school level. That's what this new analysis is telling us. And that's not their fault. And that doesn't make them bad people by any means. It's more of an indictment of the American education system that has been destroyed by Republican austerity measures. See, this attack on intellectuals goes far beyond political debates. It's found its way into Congress, and their actions are a reflection of this. They attack public education on a near daily basis, and as a result, they've made school at all levels seem like an evil government concoction. They tell us that if we go to college, we're going to be indoctrinated by liberal college professors who are hell-bent on destroying America. They tell us that elementary schools are breeding grounds of tolerance, and for right-wing redneck Republicans, tolerance is actually evil. Now, they've slashed budgets at both the federal and state levels, reducing teaching staff numbers and forcing out too many worthwhile professionals who've had to leave to find new careers just so they can support their families. Just like in other situations we've discussed in the past, Donald Trump is not the cause of all of this. He's a symptom of the broader Republican disease that is infecting America. If we continue to allow Republicans in Congress and in state houses to destroy our education system, then we're soon going to be seeing politicians speaking at a kindergarten level because that's all the public is going to be able to understand. There's nothing wrong with being smart, and we should be seeking out leaders that are smarter than us. We have suffered through at least 2 below-average intelligence Republican presidents since the 1980s, and we don't need to continue down that same path. The basic foundation of the Republican Party is their belief that the federal government is evil. The terrorists currently occupying a federal building in Oregon are a perfect example of what can happen when U.S. citizens listen too intensely to Republican talking points about a corrupt and oppressive government. But that doesn't stop the anti-government rhetoric coming from the GOP, and I have Howard Nations with me now to explain where this all started. Howard, I think it's interesting the fact that a lot of people don't necessarily realize that we still have an occupying force in the United States right now. The Bundy boys and their little, what they call a militia, up there in Oregon, fighting off this big bad federal government to claim land that's not even theirs, not even what the initial problem with those ranchers out there was about. And yet still, here we are, we're 2.5, 3 weeks into this. Nobody's talking about it, and nobody's talking about this anti-government fuel that the Republicans keep throwing on the fire. What is happening today in this country?
Well, Bundy and his little band of white supremacists that are occupying Oregon's bird sanctuary represent a 150-year-old hypocrisy. They complain about the federal government taking their tax money and giving it to minorities, while they are major recipients of government handouts. Today, what we see is Chapter 2 of the Bundy family, Eamon and Ryan Bundy versus the United States. They regard themselves as modern American real patriots. They're white supremacists who are challenging the federal government that's taking away their rights, their lands, and their money and giving it to, quote, lazy people on welfare, end quote. This is, they're just at the tail end of 150 years of distorted reasoning. The Bundys claim Western heritage fueled by the strong ties between racism and anti-government outrage. It arises from the rebuilding of the East after a civil war at the same time as the U.S. expansion into the West. In those days, they cast the cowboys against former slaves and the East against the West. But this started most recently with their great philosophical guru, Cliven Bundy, the Nevada rancher, who got great praise from Republican politicians at the time in 2014 when he had an armed standoff with government officials over grazing rights. Bundy, you'll recall, had a whole band of people with loaded weapons out there, and he made it very clear who the lazy people were. They are, quote, the Negro living in government housing, didn't have nothing to do. African American laziness led to them to abort their children and to send their young men to jail. This was the actual statement he made. You should have seen the Republican politicians start running away and disavowing him when that came out.
Well, it's funny because you brought up several great points there. First of all, being the ranchers. There is no other group of American citizens who have relied more on federal assistance and taxpayer-funded subsidies, than cowboys and ranchers. And that's not a bad thing. We've helped grow this so that we can keep this sector, this vital sector of our economy and country alive. And there's no problem with that. But these men out there want to say that the government is actually their enemy, and that has been a Republican, talking point since at least the 80s. But didn't it all begin kind of with the old Democratic Party? You mentioned the Civil War rebuilding, and it was the Democrats who were so angry about this government intervention, government coming in and overstepping, and so it's kind of funny how it's evolved over the years, because those old Democrats became the new Republicans. And they just carried that, 150 years. And then I guess really in the 80s when Reagan took over and started pushing the same beliefs, I guess, that Cliven Bundy has, the welfare queen, the, lazy African Americans. And that's when the anti-government movement really took off in this country.
Yeah, and right now, the new Bundys, they're anti-government. They're patriotic hypocrites. Cliven Bundy and his band of strong, individual, rugged Westerners are aided by government programs that protect their herds. They provide drought relief payments. They provide 93% discount on grazing fees. 93% discount on grazing fees on government lands. Despite that, Bundy still owes the government more than $1 million in grazing fees for running cattle on his on public lands. When the government sought to collect fees from this true patriot, they aimed guns at federal law enforcement officers and tried to provoke a shootout. Federal officers declined to engage in range warfare, and Bundy and his true patriots actually won that showdown. This has fueled more active participation by his family members. Federal taxpayers continue to fund Bundy today while they provoke violent insurrection against the United States government. What you have now is Eamon Bundy, the leader of the standoff at Oregon's wildfire refuge, is a recipient of a $500,000 SBA small business loan. So like most right-wing ideologues, the Bundys don't let facts interfere with their rhetoric, or principles interfere with their receiving government largesse that they profess to hate.
But it's funny because there is quite a bit of money in ranching if you are successful.
Sure.
These people are not in general hurting for money. Now, when a bad year happens, the federal government does step in, and they will help essentially bail them out every year. And for these people to talk so negatively and basically mount this insurrection against the government is absolutely insane, because there are very few other industries where you can work, and if you just have a bad year, the government steps in to help you out. Suppose things go sour with Ring of Fire this year. The government's not going to step in and say, okay, well, here's your subsidy for, maybe your viewership declined a little bit. Maybe people weren't going to your website as much. That doesn't happen elsewhere. I mean, these are the welfare queens of America.
No question.
These are the people who just want more for themselves and nothing for anyone else. And that seems to be how it always is with people who identify as Republicans. Give it all to me, but don't give it to anyone else.
Yep, absolutely. Well, all this goes back, as you said, it started in 1865 when, after the Civil War, when Congress passed the Bureau of Freedmen to provide rations and medical care to Southerners, whites and blacks, who were starving. In the summer of 1865, the Freedmen's Bureau distributed 150,000 rations, 2/3 to African American, 1/3 to whites. And the Freedmen's Bureau had to conduct claims resolution since blacks could not testify in white courts in the South. So the African Americans prevailed in those Freedmen's Bureau claims 68% of the time. This caused great animosity of the whites against the slaves who had just been freed. So the whites then rewrote the history book stating that they fought for states' rights, not for slavery. So everything switched over to state rights, anti-federal government. And the views perpetuated that the federal government sucks taxpayer dollars out of the whites to provide for the lazy blacks. And at the same time, you had the western expansion. The cattle industry was developing in the west. And the cowboys, many of whom were ex-Confederate soldiers who were dirt poor, they lost everything they had in the war. What they had was a horse and a gun. But they went west. And the myth was perpetuated by the Southern press that the cowboys were free and independent. They were the embodiment of American individualism. They were couched as the opposite of the ex-slaves who were being coddled by the federal government. Cowboys asked nothing of the feds. Reality was, as you said, it started way back then and continues today. The cattle industry was sustained completely by the federal government. They had the army protected the herds and the cattlemen from the Indians. Congress funded the railroads to move the cattle to the eastern markets. The federal government was one of the biggest customers. They bought cattle to feed the military and to feed the Indians that were undertreated. However, the myth persisted that the feds supported African Americans while strong individual cowboys were building the West with no help from the feds.
And that's something that the media, unfortunately, is too slow to point out today. Howard, thank you for telling us the story today. And we're going to stay on top of this. As long as those guys are still out there in that bird sanctuary in Oregon, we're going to keep talking about it. It is an issue. I don't care what the media says. This is very important, and it's very disturbing. So thank you very much, Howard.
My pleasure.
The Republican Party might appear to be divided on many issues right now, but over the last 7 years, they've all been united in their hatred of President Obama. Now, this hatred has hit absurd levels as Republicans feed us lies about internment camps for Tea Partiers or death panels that are going to determine when you're allowed to die. And with only 1 year left in office, these ludicrous claims are about to hit a new low. And I have Eric Bollert from Media Matters here to tell us what we can expect. So, Eric, Obama's got 1 year left, so I guess he's got a lot of ground to make up because we still have to get those death panels up and running. The Tea Party internment camps. I haven't seen any operation yet. And this whole host of other things that Republicans warned us was happening. He hasn't even gathered up all our guns yet.
Well, I was just going to say, the gun grab was supposed to be 7 years ago. I joke that he's going to do it tonight after election in November. He's going to say, now, look, he was supposed to trash the economy. He was supposed to take away our guns. He was supposed to set the IRS on his enemies. He was the God to stand down the orders. None of this has come true, and if you were watching the State of the Union last week, and if you took time, for better or for worse, to watch the right-wing reaction, it's kind of amazing. Their hatred for this, center-left, traditional Democratic president, their hatred has just gotten more and more fevered every year. Very, very unusual. Conservatives will say, well, liberals hated George Bush, and they called him names. I think there was a real fever contempt for Bush 2003, 2004, certainly around the Iraq War. But the idea is, January, February 2008, the liberals were up late at night, they could put George Bush. Nobody cared about him. He was a failure as president. He was over. But if you look with the right wing and Obama, I think they actually hate him now more than they did in 2009, which is kind of crazy.
So we're exactly 1 year away from the new president being sworn in. Hopefully it'll be within the same party. It may not be, unfortunately, but I don't necessarily see that happening yet. And so, it's very probable that these attacks are going to continue until January 19th of 2017. Because it really is something, I'm in my early 30s, so I haven't been around too much, but I still can't recall this level of hatred and this amount of just absolutely made up nonsense coming from elected officials, and not just the candidates, but people who currently hold office and serve in the government, just making things up. Michelle Bachmann, my God, has been one of the worst people. I know she's out of office now, but in office, going on Fox News and saying that there's going to be these death panels, there's going to be internment. That's dangerous for somebody who holds office.
Well, it's very interesting, right from the beginning, Obama hadn't even appointed his cabinet before this Tea Party, insurrection began in March and April of 2009. So this kind of fevered swamp, they kind of, almost like a whirling dervish, they convinced themselves what the Obama era was going to be, right? Death panel, prison camp, opening the borders, so they created this wild scenario, and of course none of that has taken place. And so for the last year, they're kind of wrestling, I think, well, how come everything they said about him didn't come true? How come nothing they said about him never came true? How come he's gone through his entire 2 terms without a single scandal of any kind of significance? So they're kind of wrestling with that. They're still in this bubble. They still convince themselves that he's this kind of Manchurian candidate. So it's interesting. Campaign year, you think all the focus would be on the campaign and deriding the Democrats, trying to keep the Democrat out of the White House again. But I think we're going to see sort of a dual track. They are so committed to this Obama, enemy of America, terrorist sympathies. They're not going to let it go. They're going to go full barrel on both targets. Very unusual. Like I said, 8th year of a presidency. Most people have gotten over it. If you're a critic, you're just like, let's move on. But these are the bitter dead enders. There's no question.
So, how long does this continue to work with the
I will remember you from all the
voting base if we have the Republican candidates out there still attacking Obama over things that didn't happen? Will that base continue buying into this when they can look back and say, look, 8 years, that didn't happen. It didn't happen during Clinton either.
On my way to
steal your 16 years? Will they wake up and see that?
They're in it for the long haul. Again, we're talking bitter dead enders, 25-30%. They have hated Obama since day one. They're going to pretend, he gave the Benghazi stand-down orders. But you would think
traditionally in the past, and I think this happened, to a certain degree with the Republicans under Clinton, were following the Gingrich and they're following that whole hyperbole. And I think after a while they realized, most people, just sort of common sense, they kind of took a step back and said, well, none of this that we said happened was going to happen. There's usually that in all his right? But I think with conservatives, they're able to create such a large and hermetically sealed bubble that 25-30% will never have that and yes, if you talk about death panels, if you talk about wanting to repeal Obamacare for the 64th time, they are right there. They think that is absolutely the right way to win the next election. There's all the evidence that complete opposite.
We also forgot to mention that Obama was supposed to surrender the sovereignty of the U.S.
He's gone on all his apology tours because he bows down to leaders.
All this jumping, I feel like we'd make a killer.
It is amazing. None of it, nothing that they've said for 7 years ever turned out to be true. I don't think we've ever seen that back and forth from Democrats and Republicans.
I wanted to ask you real quick. We just got Democrat debate Sunday night. The press coverage of that. I was watching the pregame, I guess, if you will. To me, it seemed like they were trying to make more of a controversy over the fact that Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton disagree on policy. Oh my God, they disagree on policies. I read a headline this morning. Of course, it was Washington Post, but it called it a Democratic slugfest.
Right.
I mean, I'm not the only one seeing this as a little bit overblown for what it is. I mean, at least they're arguing policy instead of eligibility. I think you were going to say, what's your take on the press reaction?
I mean, the Clinton Sanders campaign. I mean, this is just campaign 101. Particularly when you get down to two people, they don't even disagree on much. I mean, they agree on 80-85%, and they're having a very substantive debate about healthcare, which is the center of the Democratic platform for decades. So you think the press will be, this is great. This is what we wanted. Substantive debate. But no, I mean, they're so wed to kind of this warfare, slugfest. Of course they want a close race. Of course they want it to go on for months and months. Of course they don't like Hillary Clinton. We talked about that many times. So, I thought it was kind of breathless. Her campaign's collapsing, and she loses Iowa, it's going to go all the way to the convention. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but they pick a narrative, and that's the one they want. And last week was Hillary collapsing, and she's leveling these brutal attacks. They're not, Bernie Sanders is a big guy, he can handle it. They're going to have a debate about healthcare, which is exactly what they should be doing. Right. Well, I mean, again, when you compare it to the, you watch a Republican debate, they can't go 3 minutes without insulting each other. But, Democrats are the ones who have kind of points deducted.
Well, it is fun because this is what we are supposed to see. We're supposed to see in a debate, an actual debate about policy, and not just personality. So I think the press is overblowing, and I think this is exactly what we need to see. I think it's what the voters have been wanting to see. Even on the Republican side, just tell me a plan. Give me a plan. Name something that you believe in that you want to do, and then this guy say, okay, my plan is this instead.
No, if you look at that, I mean, Hillary and Bernie went back, 10-15 minutes total back and forth about healthcare. It's not even healthcare. The Republicans don't even care about healthcare. Can you pick any topic, domestic topic in particular, the Republican candidates have spent 3 or 4 minutes talking about any kind of details. I mean, Hillary and Bernie are absolute academics when it comes to when you listen to them.
How you doing?
And then you listen to the Republicans debate quote unquote policy, and it's like a junior high, homework assignment.
Canada.
And probably for the sake of the Democratic Party, I think I'd kind of like to see a joint ticket. The two of them personally, I think it would be probably the best route to victory. I don't see a Clinton Sanders or Sanders Clinton ticket losing to anyone. But we'll see as we get closer. Eric Boehlert, thanks for talking with us today, and we'll check back in with you.
All right, have a great week.
You too.
Now, huge
And
ban
that's all
on
the time
Darth
we have for
Matilda,
today,
eh?
but you can get more news, videos, and commentary on our website, theringoffire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Go to rospodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins. We'll see you tomorrow.
Buckle up, Darth Maul. Pointy buildings and I can break myself on this planet. Mumsy, it's time for a physical challenge.
Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. The Supreme Court has the opportunity to completely destroy public sector unions. And we'll tell you what that could mean for the middle class.
Yeah, you guys are evil,
Corporate
but the
interests are trying to take away your
amazing.
right to hold them accountable, and the usual suspects are pulling the strings once again. And predatory financial companies are preying on people who have already suffered tremendous losses in their lives. We'll bring you the details later on in the program. And that's what's coming up. You just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
I think that's impressive. I also have the ability to land on my feet when I fall off things.
There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
A young David Lynch approaches. Bless you.
Last week, the U.S. Supreme Court heard a case that could spell the beginning of the end for public sector unions. And the results of this case could easily then be applied to private sector unions. This would obviously be a disaster for both unions and the middle class. I have Howard Nations with me now to discuss this case. So, Howard, this past Monday, Supreme Court heard yet another case that could be disastrous for public sector unions. They've already taken quite a few hits from this court and from some governors all over the United States at this point. So now the Supreme Court is poised really to give them yet another devastating blow. Tell us about this case that the court heard about last week.
I thought he was way
Yeah, this was Fredericks versus California Teachers Association. And the plaintiffs in the case are 10 California teachers who are non-union members. They're suing over a California law that requires them to pay a fee for their share of the union's collective bargaining expenses. It's called a fair share fee. It's been involved in litigation quite a bit. Now, the union's position on this is that the law requires the union to bargain collectively for everyone, to negotiate for all benefits, and to represent everybody at arbitration, whether they're a union member or not. The non-union members who don't pay their fair share are getting a free ride at the expense of union members. Now, that fair share fee has been upheld by the United States Supreme Court as constitutional in 1977 in Abood versus Detroit Board of Education. But the dichotomy was set in Abood also when the Supreme Court said that it is, while it's constitutional to charge the fair share fee, it is unconstitutional to force non-union members to pay for union political activities. That's the breakdown, because that violates the First Amendment. So now the Frederick plaintiffs are coming back seeking to overturn Abood and they're taking the position that requiring them to pay the fair share fee is a violation of their constitutional rights of free speech. They argue that fair share is the largest compelled political speech in the United States, and it violates the First Amendment.
And according to this current Supreme Court, money, corporate political spending is free speech. And so that's one of the things that they're trying to do with this, and it really just goes... I mean, to put it in the simplest terms, this is just a way to cut the amount of money that unions can give to Democratic candidates. I mean, there is no other way to really frame this other than they don't want unions to give to Democrats. I mean, it's also, you have corporations that don't want unions at all. So this is another blow to that. But these are public sector unions, so it's not as much of the corporate angle here. So what is going to happen if the Supreme Court kind of rules as predictably as they usually do when it comes to cases regarding unions.
Well, I think in this case there is a real chance to overturn Abood because in 2012-2014, the majority in other opinions, other cases, seemed to invite a challenge to the Abood decision. And so they, as a result of that, they've been rushing this case through to the Supreme Court to get a ruling on it before the 2016 election. The way the Supreme Court shakes out on this is kind of unusual. First of all, you have 4 liberal judges who are pro-fair share. They're pro-union, obviously. Then you have 3 conservative justices who are clearly anti-union. So that brings it down to, as usual, Kennedy. Kennedy has been pro in the past. He in the past wrote the opinion on fair share, and he was in favor of it. From the questioning on Monday, he now seems to be against it, and that bodes very badly because he could be the swing vote. Amazingly, the 5th vote is Scalia, who was he had a pro-union vote in the past. They should bronze that and put it up on the wall. But when it comes down to the political issue, something involving the Republican political agenda as this one does, Scalia is solid gold. So it looks like it's going to be 5-4 anti-union vote along political lines. So, but the real issue here is union busting. You're carrying out the Republican agenda to destroy unions in America. The immediate target may be the public sector at the moment. The precise target in this case is the teachers union. But the big fight here is just to do away with unions completely.
And if this court does have a 5-4 split in favor of Fredericks, you're going to see corporations immediately try to use this case to bust up their own unions, within their corporations, and to use it to say, hey, you non-union workers, stop paying them. Look at this court decision. You don't have to pay for this democratic agenda that your union reps are trying to push. And again, I think it's certainly worth mentioning here the fact that unions are what built the middle class. There is a direct correlation in the United States economic history of strong union membership and strong wage growth for the middle class. I wish more people could understand that. And as soon as union membership started to decline, when Reagan came in and started breaking up all these unions, the middle class began to disappear. Now we have union membership at an all-time low, and wages are what they were 10, 20 years ago for most people. And they don't seem to understand the correlation, or they've just been fed so much misinformation by Republicans and the Republican media that they don't believe it's true. But there are plenty of charts and graphs out there that will absolutely prove that the two are related.
There's no question about that. And there are actually 3 groups that are behind these attacks on unions. Number one, as you say, it's corporate America, because for obvious reasons they are anti-union. The second group is the far right-wing ideologues. And then the third group is the entire Republican Party. Now, but the right wing, in this case, the Christian Educators Association International, is one of the 10 plaintiffs in this case. They have a representative in there as one of the 10 plaintiffs. They're opposed to LGBT rights. They accuse the NEA of promoting the gay agenda. The guidebook author for their organization is Carl Summer, who's an opponent of school desegregation at this stage in life, and an opponent of sex education. And their goal is to gain control of the textbook content and the school curriculum. The other one is, of course, the Republican Party agenda is to destroy unions completely because, as you say, quite correctly, they're major contributors to Democrats, both in money. It's not just money. The unions are big organizers. So it's both money and organizers. So you break the unions, you break the Democrats. It's exactly the same strategy as the Republicans used in their attack on trial lawyers. But this right-wing anti-union thing is being funded by the usual suspects, the Koch brothers, the Bradley Foundation. It's the far-right one-percenters. The unions, as you say, were a major factor in creating the middle class, and as the middle class goes, so goes the union, and vice versa. The statistics show that the unions have raised benefits by 12%, averages 12% right now, above non-union wages and benefits for the same work. So if you successfully throw out the unions, dissolve the unions, there's nobody to fight for the middle class. And then you get to the issue about the weaponization of free speech. This whole issue of looking at what's happened to free speech in the last 30 years, it's helped create the political conditions for the rising inequality that we have in this country right now. And this Supreme Court opinion would just continue that downward plunge into inequality.
And, corporations are very lucky right now that they have a Supreme Court that rules somewhere between 80 and 90% in their favor. And the only way to fix that, look, I don't care if you're a Bernie guy or if you're a Hillary guy or whatever. If a Republican wins in 2016, they're going to be able to replace several Supreme Court justices, and that is going to be a bigger disaster than having a Donald Trump run the country for 4 years. What they do to the Supreme Court is going to be the biggest disaster we could ever imagine. And Howard, unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you for this. Always a pleasure talking to you. This is a very important issue, and I hope people start paying attention to it.
One last statement. Elections have consequences. Thanks, Farron.
Thank you, Howard. Last year, Congress invited a speaker to their chamber to tell the story of how American citizens are defrauding the legal system with fraudulent class action lawsuit claims. What Congress didn't tell you was that the testimony came from a pawn of the corporate lobbying group, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and his testimony was riddled with lies. But that hasn't stopped the assault on our civil justice system, and I have Michael Berg with me now to tell us what's happening. Michael, I just finished a conversation with the Howard Nations. We talked about the Supreme Court has this massive attack on unions going on. Unions, obviously, major donor and organizer for the Democratic Party, but the second largest group are the trial lawyers. And so, not to be outdone, there is this massive attack coming from Washington right now on trial lawyers and class action lawsuits, which is kind of the second whole part of this defund the left project they've been launching. So tell us what's happening right now to attack the class action lawsuit program.
Well, really, we've been under attack for a long time. There was a Class Action Fairness Act, which is really the Class Action Unfairness Act, in which they're trying to limit class actions. What people don't understand about a class action, and let me sort of give sort of a tutorial on the background. Let's assume you sign a contract with your phone company. And within that, those fine print, all those paperwork, it says you can't bring a class action against your phone company or against your credit card. Those are two of the ones that everyone deals with every day. If that phone company or your credit card is rounding up your bill, and there's been cases where they do that, and they're taking $1 away from you every month. Well, under the Class Action Fairness Act or Unfairness Act, basically they're saying you're not going to be able to bring an action because you signed away your right for a class action. People go, well, wait a second. I still would have a claim, wouldn't I? Well, here's the truth. The truth is they take $1 from you every month. That's $12 a year. They do that for 20 million people, whether it's the credit card holders. Now you're talking about $20 million a month being taken away from the public, and your loss is $12. And so no lawyer is going to take your case on a contingency for your $12 because you can't be part of a class action. No lawyer, and you're not going to pay $300-400 an hour for a lawyer to get your $12 back. So in essence, the credit card company or the phone company or whatever company it may be gets away with it. And the way they are describing this, Farron, and our audience should understand that. They're trying to say, look, the lawyers are getting, let's say it's $100 million class and the lawyer may get $20 million and you're only going to get your $12 back plus interest. So who's getting screwed? Well, the reality is you're getting screwed. And the lawyer has had to fight the large corporation and has had to fight their lawyers, their legions of lawyers, to get that money for you, your $12. And so what they're doing is they're twisting the truth to say, oh, the lawyers are getting rich and you're getting nothing. They're also doing this in this no injury class action. And what they're talking about there is, of course, there's an injury. If you go on QVC or you go online and you buy a product and it's misrepresented to you what that product is, and you wouldn't have bought that product for $8.95 or whatever that cost was, you've been injured because you bought something you wouldn't have bought, except for the misrepresentation. So what the right wing and the Republicans are saying, well, there's no injury here. Why in the world should we allow class actions where there is no injury? So the whole thing is just trying to screw you, the American consumer, so the big corporations can continue to rape and pillage by misrepresenting you, and they want to expand it into the securities world, where you may get a misrepresentation that occurred by a bank or by your broker. I can tell you in Colorado, and it's a horrible law, which unfortunately I was involved in, where I sued a bank on a lender liability case on a misrepresentation, an oral misrepresentation. The banking lobby ran to the legislature and said, you know what? They can make misrepresentations. They can lie to you. And if it's not in the written agreement, you have no right to sue. So that's what's going on. And I'm sorry to take so long, but I think it's important that the audience understand that.
No, I agree completely. And you know what's interesting? They're trying to push this myth that there's too many no injury class actions where people who don't have standing join the class so that they can just get a few dollars here and there. They did the same thing down here on the Gulf Coast with the BP claims, trying to say that there's too many people filing, it's riddled with fraud, they have no claim, and yet they're still joining. And then you take the talking point that corporations of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce have sold the American public on, which is, oh, well, lawyers are so bad, they just sue everybody for anything, it doesn't matter what, you can sue anybody for whatever you want. But no, that's not how the justice system actually works. You do have to be able to prove injury. You do have to have standing. But the American public doesn't necessarily understand that, because all they've heard are the lies and misinformation coming from both the Republicans and their corporate donors. They're trying to, demonize trial lawyers like yourself, like Mike Papantonio and Howard Nations. You guys are out there constantly. I mean, you spend a ton of money trying these cases, which you don't always win, because you can't always win them. The deck is stacked against in favor of the corporations, and people don't understand that aspect of it. They don't see you guys working 70 or 80 hours a week doing this. I see it firsthand, and it is phenomenal that anybody would say, oh, lawyers are horrible and greedy. I can tell you, absolutely not the case at all.
Well, I appreciate it. For every case we take, we turn down maybe 20. First of all, you hear the buzzword frivolous lawsuit. No lawyer has ever won a frivolous lawsuit because it's frivolous. You don't win frivolous lawsuits, and we don't file them. Have some of them been filed? Sure. Like the guy who lost his suit at the Taylor, that guy's a wacko. All right? And his lawsuit was thrown out of court where it should have been thrown out. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to convince the public against their own interest that what they want is you did not have the right to sue. They want to make sure you go to arbitration where it's fixed and stacked against you. They want to wipe out class actions. They want to wipe out your ability to bring a lawsuit. This idea of a frivolous lawsuit is absolutely ridiculous. Nobody wins a frivolous lawsuit because a jury of your peers, people just like all of you out there, or a judge first has to let it go through the process and find that it's not frivolous. In almost every state, if the judge finds the case is frivolous and throws it out, they award costs and fees against the plaintiff and against the plaintiff lawyer, the trial lawyer. So you have the judge And then you have the jury making decisions about it. Nobody wins a frivolous lawsuit. I've been doing this for 40 years. I've handled thousands of cases. Nobody wins a frivolous lawsuit. So it's nothing more than rhetoric. It's a shell game. It's hide the ball, trying to make you think that lawyers are bad, corporations are good. We have to stand up. You know, President Obama, I think, gave his greatest speech of his entire, in my opinion, in the last 8 years. We, the public, he looked at us and said, it's time for us to stand up and say, no, we're not going to take it anymore. We're going to get these right-wingers, these Republicans out of office. We're going to band together. And we're going to allow people to have access to the courts. We're going to have the Seventh Amendment, so you have the right to a jury trial. We need to swing this country back to the legitimacy of the Constitution of the United States, which said in it that this is an important thing to have the right to a jury trial. This class action nonsense where more and more people are left holding the bag. When that phone company rips you off, when your bank rips you off, you're stuck because you can't bind together with those other 20 million people. You're on your own, and you're not going to be able to bring an action, and they're going to take that $12 from you every year for as long as you have that card.
And, you know, there are crooks and villains out there in the justice system. Unfortunately for corporations, it's not the trial lawyers. They need to look in the mirror if they want to see who the real villain is here. Michael Berg, I appreciate talking to you. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, Farron. Appreciate it.
You know, even if you manage to win a class action lawsuit, that doesn't put an end to the corporate predators. In fact, as we've learned recently, it only makes these predators more vicious. Attorney David Haynes explained this issue to Ring of Fire recently, so let's take a look at that interview.
We've all seen the commercials where companies are ask you to sell them your structured settlement in exchange for a quick payday. But what they don't tell you is that you'll get pennies on the dollar, and they'll use every trick in the book to get you to sign away your life. The real story here is that the banks are getting away with more corruption. Joining me now to talk about that is David Haynes. David, this investigation that's clamping down on lawsuit settlements where companies come in and buy this settlement that an individual might have been awarded. Tell me, this is kind of this is an ugly story. Tell me what's happening with this new industry.
This is another example of these large predatory financial corporations who are taking advantage of individuals, and in this case, individuals who've had severe injuries and some of whom are intellectually delayed. So the background of this is if an individual has a personal injury, in this case, many of these cases that we're going to be talking about involve lead poisoning. A lot of them in the Baltimore area, but this is happening all over the country in our older urban areas in our cities in the Northeast Corridor. If an individual has an injury and they bring a lawsuit and they have a financial recovery, they have an opportunity to put that in a financial instrument which is called a structured settlement. This then, instead of the individual getting a large lump sum, who again may have a brain injury from lead poisoning and so forth, it provides them with monthly payments over the course of their life so that they can get medical care that they need and they can provide for their housing and other basic living expenses. This is like an annuity product and it pays out into the future for their entire life. So this is a safeguard for individuals who've been injured and have a lot of them have mental delays as a result of the lead poisoning, for example. What's happening now, and many of your viewers have probably seen these ads on TV where they're called factoring companies or they're structured settlement purchasers. And they say on TV, do you have a structured settlement payment? Would you like to get quick cash now? And in fact, what they're doing is not only targeting these individuals through TV, but they're finding them in the cities, in these the old housing stock, which has had lead paint and poisoning, and they're going and they're preying on these individuals, and they're having them sign away their payments and their financial security without knowing what they are signing, and they're losing their future payment for a few quick bucks now, while Wall Street, the hedge funds, and these financial predatory individuals are running off with literally millions of dollars.
Okay, and so right now the regulations, as we might expect, because it's banking, there are none really to protect these people. Anytime Goldman Sachs or any of the big hedge fund companies want a pass on regulations under this administration, they get it. And so is that pretty much the case here?
That's right. I mean, there was some legislation passed back in 2000. It didn't have enough teeth. This really is a state-by-state issue as well, so you kind of have a patchwork of a different regulatory scheme that's not working. And then even in the states where there are laws, they're not really being properly enforced. Investigations have revealed, for instance, Maryland, for example, the state of Maryland requires that you have an independent advisor, preferably an attorney that looks over these cases. So supposedly the individual who's selling their annuity product has an individual objective attorney. But, for example, one company, Access Funding, used the same attorney 60 times, and they judge shopped, and they were going in front of the same judge in the same county to get these annuities purchased. So the safeguards are not working. Legislation needs to be tightened up. This is a terrible story of people who've been victimized once, and now they're being victimized again by Wall Street.
Well, okay, the real story to hear, I mean, the real story to me as I listen to this is this Wall Street getting away with another major crime. And the story being, if you put somebody in a three-piece suit with a Rolex watch, then they're probably going to get away with it. This is nothing more than theft, as you're describing here. Give me an example. Are there any examples, anecdotal examples?
Well, an individual that is actually known to your viewers is Freddie Gray, which is a whole other tragedy, dying in the back of the police car in the city of Baltimore. The criminal trial is currently going on now. Freddie Gray and all of his siblings were led poisoning victims as children. They had these annuity settlements, and Freddie Gray in 2013 actually sold his settlement to Access Funding for 20 cents on the dollar. So he had a settlement that was worth about $185,000, and he got only 20% or just a fraction, very small check, quick cash now, and his siblings did the same thing as well. This is being done. Hundreds, thousands of people around the country are being victimized. Traditionally, they're getting only about 30 to 33 cents on the dollar of what it's actually worth. And, it's just criminal. It's highway robbery. There's millions of dollars.
There's no risk to the bank. I mean, if you think about it, there is absolutely no risk, and they're keeping 70% of the money. The attorneys have already done the hard work. They've gotten the recovery. They've done the negotiation or tried the case. And then these vultures come in and say, hey, let me give you a deal where we keep 70% of everything you've gotten, and we're going to give you 30% so you can spend it right now. And, of course, that 30% is reduced to the present value of $1 million or whatever it may be. It's reduced to that present value, and people end up just really, really on the short end of this. Are you handling these cases, David? It seems like there ought to be tons of these cases going after the Wall Street guys.
We are actively investigating these cases, and we'll be looking at claims not only against the financial companies and their backers on Wall Street who've done this, but also against the attorney. And there's one attorney, a small group in particular, who also appear to have committed legal malpractice. So we're actively investigating these cases here at the Cochran firm. We want to try to right this wrong, and so help these folks not be victimized a second time. It's just a tragic story.
Is there any kind of deal where the lawyer that's pushing the client into such a thing, that they're being paid by these Wall Street predators?
We suspect that they're definitely being paid to do this work, and obviously they're on the take. These individuals are being siphoned over and referred directly to this attorney. They're not being advised what the rights are, what the law is, that they need independent advice, what they're selling, that they're only getting 20 cents on the dollar. Then later, they really have no idea that the checks are going to stop coming. It's just a terrible, terrible tragedy.
All right, David Haynes, thank you for joining me. Okay, it is an awful story, and hopefully you are in pursuit of these cases. You have a plan to do something about it. I take it.
We're not going to let this lie. These individuals will be pursued.
Okay, thanks a lot, David Haynes.
Thank you.
And that's all of the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website, theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. President Obama delivered his final State of the Union address this week. And we'll take a look at some of the highs and the lows from his final address. U.S. consumers are signing away their constitutional rights, often without even knowing it. Linda Lipson from the American Association for Justice will tell us what's happening. And the primary races for both parties have taken some interesting turns in recent weeks. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
So, Farron, of course, a very busy week this week. We started the week off with a Democratic forum in Iowa. We had the State of the Union address, and then we had the Republican debate, both the kids' table and the so-called, well, let's just call it the not kids' table. And, of course, this Sunday night we have another Democratic debate, which hopefully the football game will end and people will have an opportunity to watch it. But I want to talk about the State of the Union before we move to the races. This was President Obama's final State of the Union address. He promoted it as being not a litany of policy ideas, and to a large extent that's understandable because, of course, nothing's going to get done in the next year or less. And certainly nothing's going to get done with the help of Congress. So it became more of a review of his accomplishments, and in some respects it was an attempt by him to set a trajectory for the campaign in 2016 and beyond to follow. Give me some of your initial thoughts.
I loved the talk about climate change, and specifically when he said, when he compared it to the space race and saying, when they got Sputnik up there, we didn't deny that Sputnik existed. We got our act together, and then, we walked on the moon. And, when it comes to climate change, that's a really great analogy there for him. The two things, obviously, I didn't like that I think progressives, everybody agrees on, how he really kind of shifted and snuck in that part about TPP and why we need to pass it. And then when he got into the bureaucratic red tape issue, I disagree fundamentally with that, only because we have study after study that comes out saying that, look, these regulations that the government puts out, they actually create jobs, they create economic benefit. And, so those two things I was not happy with. Overall, though, I felt it was a very good speech. It did set a good trajectory, specifically, the cancer project that he wants to get going and push towards a cure for cancer. I thought that was very ambitious and something that's desperately needed in America. And going after the Republicans, though, was one of the things that I absolutely loved, and I think it was really time for that, for him to just lay it out in front of the whole country and say, look, we've tried to do things, obviously it doesn't work, some of that is my fault, some of it is not. And so I think he kind of managed to stick it to him while still staying classy and, lighthearted for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I was struck when he mentioned TPP. The only people who applauded were the members of his cabinet. Now, I don't think that we can read too much into that, but what is clear is that nobody in the Senate or the House thinks it's something so popular that they want to be applauding for it on national television. And I think that's about as far as it goes. A lot of these guys are inclined to vote for this anyways. It remains to be seen if there is going to be enough support and whether or not it really becomes an issue in the context of the campaigns. I mean, not to get off topic, but, one thing I was struck in the Democratic Forum was that, we're not seeing Bernie Sanders say something to the effect of, I'm going to make a pledge that if I'm president, I will not sign TPP, trying to force Hillary Clinton to do the same because she ostensibly has come out against it. We're not seeing that in the Republican race either, where Donald Trump would come out and sort of force a guy like Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, who are going to be voting on this theoretically in the Senate, to take a similar pledge. But putting that aside, and I agree with you, the red tape, the regulation, that's just a sop. I don't pay too much attention to that. I can understand why he doesn't want to fight that battle. But what I did find sort of fascinating was, like you say, he's talking about this idea of, we need to come together as a country, et cetera, et cetera. In many respects, he was sort of talking past the Republicans, where he is presenting this idea of, we all want everybody to have access to the ballot. We all want people to have the opportunity to vote. Well, the reality is that he's looking out at all the people who have conspired for the past 5 years to literally gut the Voting Rights Act. So if there was any group of people anywhere in the country who wanted to prevent people from voting, he was looking right at them and pretending they weren't there. And I find that still to be incredibly problematic. I could see how he would enjoy it in some way, but is talking about how we've managed to have this achievement where we have marriage equality, looking out literally at the people who have done everything in their power to prevent marriage equality from coming into existence. One lady who's literally almost physically stood in the way of marriage equality happening in Kentucky. So I thought the speech was still sort of, in some ways it was like the speech he gave in 2004, but with a little bit more of a partisan edge. He stayed away from stuff that I think was controversial for those of us on the left, things like bankers, for instance, and the failure of the administration to hold bankers to account, the failure of a meaningful mortgage relief program for American citizens as opposed to American banks. Those are really big issues, I think, that he sidestepped in many ways. And I don't know, I thought that juxtaposition of him talking about the attempts to successfully grow, let's say, sustainable energy in the stimulus, things like marriage equality, things like fighting for voting rights, when he's looking at the very people who are the biggest obstacles to that in the entire country. But here, and I'm sure, we heard so much about how the president's address and even Nikki Haley's address was a rebuke to Donald Trump. And I read something by a mainstream reporter in the Washington Post saying that this was a rebuke to Donald Trump when President Obama said things like, we shouldn't be talking about carpet bombing. We shouldn't be talking about religious tests. We shouldn't be isolating Muslims. Well, the fact of the matter is, in these quotes, Donald Trump has certainly said things of these likes, but it's Ted Cruz who talked about carpet bombing. It was Jeb Bush who talked about a religious test for Syrian refugees. It is Marco Rubio who's talking about a clash of civilizations. The mainstream press continues to refuse to admit the fact that Donald Trump's perspective on all these things that we find repugnant are not outliers in the Republican Party. They are the essence of what the Republican Party has become.
Well, a headline with Ted Cruz is going to get far fewer clicks than a headline with Donald Trump. And I think that's part of the reason we see so much of this it's a rebuke of Donald Trump. Well, no, most people know that it was Cruz with the carpet bombing line. Right. And, there was a great, this is slightly off topic, there was a great article in Media Matters earlier this week that talked about the fact that Donald Trump has received $30 million worth of free advertisement from the corporate media with their coverage of him. And that includes, airing his ads, if only to criticize them. But
frankly, I'm surprised it's that low. Well, I would have imagined it's even more than that.
And so Donald Trump is this headline grabber, oftentimes for the wrong reasons, and even when he shouldn't be the one grabbing the headlines. And it's because of that you have guys like Ted Cruz, who's now weaseled his way, depending on the polls you're looking at, into either a tie or ahead of Donald Trump in Iowa, because all of this attention is being paid to Trump, and we're not paying attention to the other little slimy characters that are coming up from behind there.
Look, I don't really have an issue with the amount of attention that the media is paying to Donald Trump, because that's just the way they do, right? I mean, this is, and Donald Trump is very good at playing the media, but the story is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump's rise to the top of the Republican Party is much more about who the Republican Party is than who Donald Trump is. It just so happens that Donald Trump fits the profile of the perfect candidate that the Republican Party has been generating for years. I mean, we have been told time and time again that the poor are morally repugnant by Republicans. We're told that to get any type of government assistance, it makes you a morally depraved person. Well, the corollary to that is that if you're a billionaire, you have some type of transcendent quality about you. We've been told time and time again that the president should be the country's CEO. Well, here's a very successful CEO, at least on his terms, and in terms of money. We've been told time and time again by the Republican establishment that the PC is ruining the country. I mean, how much of their foreign policy is rooted in the fact that they want President Obama to say, I don't even know what words it is, Islamofascism or whatever it is. I mean, we've been told this time and time again, and Donald Trump just happens to fit the exact mold of what they've been saying the ultimate president is. And we know how much of the Republican Party is based on a certain nativism and racism, and Donald Trump delivers the goods unabashedly. And so the story of Donald Trump, I don't care how much media exposure he gets, the story about Donald Trump is the story of the modern Republican Party.
Well, it is. And Donald Trump being this alleged outsider, the reason he's getting a lot of the attention for saying it is because he hasn't worked in politics long enough to know how to use the code language that the other Republicans do. They can't come out and say the things as brazenly as Donald Trump has, because they've been a little bit more coached. They've had to run campaigns in the past, and so they understand. They all of those men and women on that Republican stage, they believe the same things. I mean, it's hard to imagine any one of them would be too different from the person next to them if they were elected. I think pretty much across the board, we'd be looking at very, very similar presidents if any of these people makes it to the end. And so, yeah, Donald Trump is going to get the headlines, but that's, again, because he just says it. He doesn't speak in coded language like the other folks, but they do all believe the same thing. I mean, he would be a horrible president, but I don't know for sure that he's any worse than any of those other people.
Indeed. All right. Well, Farron, of course, we'll have plenty more to talk about next week, and we're only now a couple of weeks away from the first primary in Iowa, and then the one after that in February. So it is full-on silly season, as they say, ladies and gentlemen. So buckle up. This is going to be a crazy ride, whether it is Bernie Sanders getting ahead of the pack in Iowa, or Ted Cruz maybe being ineligible to be president of this United States, which is worth a laugh.
Corporations have all kinds of tricks at their disposal to dupe consumers into signing away their rights, and their favorite trick is to insert arbitration clauses into contracts. And if you've ever signed up for a cell phone, a credit card, or bought a car, or many other things, chances are you've already signed one of these agreements. Last week, Sam Cedar spoke with Linda Lipson about this issue, so let's take a look and find out why these agreements are so dangerous.
Let's start with this story that came out in the New York Times a couple of weeks ago. This is really a stunning story, and it's a perfect example of how something that we all think seems to be rather pleasant-sounding, arbitration, is being used as a weapon.
It's actually a corporate bullying tactic. It's in most every contract for products ranging from cell phones to nursing home contracts to your cable bill, tucked within the fine print is language that says something like, if something happens to the product, if something happens to you, you have to go to you have to agree to arbitration. And people sign these things. They don't really know what they're signing. And there's nothing wrong with arbitration as long as it's voluntary. And it happens, and you decide to do it after the injury or the situation that has caused you harm accrues. But you don't do it at the beginning of the contract. And, the problem lies with, there was a case out of Minnesota involving a woman who was on the reminiscence floor, the Alzheimer's floor, and they didn't have adequate locks on the doors, and she got out, and she froze to death. She got out, it was winter, and she froze to death. Well, that's wrong. And so what happens with arbitration is in this situation, the nursing home designates who the arbiter is. And the process of arbitration can happen. It doesn't even have to be in your hometown. It can be miles and miles and miles away. And the CFPB found that only about 9% of folks that get into these arbitration situations even recover, even get anything. So the industry likes to say that this is cheaper and it's more fair. But it's actually rigged, unfair, and really unconscionable. And if you look at just sort of the 30,000 feet up issue, what you want to do is prevent this kind of harm from ever happening to another person. But the problem is that these arbitration kind of courts happen in secret, and you can't even appeal anything. So it is this is really a stranglehold on America's consumers. People are just starting to find out about it, and when you tell them, they can't even believe it, and they say things like, "This is just un-American." So we're trying to fix it by
Linda, let me interrupt you for a moment and just make it clear. When you say CFPB, you're talking about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and I want to just, before we talk about like what how you guys at the American Association for Justice are dealing with trying to rectify this situation. You point out there are basically two issues here. One is the issues on a practical level, and we saw that in that piece in the New York Times about what debt collectors are doing. They're going into the court system. They're using the court system to dock pay from people, to basically garnish people's wages, to send them to jail sometimes. But it can't go the other way. When these people try and strike back, they are still locked in these arbitration dynamics. And so you have that on a practical level. And then you mentioned the 30,000 feet level. It seems to me, like you're saying, it's the problem with that 30,000 feet level is that that if people have to have an understanding that what plaintiff attorneys do is that they form another regulatory structure in this country, which is particularly important at a time where we have all this revolving door stuff. Explain that to people, just how trial lawyers fit that function, and why then the corporations want to build in a sort of a way of preventing trial lawyers from ever entering the equation.
Well, you can't tell a major company that treats their consumers unfairly to go to his or her room. You have to hit them in their pocketbook. And what trial lawyers do is they represent individuals that are injured by dangerously defective products, or just people that are just getting ripped off. But it's not just for the purpose of making sure those people are compensated. The system itself works to protect the public from the injury happening to other people. So, as much as you would love to have regulation and a regulatory system handle all of these kinds of complaints. But, these agencies are all, they're underfunded, they're subject to political winds, things like that. And so you have to have a system of regulation and a system of civil justice that work hand in hand to protect the public from dangerous and negligent activities coming from corporate America.
In many respects, it's like the old westerns where they deputize people. I mean, I know just in following the cases of the securities suits and the mortgage resolutions that the federal agencies all start with material that were found in discovery of private civil cases brought against some of these banking and mortgage fraudsters.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll give the best example that I can think of is has to do with cars. We are safer on America's roads today than we were in the 50s, and that even though there are more roads and more cars and more people, and the reason is, yes, the regulatory system has worked in some regards, but the reason is that because of what trial lawyers have done to bring cases to protect their clients, we have airbags and seat belts and roofs that don't crush upon impact and windows that don't decapitate your kids, things like this that are innovations that have occurred because of lawsuits, and that's all very positive. That's the story that doesn't get out, and I wish it was. We're proud of what trial lawyers have been able to do.
Right now in Congress, there are a couple of bills that are being pushed by the Chamber of Commerce because the one thing that corporations don't want is to be held to account for when they cut corners, when Volkswagen tries to design a car that fools the emissions testers as opposed to delivering the product they say, or whatever it is. Tell us what's being debated in Congress right now, and then let's talk about these arbitration clauses and what can actually be done about them.
Well, actually, today and tomorrow, there's a debate on a bill, H.R. 1927, that is in two parts. The first part would make it a lot harder for individuals injured by asbestos to be compensated through asbestos trust. They made it very technical, but basically, the bill would just actually harass plaintiffs and prevent them from pursuing their claims adequately. In some respects, actually every respect, the bill requires individuals to help very personal information and put it on a website. Their Social Security number, how much they were compensated, things like that. And even Republican-leaning think tanks have said that the bill would violate basic privacy rights of individuals and lead to identity theft. And this is, we do not need to be harassing asbestos victims. We should be doing whatever we can to first rid the nation of asbestos, and second, make sure that people are no longer injured by this scourge that has been with us since the early 1900s. So, this is, it's the wrong focus. We should be thinking about how to prevent injury rather than how to harass people that are injured. It's just the wrong thing to do. The other thing that they're doing to add to this, I call this putrid anti-consumer stew that they're considering. Another thing that they're doing is they're preventing class actions from being brought by saying that individuals that are trying to join with other individuals that are injured have to have pretty much the same exact injury. Now, the issue with that is, no two injuries are the same. And so you're not going to get, the design is, the rhetoric, of course, is very simplistic, on the side of the Chamber of Commerce and the defendant community, it's very simplistic, and they want to make it like, well, if you're not injured, you're not in the same way, you shouldn't be part of the same group. But class actions started because out of efficiency, that you didn't want to have, all of these individual lawsuits. But also, if you're just ripped off a little bit, like let's say you look at your phone bill and it's $1 more than it should be, you can't file a lawsuit because it's not economical. But if Sally and Jane and Ted and others in your community have the same problem, you can join together and file a lawsuit. And the great thing is that activity, that behavior can stop. And that's the regulatory function that you were talking about. And that's a very positive thing. We want to make companies really behave and really adequately represent the consumers that they're benefiting from. That's the way. I mean, they can save a lot of money this way too, by making the injury not happen in the first place. And they can save a lot of money by not spending it on PR firms and lobbyists, on going to Capitol Hill to try to convince Congress that the real problem in our society are consumers. I mean, that is silly.
Well, but the reality is, the flip side of that coin is that very often they are making decisions that are to increase their profits, and they are just trying to make a calculation. If we can lower the amount of accountability that is involved in here, we don't have to pay out in response to what we save by cutting corners on certain products or certain safety features or whatnot. Then that's business plan for them. But so as you're lobbying against this, when we talk about, I want to jump back to what we were talking about in the last segment, which was arbitration. Mm-hmm. What can we do there? Can the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau say, like, look, we're not going to have arbitration clauses in contracts where there is such a uneven dynamic between the person signing, the company and the person signing that contract. Can the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau do something like that?
The Consumer Finance Bureau is about. We think they're about to initiate a regulation that will go a long way towards ending the abuses that we talked about, and in the area of financial products. So for mortgages and any kind of financial products, in addition to just having provisions in contracts that say you have to go to arbitration, they also say you can't join with your neighbor and set up a class action. And the Consumer Finance Bureau, it looks to be poised to initiate a rule that will make those contracts that say you can't aggregate a claim null and void. So that's very positive. I mean, the fact that there is an agency, a consumer agency, dedicated to making sure that the marketplace is fair and balanced, that's a very positive thing. And it looks like they're going to take a potentially very forward-thinking step. They're going to correct what some of the courts have done, and that would be very important.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website, theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you next week. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. The corporate-controlled media has done a horrible job talking about President Obama's executive actions on gun control, and Eric Boehlert from Media Matters will join us to give us all the details. Chemical giant DuPont has been poisoning an entire ecosystem for the last 50 years, and the chemicals that they've been dumping into local communities are even more dangerous than we previously thought. And Joe Biden told CNN how he feels about the Democratic candidates. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped into the Ring of Fire.
There's
been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
When it comes to politicians, it's usually best to second guess almost anything that they have to say. This holds true especially for Republicans in an election year. Take the issue of immigration, for example. Republican presidential candidates have made this year's election all about the handling of undocumented immigrants, and they've been very successful in drumming up their angry, bigoted base to be fearful of anyone that comes across America's borders. So far in the Republican debates, we've heard endless stupid talk from the candidates about how high they want to build their wall along the southern border, who they'd make pay for it, and so on and so on. We've heard people like Chris Christie say that he'd like to track immigrants like they were FedEx packages, and still other candidates want to ship immigrants out of this country by the truckload. But how much of this rhetoric is just talking points, and how much would actually become a reality if one of these clowns gets elected? Luckily, the answer is that most of these asinine talking points are just a means to get their base worked up, and the actions of the candidates don't appear to support their positions on immigration. Take Ted Cruz, for example, the son of an immigrant. While he's talked a big game on immigration, he admitted this past weekend that he would not be sending around squads of government officials to round up undocumented immigrants and send them home. But he does want to change the way in which we naturalize the children of immigrants, so he still has that talking point going for him, I guess. As for Marco Rubio, another GOP candidate who was born to immigrants, he actually granted in-state tuition to undocumented immigrants in the state of Florida during his tenure as the Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives. That's not a bad thing at all. He should have granted this privilege to students from all over the country, but it was still a decent move by Marco Rubio. So why is immigration even an issue? The answer is because Donald Trump wants it to be an issue. When he made his announcement that he would be running for president, Trump immediately began attacking immigrants, and it worked out really well for him, so all of the other candidates immediately jumped on the anti-immigrant bandwagon. But Donald Trump doesn't quite understand American politics, and that's why he was able to get away with attacking immigrants. For the rest of these candidates that have to rely on money from wealthy donors, they understand that their corporate masters aren't going to let them shut our borders down. And that's likely why we're beginning to hear a softening of the language surrounding immigration from Republicans. But again, don't put too much stock in what these Republicans are saying about immigration, because these talking points are either going to kill them at the polls by alienating a huge demographic, or they'll find that the powers of the President of the United States are a lot more limited than they think, and Congress could easily kill any plans to build a giant wall or to start rounding up immigrants for deportation. And speaking of the limits of power, Charles Koch is sad that he and his brother don't have as much influence over the 2016 election as they had hoped. In an interview with the Financial Times, Koch lamented the fact that he and his brother David had presented all of the Republican candidates with a list of things that they wanted to get out of the next president, and those candidates didn't seem to care too much about those demands. So, because the candidates were not immediately willing to sign off on the Koch checklist, the Koch brothers think that they don't have enough power in the political process. So let's get something straight here. If you have enough power to meet with all of the candidates for a political party, and you're confident enough to hand them a list of your demands, then you have too much power in American politics. If you're planning to spend close to $1 billion in this election, then you have too much influence over American politics. Another problem that the Kochs have, though, is that their name right now is completely toxic. They don't seem to understand that they've poisoned the entire Republican Party by shifting it too far to the right, by creating their little Tea Party groups, and they've helped to alienate moderate Republicans who now view the Kochs as the enemy. So, of course, Republican candidates aren't going to bow down to the Koch brothers just yet. They still have to win the primaries. But once they secure that nomination, whoever the candidate will be is going to be knocking on the door of the Koch brothers begging for corporate campaign money. Maybe then Charles Koch will stop moping around about his alleged lack of political power. And finally today, Joe Biden went on CNN recently where he gave his take on the Democratic race for the nomination. Take a look.
You know, if Bernie Sanders never said he was a democratic socialist, based on what he's saying, people wouldn't be calling him a democratic socialist. That's how he characterizes himself in sort of European terms, the democratic socialist parties in Europe. But
why is she having trouble?
Well, I think that Bernie is speaking to a yearning that is deep and real, and he has credibility on it. And that is the absolute enormous concentration of wealth in a small group of people with the middle class now being able to be shown being left out. There used to be a basic bargain. If you contributed to the profitability of an enterprise, you got to share in the profit. That's been broken. Productivity's up, wages are stagnant.
Talking about that.
Well, it's relatively new for Hillary to talk about that. Hillary's focus has been on other things up to now, and that's been Bernie's. No one questions Bernie's authenticity on those issues.
And they question hers, you think?
Well, I think they question everybody's who hasn't been talking about it all along. But I think she's come forward with some really, really thoughtful approaches to deal with the issue. But I just think, and look, you know, everybody, you know, it's the old thing. Everybody wants to be the favorite. No one wants to be the prohibitive favorite. And so it's an awful high bar for her to meet that she was the absolute prohibitive favorite. I never thought she was a prohibitive favorite. I don't think she ever thought she was a prohibitive favorite. So I think it's, you know, everything's sort of coming down to earth, just settling in, but it's not over.
Now pay attention to the words that Biden used in that interview, specifically the phrase authenticity. Now that's something that we have discussed many times in the past on this program, and something that Bernie Sanders has that no other presidential candidate right now has. He has a history of supporting American workers, American consumers, and American citizens in general. Hillary Clinton was not discussing these issues until Bernie Sanders made them issues. And that's why Bernie comes across as more authentic than Hillary Clinton. If we look at polls over the last year or even more, Hillary Clinton still is pulling in horrible favorability ratings. Now, I understand that in some polls she is still winning the Democratic race, and that's great. Head-to-head matchups, she does pretty well against most of the Republicans. She doesn't beat all of them, but she does decently. But it's that favorability that people are overlooking. Hillary Clinton is not liked by most of the American public. Voters, that's a problem. You cannot put up a candidate that is not liked. You will never win an election. And she's not liked because, as Joe Biden says, she is not authentic. Last week, President Obama issued an executive order that strengthens the background check program for people wishing to purchase firearms. Specifically, it dealt with the gun show loophole that allowed purchases to take place without a background check. The corporate media immediately jumped all over Obama's decision, completely ignoring the fact that most Americans, including gun owners, agree with his actions. For more on this, let's go to Eric Bollert, Senior Fellow at Media Matters for America. So, Eric, I watched a little bit of corporate media, and I learned that last week, President Obama came out with these hugely controversial executive orders on guns. Apparently, the country is hugely divided on this. We're on the brink of a civil war, I guess. What the hell's going on with the corporate media on this particular issue?
Yeah, it's funny, you know, the press is so committed to this left-right, Republican-Democratic, you know, every issue is, here's what Obama says, and then they run, now that we're having a presidential election, they run and get quotes from all the candidates. I mean, there was one CNN piece about Obama's discussion of his executive orders to deal with gun safety, there were 6 quotes from Republicans in a story about a Democratic initiative. And so, right, he stirs controversy, and Republicans don't like it, and it just shows how they can't get along. What I pointed out in my Media Matters column was the polling on this is astounding. 90% of Americans support the types of background checks that Obama, is going to initiate with these executive orders. And even after his executive orders, 2/3 of Americans even supported his idea of executive order. Not going through Congress with the realization that they basically don't do anything anymore. So that missing context is important because it allows the Republicans not to seem out of step. I mean, if every article last week about background checks pointed out prominently that 90% of Americans agreed with this, it would make the Republican Party seem extremely radical, and it would make the Republican candidates seem completely out of touch with America. But the press kind of went very easy on that, and they prefer this sort of left-right Democratic blueprint, and it just completely does not apply. I mean, we're talking like 80% plus Republicans, NRA members, gun owners, everyone. You cannot find a public policy issue in this country where the polling is so overwhelming, but the press, kind of shied away from that.
Well, it kind of seems too like they're almost doing the same thing with this issue of gun control or expanding background checks, I should say, as they do with climate change, where we have a 97% plus consensus, but that 3% is still enough to warrant more than 50% of the coverage here. And so with this executive action, it is the exact same way. And one thing that you've pointed out, which I think is probably one of the most important things about this, is that nobody is talking about the fact that he had to do the executive order because Congress for years has been blocking every single attempt at just expanding background checks. We're not talking about banning assault rifles. Again, we're talking about, hey, you can't buy a gun if we don't even know who you are. And the Republicans are 100% against anything that could make people safer, really is the only way to say it at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the Sandy Hook massacre, I mean, after that, Obama made a top legislative priority was passing a gun bill. The centerpiece, which was background checks. At the time, 90 plus, this number has been constant for years, 90 plus supported, the background checks, and the Republicans wouldn't even allow a vote. So we had 9 out of 10 Republicans in the Senate opposing a bill that 9 out of 10 Americans approved. I don't know any other example where that's happened in modern American history, but you're right. So this tendency last week to leave out the context about guns, it stems from really bad journalism and really bad coverage of the gun bill in 2013, when all context, was being left out. And again, the context is key. If you have 90% of Americans supporting background checks, and you have every single Republican candidate opposing them, what would that tell you about the state of the Republican Party? But the press, it really does not want to get into this idea that the Republican Party has become extremely radical, and they're basically, paid-for entity of the NRA.
Well, this lack of context, it reminds me a lot also of the coverage that we had back in the days of the Affordable Care Act. In the very early days of that, when there was this public option, we're going to have universal health care, or at least a government-funded option, we had upwards of 65% plus of the American public that supported this idea. Democrats, Republicans, again.
Right.
But according to the press, it's this big controversy. It's 100% of Democrats versus 100% of Republicans. But it really wasn't like that. When you go to the American public, they say, no, look, hey, I'm a Republican. I like universal health care. I think it's a good idea. But the press isn't going to tell you that because that doesn't create controversy. It doesn't create anything that's going to draw more eyeballs to see, who's going to make the next move? What's the next step going to be? And so they just carry this over, the same formula of shoddy reporting and lack of context from issue to issue.
Yeah, and it's reflected in the guests. In all three of these examples, Obamacare, climate change, and guns. So if you, particularly on cable TV, we constantly see, these sort of back and forth debates. And, Media Matters has looked at the data, and we actually see more climate deniers on TV. We clearly saw way more Obamacare critics, but that doesn't reflect reality. I mean, if you're going to have a gun debate in this country about background checks, in theory, 9 of the 10 guests should be in support of it, and you should have one guest every 3 days who would represent that tiny fraction that doesn't support it. But, particularly again on cable shows and things like that, we're going to pretend we're 50-50, we're a 50-50 country. And, you mentioned climate deniers before, and I think it's important. I think the press slowly over the last 5 years has gotten better with that. They are sort of creeping away from this 50-50 debate, and they're not really treating those climate deniers as, you're going to represent half the country, and people who think climate change is really going to represent the other. There's been sort of a slow evolution. It's way too slow, and that same process needs to take place, with gun safety and these gun bills. It is not a 50-50 country when it's actually 97-3.
Well, it is interesting. Not every issue is 50-50. There's not necessarily just two sides to every argument. Sometimes it's 5 sides versus 1 side, and Media Matters does a phenomenal job of pointing this out, of giving the facts every day. Eric Boehlert, thank you for all the work you do with Media Matters and everyone over there. Great organization. MediaMatters.org. Everybody go check it out.
All right, thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Chemical giant DuPont is still trying to merge with Monsanto, a move that would create one of the largest corporate criminal empires in the world. But behind the merger headlines are larger issues facing DuPont, specifically their behavior where it comes to poisoning communities. Yesterday, I discussed this issue with attorney Tim O'Brien, so let's take a look at that interview. So, Tim, on this issue of C8 and Teflon with DuPont, which has been all over the news for the last several months, Mike Papantonio, who usually sits in this chair, helped handle one of the largest cases, one of the first cases against it back in October. So, give us a little bit of just history of the issue of C8. It is Teflon, but what happened with C8 specifically that sparked these lawsuits?
Well, C8 has been used at a plant, a small plant, actually a huge plant, with a small chemical known as C8 in Parkersburg, West Virginia. The problem is DuPont began using what was a known toxin, C8, to help with the manufacturing of Teflon. The bigger problem began when DuPont saw that when it was testing this chemical, C8, on rats and dogs and monkeys, that these dogs and monkeys and rats were dying and getting all kinds of cancers, and DuPont, instead of stopping the pollution of C8 into the Ohio River, increased the pollution of C8 into the Ohio River and continued to increase the pollution of C8 into the Ohio River all the way up until the year 2000. So the pollution began no later than 1951 directly into the Ohio River and continued well past the year 2000, and people were drinking water that was being recharged through their aquifer, through their home faucets, which was contaminated with C8. And those birds are coming home to roost now, and that's why you're hearing so much about it now, because people are popping up with cancer and all of these other different illnesses.
So for 49 years, DuPont is dumping this chemical that they knew to be toxic to humans and to other animals in the environment. They're pumping it into the Ohio River for 49 years. And now one of the issues that we're learning about is that once they stopped dumping, that wasn't necessarily the end of the toxicity. We have this issue of biopersistence. Explain what biopersistence is and how that relates to this C8 case.
Right, and just so I'm clear, the biopersistence issue is huge. The pollution issue is huge. The pollution started slowing down in 2000, but they actually continued polluting until about 2014, but it peaked in the year 2000. to your question, the reason why the biopersistence issue is huge is so DuPont stopped polluting the river in 2013 and 2014. Yay, right? Well, wrong. The problem is because this chemical is so biopersistent, meaning that it sticks to your blood, it stays in your blood. It is not urinated out. It is not defecated out. It stays there like a burglar in your home that you never invited in. It stays there for up to 25 years. And all of that time, for about 70,000 people in the surrounding communities, all of that time, that chemical is a burglar in your home that could cause cancer, could cause ulcerative colitis, could cause thyroid problems, and that's going to continue on for decades, even though DuPont stopped putting this into the Ohio River a couple of years ago.
So here we are, 2016. So if somebody drank this water with this chemical in it, in 1991, it's still in their body today.
Oh, absolutely. And the point with this chemical is it is so toxic that you measure its presence in the parts per billion and now even in the parts per trillion. It is like a bullet, which is tiny, in a huge theater. So think of it that way. A very toxic, very dangerous little chemical in a huge space. And that's why scientists have to measure it in parts per billion and parts per trillion, because it is so dangerous. And now, folks who have drunk the water along these Ohio River water supply districts, their situation with C8 in their bloodstream is set. They are going to have it for decades to come.
And did DuPont know? I mean, we know that they knew C8 was toxic. Did they know about the biopersistence issue?
Yes, and no later than 1979, 3M, which was the actual manufacturer of C8, which then was sold to DuPont, 3M told DuPont in 1979, no later than 1979, hey, this chemical is biopersistent, which is a buzzword. It's like toxin or carcinogen. It's synonymous with danger. And shortly thereafter, 3M then told DuPont, hey, so we got this biopersistent compound that we're selling to you. Make sure that you don't, that you dispose of it properly, either by incinerating it or sending it to a sealed hazardous waste facility. But by all means, do not discharge it to the surface water. Well, what did DuPont do? They didn't listen to the first two recommendations. They did not incinerate it. They did not treat of it properly in a hazardous waste facility. Instead, they did the exact opposite of what 3M in the instructions to DuPont told them not to do. Don't discharge to surface water. DuPont did exactly that. Over the 1990s, hundreds of thousands of gallons or of pounds of this toxin were dumped into the Ohio River and ultimately made their way into folks' homes all along the West Virginia and Ohio side of the Ohio River.
And so that was actually going to be my next question is, they're dumping this in the Ohio River from Parkersburg, West Virginia. How far did it spread? I mean, where is the danger area? I mean, if they were still dumping this up till 2014, I mean, we're looking at, I guess, probably another 25 years of people still being able to ingest this, are we not?
Oh, yes. And so it's actually in the core area is 6 key water districts that are within about a 15 to 20 mile radius of the Parkersburg plant. But the water from the Ohio River continues downstream from Parkersburg, and it's actually been detected in water supply districts, for instance, in Cincinnati, Ohio. But what has to have been done, and what DuPont ultimately had to do after litigation began, and after the EPA got wind of some documents revealing the extent of the pollution, revealing the extent of the biopersistence, and revealing the extent of the toxicity problem, DuPont had to go out and actually buy carbon filtration systems for these water supply districts. And the sad thing is, Farron, this carbon filtration system has been available for 15 years. So this C8, even if DuPont were to use it, injudiciously use it, it never had to make its way into the water supply districts, but it did, and now these problems are being seen as you might expect they would be.
And, for DuPont, as we've seen with so many other corporations who engage in this kind of behavior, it would have cost a little bit of money up front, like you said, to put in these filters to prevent these problems from happening or to properly dispose of the C8. Instead, they take the easy route to save a few dollars here and there. So hopefully, I mean, the goal here is make sure, you know what, DuPont, you screwed up. You could have paid the money back then, but instead today you're going to pay a lot more money because you're going to kill people. People are going to die. People, I'm sure, probably already have died as a result of the cancers and other problems that arise from C8. And so, DuPont needs to pay up. It'd be even better if we could put some executives in prison for this kind of behavior because, to me, I mean, this is no different necessarily than premeditated murder, I guess, because they knew what it could do. They knew what it would do. They knew it was going to get into people, and they just said to hell with it.
Yeah, it's the sad thing is, and really the happy thing is, however, we're left with the greatest democracy tool there is, and that's a civil jury trial system. Here, you raise an interesting point about a little bit of money could have gone a long way. So Teflon is $1 billion, remains $1 billion portfolio of DuPont and now Chemours, the successor. The operating cost to run the Washington Works plant, which made a whole bunch of different materials, not just Teflon, the operating cost per year were almost $1 billion to incinerate C8 out of existence, to just wipe it out, just put it through a burner, and you don't have anything to discharge that has C8 in it into the Ohio River. That would have cost a little less than $2 million a year to actually operate the system and build the system. DuPont chose not to do that. DuPont made a deliberate decision not to do that and instead use the Ohio River as its toilet. And the problem is that toilet is not being evacuated to a septic system which then properly takes care of whatever's being flushed. Instead, it's making its way into the aquifers, which then make its way into the water supply districts, which then made its way into the glass of water that the mamas and the daddies and the children were all drinking for decades. And now, it's as if they're still drinking it because of this biopersistence issue. It's going to be there for decades to come.
Well, and that's why, people like you, people like Mike Papantonio are out there every day fighting, and we appreciate everything you do, Tim, and thank you for telling us this story today. It's a disgusting story, something we hear far too often when we talk about these massive corporations, but thank you for all your work.
It was my pleasure to have been here. Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, video, and commentary on our website. Just go online to theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Republicans have never shied away from a fight, but all too often progressives are too timid to call out the actions of these Republicans. But the Occupy Democrats are fighting back, and they've found that this is the only way to be successful. The Keystone XL pipeline could still become a reality, and it's all because of bad trade deals. We'll explain why the pipeline fight is far from over. And Hillary Clinton has received more in speaking fees from Wall Street banks than most Americans will make in their lifetimes. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares we're not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Even with President Obama's executive action on gun control last week, gun manufacturers aren't scared one bit. And that's because their stocks are going through the roof. Last year, as a result of the constant mass shootings taking place in America, gun sales began to skyrocket. In the wake of last week's executive order making it slightly more difficult to buy a firearm without a background check, Wall Street speculators have been pumping money into the stocks of gun makers, anticipating a massive spike in sales as a result of President Obama's executive action. As Think Progress has pointed out, this spike in stock buying was completely predictable, as speculators understand that any time talk of gun control comes up, sales of firearms rise, as they also do after many mass shootings in America. But the overall spike in firearm sales may have less to do with actual threats and everything to do with racism in the age of Obama. Since 2008, when Obama won the national election, gun sales went through the roof almost overnight. Republicans began stoking fears that the newly elected president and his fellow liberals in Congress, they were going to start rounding up gun owners to confiscate their firearms. This made the already paranoid base of the Republican Party freak out even more than usual, so they began stockpiling guns to prepare for the coming civil war that the GOP was so eager to convince them was imminent. And the sales only continued to go up as President Obama's years in office went on. As of March of last year, gun manufacturers had pulled in an estimated $9 billion in revenues during Obama's administration. Before Obama took office, analysts for the industry projected that their next few years of revenue they were going to be around $2 billion, slightly more than they saw during the Bush years. But the fear that the Republicans were selling helped to push those numbers up another $7 billion for the gun industry. As we've said before, the gun industry loves tragedy, but they also love fear. If it weren't for the fear being spread by Republican politicians and the conservative media, their industry would have lost out on $7 billion in revenue. So it's no wonder that they continue to support Republican politicians. As long as there's plenty of fear to go around, there will be plenty of dollars to be made for the gun industry. But gun sales weren't the only things that spiked in 2015. According to the numbers, 2015 ranked as the second hottest year on record. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association said that the average temperature in the United States for 2015 was 54.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is only 1.1 degrees lower than the highest average temperatures on record for the year 2012. 2015 marked the 19th straight year that average temperatures in the U.S. surpassed the average temperatures for the 20th century. The temperature spikes were felt all over the United States, from Washington and Oregon all the way down to Florida and up to Maine, signaling that the climate shifts were not the result of localized weather patterns, but instead were the result of a changing atmosphere. The rising temperatures also brought with them a slew of costly adverse weather events, as Reuters points out that there were at least 10 extreme weather events in 2015, which includes floods, storms, and wildfires, that each carried a price tag of over $1 billion. These events don't include the massive droughts that plagued areas of the Southwest and California, and the price tags for those events has yet to be fully calculated. Now here's the big problem. These temperature increases and extreme weather events are no longer considered to be out of the ordinary. They have become the new normal. And as long as the United States and the rest of the world continues to rely primarily on fossil fuels, these extreme conditions are only going to grow more and more intense. And things could get even worse for the environment. TransCanada is suing the U.S. government for blocking the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline. The company argued in their federal court filings that President Obama had overstepped his constitutional powers in putting the brakes on the project. The lawsuit is being brought under the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and the company is seeking $15 billion in damages from the federal government. Now, this move by TransCanada was entirely predictable because when it comes to the energy sector, NAFTA has quite a lot to say, and most of it isn't good news. At the heart of it, NAFTA mandates that member countries cannot discriminate against foreign energy companies. This means that a Canadian energy company like TransCanada is legally allowed the same opportunities as American companies operating inside the United States. Since we've allowed our oil companies to construct pipelines, it would be illegal in most circumstances to deny that same privilege to TransCanada. Furthermore, NAFTA significantly weakens the host government, the United States, ability to restrict a project, even if that project would violate the government's own regulations and standards for the environment. For example, Exxon has been successful in bringing NAFTA challenges to drilling projects that the Canadian government had denied the oil giant. The case is going to be heard under NAFTA's Chapter 11 tribunal system, and the United States has never lost a Chapter 11 case in the past. However, other energy companies have been successful in filing Chapter 11 cases in other NAFTA member countries, including a recent case in Ottawa, Canada, where Exxon and Murphy Oil were awarded a combined $17 million for a project that was denied by the government. Compounding the problems for the United States is the fact that South Dakota recently renewed TransCanada's Keystone XL permit that had expired in 2014, giving the company hope that they're going to be able to continue construction of the pipeline. But all hope for the environment is not yet lost, as NAFTA also has a few built-in mechanisms that could put the final nail in the Keystone XL coffin. The glimmer of hope comes from a provision in NAFTA that created the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. This CEC is tasked with ensuring that environmental concerns are thoroughly examined when dealing with NAFTA. It lays out environmental issues as they would apply to the entire continent and not just the host government's concerns. Now, these broad terms could easily help make Keystone XL a distant memory, as the environmental consequences of a spill from that pipeline could span the continent. Specifically, a leak in the portion of the pipeline that would still pass over the Ogallala Aquifer could poison as much as 25% of America's crops, which are exported throughout North America. The problems with the latest moves from TransCanada all stem from bad trade agreements signed by the United States, and the ones already in place are nothing compared to the massive Trans-Pacific Partnership that President Obama is currently pushing. According to Lori Wallach of Public Citizens Global Trade Watch, the TPP would allow multinational corporations to overstep federal environmental regulations in the name of business, thereby putting the interest of the company ahead of the laws of the governments involved in the agreement. This means that corporations will legally be allowed to ignore existing environmental protections if they interfere with their business as usual. It all comes down to politics and money here. TransCanada has enough cash on hand to handle not only a long legal battle, but also to help persuade the next president of the United States that the pipeline is a great idea. But make no mistake about it, the only people that will benefit from the construction of this pipeline will be the shareholders of TransCanada. And finally, Zaid Jilani, writing for The Intercept, has highlighted one of the main problems that progressives have with Hillary Clinton. According to filings, Hillary Clinton pulled in almost $3 million between 2013 and 2015 for 12 separate speeches given to Wall Street banks. The majority of that money came in 2013, right after she stepped down as Secretary of State. The problem, Jilani points out, is that Clinton made more money talking to banks in 1 year than most Americans will make throughout their entire lives. In fact, she made more money than 3 Americans will make throughout their entire lives. And this came during a time when progressives were raising their voices about the lack of prosecutions against Wall Street for their criminal behavior that destroyed the United States economy. Let's be clear about this. The banks that were paying Hillary Clinton, which included Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, UBS, and Morgan Stanley, have all been fined by the Justice Department for their criminal behavior. And they're all currently being sued in civil courts for their crimes. Hillary Clinton was taking money from companies that were ripping off American consumers. And they made no apologies for it. Nobody in these banks was held accountable for their actions. Nobody ever saw the inside of a prison. They paid a few fines that were worked into their business models to begin with, and they ended up making more money off of their crimes than they did paying in fines. So overall, net profit for these companies that Hillary Clinton is all too willing to go out and speak on their behalf. people committed suicide as a result of being financially ruined by these big banks. And this wasn't like the stock market crash in the 20s and the Great Depression, where you had Wall Street bankers committing suicide after the banks collapsed. These were mom and pop investors who lost their entire life savings because the banks screwed them over intentionally. And the worst part is, these banks continue to do that. Now, I've gotten in a couple arguments in recent months with progressives talking about the fact that Hillary Clinton took all this money from the banks to make speeches. The argument on the other side is that, look, there's nothing wrong with making money, and yeah, she only worked for an hour or 2 hours in these cases and made upwards of, $250,000. It's great work if you can get it. There's nothing wrong with that. And no, you know what? There's nothing wrong with making money. Absolutely not. That's capitalism. That's what you do. You make money. But let me point this out. At a time when American workers are struggling and fighting for a livable minimum wage, a minimum wage that keeps them out of poverty, because right now, working full-time minimum wage, you live in poverty. So at a time when we're fighting to get American workers a small bit of a raise, for Hillary Clinton to make $250,000 an hour from the same banks that are screwing over American workers, yes, there is a problem with that. That's not something that can just be excused, or something that can be overlooked, or something that you can argue, hell, that's capitalism. No, that's bribery. This money was not because they wanted Hillary Clinton to come and just speak, and oh, she's got a big name, let's hire her to speak. This was money that they believed would pay off in the long run when she ran for president, because we all knew it was coming. And that is the problem with Hillary Clinton. If she wants progressives to take her seriously, that money that she made from those banks has to be returned. If not returned to the banks, which would be a horrible idea to begin with, then that money needs to go to charities. It needs to go to struggling American families. That money needs to go to help put food on the table of families who cannot afford to feed their children. Hillary Clinton does not need that money. She doesn't need $3 million from the banks at a time when American workers are struggling to make ends meet, working 2 jobs in some cases, and still living in poverty. That's shameful. The way that American capitalism is working today is shameful and disgraceful, because it's not working. We have too many people struggling just to get by. So yes, I do have a problem with Hillary Clinton making $250,000 an hour when it's coming from a bank that is a known criminal. El Chapo was caught and apprehended last week. Suppose his drug cartel paid you $250,000 to go give a speech about foreign policy. Would that be acceptable to take that money? No. Just like it is not acceptable to take money from organizations that delight in ripping off the American people. And these big banks that she took money from are still being sued in civil courts right now. Attorneys that we have had on this show are working cases against these banks. They know what happened. We have talked about it on this show plenty of times. They knowingly ripped off consumers. They sold them false information in order to steal their life savings. These people's lives were ruined. And with the way the American court system works, most of these retirees who lost their entire pensions, they're not going to get that money back before they die. That's the bottom line. And Hillary Clinton is out there taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from these people. Progressives, Democrats, we can do better. I hate to be so down on Hillary all the time, but unless she gives that money back, in my book, she's not going to get my vote if she is the Democratic nominee. This is pathetic. It's pathetic that we're still having these conversations, folks. We shouldn't have to continue talking about the fact that Wall Street ripped us off. We've been talking about that for 9 years, and nothing's been done. And nothing will change if Hillary Clinton gets into office. Sure, things probably won't get worse if Hillary Clinton is the president. But they're certainly not going to get better. And yes, they will get worse if we have a Republican president. And that's why there really is only one logical choice when it comes down to who to vote for president. There's only one candidate out there talking about the need to rein in these banks, to get some prosecutions going, and to help people put their lives back together. That's not crazy talk. That's not socialist talk. That is common sense. When we have criminals running around stealing money from mom and pop and not putting them in prison just because they're wearing a suit or because they go to work on Wall Street, then something is wrong with this system. And it's not going to get fixed by Hillary Clinton. It's not going to get fixed by a Republican. It may not even get fixed under Bernie Sanders, but you know he's going to try. President Obama has not tried. And his failure to rein in these banks and do what is necessary to hold them accountable is what's causing Hillary Clinton so many problems right now. Because if President Obama and his Justice Department had taken action and put these Wall Street criminals behind bars and stopped their criminal behavior, Hillary Clinton would undoubtedly be the next president of the United States. But President Obama helped to fracture the Democratic Party when he refused to take action. And that's the reality of what's happening today. We have to take it like it is. What he did, he did. It's done. He's got a year left in office, and he's not going to take action. So we need somebody in the White House who will take action against these banks and get things done. Not somebody who's going to go out, work for 1 hour, and get a paycheck for $250,000. Not when too many American families are struggling. That's not how capitalism works, and that's not how American politics work. We need to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
We perpetuate a culture of crime all the way from Wall Street right down to the main street in our hometown.
It's worse than it has been since FDR took control of the problem and said, we can't count on industry taking care of the American labor. They probably have already engaged into some type of criminal cover-up, and the law prohibits the government from even doing anything about it.
Catch America's lawyer Mike Papantonio on YouTube at youtube.com/GoLeftTV. One of the biggest problems that progressives seem to have is that they're overly willing to try to play nice with Republican creeps. But there's a big difference between taking the high road in an argument and just rolling over. And that's what most progressives don't seem to understand. But there is a group out there right now that isn't afraid to throw a few punches when necessary. And that group is Occupy Democrats. Now I'm joined now by the co-founder of that group, Omar Rivero. So, Omar, the Occupy Democrats have found huge success online. I mean, you've got a Facebook page that has well over 2 million likes. You know, you've got a ton of people coming to you guys. You've got a brand new blog out there, which provides great news. So I guess the question I have to kick things off here is, how exactly did the Occupy Democrats end up getting started?
Well, I was actually, first I did my MBA in Europe, and then I worked for an investment bank in Colombia. And when I decided to quit my job and come back to the United States, and I decided to go check out Zuccotti Park. And I spoke to some of the folks there. Some of them were Tea Party on the right. Not everybody in the Occupy Wall Street movement was really on the left, and some were very critical of the Obama administration. So there was several different splinter groups from Occupy Wall Street. There was Occupy Chase, there was all kinds of different Occupy groups. So I figured, maybe there should be a Facebook page for folks who support President Obama and the Democratic Party and the Occupy movement. So I decided to start a Facebook page, got like 600 likes on the first day, and that's when I knew that's what I wanted to do with the rest of my life.
and so this group kind of grew out of, I don't necessarily want to say the anger that Occupy Wall Street had, but more of, I guess, the power that Occupy Wall Street brought in there. And it gave power, again, to people. It showed that when you stand up, when you believe in something, when you get out there and get active, you can, make a difference. And unfortunately, a lot of politicians weren't exactly listening to what the people had to say, but the people were. And I think that, helps contribute to the success of Occupy Wall Street and Occupy Democrats. And so your group is more of not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily even call it an offshoot. I would say it's more of an evolution. You can't stay in Zuccotti Park forever. And so you've moved on to almost a more powerful medium where you have a much bigger audience. And so, in the years since Occupy Wall Street up to today, what kind of projects have you been working on through the group?
Well, Occupy Democrats was just ranked as the most influential progressive Facebook page of the year 2015, beating out Upworthy in second place with nearly double their numbers. So that's definitely our main project. We also have a page called Raise the Minimum Wage, which supports a $15 minimum wage, along with the SEIU and Bernie Sanders, etc. We do economic messaging, trying to explain to folks why raising the minimum wage is not only the fair and the right thing to do, but it's also the best thing for the economy as a whole. So the 1% and the job creators should support it as well, because we live in a demand-based economy, and when folks don't have enough money to spend, or folks don't make enough money to buy, necessities and goods and items, the whole economy suffers as a whole. And we also have feminist news. We just launched it about maybe 5 months ago, and it has over 200,000 likes now. It's a page dedicated to women's rights and women's issues. We have a couple of projects in the pipeline. We have Demócratas Latinos, so we're going to basically translate our website and try to capture some of the growing Hispanic audience, which is a very important voter demographic. Every election, they get more and more important. So those are the projects that we have on the pipeline. But basically, we're mostly focused on continuing to grow Occupy Democrats and continuing to dominate the narrative and fight back against the Tea Party and the Republican obstructionists in Congress.
So it sounds kind of ironic, but you're doing the exact opposite of everything the Republicans are doing. They're trying to shut the door on women. They're shutting the door on Hispanics, and certainly none of them want to increase the minimum wage. In fact, most of the Republicans running for president right now want to completely do away with it. And so as we get closer and closer to this upcoming election, and we've only got a couple weeks now until the Iowa caucus, what kind of projects are you really going to be hitting on? Because this is going to be a contentious election. I mean, the primaries have already been very, up and down. We've seen kind of two factions emerge even within the Democratic Party. So what projects are you going to be working on to try to, kind of bring that back together, I guess?
Well, in the 2014 election, we had the Get Out the Vote campaign. It's called the Vote Campaign, and it was a profile picture campaign, and we got all the large Facebook pages, Think Progress, MoveOn.org, US Uncut, other 98%, basically like the 10 biggest pages, to change their profile picture to a blue vote. So I mean, that's one campaign that we're working on. But basically, we're just going to continue to call out Republicans and fight back. One thing about Occupy Democrats is that we don't play nice with Republicans. They do everything that they can to make sure that gays, before they couldn't get married, so that women don't have female reproductive rights. That we don't raise the minimum wage. So they're keeping our workers in poverty. They're questioning when President Obama first got elected, they were questioning whether he was born in Kenya. So basically, we try to dispel all of their talking points, and we call them out, and we don't play nice with them. So that's what we're going to work on.
And that's one thing that we absolutely love about the Occupy Democrats is that you're not out there playing nice. The Republicans will never play nice. I mean, they have people, obviously we're not getting as vitriolic as Ann Coulter out there, but they do have people like that they keep in the shadows and bring them out whenever they feel overly threatened. I mean, Donald Trump is bringing her out right now to jump on this Ted Cruz birther bandwagon. And so it is important, and I think a lot of progressives miss this in their whole quest, we've got to play nice. You do have to get angry sometimes. You have to get mad. You have to fight fire with fire. We got a lot of progressives that want to show up with a knife to a gunfight. Metaphorically speaking, God forbid, with all the trouble we have with guns right now, probably a horrible metaphor for me to use. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's good to be tough. We need fighters out there, and that's why I think the Occupy Democrats is really starting to resonate a lot with people. Especially, I mean, you seem to have a lot of young people, young voters, who are very interested in this group. Am I right?
Well, to be honest, our biggest age bracket is age 50. We have a lot of older folks, older folks who I guess a lot of them grew up, during the Great Depression. Some of them, shortly after, and they appreciate the need for certain government programs such as Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. sometimes I feel like the younger voters, they don't really value these things as much, and we try to keep the level of intellect on Occupy Democrats high. I studied industrial labor relations at Cornell, so I'm kind of a labor buff. But one thing that we do is, we're not afraid to fight fire with fire. So, if Donald Trump is saying bigoted things, we call him a bigot. If he's being a xenophobe or a racist, we call him a racist and a xenophobe. And that really draws people to our page, because you have folks like CNN, and you guys do the same thing on Ring of Fire, which I love about you guys. But that's something that really drives people to our page. For example, CNN would say, Republicans voted to defund the food stamp program, or to cut funding for the food stamp program. We would say Republicans just voted to leave seniors, veterans, and children hungry without food in their stomachs tonight. So it's basically saying the exact same thing and taking it to its logical conclusion. But we don't have a corporate board. There's no man upstairs. My twin brother and I founded Occupy Democrats, so we have freedom to say whatever we want to say. And quite honestly, we enjoy it very much. We love getting our hands dirty and fighting back against Republicans, because although we were born in Mexico, but we feel like America has given us everything. I mean, I had a great education. My twin brother had a great education. We love this country. We want to make sure that the American dream and my story continues for other folks coming behind us. And we don't climb the ladder and then kick it down, which is exactly what Republicans are doing. So we want to make sure that everybody has a fair shot at the American dream.
Omar, it's phenomenal work that you and your brother are doing. We appreciate everything you do. Stay out there, and let's continue checking in as we get closer to this election, because all the work that you're doing, the work that we're doing, and the work that other progressives are doing, it all ties together. And, if we can all band together and keep this thing going, we can absolutely pull off some major victories in 2016. So thank you very much for talking with us today. We will be checking back in with you in just a few weeks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us. Keep up the good fight.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
To help support Occupy Democrats, you can go online to OccupyDemocrats.com. And that's all the time we have for tonight. But you can get more news, commentary, and videos on our website. Just go online to theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. With 2016 underway, Republicans in Congress have made it clear that the only item on their agenda is to obstruct the plans of President Obama. But with all the House seats up for re-election this year, is this really the best strategy for the party? This year's election is going to be determined by the number of young voters who show up to the polls. So how do we get youth engagement to reach new highs? We'll bring you some answers later in the program. And it's time for Debbie Wasserman Schultz to step down from her leadership position within the Democratic Party. We'll explain why in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever, and I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Donald Trump is running scared right now. Even though he still holds the title of being the GOP frontrunner, his campaign's tactics are telling us that he's clearly growing concerned about the rise of Ted Cruz. In the last few days, Donald has been raising the issue of Cruz's eligibility to even run for president, claiming that he may actually be Canadian and therefore not an American citizen. While it's true that Cruz was born in Canada to an American mother, he has always held dual citizenship until winning his U.S. Senate seat, at which point he renounced his Canadian citizenship. But Trump isn't letting the facts get in the way of a good talking point, and he told the Washington Post last week that Cruz's citizenship issue is going to be a major campaign hurdle for Ted Cruz. And to be perfectly honest, Donald Trump is right about that. Because the Republican Party has spent years trying to convince American voters that President Obama was not actually an American citizen, and Trump himself was one of the leading wackos demanding to see President Obama's birth certificate. Even though the president had already released the long-form birth certificate, many Republicans simply countered by saying that the whole thing was just forged, maybe he's still not an American citizen. So it could very well become a campaign issue for Ted Cruz, but only because the Republicans have been so relentlessly stupid in their quest to prove that President Obama isn't a citizen. Already, we're beginning to see other right-wing crazies jump into the fight, with Ann Coulter telling us that Ted Cruz is not an American citizen and shouldn't even be allowed to run for president. Cruz himself responded to these claims by tweeting out a video of the Fonz from Happy Days jumping the shark, which I actually think is a pretty good metaphor here. The takeaway is that Donald Trump is clearly becoming desperate to derail the growing popularity of Ted Cruz. The question that the Republican Party needs to answer for themselves now is, which candidate would you rather have representing your party in 2016, Trump or Cruz? If they had any sense, they'd actually pick none of the above. And speaking of Republicans completely lacking any sense, for years the Republican Party's been telling us that the welfare system in America is helping to make people lazy, making them too dependent on the federal government. If this is true, then a new report has some horrible news to deliver to the Republicans. As it turns out, red states are far more likely to depend on federal welfare than blue states, and they're also more likely to have a higher percentage of poor people in their states. A new report from the Tax Foundation shows that two of the most conservative states in America, Louisiana and Mississippi, rank in the top 3 recipients of federal handouts. The report says that of the revenue brought in by these states each year, with about 42% of Louisiana's total state revenue coming from the federal government and almost 43% of Mississippi's yearly revenue coming from the feds. The remainder of that revenue is what the state brings in via taxes and commerce and other sources of revenue, and that's not a reflection of the workers in the state, but a reflection of the failed conservative principles that govern these states. Both Louisiana and Mississippi are run by backwards-thinking Republican governors who feel like it's their job to cut benefits for the needy while at the same time handing out welfare to wealthy corporations. Both states have also allowed the energy industry to operate with very few limitations in their states, further reducing the health of the overall state. Overall, the study shows that conservative states are far more likely to depend on the federal government to shore up their budget shortfalls, which is one of the greatest ironies in American politics. Republicans love to tell us that welfare recipients are lazy and they're shiftless, and that an individual's success or failure is the sole responsibility of that individual. But they are actually the ones who depend the most on government handouts. The bottom line is that conservative policies always fail. The last good idea from a Republican politician ironically came from Richard Nixon when he took the initiative to create the EPA. And then after that, for both Nixon and the GOP, everything fell apart. And while we're talking about things falling apart, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the chair of the Democratic National Committee, is having a really bad 2016. In the early days of this year, progressives from all over the country have been raising their collective voices calling for Schultz's ouster, mainly due to the fact that she's clearly causing harm to the Democratic Party races in an effort to better aid Hillary Clinton's chances of winning the nomination. If you don't buy into that idea that Wasserman Schultz is rigging the system for Hillary, then there are still plenty of other reasons to think that it's past time for her to go. Just last week, Debbie Wasserman Schultz told the New York Times that she opposes the legalization of marijuana. And you know what? That's fine. Everyone's entitled to have their own opinions on the issues. The problem with her beliefs is that she's basing them on outdated and incorrect talking points. For example, she told the Times that marijuana is a gateway drug that leads users to harder drugs down the line. Statistics actually tell us that this is not the case, and marijuana users do not have a higher drug abuse rate than regular consumers of either alcohol or tobacco or anything else. She also insisted that we have a huge increase in the amount of drug abuse in this country, particularly marijuana. Again, not true. In states where full legalization has passed, marijuana usage has actually declined. And in many other areas where it's still illegal, usage is also going down. What is rising, though, is the number of alcohol-related deaths and alcohol abuse, where we have about 10% of Americans between the ages of 20 and 64 who die from alcohol-related causes. But Wasserman Schultz has no problem with alcohol being readily available, and a new report by The Intercept helps explain why. It turns out that the beer, wine, and liquor industries rank as Wasserman Schultz's 5th largest campaign contributors to her re-election campaign, and she's received more than $18,000 from these industries combined. So her objection to legalizing marijuana has absolutely nothing to do with those idiotic talking points that she's spewing out, and everything to do with her donor industries fearing a decline in their revenue if marijuana becomes legalized in more areas. We've always known that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is little more than a corporate Democrat, basically a Republican in Democrats' clothing. But this latest stunt crosses a line here. States that have legalized marijuana are seeing their economies soar, usage decline, and providing a more effective medical treatment for thousands of American citizens. But Wasserman Schultz, she's willing to put the well-being of both the economy and the lives of cancer and seizure patients on the line in order to pay back an industry that gave her a few $1,000s. This is absolutely pathetic. And now I'm joining in that chorus of voices calling for Schultz's resignation, because this has become beyond absurd now. Her presence is going to destroy the Democratic Party, because she's absolutely no different from the Republicans. She puts the wants of corporations ahead of the needs of the people, and that was the only thing that separated the two parties. Wasserman Schultz is one of the worst leaders that the Democratic Party has had, at least in my lifetime, and she's taking the party down a dark and dangerous path. And the worst part is that there's absolutely no reason to have a pro-corporate, anti-consumer chairperson at the DNC. There are many honest, hardworking, compassionate people within the Democratic Party that could take over the post and put the party back on the right track. Elizabeth Warren, Sheldon Whitehouse, Sherrod Brown, Keith Ellison, just to name a few. But those are people who could steer the Democrats in the right direction. Wasserman Schultz is not the leader that we need, especially as we head into a major election. And her leadership is going to cost the Democratic Party dearly this year. Republicans in Washington kicked off this new year by announcing that they would not be working to make the country better, but instead they're going to keep working to stop President Obama from being able to do anything during his final year in office. This is actually how the Republicans have operated since the first day Obama came into office, and I have Michael Berg with me now to tell us what we can expect from the Republicans in 2016. Michael, the Republicans, they started 2016 pretty much the same way they start every single year, which is saying, look, we're not really going to accomplish anything concrete or anything material. What we're going to do is we're going to devote this next year, these next 12 months, to making sure that President Obama basically looks as stupid as we can make him look. It hasn't worked out very well for the Republicans for the last 7 years. I don't imagine it making them look any better this year. I mean, what's your take on this?
Well, I think first of all we have to remember right now the Republican Party is the party of nothing. They really are. They're in disarray. If you look at the presidential candidates, they're all over the map, from isolationists to going out and dropping bombs everywhere they can find them. You've got Ryan, who said he's going to be a different kind of a leader. He's not. He's back where they were in the beginning, going to fight Obamacare again, trying to basically figure out how they're going to deal with the people who want to just tear down the government. People out here have to understand that these right wingers, and I mean whether it's Cruz or whether it's any of the candidates or the people in the Senate or the House, the reality is what they want to do, what the Tea Party wants to do, what the Koch brothers want to do, is they want to have no government. They want a government that's controlled by corporations with no government. And what that means, so everyone out there understands, it means you're going to have no fix of our infrastructure. So our roads and our bridges are going to continue to fall down. You're going to have no police protection. I mean, we're seeing a lot of things, a lot of signs of what happens when you're in a deadlock like we've had, with the Republicans just saying no. We're not getting to those things we need to really, and I hate to quote Donald Trump, but to make America great again. We need to have funding of programs that matter. Not try to get, we're back on abortion. Abortion's been an issue that they've been fighting forever. And maybe it's a difficult issue, but the Supreme Court's ruled on it. You know, let's move on to try to make sure that we're in the economy and we're in the world in 2016.
Well, you know, what's interesting, you brought up the infrastructure issue, which is a huge issue that too few are paying attention to. But when you take something like infrastructure, this is a nonpartisan, common sense issue. I mean, it takes a real, special kind of brain, I guess, to not think that we should fix our bridges because they're collapsing and killing people. And that's the problem, is that the Republicans can't even agree to work on nonpartisan issues. They want to make everything, strict party lines. And Obamacare, as you pointed out earlier as well, is the prime example. This past week brought us the 57th time that the repeal of Obamacare was brought up for a vote, and not once has any Republican been able to offer a concrete idea as to why they oppose it. They only oppose it because President Obama and the Democrats wanted it. There's no, look, this should be a really great piece of legislation for the Republicans. It gives a ton of money to the insurance industries, a ton of money to the pharmaceutical industries. Those are two of the top donors to Republicans, and they love the plan. So the Republicans are working against their own self-interest when they say they want to take it away.
It really is sad, because you're absolutely correct that there is no, truthfully, most of us would rather have a single payer plan or something that's more widespread to take care of the most needy people in the country. The plan that's out there is definitely a boondoggle, and it's good for the insurance companies, it's good for the pharmaceutical companies, and when you look at it, they really don't have any real argument as to what's wrong with it. They're just grasping at straws. The other problem that people have to understand, and we need to get the Republicans out. Let's get them out of Congress. Let's get them out of the Senate. Let's rally progressives or even conservatives, Republican moderates. Get these people out of office, because look at the problems we're having right now. We have flooding in January. Never seen that before. Massive floods that normally we see, if we're going to see flooding, is going to be in the springtime when things thaw out. Now we have these floods that are devastating. Billions and billions of dollars are going to go for relief of the people who are being left homeless, and no one's really talking about how we're going to try to have a fix as best we can to what's going on with regard to the climate change. They're continuing to dig in. They're back in the 1960s talking about abortion. They're back in what they've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years, talking about Obamacare. Let's move on. We've got lots of problems in this world that need to be fixed, and they're the party of doing nothing. And so, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat, whether you're an independent, let's get these Republicans out of office so that the Democrats, maybe they won't do any better, but my position is, let's get somebody who's going to try to do something. We need to balance the budget. I think, the Clinton administration's the last administration we had that balanced the buttons. How did we get out of the balance? Bush. We had wars we didn't pay for. We went out and on a limb and did all kinds of messing up the Mideast. And they want to talk about Benghazi. They don't want to talk about Iraq. It's all about sound bites, and it's all about money.
I think what's important to point out to the viewers, to the American public in general, is that it's not just the Koch brothers pouring in $1 billion this year, buying all these people. Some of these industries give as little as $5,000 or $10,000 to a candidate, and that is enough to buy their loyalty completely, for that politician to turn on their, 100,000 constituents back home. $5,000 is enough.
It's unbelievable. One of the issues we have here in Colorado and across the nation is construction defects. We represent people whose homes are built poorly, they fall down, they crack, they roll into the side of the mountain, they have soils problems, and there is a move afoot. And then they're doing it in every state legislature, in every municipality, to stop homeowners. Everyone out there is a homeowner. They're trying to stop you to have the right to sue your contractor. Get out. Network. Stand up and start screaming, we're not going to take it anymore. They're taking away your most valuable asset, what you spent your whole life earning, your home, and they are now going out there and saying, oh, we need to build affordable housing. We can't have lawsuits against contractors who aren't building your homes right. This is what's going on in America, and you have to stand up, and you have to start screaming. I'm sorry if I'm screaming, but you have to start screaming, we're not going to do it anymore. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to use our vote. Forget about all the money, because what these congressmen, what these state legislators want is they want to get into office so they control the purse strings. They can get all that money to come into them, and quite frankly, many of them end up putting some of that money aside. They're not going to run anymore, and they use it for their own influence when they get out of politics. Let's stop this now, and if we don't, I think America's in real deep trouble between our infrastructure, between what's going on with climate change, in terms of the corporate takeover of the entire country, where the corporations are running the government. This is a time for us all to get together, whether you're a Tea Party, whether you're libertarian, whether you're a socialist on the other side. We all need to get together and we just say, we're not going to do it anymore. We're going to get rid of these people, and we're going to try to make them really look at what the real issues are. Because right now, we're the laughingstock of the world.
This year's election, the House, control of the Senate, and the White House are all, control of all three of those up for grabs. And if people don't get out there and vote, I think it's pretty obvious which way all three of them are going to swing. Michael Berg, thank you for telling us this story. We got to stay on it. We've got to stop the obstruction, and we've got to get people energized and out there ready to vote. So thank you very much for everything that you do.
Well, thank you, Farron. I appreciate being on. It's for our children and our grandchildren.
Young voters are going to make up the largest voting demographic in this year's elections. But getting this group to vote is no easy task. When it comes to college-age students, the task becomes even more difficult. But there are several groups out there that are making a very big difference, and they've been hugely successful in getting young voters energized and engaged. And I'm joined now by Paul Loeb to tell us what's in store for 2016. Paul's the author of the book, The Impossible Will Take a Little While. So, Paul, the young voters right now, we've got about 20 million voters, college age. It's typically very hard to get this demographic out to the polls, not necessarily get them interested in politics, but to actually get them out to the polls. The Campus Election Engagement Project is working to change that. Been very successful so far. Give us a rundown of what's in store for 2016.
Sure, be delighted. No, I think it is. I mean, there's 20 million students that, roughly speaking, at any given time, and it's a huge part of the electorate. But I think part of the challenge is that, well, it's twofold. One is that they face a lot of structural challenges. A lot of new laws have gone in that just make it much more difficult to vote. Some of which, specifically make it more difficult for students. And then there's also kind of a cynicism, I think, that just sort of says, we had some hope 8 years ago, or the generation that was around voting at that point had all these sort of exaggerated hopes, and the world's kind of in a mess, and here we are with debt and working 3 jobs, and is any of this going to matter? And so to me, part of the challenge is to be able to get students to say, let's recognize that voting, by itself is not going to change everything. There's other ways to act as an engaged citizen. It's what I write about my book, Soul of a Citizen, we talked about lots of times. But it's also really important because we are electing people who are making decisions that affect all of us. Certainly affects students. I mean, it's everything from climate change to the cost of higher education to the structure student debt to all the issues that are out there. And so the question really is can you overcome the barriers and create a context where students feel like not just sort of an abstracted civic duty, because I'm not sure that goes that far, but that this is a valuable tool in a toolbox of change for whatever the values that they happen to be, wherever their particular politics are. And of course, if you take a group of 20,000 people, their values are going to differ significantly, but the importance of their participating in voting, I think, is something that cuts across all political lines.
And I think something that's interesting right now too about this, this young generation of voters that we're trying to energize here, is that the issues that they will end up facing throughout their lives are going to be slightly different than generations before. I mean, this is a generation that is going to have to address an issue like climate change. The student loan debt crisis that's happening right now is directly affecting these students. So I think they have a lot of issues on the table that really affect their lives and will continue to affect their lives. Infrastructure right now is a huge issue that needs to be fixed. And so, I mean, these, I don't want to refer to them as kids, but these students, they have a lot at stake here. And I think they need to understand that they can have the power, they can enact this change themselves. It doesn't matter which side you're on.
Right.
Get in the habit of voting.
Right, and I think to address that, part of what we have to do is to sort of say, if you take problems that are perceived as individual problems, and then you recognize that they're common problems, so that they are made by common political choices to allocate money to financial aid, support higher education, whatever it happens to be. And people can, again, debate out the policies and what makes sense, but it's the link that they affect folks. And then it's also the link that they actually can do something about it. And so one of the challenges, going back to the campus election engagement project, I started in 2008, and it became very clear, there's a lot of interest in young people in the election. It became very clear to me that there was a lot that schools could do institutionally to engage them, but that they really weren't doing anything. I mean, there was actually a federal law that requires them to make a, quote, good faith efforts to register voters, but that usually meant throw out some half dozen forms on a table and say, okay, we've done that, that takes care of it. And what I was trying to say is, could you really take responsibility? And so I ended up talking with some of the higher education groups, trying to get them to take the lead. They just, for whatever reason, they weren't. And I just ended up jumping in myself, saying, okay, well, let me see what I can do. We work a lot with a network called Campus Compact that does service learning efforts in the various states. So hooking up student projects with community projects. And so this seemed kind of a natural for them. And we ended up working primarily, though not exclusively, through their state networks. And what was interesting is that originally we didn't have any idea whether the schools were going to respond or not. But they actually did, and they were quite enthusiastic. I mean, usually it took a while to get for the right person, and people in any large bureaucracy kind of pass the buck. But eventually you get to some folks, and they say, sure, these are things that seem to make sense. I mean, could we register students to vote when we're doing first-year orientation? We would give them some models from some other schools. And they said, well, that's not so hard. That seems doable. Could we hold debate watch parties? Could we, if there's an off-campus polling place, could we put up shuttles to the polls? Could we, if it's a residential campus, let the student groups into the dorms to register votes? Lots and lots of mostly pretty commonsensical approaches. And those are the ones we've sort of pursued to try and navigate sort of the practical barriers. And then what we do for the what I call the more psychological barriers, where students say, oh, it's just everybody's the same. They're all corrupt. They're all lying, they're all spinning, they all have handlers. You really can't tell what anybody's saying if it's valid or not. And I kept running into that again and again and again. So we created these nonpartisan candidate guides. And what they did, they just had a checklist of issues. We just went down, here's education issues, here's immigrant rights, here's abortion politics, here's tax policy, here's foreign policy, marijuana, whatever the issues are. We just put them all in the list. And we're asking the schools to distribute them. It really had to be fair. I mean, they're not going to distribute a slant deck. And we're really proud that this is in 2014 in Wisconsin. Highly polarized. Scott Walker reelection. We're showing them to the young Republicans, and we're showing them to the young Democrats, and both saying, "Yeah, that's accurate. That's what our person believes." And so they differed radically on their candidates, on their values, but they both agreed that we had a sort of fair representation. And when we distributed them and had the schools distribute them, they email them out, or they put them in people's mailboxes, or blow up on large posters. What they've said, and the students have said to me, is this helps us see through all the kind of clutter, all the spin, to where they're actually standing. And originally I thought it would help students make up their mind. I agree with candidate A on this issue, I agree with candidate B on this issue, but in fact it turned out to really make a difference in helping them vote as well, because, as one of them said, this way I know that I'm not voting for the wrong person, I'm voting for somebody who, more or less aligns with what I believe. And so I think that was a really useful addition to sort of the kind of dialogue that we're trying to create on campus.
And we only have a few seconds left. How can people support this project? Where can they go?
So it's Campus Elect, CAMPU, like campus.elect.org, or just Campus Election Engagement Project, punching into Google, and they can see our resources to download, and they can help financially, which we love supporting our wonderful young, energetic state staffers. That's what makes it all run. And, it's an investment in democracy.
Paul Loeb, author, Impossible Will Take a Little While, Soul of a Citizen. Great talking with you, and we will certainly check back in with you in a few weeks, and we will stay on this topic all year long. Huge issue. Thank you for talking with us today.
I look forward to it.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary on our website. Just go online to theringoffire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and tonight we're going to be looking at the racial divide in America, focusing on the lawlessness that white citizens are able to get away with, and the gross injustices being suffered by people of color at the hands of police officers. That's what's coming up. You just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
News outlets have been buzzing this week as armed right-wing terrorists took over a federal wildlife building in Oregon, while the federal government greeted the situation with a fairly large yawn. At the same time as the occupation, a special prosecutor in Cleveland announced that the police officer who shot and killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice would not be facing criminal charges. There are two separate justice systems in America, and I have political commentator Chauncey DeVega with me now to tell us why this is. So Chauncey, earlier in this week, I pointed out, and I still believe this is absolutely correct, that if the terrorists, is what they are, in Oregon, had a skin tone that was a shade not milky white, they would already be so riddled with bullet holes that you wouldn't even be able to identify the bodies. Now, it kind of caught a little bit of heat for that, but I still stand by the fact that I firmly believe that that is what would have happened had these been black people, Muslims, anything other than white people. We would have been looking at an absolute massacre on the news instead of just a bunch of white guys holed up in a federal building.
Yeah, white ISIS would have been immolated and ventilated. And I think that the fact that you have folks, and I don't know if they're just delusional or in denial, who would argue the obvious opposite, who would actually say, well, you know what, this isn't about race. You can just look at the media framing. If you go online, and I've done this and others have done it at Salon and elsewhere, my own site, ChaunceyDeVega.com, just look at some of the titles. Armed protesters, peaceful protesters, occupiers. If they were black or brown, they would have been called terrorists, they would have been called militants, and they would have been called radicals. And just think about what's going on in that small town in Oregon. They've actually shut down the schools. People are afraid to go outside. The FBI and the Sheriff's Department are finally starting to corral these characters and try to isolate them and cut off their supplies. But if they were Muslim and black and it put a majority white city under siege, they would be dead.
And, it's very interesting because we're looking at a situation, things like this have happened in the United States in recent history. The most recent one, obviously, being the little Bundy Ranch saga, which, Bundy's sons are now up there in Oregon with these people. And again, we had white people pointing AK-47s, the infamous picture of that guy on the bridge pointing that assault rifle at federal agents. That alone, even without pulling the trigger, is a federal crime. Now, there was not a single prosecution. Nobody that occupied the Bundy Ranch went to jail ever for anything they did there, at least. And so we contrast that with what is happening in Cleveland this past week, where we actually did have peaceful, unarmed protesters who were angry about the fact that police officers killed a 12-year-old child for having a BB gun in his hand, only because he was black. If Tamir Rice had been a white child, he would be in school right now. That's the difference in the justice systems in America. Police officers, if it's a black person, it's shoot first, no accountability later. White people, it's all right, well, hold up, let's try to figure something out. I know they've got guns, so let's just, talk it out. I honestly, sometimes you don't even recognize this country when you see things like this happening.
Well, we had a case, I believe it was down in Texas or Alabama or New Orleans, somewhere in the South. You actually had two black cops who acted irresponsibly and killed a white child, and they were arrested and put in jail, which is exactly what should have happened in Cleveland. And I wrote a piece that went viral about 350,000 shares at least online, and it basically pointed out the obvious. There's a cartoon that contrasts an NRA member who's a quote-unquote militia member or patriot, that's how the media would frame him, with Tamir Rice, or a young black child with a toy gun who'd be described as a thug. And I was thinking about this yesterday. I was on Tom Hartman, and we were going back and forth about this, and I said, we have this moment of Black Lives Matter, but when you have these moments with Bundy's brigands, which is what they are, they're a bunch of welfare cheats who want to steal public land and not pay taxes, it really makes me think about another slogan, White Lives Matter. Because when white conservatives, because if they were liberals or progressives like Occupy Wall Street, they would have been shot dead, at the very least, or put in jail. But if you're a white conservative with a gun who's engaged in cowboy cosplay, it becomes White Lives Matter, then you immediately have to de-escalate the situation. But if it's a 12-year-old black child, or a man selling loose cigarettes, or a black person sleeping in their car, the police officer is immediately in fear of their life, and of course should be given broad latitude to kill somebody. It's perverse and it's a moral abomination.
Well, especially in the case of Tamir Rice, the police officers rolled their vehicle up, just a few feet away from him, stepped out of the car, shot.
Yep.
No words were spoken. We've all seen the video, and that's what's the most damning thing here about the Tamir Rice situation is that the prosecutor, the special prosecutor in this case before the grand jury, absolutely could have secured a conviction or at least a trial in as quickly as that officer pulled the trigger. He could have shown the video and said, well, this video speaks for itself. Instead, the special prosecutor obviously had an agenda to push, and that's why there's no prosecution. These police officers are going to continue their jobs. Sure, maybe they'll get transferred to another state or somewhere else where they're not so recognizable, but it's going to happen again, just like with the original Bundy Ranch. No accountability, no federal involvement to speak of, and so they go and they do it again, and they escalate this time. Now they've actually taken the federal building. When you see things like this happen, what could the government do right now with these terrorists up in Oregon?
Well, they should enforce the law, number one. So these terrorists actually do meet the legal definition of terrorism. They've taken a federal building and they're threatening to use force. They recorded martyrdom videos. Imagine if a Muslim brother or an African-American brother, even a Latino or a First Nations brother or sister recorded a martyrdom video against the federal government telling them, if you come here, we'll kill you and we're prepared to die. So it's the very definition of both terrorism and insurrection. What they should do is surround them, starve them out, use the same drones they used to spy on the protesters in Ferguson and in Baltimore, keep them under control. And the sheriff apparently came out just a few hours ago, and I couldn't believe this. And he said, well, if they surrender, maybe we can work this out. They'll face some charges, but if they just surrender, it'll be okay. I'd love to see that reaction, especially thinking about Fox News. If these are black or brown folks occupying a city or a town, I don't care if it's 10 people or 1,000, it would be 24/7 news coverage. As of now, they're quiet as a church mouse.
Well, and what's interesting, too, is that for 48 straight hours, we're seeing stories where the police officers say, okay, well, we're going to cut the power. We're going to cut the power. Cut the damn power. Get them out of there. Do what you have to do. I mean, if the power company is watching the news, maybe they should just say, you know what, I'm just accidentally going to flip this switch. I mean, this, to me, is appeasement. I mean, we're doing everything that they want to do, and the government is not demanding anything from them. They're letting them go about with their little insurrection. They know that they're armed to the hilt, but my God, aren't the National Guard armed? Isn't the Army armed? We don't have to kill anybody. We don't have to fire a single shot. But that threat of force, you know, I don't know why they're not doing more about this. I mean, we should send them a message and say, look, you guys have about 1 hour to get out of that building, or else when you do get out, you're on a one-way plane down to Guantanamo with the other suspected terrorists. And these guys would actually be terrorists at that point.
Well, there's a whole lot going on here that we have to be careful with, too. Number one, these folks are a creation, and they're coddled and encouraged by the right-wing corporate media. So they're called patriots or a militia. They're neither patriots nor militia. They're terrorists and they're insurrectionists. The other real deep angle we really need to, and some folks have done some good writing on this, is there's a clear causal arrow here with this escalation in right-wing domestic terrorism and the conclusion with an event like Waco or the Oklahoma City bombing, right? So we know how this could very easily end up. And again, you have the deep pockets. A lot of these folks really are enamored with this old-fashioned manifest destiny cowboy vision where they want to take public land, give it to private interests like the Koch brothers so they can then go and exploit all the resources. And that's the real deeper game here. They can call it patriotism or they can call it malicious stuff. It's really about stealing public land so they can give it to private corporations.
And what's interesting, too, is that we finally have some Republican presidential candidates come out saying, okay, you guys need to surrender. But when we look at it, when we're talking about causation here, the language that these Republican candidates use, the language that Fox News uses and Alex Jones and Glenn Beck, that language spurs these people on. In the age of Obama, we have seen the rise of these militia groups. Their numbers have absolutely skyrocketed after plummeting during the George W. Bush presidency. This is a racial issue. They are doing this not because they are patriotic, not because they, have real disputes over land. This does have to do directly with the language being used by Republican candidates and the media, and the fact that we have a black president right now. I mean, there is absolutely a link between all of those, and the media is not talking about any of that right now.
No, they're not. I mean, there's an interview with one of Bundy's brigands. I don't know which of the two sons it is. And it really is madness filtered through stupidity. But he's recycling this understanding of the Constitution that's right out of Glenn Beck. The idea that sheriffs have ultimate authority and that, the federal government doesn't have any control of the area and that these public lands belong to these cowboys and that they're under, quote-unquote, a tyrannical government that's telling them that they must protect a wildlife reserve. This is really, really scary stuff, and as we've said repeatedly here on Ring of Fire, and I've written about elsewhere, Salon, SeansVega.com, Alternet, the right-wing media has weaponized its public. And then when they act out, when they kill somebody, when they plant bombs, when they threaten to kill folk, then they stand back and say, oh my God, how did this happen? Bundy's brigands are a creation of the right-wing conspiranoid Fox News, Alex Jones hate machine.
And, the biggest issue is that this isn't necessarily going to go away. When these people eventually do surrender, which is probably the only outcome here, I don't think we're going to see any real action from the government or the local authorities there to force them out. I think it's going to be these people coming out and they finally do surrender. That's not going to solve the overall problem, because we're still going to have people like Donald Trump out there telling us that immigrants are an enemy, black people are the enemy, Muslims are the enemy. And until we fix the language, we fix the media, things like this are only going to continue to escalate, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a function of our political moment. You have scared, anxious, anxious, and just nervous folk out there because their life chances are diminishing. But this right-wing malicious stuff, this goes all the way back, certainly to the 70s, probably the 80s, reaching its apex, and now it's resurgent. But again, you don't have the corporate actors, you don't have the Republican candidates, you don't have the folks who created this machine taking any personal responsibility. And they love that word, personal responsibility. And again, going back to the obvious contrast, if these folks were black or brown, if they were Muslims, they would be called terrorists, militants, or thugs, and they'd likely be dead. But if you're white, as I said before, and Tom Hartman last night, it's the complexion for the protection. But not all white brothers and sisters, only conservatives. Because if these were liberals or progressives who were talking about forming a Grange Association or taking land back from these corporate farms or fighting Monsanto, my goodness, they would be under the truncheon, they would be beaten, they'd be locked up too. But again, if you're white and conservative with a gun, if you're an amosexual cowboy cosplayer who's fed it on Fox News, then you're protected.
Chauncey DeVega with ChaunceyDeVega.com, Salon.com. Thank you for telling us this story. We're going to check back in with you frequently throughout this entire year. We always love having you on, and thank you very much for talking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yesterday, I talked with Ring of Fire Radio's Sam Cedar about these same two news stories, so let's take a look at that conversation.
So, Farron, of course, one of the big stories this week was I don't even know what to say about the supposed, look, it was an occupation by armed militia. About 20 of those Bundyites, I think 3 of them were actually Bundys themselves, coming off of the Cliven Bundy Ranch in Nevada, and they were taking over and occupying a bird sanctuary building in a remote part of Oregon. And look, I know that people are updated on this story, so we don't need to go through those details. But the important thing, I think, to understand is, despite the fact that Ted Cruz and other Republican candidates distanced themselves from these nut jobs, they did so in part because the Oath Keepers and the so-called 3%ers, some of the other sort of nut job militia groups also distanced themselves, which gave a guy like Ted Cruz the opportunity to step back from it. The fact is, the ideology that these guys embrace, that there should be no commons, that there should be no federal lands, that taxpayers can't own any assets, that it has to be owned by private enterprises, in this case, their friends. That ideology permeates the Republican Party. And not just the ideology, but the sort of the entire worldview permeates the conservative movement. And we see it from Donald Trump, even through Jeb Bush, who this week had to admit that he had never won the award from the NRA that he claimed to have won. But the fact is, he was promoting that he won an award from the NRA, and the distance between what the NRA espouses, this notion of we need to have guns to protect ourselves from tyranny, and what these guys in Oregon were espousing is very, very short distance, isn't it?
Well, it is. And, the whole we have to have guns to protect ourselves from tyranny, these people out there, and even the Republican candidates right now, they're telling us that our government is tyranny. And that is what they believe. And when you have candidates that do nothing more than go out there and tell us every day that the government is the enemy, those guys like the right-wing terrorists out there in Oregon, they take it literally. And this is a direct result of that. And this is also, I spoke with David Nywert earlier this week from Southern Poverty Law Center, and he explained a lot of this has to do with the fact that after the Bundy Ranch standoff in 2014, which were 20 months past that, the fact that nothing was done, that the government actually stood down and then prosecuted no one, that allowed them to feel a sense of victory that they then took forward and built upon, and that's what also helped spark what we've seen in the last 7 or 8 days. And so the government, I know they came into this, it was a very tough situation. You can't have a repeat of Waco, you can't have a repeat of Fremont, but you also can't have a repeat of the Bundy just let everybody go and say, oh well. So was there a good solution on how the government can handle this? I don't have an answer for that, but I do know that the creation of this group, their motivations are the same motivations of the Republican Party, and those guys out there are feeding these people exactly what they want to hear, and that's where the danger comes from, because we have candidates, the top tier candidates, saying things that rile these people up, and this is what happens as a result.
Well, look, it's not just a function of the candidates either. There was a poll that came out this week saying that 16% of Americans, this is in Gallup, 16% of Americans see government as the nation's top problem. The economy ranks second at 13%. Unemployment ranks third. So the idea that there are 16% of Americans, and I don't know what the second and third or fourth choices necessarily of these people are, but the idea that there's this many people who see the government as the biggest problem, as opposed to yes, there are things that the government does that you and I disagree with. There are things that the government does that you and I realize is incompetent or they have failed at. And I could say the exact same thing about any large institution. I could say the same thing about the way that we organize this radio show at times. There are times where we have good days and bad days. There are some times where we have technical glitches. That is in any human endeavor. But the idea that the presence of a federal government is in some way oppressive to us. And people I am sure are aware of the stories of Eamon Bundy actually securing a government-secured Better Business loan, which allowed him to go forward with his company. And taxpayers are absorbing some of that expense. I mean, when we secure a loan that the private market won't, it is basically comes at our expense because there's a certain amount of risk associated with it. And the idea that these militiamen, really, let's be honest, they're just a bunch of losers, were soliciting granola bars and snacks via the public mail. It's the federal government that does this, and so it is ridiculous. But there is something foundational in the conservative right-wing project that has existed, whether it's funded by the Koch brothers, whether it's espoused by Jeb Bush or Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio or Donald Trump, or whether it's been, John Boehner or Paul Ryan. It doesn't matter. It's not just about the candidates. There is an entire movement predicated on this notion. And frankly, we know at the heart of this is a fundamentalism, religious or otherwise, that basically is just saying we want things to prevent other people from getting them. And it is really, that's basically what it comes down to. And in many cases, those other people are not like those militiamen. They're not white. They're not, they're not the beneficiaries of wealthier largesse, like a government secured loan or something like that. And so that's what the foundation of this, and that's what was at the heart of this week. Over the course of the break, when we were on vacation, and I should remind people, Happy New Year, and I hope people had a good holiday. There was a grand jury which was convened ostensibly to look into an indictment for the two police officers who were involved in the shooting death of a 12-year-old boy in Cleveland called Tamir Rice. And if people recall this shooting, Tamir Rice was playing with a pellet gun. The two officers called to deal with this were not told by the dispatch that the caller said that this is likely a boy and that the gun is likely fake. But even with that said, they rolled up on Tamir Rice, literally drove the car over the curb about 5-10 feet from him, jumped out of the car, and one officer proceeded to fire his weapon within 2 seconds of that car coming to a halt, making it impossible for Tamir Rice to do anything but get shot and ultimately die. The grand jury was convened. The Cuyahoga County prosecutor, Timothy McGinty, leaked reports from some renowned sort of pro-police officers that what the actions the police officers took was reasonable. He allowed for the police officers to make written statements, although they did not go before the grand jury. So essentially, to allow them to make statements without any questioning, without any attempt to impeach what they said. Basically, and then really more or less applauded the grand jury for not coming forward with any indictments. It is so outrageous that this occurred that in some ways it's just mind-boggling.
We know. I will say what Mike Papantonio would say if he was sitting here, and it's sad because we've had to say it so many times now, is that a special prosecutor will present evidence one way or another in order to direct the outcome of a special prosecution. They work with these police officers every day on other cases. They get off work, they go have a drink together, they spend holidays together. They are friends, they're co-workers. And so if they want to make an indictment not happen, they can do that. That's what we saw with Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and that's what we've seen too many times over the last few years. And unfortunately, like I said, I have heard Pap have to say this so many times because it's the same story over and over again, and we contrast that with what we were just talking about. These people who are carrying real guns up there in Oregon, who were carrying real guns in 2014, pointing them at federal officers, which in and of itself is a federal crime. These people walked away. They never were even arrested or talked to by police. Tamir Rice obviously was never spoken to by police. He was just a kid on a playground with a pellet gun who's now dead because police officers know nothing more than to kill people of color.
Well, I mean, look, there's a couple of issues at play here. First off, like I say, Ohio is an open carry state, and there was no report from the dispatch that this guy was going around shooting him. And even if we were to give the benefit of the doubt to the police officers that they presume that Tamir Rice was a full-grown adult, I don't know what difference that would make, but apparently the prosecutor felt that was very important to make clear that Tamir Rice was a big 12-year-old and could be perceived as an adult. The fact is that the prosecutor set this question up so that it was a question as to whether or not standing 4 feet away from someone waving a gun around, did this police officer act reasonable? But the fact is that these cops were not transported through some type of Star Trek device to that one spot. They had to drive down the block. They had to see where Tamir Rice was. They had to make the decision to not stop 25 feet away, 50 feet away, 100 feet away, 150 feet away, to not stop, to not get on their loudspeaker and say, drop the gun. They gave Tamir Rice no opportunity but to do anything but to die. And we can't be inside the minds of these police officers and figure out whether or not they did this because Tamir Rice was black. They did this because they were completely incompetent. We know that one of the police officers was nearly or would have been fired from a suburban Ohio police department because he was considered to be, mentally unstable, stable or untrained. But the fact is that the idea that an actual trial cannot be convened to determine whether or not there's any culpability by these police officers is absolutely absurd. This This county prosecutor wanted to come back with no indictment, and that's exactly what he got. And he was too cowardly to make that decision on his own. He was too cowardly to stand by that decision. He used the grand jury process as a whitewashing tool, and it is absolutely clear why we need a system in this country of independent review, legitimate independent review, not the kind that we've seen in Chicago that is completely broken down. I hope the feds step in this situation. It remains to be seen if they will. But there are certainly loud calls in Cleveland for this prosecutor to resign or be fired.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary on our website. Just go online to theringofFire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you next week.
We perpetuate a culture of crime all the way from Wall Street right down to the main street in our hometown. It's worse than it has been since FDR took control of the problem and said we can't count on industry taking care of the American labor. They probably have already engaged in some type of criminal cover-up, and the law prohibits the government from even doing anything about it.
Catch America's Lawyer Mike Papantonio on YouTube at youtube.com/GoLeftTV. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. The primary races have been completely unpredictable, and the corporate media refuses to admit that they keep getting it wrong. Eric Bollard from Media Matters will bring us more on that story. The Koch brothers are trying to remake the criminal justice system, but only because they're afraid that they could end up behind bars someday. And voter turnout is going to be the deciding factor in this year's elections. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever, and I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Republican candidates are finally waking up to the idea that the events in Oregon, where a group of right-wing terrorists have taken over a federal building, could actually be quite toxic to their campaigns. Both Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz have urged these terrorists to stand down, saying that they don't have any constitutional right to do whatever it is they're trying to do. I'm sure in the coming days we're going to see more of these Republican candidates follow suit, trying to distance themselves from the crazy that they have created. But I can promise you one thing. There's not going to be a single Republican candidate that comes out and apologizes for their role in this disaster. And believe me when I say that these people, these Republican candidates, share part of that blame. Here's the thing. You can't build a campaign, and you certainly can't build an entire party platform, as the Republicans have done, on the idea that the government is evil and not expect there to be consequences. Every single day, these Republican candidates have been out there spouting their lies and falsehoods about President Obama and the federal government. We've heard them say that President Obama wants to come to your house and take away your guns. We've heard him say that the government regulations are going to destroy this country, or that the government allowing same-sex couples to get married is going to somehow erode their religious liberties, or that the president is actually a Muslim who cares more about ISIS than he does about American citizens. Those statements have been made by Republicans who are currently running for president right now, and every one of them is a lie. But these candidates are not smart enough to understand that their language, their words, they have consequences, and that these armed terrorists in Oregon are the ones who take these things literally. That's why they're holed up inside that federal building right now. And it's not just the talking points about the government being evil. We're also living in an era where it's apparently acceptable for Republican presidential candidates to demonize entire segments of the population based on their skin color, on their religion, their sexual preference, and even their occupation. According to Republicans, anyone who doesn't look, think, and sound like you is an enemy to both be feared and then attacked. The result of this kind of thinking is that it's taken our entire political discourse down to the level of elementary school children. At least that's what psychologists are telling us now. Today's political conversations from the candidates are now taking place at the lowest intelligence levels in modern American history, according to a recent article in Psychology Today, and the blame lies squarely on the shoulders of the Republican Party. By refusing to talk about issues of substance or actual policies, Republicans have cheapened our political discourse by doing little more than telling us who to hate and why we need to hate them. They want us to hate everything because they really don't have anything else to talk about. The job market is getting better. The economy is rebounding. The housing market has mostly stabilized. In fact, the only things that aren't getting better, things like wages and workplace safety and the continuous deaths of black people at the hands of police officers, well, those are all things that Republicans are actually okay with. So they don't have anything to complain about. So they manufacture panic and fear and hate because that's all they know how to do. Even though we're more likely to be killed by a U.S. citizen than a terrorist, Republicans tell us that ISIS is about to destroy us all. Even though it's easier to buy a gun than ever, they tell us that the black helicopters are descending right now to take them away from us. And even though the big banks are screwing us over and stealing our money, Republicans tell their followers that the government is to blame for all of the problems in their lives. And again, the situation developing in Oregon is what we get as a result of this anti-intellectualism being spewed by Republicans. It's time to stop playing games and to stop allowing these dangerous conversations to even take place in the first place. The media has failed to hold these candidates responsible for their words, and in many cases, they've actually given them credence. This is not acceptable, and the only way to put an end to it is to hand the Republican Party a massive defeat this year. But that's not going to be as easy as it sounds. The 2016 presidential election is going to come down to one thing: voter turnout. And if you think that the Republican Party doesn't realize this, then you are sorely mistaken. For close to a decade, Republicans have been working state by state to make it more difficult for people of color, college students, and even the elderly to get out and vote. These efforts all have the intent of driving Democrats away from the polls. And after their defeats in the 2008 and 2012 elections due to record-breaking turnout, Republicans are going to be using every trick in the book to keep Democrats from casting their votes this year. Since the last presidential election, 22 states have enacted some form or another of new voting laws that are aimed at disenfranchising voters. And this year, the Supreme Court is going to hand down a decision in the case of Evenwell versus Abbott that could dramatically reshape the American electorate. In the Evenwell case, the court is going to decide how districts are drawn in the future. If the court goes to the right on this case, which they most likely will, it's going to mean that from now on, the only people who are counted as citizens for districting purposes will be those who vote. So anyone who doesn't show up to vote, or anyone who's ineligible to vote, even if they are a U.S. citizen, they're no longer going to be counted in a district census. This is going to give the Republicans a huge advantage by being able to redraw districts with heavily white, affluent citizens who already vote Republican anyway. Democrats are going to be undercounted and shoved into districts where their votes won't even matter. But even with a favorable ruling in the Evenwell case, voting this year is going to be tougher than ever for most Americans, and that's not an accident. Even though they know that they are unpopular, the Republican Party believes that they can continue to be successful by being racist and ignorant as long as they just keep Democrats away from the polls. That's why everyone who is eligible to vote has to make it to the polls this year. Find out what you need in order to vote in your state. Maybe it's a photo ID. Maybe you need to take a day off of work. Put in that request today. Absence is not an option this year, and it's up to you to put in that effort. Because as bad as things are now with voting restrictions, they're going to get much worse if the Republicans win the White House, because almost every candidate has expressed support for oppressive voting laws, and many of them have already helped to keep Democrats away from the polls in the past. Here are just a few of the worst offenders who are currently running for president as a Republican. As the governor of Florida, Jeb Bush was the man responsible for putting his brother George in office. He did this by purging at least 12,000 eligible voters from the voting rolls and by signing legislation that limited early voting for Florida citizens. Chris Christie has opposed same-day voter registration and limited early voting in New Jersey. Ted Cruz wants to repeal protections for minorities that prevent voter discrimination. Mike Huckabee once suggested deflating Democrats' car tires to keep them from being able to go vote. And John Kasich, the man who recently spoke out against the gerrymandering ways of his fellow Republicans, has one of the worst records when it comes to restricting voting access. As the governor of Ohio, Kasich was responsible for cutting the state's early voting hours, a move that launched a very lengthy legal battle, and he did away with the state's same-day voter registration programs. Kasich's actions have sparked several legal fights for being clear violations of the Voting Rights Act. And that's why this year's election is about more than just selecting a new leader. It's about showing the Republican Party that you're better than them, and that you won't be bullied into not showing up to vote. They don't want you there, and the best way to fight back is to be the first one in line when those polls open in November. The Koch brothers have been making criminal justice reform a centerpiece of their lobbying efforts, but don't be fooled into thinking that they actually care about the fact that our prisons are being packed with people of color. Instead, the Koch brothers are trying to make it more difficult for white-collar criminals to be prosecuted, and I have Brendan Fisher, the General Counsel for the Center for Media and Democracy, here now to tell us about the Koch's plan. Brendan, in 2015, the Koch brothers came out. They told us that criminal justice reform, something America desperately needs, which is absolutely true. They got a lot of really great press coverage about their plans to tackle criminal justice reform and the packing of our prisons. But it's not exactly what it appears to be on the surface, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Of course, as you mentioned, America does have a serious problem with mass incarceration. We have an addiction to incarceration. We lock up a higher percentage of our ethnic minorities than any other country on earth. And the Koch brothers have gotten a lot of positive press for speaking favorably about reforming the criminal justice system. But it's becoming increasingly clear that the Koch brothers' focus on this is not so much on ending mass incarceration, on ending the policies that have disproportionately affected people of color and devastated low-income communities. Instead, it's about changing the criminal justice laws that apply to Koch Industries and other big corporations. And this has recently come to light with a bill being pushed by Representative Jim Sensenbrenner from Wisconsin, which would have the effect of undermining many of America's criminal justice laws as they apply to environmental violations, financial violations. It could have the effect of undermining the Dodd-Frank financial reform law. So it's becoming increasingly clear that even though the Koch brothers have gotten a lot of positive press for speaking favorably about reforming the criminal justice system, at least in part, they're in it for themselves.
So it is criminal justice reform, I guess, in a sense, but what they're after is they want to take away any kind of rule that hurts white-collar criminals. They want to make it more difficult for a white-collar criminal that, say, like BP, pollute the Gulf of Mexico, or you tank the entire economy by robbing mom-and-pop investors and scamming mortgage holders. Those are the people they want to protect. Those are the people they want to keep out of prison. It's not the young guys walking around that might have an ounce of pot on them. It's the white-collar criminals who've stolen $1 trillion from people or destroyed entire ecosystems. Because the Koch brothers know, hey, maybe one day that could be us having to sit in a courtroom or our good friends. So we've got to protect those guys. We've got to protect ourselves. And so really they're trying to remake, I guess, the entire criminal justice system as it applies to the top 1%.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, the Koch brothers have faced criminal liability for their acts in the past. Perhaps most famously, in 1999, they faced over 100 criminal charges for illegal benzene emissions from one of their Texas refineries. And they claim that they didn't intend to leak benzene into the atmosphere. Ultimately, after George W. Bush was elected with a lot of spending from Koch Industries, the charges were reduced to one misdemeanor. But they say the Koch brothers have been very forward by saying that the fact that Koch Industries faced criminal liability for these benzene emissions in Texas, that's what prompted their interest in criminal justice reform. And ultimately what they're trying to do is raise the bar for white-collar prosecutions, make it harder for the Department of Justice to prosecute white-collar criminals for violations of our environmental laws or violations of our financial laws. The Department of Justice has said that their violation or their prosecution of these cantaloupe farmers last year that were responsible for a listeria outbreak that killed 33 people, that those types of prosecutions would have been impossible. And there's far too few corporate criminal corporate criminal prosecutions as it is, and the reforms being pushed by the Koch brothers and being pushed by ALEC would make these prosecutions even more rare than they already are.
You just brought up ALEC, and I know from your writing with the Center for Media and Democracy, ALEC has had a huge role in this criminal justice reform. And one thing you also brought up earlier was the intent. They're trying to take away the intent. I did not intend to spill billions of gallons of oil. I did not intend to poison people with the pollution I was spewing in the air. So those two go hand in hand. ALEC is doing this on the state level. Sensenbrenner, you've got up there in Washington trying to do this. How does ALEC? What is their plan? What are they working on in regards to this criminal justice reform?
Sure. Well, so first, throughout the 1990s, ALEC was really key in spreading many of the laws that contributed to America's mass incarceration problem. On the state level, ALEC was pushing bills like 3 strikes you're out, mandatory minimums, which exploded prison populations. At the same time that they were pushing these laws, they were also pushing bills to privatize prisons. So as prison populations boomed, more of the people who were being locked up were going to private prisons, which just so happened to benefit ALEC funders and members like Corrections Corporation of America. And throughout this entire period, Koch Industries had a representative on ALEC's board. Koch representatives also were part of ALEC's criminal justice task force that was adopting these model bills. So throughout this period that ALEC was helping contribute to America's mass incarceration crisis, Koch Industries was a funder of ALEC and a leader of ALEC.
Well, the great irony of this is the fact that ALEC and the Koch brothers have for years been working to pack the prisons in the United States, as you say, and now they come out and they're going to be these great criminal justice reformers, completely hoping the public does not notice the fact that they're actually some of the people, and they work for the people who pack our prisons for their own profit, and at the same time their entire push for reform has nothing to do with mass incarceration and everything to do with protecting white-collar criminals. Brendan Fisher, Center for Media and Democracy, this is fantastic work. Everybody needs to go read this report, and do not believe a word you read when you see an article about the Koch brothers pushing for criminal justice reform. It is totally self-serving. Brendan, thank you very much for joining us today.
All right, thank you for having me.
Political pundits are a very proud group, often to a fault. The primary races have been unlike any we've ever seen before, and the common thread among the craziness is that everyone in the corporate media has been wrong at least once. Join me now to explain how and why the corporate media's pundits keep failing is Eric Bollert, Senior Fellow with Media Matters. Eric, I think 2015 can be marked as the year that the pundits missed everything, really. The corporate media pundits, people who are paid the big bucks to make these predictions, as you pointed out recently, two major predictions of 2015. One, that Trump was a blip on the radar of the Republicans. They didn't think he'd do anything. And two, that the email scandal was absolutely going to derail Hillary Clinton. Both pretty, about as wrong as you can get on both fronts, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are people that follow politics for a living. They're in the Beltway. They're supposed to, have great insight. They're supposed to be able to sort of see over the horizon. Obviously, the two biggest political stories, well, there were three big political stories last year: Trump, Bernie Sanders, and Hillary Clinton. And I would argue they got all three wrong. I mean, go back to last summer, right? Trump is a distraction. Should we even cover him? And that sprang. Look, I'm not saying I knew Trump was going to be at 40% right now. Everyone, to a certain degree, is surprised. But I think what the press really failed to do was to acknowledge what's going on with the Republican Party, and certainly the grassroots right wing of the Republican Party. The press still clinging to this idea that Jeb Bush sort of personifies today's Republican Party. There are lots of serious people interested in compromise and doing what's right for America. That doesn't really exist in the Republican Party anymore. So, here's Trump, this birther, this xenophobe, race baiting, and the press said, "Oh, no, that's not today's Republican Party." Well, right now, he absolutely is the Republican Party. And on the email hysteria, the press has been obsessed with trying to take down the Clintons for going on 20 years now. They love this scandal apparatus. They love to view the Clintons through the prism of scandal, not through public policy, not through Hillary's platform, not what kind of president she would be. And then real quickly, on the Bernie Sanders thing, I did a piece late last year that pointed out, ABC World News Tonight in 2015 devoted 81 minutes to the Trump campaign, less than 1 minute to the Bernie Sanders campaign. So I think there was a falling down on that front as well.
Well, I have to be perfectly honest. I had done a segment the day Trump announced his candidacy, and I said, look, this is a farce. This is a publicity stunt. Give him a month or two. I even predicted the words he would use when he decided to drop out. So, but I'm not paid the big bucks. I'm not on CNN or Fox trying to make these predictions. And I think it was, as you pointed out, it was a big underestimation of what the Republican Party really stands for today. Because after their losses in 2012, when they had their autopsy report and they said, wow, we are seen as being very anti-people of color, anti-women, so let's back away from that. And they took no lessons from it, did they? I mean, that's why Trump has taken all those problems and put them on steroids at this point.
Yeah, because, in one degree, it doesn't make any sense what the Republican Party is doing. It makes politically, electorally, it makes absolutely no sense what they're doing. And they're sort of, just sort of riding Trump to the edge of the cliff. So, in a certain degree, I understand why the press, when the Republicans when the RNC came out with the autopsy, and they thought, oh, this is what Republicans will do for the next election. They'll rally around someone like Jeb Bush, who, can be tough on immigration, but appeal to independent. They were expecting, Republicans to act the way a political party traditionally acts during a White House campaign, which was to be, how can we win the White House? But that doesn't seem to be the guiding force anymore. The guiding force seems to be this almost, fevered hatred within the Republican Party of the party itself, fevered hatred of Obama, fevered hatred of Clinton. So it seems right now the reporting of the Republican primaries to let these people vent and feel good about themselves, and to kind of excitedly, have Trump bash everybody. But in terms of the long term, of course, it's disaster. I think, Mitt Romney, I saw a headline on Twitter this morning saying even Mitt Romney says, Trump would cause lasting damage to the party. So, in one sense, I can understand why the pundits didn't get it, because pundits have never really had to deal with a political party that, as it approached the White House campaign, really was making almost no effort to win the White House in that campaign. It's very unusual.
It is. And, on the Hillary Clinton issue, I think the Republicans grossly overestimated how much the public would even be interested in this non-scandal because they think, that they're still living in the late 1990s where, okay, a Clinton may or may not have done something that may or may not be illegal, depending on your definition of illegal. So let's trump this up. Let's put it in the papers. Let's get those eyeballs. Let's get people pissed off at Hillary Clinton. And then, especially, gosh, in that hearing where they called her and she sat there answering those stupid questions.
President Benghazi.
My God, it absolutely kind of destroyed their crusade against her to an extent. Because I'm sorry, but nobody handles themselves better under pressure than Hillary Clinton. I mean, she nailed it.
She sat there, 11 hours? Imagine Donald Trump for 11 minutes sitting in front of members of Congress taking shots at him from all sides. So you mentioned the Republicans, but when it comes to Clinton hysteria, scandal hysteria, it's Republicans working hand in hand with the Beltway press because they are wed in their desire and their love affair with Clinton scandal. As you mentioned, Whitewater, impeachment, Vince Foster, Travelgate, all that stuff from the 90s, it was the GOP working hand in hand with the New York Times, with the Washington Post, with the so-called liberal media. And so we saw those two sort of join forces again this year. It was Gowdy's committee that leaked false information about a criminal investigation regarding Hillary Clinton that the New York Times got duped into printing on page 1. And so it's a very powerful force. Republicans love to bash the press. They love to bash the New York Times. But I don't know about more times, but on those instances where they join forces, it's a very powerful thing to watch. And Hillary Clinton got sort of caught in front of that steamroller. All this hysteria last spring about these emails. Of course, Colin Powell did the same thing. Jeb Bush did the same thing with emails. It came down to a interagency sort of policy back and forth about what should have been classified, what shouldn't have. Voters couldn't care less about stuff like that. But again, we've seen this blueprint before.
It's just interesting too because as you just pointed out, Jeb Bush, he had his own email scandal that actually could have been a scandal. Talking about foreign policy issues with his brother over an unsecured server while Jeb was governor, Bush was president. Talk about National Guard troop movements and troop movements in Iraq. I mean, that is some serious stuff. But it's the press. We've got to go after Hillary Clinton because that's our bread and butter. That's how we got all the eyeballs back in the 90s. But I have a question, and maybe there is no answer for this question, but. We know that the public itself seems to be a little bit less informed than they have been in the past, but we also know that the media is focusing more on these frivolous issues rather than policy. Now, I guess this is a chicken or egg issue, but is the media changing like this because of the public, or has the public become more dumbed down because we have a dumbed down media?
Good question. I would say probably the latter. I think, it's unfortunate what's happened with the media. There's been, if you look over the last 10, 15 years, just in the newspaper business, massive layoffs. Some of these great, national newspapers are sort of a shadow of their former selves. They don't have the resources, and that trickles down to political coverage as well as national coverage. So what do we get? We get sort of these 400-word bites online all day. And if we're talking about campaign coverage, it's all about polling. It's all about policy. It's not about policy. It's all about process. It's not the campaign coverage that I recognize because for decades in the past, everyone kind of complained about the campaign coverage, but there was always a sizable chunk that was about what's the tax policy, what's their platform, what would their presidency look like. We see very, very little of that. I'll give you just a real quick example. Yesterday Bill Clinton went up to New Hampshire to campaign this week for Hillary Clinton, and the New York Times, there's been back and forth, Trump wanting to talk about Bill Clinton's sex life and things like that, and the New York Times reported that basically the New York Times was very disappointed that he wouldn't continue the feud with Donald Trump. So Bill Clinton went up to New Hampshire to talk about public policy, and the New York Times was very disappointed there wasn't more mud throwing. and so that's how we're covering this campaign now. And so I think there's fewer resources, and I think for the news consumers, those people who watch Fox, they only have to watch Fox. I mean, everyone can stay in their own lane, and there isn't the type of entrepreneur journalism that we used to see, I think.
Eric Boehlert, Senior Fellow with Media Matters for America, thank you for talking with us today. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, have a great week.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website at theringoffire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go online to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Right-wing terrorists have taken over a federal building in Oregon, and we'll tell you how Fox News helped create this new militia movement. Everyone's favorite corporate villain, Martin Shkreli, could be headed to prison for a long time. But why is he the only executive to be put in handcuffs? And Donald Trump has become the top recruiter for ISIS. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. And that's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
It was only a matter of time, but Donald Trump is now a top recruiter for ISIS. The terrorist group has released a new recruitment video featuring Trump making the statement that the best way to combat terrorism is to bar Muslims from entering the United States. The video contrasts Trump's statements with warnings from deceased al-Qaeda leader Anwar al-Awlaki, where he told Muslims more than 5 years ago to be wary of the coming tsunami of anti-Islamic rhetoric coming from the United States, and warnings that the U.S. would, in the future, turn on its own Muslim citizens. And thanks to Donald Trump and his supporters, that future is apparently now. Ironically, Hillary Clinton's campaign had to walk back comments that Clinton made during the last Democratic debate, where she said that Donald Trump was ISIS's top recruiter, and that videos of Donald were being shown to Muslims to get them angry at the United States. And it turns out that Clinton was absolutely correct here. Both al-Qaeda under Osama bin Laden and ISIS today have made it clear that the best way that they can gain power and support is for the United States to live under a blanket of fear, because that fear will inevitably lead to persecution of Muslims, and that's exactly what's happening today. Everything that these terrorist groups wanted to happen is currently happening. Again, all thanks to Republicans, and they're now using these Republicans to their advantage. Here's what makes this situation so much worse. Donald Trump doesn't care that he's helping terrorist groups grow more powerful. He doesn't care that it's his language that's putting American lives at risk. And that's because the man is a complete sociopath. He's lived his entire life without consequences. He's never had to answer to anyone at any point in his life. He was born a millionaire, and so he's always had this special kind of privilege that most Americans can only dream of. But that privilege is also his biggest weakness as a human being. It's caused him to lose touch with reality and with human emotion. He doesn't feel empathy towards anyone. All of his decisions are made with one thing in mind. How will it help Donald Trump? Maybe he does know that his comments about barring Muslims will play into the hands of ISIS, but he also knows that these statements will resonate very well with the racist base of the Republican Party, so he disregards all the negatives because it will personally benefit him. Right now, Donald Trump is still the leader in the Republican field, and as we inch closer and closer towards the very first caucus in less than a month, his behavior becomes even more dangerous. Because if he becomes the Republican nominee, ISIS is going to have an amazing year, because it's going to mean that they have already won. But maybe that's what the Republican Party actually wants. It's no secret that the Republican Party relies on fear to sell their agenda. After all, that's what George W. Bush was able to win re-election in 2004, in spite of being hugely unpopular with the American public. His campaign kept everyone just scared enough to fear bringing a Democrat into the White House. And in 2016, almost nothing has changed. Republican candidates are out there every day telling their terrified base about even more things that they need to fear. Maybe it's immigrants, maybe it's ISIS or poor people, but certainly there is no shortage of enemies at the gate that Republicans always feel so threatened by. The real irony here is that there are plenty of issues that American voters should be scared of, but the GOP is ignoring those issues. Things like climate change, corporate misconduct, banker greed, and the growing threat of homegrown right-wing terrorism all pose a very real threat to our way of life. But so far, Republicans have been silent about all of those issues. Most likely because they have no idea how to address them. So they continue to sell their base fear of intangibles, problems that can't be solved in a single president's term, and problems with no real solutions to be seen. And that's exactly their plan. If Republicans were actually talking about fears that could be addressed, they'd be expected to address them if they ever win office. And if they were to actually succeed in fixing those problems, there'd be nothing left for their base to fear. This cycle of fear is going to continue to heat up as we get closer to this year's election. And that's incredibly unfortunate for voters because, again, there are some very real things that Americans should be afraid of. But Republican talking points are nowhere on that list. But the Democrats have a few issues of their own right now, too. There is a very deep division right now in the Democratic Party. One that has the potential to fracture and split the party after this coming election. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. The supporters of Senator Bernie Sanders have been accused of being anti-women because they won't support former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Now, this is a very lazy charge, and it's one that holds absolutely no merit. The Sanders supporters understand that the last 7 years of Obama have been a disappointment. We were lured to the polls with promises of hope and change, and instead, we got another president that's too willing to bow to the interest of Wall Street instead of Main Street. A president who refused to take on Big Pharma and make life-saving drugs affordable for everyone. A president that has allowed the oil industry to drill at a record pace on American soil as the planet continues to suffer the effects of climate change. Those who support Bernie over Hillary want to see real change. A change from the status quo of American politics where we get lofty promises by a politician only to see their true colors come through once they move into the White House. They want to see the Democratic establishment, the politicians who run the DNC, separate themselves from the Republican leadership, because right now, the two are almost indistinguishable. They both favor more war in the Middle East because they know it will help boost the profits of defense contractors, those same defense contractors who are then going to pour millions of dollars into campaign funds to any candidate that will help them stay afloat. Hillary will do that. Bernie will not. The DNC has tried everything to keep Bernie Sanders out of the mainstream so that they can anoint Hillary Clinton at the convention next summer. They've limited the number of debates and scheduled most of these debates on weekend nights when they know most Americans are not going to watch. The corporate-controlled media has devoted less airtime to Bernie Sanders than Hillary Clinton by a factor of about 5. This is not what the American public wanted, but this is exactly what the DNC wanted. If you have any doubt, then just look at the leadership of the Democratic National Committee. It's packed with former members of Bill Clinton's cabinet and former members of Hillary's 2008 campaign. These are people that have spent their lives working for the Clinton family, and now they want their rewards for being loyal servants. The Hillary presidency is going to give them those rewards. But it doesn't have to be that way. The 2016 election should not be a lesser of two evils election. Progressives will revolt, and they absolutely should. The system on both sides is far too corrupt, and maybe it's time for a viable third party, or even a fourth party, to emerge to challenge this system. The irony is that we already have a candidate who challenges everything that the pro-corporate establishment stands for. And that person is Senator Bernie Sanders. He is the only candidate who is running for president right now that has solid support from both young voters and who is pulling support from both sides of the political aisle. Bernie Sanders has truly united formerly bitter enemies who believe that the system is rigged to favor the already wealthy and powerful, people who want to see the power of our democracy returned to the public. Hillary will likely win the nomination, and that's unfortunate, because her candidacy is going to unite the Republican Party, the racists, the corporatists, and the evangelicals to come out to the polls in droves in 2016 to defeat her. That wave of Republican voters is also going to lead to a sweep in both the House and the Senate, and it's going to shape the Supreme Court for the next 20 to 30 years. The only plus side is that it could destroy the Democratic Party as we know it, resulting in a new political party that actually cares about what the American voters are saying. Martin Shkreli became one of the most hated CEOs in America in 2015 when he took over a pharmaceutical company and tried to raise the price of a life-saving drug by 5,000%. And then, at the close of the year, we learned that he wasn't just trying to rip off consumers, he was also ripping off wealthy investors, and that's when law enforcement agencies decided to step in. For more on this, let's go to Howard Nations. Howard, Martin Shkreli really has become, this, he's a guy you love to hate right now in America, along with, I guess, probably Donald Trump and everybody running for president on the Republican side. But Shkreli is a little bit more of an immediate threat, with what he's done with his pharmaceutical takeovers, and now this whole Ponzi scheme thing that he's been running. But take us back a little bit, to the beginning. Tell us who this guy really is. Who is Martin Shkreli?
Well, Martin Shkreli is a hedge fund manager who became a pharmaceutical CEO, and he gained instant infamy when he took over Turing Pharmaceutical, which owned the rights to a 62-year-old drug that treats toxoplasmosis. This is a devastating parasitic infection that causes brain damage in babies and people with AIDS. Shkreli raised the price of the drug from $13.50 to $750 per pill. It's a 5,000% price increase. He was attacked by the media and by politicians, and he was extremely defiant in his response. He said he had a duty to make as much profit for his investors as possible, and he wished he had raised it even higher. So the response to that was, his latest adventure is he's now been arrested, charged with securities fraud and conspiracy and wire fraud conspiracy. And the federal prosecutors say now that he conned wealthy investors. He crossed over that thin line between hype and lying to lure investors into his hedge funds. And in the hedge fund business, these are regarded as sophisticated investors. So there's very little regulation. The thought is that investors in hedge funds can protect themselves. So the question becomes, why did the prosecutors go after Shkreli? And the speculation is that they're after him because his pharmaceutical activities are legal, and the feds can't get him on Turing, so they're trying to find another way to stop him.
Well, what's interesting is what he did with that drug. While one of the dirtiest corporate moves we saw in 2015, it really isn't that much different from what a lot of the other pharmaceuticals do with their drugs, except they're not taking something that was cheap and making it expensive. They're just immediately releasing it, in some cases, with a 20,000% markup. Shkreli saw this and said, you know what, I'm going to get in on the action. And so that's where he really, as you said, gained this infamy, because he saw the greed taking place in the pharmaceutical industry. He's a greedy guy. He wanted a piece of the action. And now, obviously they couldn't get him for that, but now he's screwing over the wealthy people. Now he's going after the 1%, and that is something that you absolutely can't do in America today, because just like Bernie Madoff, they're going to get you every time when you go after the rich people, aren't they?
Yes. The federal prosecutors are claiming that Shkreli ran a Ponzi scheme, that his two hedge funds borrowed millions from the rich investors who suffered losses. They paid back the investors with money that was earned at another pharmaceutical company. And so he also lied to them about profitability of funds. So you're right. He's tapping into the upper 1%, and that's a complete no-no. But the big hypocrisy of what you're talking about with Big Pharma, Shkreli is just a brasher, more outspoken version of both hedge fund managers and pharmaceutical CEOs. In fact, he's a microcosm. His problem is he has a big mouth and bad PR, and he made a huge mistake. He failed to buy any politicians before he did all this. You know, the Big Pharma's trade group is complaining that Shkreli's company, Turing Investment, is just a investment vehicle masquerading as a pharmaceutical company. But we know most pharmaceutical companies are investment vehicles operated primarily to generate profits for their investors and their equity partners. But compare for a moment what Shkreli's done to what Big Pharma did in 2009 and has been doing ever since. Shkreli kicks up the price on one drug. Big Pharma in 2009 went in and bought the United States Congress. They passed an outrageous bill, and the biggest single provision of that bill was that the largest purchaser of drugs in the world, which is Medicare, cannot negotiate the price of drugs. They cannot negotiate the price of drugs because Congress says they can't. So compare the harm that's being done by Shkreli to the harm that's being done by that move by Big Pharma. Every single time a senior citizen buys drugs on Medicare, they're paying more money than they should be paying because of that big fraud that was committed in 2009 against the American public, and it continues every day. And it is millions and millions and millions of dollars every single year coming out of the pockets of senior citizens because of the success of Big Pharma in buying wholly owned politicians and in buying off the media with all their big advertising that you see every time you turn on the television. So compare that to the harm that Shkreli has done. So he's not a villain. He's reckless. He's careless. But these guys are serious criminals.
Well, and what's interesting is that a lot of writers have pointed this out, specifically Robert Reich, former Secretary of Labor under Bill Clinton. He says, Shkreli is more of a, symptom than the end result. He is come out with this big personality, but he represents everything that most corporations stand for today. It's just that he's not afraid to go out there and make a fool of himself by saying it out loud. Typically, those are the things that you only hear if you're in a shareholder meeting or if you're in those closed-door banquets where they say this to one another. They don't come out and say it to the press. Shkreli, obviously being a younger guy, doesn't quite know the rules yet. And as you pointed out, he wasn't smart enough to buy any politicians yet. So, if he doesn't end up in prison for the next, 5-10 years, give him time. He'll learn how the game is really played. Yeah. And that's the worst part is he really will. And there is a way to do it, to game the system to where there is no accountability. Shkreli just happens to be a couple years behind everybody else.
And not only should you compare him to pharmaceutical CEOs, compare him to hedge fund managers. Hedge fund managers make big gains trading on insider information. That's not illegal unless the leaker is compensated. The hedge fund managers combined with big bankers just completely bankrupted this country. They ruined our economy, and all of it was illegal. The whole thing was illegal. Compare the small thing that even if Shkreli is guilty of what he's charged with, compare that to what hedge fund managers and the big banks did to the entire country in 2008. And it extends beyond the country. The economic downfall came about as a result of the actions of big bankers and hedge fund managers. But the difference is that big banks and hedge fund managers were too big to fail. Shkreli's doing the same thing as a little bitty tiny microcosm, but he's too small to succeed. They can come after him.
Well, I think the best hope we can have, for this year, 2016, and years in the future, is that Shkreli is just going to be the first. Let's hope that he is just the first a white-collar criminal that we see marched out into the streets in a pair of handcuffs, because that image of him in that little hoodie with the handcuffs on, that needs to send shockwaves through Wall Street banks to let them know you are not above the law. We got this guy because he was a little more outspoken, but we're coming after you next. And Howard, thank you for telling us this story. We appreciate everything you do for us.
Well, just remember one more thing. He's not the first. They also caught that major criminal, Martha Stewart.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank God we got her off the streets for a few years.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Howard.
Sure.
At the start of the year, an armed right-wing militia group took over a federal building in Oregon, inspiring an uprising of anti-government groups to come join this armed insurrection. The government has been far too slow to react, and the media is treating the story as if it barely exists. But I have author David Nywer with me now to tell us why this story is so important. So, David, to hear some of the media tell the story, we have a situation in Oregon where we have some protesters. I believe they've been called numerous times. These guys, men, women, whatever, have taken over a federal building in Oregon. I don't believe these are protesters. I mean, this seems more like an armed, insurrection. Luckily, at the time you and I are speaking, nobody has been killed yet. But these people are not afraid to open fire if need be. Give us a primer on what the heck is happening over there in Oregon.
Well, this is a group of militiamen that have been agitating for some time about taking over the government, and or not just taking over the government, but really kicking the government out of federal lands and turning these massive federal land holdings that are out there in the West over to private landholders. And that's really kind of what is going on here. This is, in the end, this is an armed land grab, or at least an attempt to do that. And these guys are, their arguments for doing so are based in old posse comitatus, radical right theories about the Constitution and what the Constitution says, and so on and so forth. This stuff is completely bogus. It has no grounding in any kind of accepted law, and it is only in the fever dreams of the Alex Jones types, and there are many followers out there, that this stuff has any legitimacy whatsoever. So, and let's be clear, these guys, they're being led by the sons of Cliven Bundy. And these guys are very much trying to promote the same agenda that was going on at the Bundy Ranch back in August of 2014. I'm sorry, April of 2014.
So, we've had a year and a half since the Cliven Bundy armed standoff, where we know that these people broke federal law. And then the armed militias show up. They use this. Fox News promotes Cliven Bundy like he's the greatest thing, and then he makes a couple racist comments. They try to distance themselves, but we all knew those statements were coming. So anyway, but there were no consequences of that standoff. The U.S. government backed down from these people, and that really emboldened them and helped put us in the situation that we are today. Did I overstate that, or?
No, you have it exactly right. That's one of the most disturbing aspects of this, is that this is clearly, when the Bundy Ranch thing happened and it became clear that federal authorities weren't going to follow through on their promises to pursue these lawbreakers to the fullest extent of the law, because there were multiple federal offenses that occurred out there that seemed, it's against the law. It's a federal crime, a federal felony to point a weapon at a federal law enforcement officer. And there were a bunch of people out there pointing their weapons at federal agents. And there are lots of photographs and lots of evidence of it, lots of video. It wasn't going to be a problem. In fact, we know that one of the guys that was the most notorious one, the one who we saw laying down on the freeway pointing a sniper rifle out there, he's one of the people who's involved in this Oregon standoff. So it's basically a group of militiamen from Idaho who have gone over there. There's also some people from Josephine County, southwestern Oregon, who participated in a attempted standoff there in Grants Pass, Oregon, back in April, at the so-called Sugar Pine Mine. And they attempted to have a standoff with BLM authorities there. And then they tried to do a similar thing up in Montana this summer. But both of those attempted standoffs kind of flopped on their face. But this one, once the Bundy brothers got involved, and they went and they basically, it's pretty clear that they scouted out that they were going to take this facility well before they actually arrived in town this weekend. That, you know, they went out and took this thing over, knowing full well that this is what they intended to do. So, you know, and they're acting on the belief that their crazy right-wing conspiracy theories about the Constitution and the role of the federal government are true, which they're not. So,
well, you know, what's interesting here is that you wrote a book many years ago, The Eliminationists. You talked about the language being used by people like Alex Jones and Glenn Beck, where it was this constant, the government's coming for you, they might come for your guns, they might come for your land, they might come for, I don't know, maybe your kids. And so back then, it was building. It was building up, and we thought really that it culminated with Clive Bundy down there. But this situation now, I mean, where you have these armed right-wing terrorists, really is what they are, have taken over a federal building. And the government, what is the government doing? I mean, we have a very serious problem. The CIA, the FBI, they have said right-wing terrorism, biggest threat to the United States, and boom, here it is. How do we react?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I will say this. I know that the failure of the authorities to act in after the Clive Bundy case was a source of a lot of morale loss in these land management agencies. Both Forest Service and BLM employees, you know, were very much have felt besieged out there in the field ever since this thing happened, mainly because these guys felt really encouraged and empowered. And so there's a lot of nasty stuff that's actually happening out there in the field to these, you know, forest rangers and BLM land managers, you know, and so that's part of what's going on. And I don't think, I don't know, I don't think they're going to let them get away with it this time. Let's put it that way. So I believe that they will be acting. You know, I've seen these kinds of standoffs before, and I just hope that they don't overreact. There's a possibility that they could go in like they did at, you know, Ruby Ridge and Waco and create just a fiasco. Hopefully they'll handle it the way that they did at the Freeman Ranch in Jordan, Montana back in '96, which I covered back in the day. And there they basically spent 81 days negotiating their way out of the situation, and that may be what they have to do here.
Well, that's a great point, because there is certainly a wrong way to handle it. You know, Waco, very great example. And there is, you know, the opposite is obviously doing nothing. Somewhere in between is what the government has to figure out. They've got to figure it out quickly. But unfortunately, we're out of time. And David Nyworth, thank you. We will certainly be checking back in with you on this. Everybody watching, please check out David's work along with the Southern Poverty Law Center. They will keep you up to date on everything that's happening. David, thank you very much.
Thank you, Farron.
And that's all the time we have for today, but you can get more news, videos, and commentary at our website at theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go online to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Drug companies have found a new way to rip off American consumers, and we'll tell you why no one is even talking about this latest scam. Puerto Rico has become ground zero for criminal bankers, so we'll explain why we need to be very concerned about what's happening down there. And another Republican debate is in the books. We'll bring you the details in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped into the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
So, Farron, of course, another Republican debate this past week, and the Democratic debate on Saturday night completely buried. But the Republican debate was well attended, anyways. There were 14 of them, or I should say 13 of them, in two sections. Now, I'll start off with what I thought was the most substantive and interesting part of the evening, and that is that there is clearly a split with those Republican candidates over a key part of foreign policy. Rand Paul, who I disagree with most things he says, I got to say that I found myself agreeing with some of what he said that night, and that is one of the big questions is whether or not we should have an interventionist policy, whether or not we should be looking to engage in regime change. And of all people, Donald Trump had a quote during the debate, which I thought, frankly, was spot on. And he said, and God help me for saying that I think Donald Trump was spot on, but he said we've spent $4 trillion trying to topple various people. He said we've done a tremendous disservice, not only the Middle East, we've done a tremendous disservice to humanity, the people that have been killed, the people that we have wiped away. For what? And he says we could have spent that $4 trillion in the United States to fix our roads, our bridges, and all the other problems, our airports, and all the other problems we've had. We would have been a lot better off. I can't say that I agree any more with that than anything else I ever agreed with. And this is a real split. You had a Republican Party up there where Cruz, essentially, and Rand Paul and Donald Trump were saying we should not, as a matter of policy, be engaged in regime change. And then you had other people, including the four at the kids table, who basically said we need to be marching on Syria right now with ground troops.
You know, what's interesting is that this is one of the first times where they've disagreed on something other than I'm going to kill more ISIS than you. Right. So it is interesting to see that, but keep in mind, just a few days before Ted Cruz says, yeah, maybe we shouldn't engage in dictator toppling and nation building, he, jokingly or not, toyed around with the idea of detonating nuclear weapons over in the Middle East. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how sincere he actually is. I don't think he knows either. But I think overall this was a big night for Ted Cruz, and I think as we get into the new year, it's something you've talked about for a long time. Ted Cruz is the guy to watch. I still do not believe Donald Trump is going to run this ticket, and it is going to be a Cruz-Rubio fight, which we saw that start to simmer a little bit this week. All the analysis shows that those two kind of took digs at each other. They weren't that substantive. But that fight is going to continue between those two guys because they, when it comes down to it, once we get into the caucuses and primaries, those are going to be the guys to watch out for. And I think we need to, devote some more attention to kind of exposing who these people are, because unfortunately polls are showing they could win a general, and that's terrifying. We got to take these two very seriously.
Well, I mean, I have trouble believing that, really, frankly, anyone on the Republican side has the ability to win in a general election, nationally speaking, regardless of who the Democratic candidate is. But let's put that aside again for a moment and stick to sort of the substance of what was talked about in that debate, maybe not every single one of them, but nearly every single one of those candidates, and I'm including the kids' table, started off their opening remarks by saying that we were in World War III, that we were engaged in a clash of civilizations, that we were, and I'm quoting, under attack. And just contemplate this for a moment. We had an attack in San Bernardino by a couple who, by all indications at this point, did not have any contact with any organized or even disorganized, for that matter, terrorist group or cell or whatnot. And James Comey came out earlier this week and said and made it clear that there were no posts on social media. There was basically some text messages sent by Malik, the eventual wife, when she was in Pakistan back in 2012 and 2013, to about 4 or 5 of her friends, saying that more or less that she believed in jihad. And even if we were to interpret that as she believed in some type of armed terrorism, this is back in 2012, 2013, before ISIS exists. She was in Pakistan, and at the end of the day, if the facts basically remain the way they are, you have this couple completely isolated from everyone else. They had some reason, and let's just say it was because they believed that, I don't know, the rest of us were infidels, that they wanted to go attack his workplace. At the end of the day, the difference between that and Sandy Hook is that in Sandy Hook, 8 more people were killed, or I should say 12 more people were killed, and 6 of them were children. And so the fact is that we are not under some type of existential threat. It is not World War III. And there were a couple of Republicans on that stage who, at least their response as to what we should be doing about it, and it's true, Ted Cruz, a warmonger looking to kill as many people as possible. Nevertheless, this idea of regime change or not is a big policy distinction amongst the Republican Party. And you're right, more or less all the other distinctions are, I'm going to build a wall, well, my wall is going to be 20 feet high, and my wall is going to be 25 feet high.
When it comes to ripping off Americans, no industry does it better than Big Pharma. And now we've learned that it isn't just price gouging that's taking place. Big Pharma has joined the ranks of other corporate giants by trying to avoid paying any taxes to the U.S. government. Joining me now to talk about this is Michael Berg. Michael, Big Pharma never ceases to amaze me. They've always got some kind of new plan on how they're just going to rip everybody off. Usually it is with the price gouging on the price of pharmaceuticals. But now it's, you know what, we're going to stick it to Uncle Sam. Tell us about what's happening right now with Pfizer and their whole tax evasion scheme here.
Well, they've been talking about it for years. First of all, you know, our audience ought to understand that these pharmaceutical companies truly are unpatriotic. Here we are in a tremendous deficit, and what are they doing? They're trying to not pay taxes. Every American, like it or not, nobody likes paying, but we have an obligation so we can fix our infrastructure, so we can make sure that we're able to pay off our debt. And what do? They say, let's find a company somewhere else, in this case in Ireland, where we can avoid paying billions of dollars in taxes, even though we're making billions of dollars from selling pharmaceutical drugs. And that's what it's all about. It's a scam. And I'll tell you why it's a scam, but it is just a big scam. They're just lying to the American public, and they're trying to keep from paying taxes.
And, you know, with this whole Ireland thing that they're doing, basically, you know, if I have this right, I think they're trying to merge with this little company over in Ireland, and then that's going to be home base. So then they say, look, we're not American anymore. We're an Irish company. We're not American. And that's true. You know what? They're not American, as you pointed out, because it is an American's duty to pay these taxes. That's what keeps our government running. That's what keeps the FDA alive, so that they can stick it to Big Pharma, test their products, so we know they're not going to be out there killing us every day. even though right now the FDA is wholly owned by Big Pharma. So what happens if this goes through? If Pfizer becomes an Irish company?
Well, first of all, they can claim their home base is in Ireland, but let's talk about why they did it. The reality of it. The reality is they're buying this company because it owns the product Botox. They want to get into another blockbuster drug. It's what they did with Warner Lambert. That's how they got Lipitor. This company is absolutely the most un-American company there is, even though they're the largest pharma in the world. Because what they do is they pretend like they're actually spending a lot of money on R&D. They may spend some money on R&D, but this company has a history of buying other companies to find their drugs. This is a company that basically spent it's approximately I think 87 billion in buybacks and almost 90 billion in dividends. Not to mention their CEO this last year got over $22 million in direct compensation. So what they're really doing is they're saying, look, we're no longer in the pharma business. What we're in is the acquisition business. We're going to acquire these companies. They tried to acquire AstraZeneca. They were not able to do it. They acquired Warner Lambert. They've now acquiring this Irish company again for the Botox product. And what they do is they pretend that really they need these tax breaks for research and development. But if you look at what they really spend, they spend over 5 times the amount of money in marketing than they do in R&D. So it's a scam. And you know what? The American public should demand that these companies pay their fair share of taxes. Think about this. We're going after the little guy, the guy who makes $30,000 a year, the guy who makes $50,000 a year. And what this company does, and what these right-wingers and anti-tax people are saying, oh, the government's after you. The government is taking more than they should. Well, the reason they're going after them, and the reason people may be paying higher rates than they should, is because corporations like Pfizer are paying practically nothing. Billions and billions of dollars of revenue from drugs being sold in this country. Not to mention the price gouging that's going on in this country. And one other thing that people don't understand is that under the system that exists in this country, believe it or not, every other country, pharmaceutical companies have to discount their drugs for the government. Here, there is no discount for Medicare. There is no discount for Medicaid. That is outrageous when a company is making billions and billions and billions of dollars in profit. So what do we really have here? We have a company that is basically lying to the American public, claiming that somehow the tax burden here is so great that they need to go overseas and put their headquarters there. The truth is, if them and other pharmaceutical companies and other giant corporations would pay their fair share, just their fair share, we could alleviate the debt on the middle class and alleviate our debt in the world, alleviate the tax to the middle class, because when you have a company that's making billions, if they're paying their fair share, think how many people making $30,000 can get relief from that. So the whole thing is upside down.
And the system is rigged to benefit those corporations. And I think what's interesting, you talked about this, they're spending about 5 times more on marketing than they are on research and development. And a large part of that, where we can really see the contrast here is when we look at what they pay a scientist that helps develop these drugs versus what they pay a sales rep who goes out and sells these drugs. I think
even beyond that, every commercial you see on television today, and that's why there is a commercial for some pharmaceutical drug. Yeah. You can't get away from it, and that's cost money to have those national commercials. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars. And so what they want to do is they want to basically continue to spend that money and market and market and market and market and confuse the American people. They don't even tell the truth in many cases about the side effects that they know about. And they have people dancing through the flowers and how wonderful this drug is going to be. In the meantime, some person on the bottom is saying very fast, you could die, you could get a stroke, you could have a heart attack, your ears could fall off, you could be bleeding through your nose. But in the meantime, because we're so visual, they know, and they've done testing, that people are not going to be hearing the warnings. They're going to see that person dancing through the flowers. It's obscene and it's dead wrong, and we ought to stop it.
And one of the things they do in those ads too, those studies have shown, is that when they're talking about the great benefits of the drug, they typically speak at a 6th or 7th grade level. Now, when they're talking about the warnings, they're speaking on a collegiate level. So most Americans, unfortunately, they literally can't understand what's being said because it's scientific jargon and just kind of this mumbo jumbo that they don't want them to understand, because they don't want to know that, hey, not only did we create this disease, restless leg syndrome, but if you take the pill to make your legs stop moving at night, you might end up dying. But you know what? You might get a good night's sleep every now and then. That's how ridiculous this has become. I mean, look, the pharmaceutical industry, they do create products that save lives. They do. Don't get me wrong on that. But they're also in the business of creating new diseases and curing those new diseases, and then making billions of dollars in profits, parking it offshore over in Ireland or the Cayman Islands or wherever it is now. They don't want to give back. They want money. They don't care about disease. That's the bottom line.
It's run by Wall Street. Their priorities are wrong. We used to have drug companies in this country, and there are still some around the world that really are there to try to help people be healthier, to actually have drugs that are going to save people's lives and make them better. While there's still a component of that, now it's driven by Wall Street. It's all about profit in the stock. It's all about the CEO making hundreds of millions of dollars if you include their stock options. It's about the company not paying taxes. It's about basically making as much money as they can, and who's paying for that? Who are the ones who are being hurt? It's the American people. It's the United States government in terms of unable to get taxes, and it's also about the adverse effects and the side effects. The problem is, again, that they control Congress, because all the money they give, they control the media, all the money they give for advertisements. So we're not hearing, except from certain groups, the truth about what's going on. And I think this is such an important story. And I would hope that everyone who is watching or listening, stands up and says, we're not going to take it anymore. Pay your fair share. Let's stop this. Let's stop this greed. That's just outrageous.
That's why this next year's election is going to be so important. Because we do have some candidates out there right now. Maybe they'll survive the primaries. Maybe they won't. But they're talking about this, and that is so important, because those are the very few voices in positions of power that are addressing this issue. And Michael Berg, thank you for telling us the story. Have a wonderful day.
Well, thank you very much.
Bernie Sanders recently called for an investigation into the crimes of the banks that helped sink Puerto Rico's economy, but most Americans had absolutely no idea what he was even talking about. But the crisis in Puerto Rico is one that we all need to be paying attention to, because Wall Street is trying to do the same thing here in America. And I have securities attorney Peter Mouget with me now to tell us what's happening. Peter, I've seen you talk many times in the past about the fact that Puerto Rico's economy is in absolute shambles right now, and it's not just because of bad economics. We're looking at very much criminal activity taking place in Puerto Rico in the banking industry that has absolutely decimated an entire country's economy. You've spoken in the past about UBS's involvement, but now we've got more players in the game. We've got Banco Santander. Kind of give us a primer on what this group has been doing now.
The storyline in Puerto Rico for the last couple of years has been UBS, and all of the conflicts of interest, and UBS client base was ridiculously concentrated in Puerto Rican debt and Puerto Rican closing funds, which defies every investment tenant, investment principles known to mankind. Now, fast forward to October, the regular
Sanders, Senator Warren,
mind their own pockets at the expense of their own clients. It's time to hold people accountable criminally because it's small and we find at $5 to $10 million. Think about it. This is over $100 million out of town. They want to do it and liquidate protecting industry clients, which is 40-50%, depending on what type of security you want to do. They saved $40-50 million by selling enemy clients, recognizing this, not selling clients, and they were fined $5 or $6 million. Well, you can pay fines and walk away, and you get rid of the client and the client pay the burden of the fine or you walk away scot-free. They saved $50-60 million, paid $5 or $6 million fine. Not a bad program. The deal with JP now being not a people like you are out there, they're fighting a good fight. We appreciate everything you do. Keep at it. Stay And that's all the time we have for tonight. But you can get even more Ring of Fire on our website at ringoffire.com. You can also subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go online to rofpodcast.com. I'm Derek Cousins. We'll see you next week. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Mike Papantonio, and here's what's happening tonight. The head of the DEA, well, he says medical marijuana isn't a joke. Those are his words. For the people who depend on this medicine to treat their terminal illnesses, so they're not laughing. And Ted Cruz advised a right-wing hack to testify in Congress, and this guy says it's okay if the Maldives sink because of global climate change, because the people on those islands, well, they're only Muslims. That's coming up. The backstory. Remember, just stepped in to Ring of Fire. There's been zero warning, none whatsoever. I'm running for president of the United States. Or not the president, so the countries that are burning our flag. It was when two terrorists that apologized and apologized and apologized and apologized. So you're no surprise here in Barrington, Texas, Cruz advises just way far right-wing radio host testifies about climate change in Congress. The guy goes off on this rant, talks about who cares if the Maldives sink, doesn't make any difference because they're all Muslim, they can all move to Russia. Give me your take. I'm not making this up, it's really happening. This is the same Ted Cruz running for president. This is not surprising from a guy like Ted Cruz, and it's not surprising for the Republican base in general. Because it doesn't matter who says that climate change isn't real, as long as they hear a human being say that, they assume that it exists. that up, that the numbers are very clear. They aren't showing up to vote. So when they lose their jobs, when the plan is felt, when there's such disparity in wealth that you can't even recognize as a democracy, when the police forces are going so crazy that you read about the police murder shooting almost every day, where police have committed murder every day. When those things start happening, and the friggin' millennials don't have enough sense to go to the polls, you know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe we are out of here by 20. You know, the thing about the millennials and the voting, the fact is, they show up under kind of different times. They came of age during the 9/11, during the Iraq War live. They see all that. And so they do have this mentality of what's before the voting, all these politicians are the same. And that's how, you know, a lot of Democrats in general have that, regardless of state. That's something that is things that is true. There is a politician running for president right now who absolutely breaks the mold. He is not the same old, oh, well, they're all liars, they're all crooks. No, and Bernie Sanders is the person to change that whole foot. He is out there, and the millennials love him, by the way. Yeah, they love him. That's tough. If they show up to vote, Bernie can win. Now, that's simple. If they show up to vote, Bernie can win. If they don't show up to vote, I really do believe Paul Rove might be right. They won't even be here in 28 because we will have absolutely. People species were once described as voters. That's the speech I can give. And what I mean by that is when they show up at a particular venue, they consume everything there. They eat it, destroy it, they bury it, they burn it up. They're like locusts. And we're species of nothing less than locusts. And Karl Rove understands that when he said, we're not going to be here in 28 right? The only thing that changes that is the millennials getting and if they don't, maybe it's over. I believe he's right. It is so amazing that they don't understand right now that they do hold the power to evidently change American politics. They're going to be the largest voting bloc in this next year. Why don't they get it, Barrett? You are one. I mean, you are a millennial. Why don't they get it? Because they're not. I don't want to say that they're not paying attention because they are more so than ever. But they're not paying attention to what happened. When the industry is biased and wrong, so you can't trust them. They get little businesses social media here and there, but mostly they ignore them. So they do have greater access to news. They're just not utilizing it in the way they should. And then also, they do have the mentality of, you know what, they just one vote. What is one vote? Yeah, I'm not going to make any difference. Okay, well, look, how about the media? The media has something to do with that. Okay, in terms of television, there's a great article Patrick Banks wrote about the shrinking impact of mainstream media. Let's hope that's accurate. Did you see the article? I did. It's a phenomenal article, and it's really hit it on the head with what's happening right now. When you look at CNN, MSNBC, Fox, very lazy over the last year, with the exception of the 90-day era of the state, has gone in the tank. I mean, MSNBC is now the lowest rated cable news channel available, whereas they weren't even at the field of Fox a few days ago, you were talking about the idea that, why would we even give you moments notice to these proposals, to an entire lineup of proposals? I mean, there's no other way to describe it. They know, the media understands, the producers that have college educations, they understand that what they're doing is they have a stage full of proposals. literally sprayed parties. But they don't want to make sense with them. Here's what happened. He stole money from the GOP. He's a thief. And he stole money from the GOP. The GOP would not investigate it because they were hoping that he would run for president. They didn't want to punish him. But there's no question the people that did the investigation had to conclude that he's a thief. He stole money, thought he was going to get away with it, and he got caught. But this is a guy that can you imagine 30 years ago the Republican Party saying, yeah, he's a serious contender, let's prop him up. What it is they're trying to say, well, he's young, and we're going to bring the youth vote. No, what 20-year-old in their right mind sees any appeal to Marco Rubio? But anyway, mainstream media says he's in certain huge lie. Aaron, thanks for joining us. Okay, we're out of time. Thank you. 1986, two separate corporations owned the media, ranging from newspapers, magazines, and television. TV media was considered a marketplace for important ideas, investigative stories. America has the most vibrant media infrastructure in the world. Today, 5 multi-conglomerate corporations own all of it. They own all the media, TV, radio, newspaper, magazines. Meaningful reporting has died. It's created a window of void that can be occupied by outlets like Free Speech TV, where advertisers and powerful politicos and NDAs don't tell us what we can or cannot say. They don't tell us what we can or can't report. Corporate media is deadly, but truth teller outlets like Free Speech TV, well, they're just now being born. So here's the problem. If you want reporting that's not controlled by corporate-owned and dominated CEO, if you believe that you deserve a sincere reporting outlet that has no political party affiliation, if you understand that our democracy requires diversity and truthfulness and courage, telling the whole truth about wars or the economy or corporate corruption or our environment. If you believe that, you understand that, if you understand, you have to be in control of that message. That's what we do at Free Speech TV. Not the Beltway, not Wall Street, not Madison Avenue. You are in control by empowering Free Speech TV, by giving us the financial support, the tools to do what we promise to do for you every day. Right here on Ring of Fire, 5 days a week. My pledge to you is that not a dollar is going to be wasted. Every dollar you pledge to Free Speech TV is going to be honored, and your commitment will change. News reporting is going to change. Right here, right now. The truth is, we're a family here at Free Speech TV who cares for, believes in, and advocates for what you believe in every day. I'm asking for your financial support to allow us to do our job the way you deserve. Go online to freespeech.org to help keep honest, independent media on the air. In a truer sense, Free Speech TV has the potential to be our line in the sand. The state, the TV reporting does have the capacity to create the kind of outrage that puts Wall Street, white-collar criminals in prison. Your voice delivered through Free Speech programming really does have the potential outrage that demands that we save our planet from fossil fuel outlaws. We're going to drill and frack until our grandchildren exist around an irreversible environment catastrophe. When you turn on Free Speech TV, you're going to hear our outrage. Your demands are going to be articulated by some of the most important voices in the president. Tom Hardy, real journalists who have devoted their lives to being your voice with your cause. Your voice only stays alive if you believe that what you think every day, what you believe every day, what you're committed to every day can show up on a network like Free Speech TV. Your voice delivered on a sustainable TV outlet, unlike any other network. Think about it. Your voice kept us out of a war in Syria. Your voice saved the internet from corporate control. It was your voice, your outlet, that forced Obama time after time to do what he was unwilling to do. Free Speech TV is your voice. Believe that your voice and your beliefs are important enough to be heard. I promise I will speak your voice. To do that, I'm going to need your help. Go to freespeech.org and help preserve your voice in the national media. The head of the EPA recently said that medical marijuana is a complete joke. The people that Colorado, we opposed the medical marijuana and recreational legalized. How has that benefited not only the patient, but just the state in general? Well, there was this general attitude from the program that it's such a little sky is falling, and none of that really happened. What's happening is that the CDC actually says that we have lower communities after legalizing marijuana, lower communities, lower than the national average as well. Colorado State Department of Transportation says that there are traffic fatalities that's on there. Our tax revenues are actually through the roof. So marijuana tax revenues alone, in the first year of legalization, nearly doubled that of alcohol. We took $8 billion of that, put it into just drug abuse education just in our state. $8 billion. So we benefited economically. The city of Denver, actually, where I'm at right now, said that violent crime and property crime both went down after legalization. So I live here, I raise my kids here, and I can make a lot of decisions. And I'm a person that's telling me to go about this to take one. And start to handle this topic with the right information and stop it and with this view. We have yearly in the United States about 88,000 people die every single year from alcohol consumption. 106,000 die from taking pharmaceutical drugs as directed, not necessarily overdose, not necessarily side effect per se. 106,000 taking pharmaceutical drugs as directed, 88,000 alcohol. How many people a year die as a result of just the consumption of zero? I think that zero is one of the most important numbers, and that, to me, is one of the biggest selling points as to why states need to stop drugging. The government has got to stop drugging. We know the benefit. We know that there are dozens of diseases that the medicine, medical marijuana, Charlotte's Web in particular, works to treat. It's time to go and out of the past. We've got to get this thing legalized everywhere. Joel Stanley, phenomenal work that you do. We appreciate you joining us today. We'll check back in with you. I'm hoping to become the campaign issue in 2016. So let's make it. Thank you very much, man. That's all the time we have for today. I'm Darren Cousins. We'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Darren Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. The Koch brothers might be spying on you. We'll tell you all about the new revelations about the Koch spy network. Donald Trump is bringing hate to the mainstream of the GOP, and white supremacists are absolutely loving it. And the media is still ignoring Bernie Sanders. We'll bring you the details of tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. Just step in. Bye. There's been zero warning, none whatsoever, I'm running for president of the United States. Congress or not the president, so open the country that are burning our flag. We went to the terrorists and apologize. We apologize. We apologize. And apologize. In 1982, Stephens Corporation owned the radio, newspapers, magazines, and television. TV media was considered a marketplace for important ideas, investigative stories. America has one of the most vibrant media infrastructures in the world. Today, 5 multi-conglomerate corporations own all of it. They own all the media, TV, radio, newspaper, and magazines. The truth is, meaningful reporting has died. It's created a window of voice that can be occupied by outlets like Free Speech TV, where advertisers and powerful politicos and NBA don't tell us what we can or cannot say. They don't tell us what we can or can't report. Corporate media is dead, ladies and gentlemen. But truth teller outlets like Free Speech TV will just now be born. So here's the problem. If you want reporting that's not controlled by corporate-owned and dominated CEO, if you believe that you deserve outlet that has no allegiance, no political party affiliation. If you understand that our democracy requires diversity and truthfulness, courage, and business, telling the whole truth about wars or the economy or corporate corruption or our environment. If you believe that, you understand that, and you understand you have to be in control of that message. That's what we do at Free Speech TV. Not the Beltway, not Wall Street, not Madison Avenue. You are in control by empowering Free Speech TV, by giving us the financial support, the tools to do what we promise to do for you every day. Right here on Make Fire, 5 days a week. My pledge to you is that not a dollar is going to be wasted. Every dollar you pledge to Free Speech TV is going to be honored, and your commitment to change. News reporting is going to change. Right here, right now. The truth is, we're a family here at Free Speech who cares for, believes in, and advocates for what you believe in every day. I'm asking for your financial support to allow us to do our job the way you deserve. Go online to freespeech.org to help keep honest, independent media on the air. In the truest sense, Free Speech TV has the potential to be our line in the sand. The statement that TV reporting does have the capacity to create the kind of outrage with which Wall Street, white-collar criminals in prison. Your voice delivered through Free Speech programming really does have the potential outrage to demand that we save our planet from fossil fuel outlaws. We're going to drill and frack until our grandchildren exist around an irreversible environment catastrophe. When you turn on Free Speech TV, you're going to hear our outrage. Your demands are going to be articulated by some of the most voices of progressive media. Tom Parson and Amy Goodman, real journalists who have devoted their lives to being your voice for your cause. Your voice only stays alive if you believe that what you think every day, what you believe every day, what you're committed to every day show up on a network like Free Speech TV. Your voice delivered on a sustainable TV outlet, unlike any other network. Think about it. Your voice kept us out of the war in Syria. Your voice saved the internet from corporate control. It was your voice, your outlet that forced Obama time after time to do what he was unwilling to do. Free Speech TV is your voice. Believe that your voice and your beliefs are important enough in this country. You spent your whole career, fighting against corporations who just run over American consumers. And you said one of the goals of the Vote Brothers obviously is massive deregulation or EPA. What have you seen from your career? What happens when corporations get down? They get deregulation. They stop having the government checking over their shoulders to make sure they're cooperating with the law. What happens when they finally get their wish?
Well, when they get their wish, we see it on our side as all of you, which is the system that it does. They will not play inside the rules. They don't want to go inside the line. Once they get control, everything goes to hell, frankly. And we see the best interest of the public, the best interest of the middle class, everything out there aside from their own self-interest of corporations are just set aside. They function solely for themselves. You got people on the other side. I think it's a pretty short system. This is not how to do this. You got the Democratic Alliance, Democracy Alliance. Their goals are Prime Minister Benson, reducing competition, income equality, reducing the role of money in politics, expanding voter access, supporting choice and supporting LGBT rights. The vote question. There's bad lines that clearly come because they oppose every single one of those things. And the normal is, there's nothing in politics style opposition, finding opposition. You might see what it is. Where I'm saying it's very good for one level there. But this is not some stupid president. This is the digital age where much more is possible and much more abuse is possible. But just to give you an example of their story, it was already set up in the American 21st century. So I think this may be on the Republicans that is, they got $3 million. They have to compare the rest of it, but $3 million to spend on research, tracking, and packages plus money. So I think the bottom line is both sides of the regular system, if you state difference. The Democracy Alliance is seeking to better the lives of the poor and middle class. The most of it continues to increase their own personal power and to continue to function above the law.
Our nation, thank you for telling us this story. It is certainly terrifying to really understand what's happening right now in our electoral process and in America. Thank you very much for talking to us. Earlier today, Mike Papantonio and I had a discussion of some of the day's biggest news stories that the corporate media is not telling you. Let's take a look. Amazing story. 81 to 1 is kind of the lead on the story, and that's the ratio of the whacked out corporate media and the ratio between the president Donald Trump is getting and the president Bernie Sanders is getting. This is the media that does not want Bernie Sanders to win because media does not think of media as Wall Street. Okay, there's no difference between media and Wall Street. People don't get that. They don't understand the reason they're working so hard to defeat Bernie Sanders by total blockout. Total black this out, block that out, don't give it to the press. It's because they want it. And that's probably what it is. And a lot of people don't realize that the media outlets, as we talked about before, there's 5 or 6 major corporations that own all of the media outlets in this country, or and each one of those outlets is made up of a board, and those board members come from Goldman Sachs and Bank of America, and across the board, Philip Morris. All of those people are corporate people, they have corporate interests, and they sit on the board of these media companies. So that's why, as you point out, we're getting 81 stories about Donald Trump on national media for every one story that we get about Bernie Sanders. And Trump's out there saying stupid stuff several times a day, so he's giving them plenty of material. But the media is focusing more on the stupidity and how crazy this is. Because that's just the reason. They're not focusing on anything exciting. They're not covering any kind of policy discussion. There's no intelligence left in the corporate. Now, I'll tell you what, here's the comparison. CBS, wait a minute. The home of Ed Morris, the real journalist, okay? Now, CBS, when you had the MBAs from Wall Street Journal, and horrible that they're racist, how horrible that the white supremacist groups are giving them so much attention. As a matter of fact, the white supremacist groups are following Trump to the point to where it's actually shutting down their network because they can't take the overload of information. But the point being, you've got this smug corporate media that said, oh, well, we're not responsible. You invented them. And when you watch them, when you watch corporate media, rather than something meaningful, then you're simply supporting this whole idea. You're empowering this corporation, that's all they are, that is taking control of every facet of our lives. You know, they're dumbing us down with Kim Kardashian so they can get more dumbed down with politics and Trump. And you can ignore things like climate change. You can ignore things like income disparities. You can ignore things like racism. It is the same thing, and I've said this so many times. It is the same thing that is the trend for fashion. He looks like Berlusconi. Great example. Out of Italy. Berlusconi here owns the media. Now, a guy like Berlusconi never would have even been a blip on the radar had he not owned the media. But he owned the media, and with it brought the most regressive laws, most ugly politics in Italy for a very long time because he controlled the media. Same thing happened. In fact, up to about 4 months ago, Donald Trump was technically an asset of NBC. But it wasn't until that time when they decided, okay, we're going to find someone else to host a business.
Bye bye.
Then you mentioned PTSD, and you said that President Obama may be to blame for some of the PTSD. Well, I wanted to, let me continue that piece. What exactly did you start by these by you guys brought me here to talk about Iowa politics and the science tonight, not to talk about my kids. And then there's a whole other set of problems. But as things go in the world of media, you guys don't always keep your promises evidently.
On that day, if you look at the
what did I say that is offensive?
Exactly as I said.
I don't regret any comment that I made because I do believe PTSD at the foot of the president. But no, you guys have a specific quote. It allows the media to be more credible. You guys will tell me exactly what you're talking about, and then I can address it.
There were really specific promises made about content of the interview. Lawrence would find that those interviews would endorse Donald Trump. The warming that we really have to act very quickly. And that indeed really raises the stake as far as this conference is concerned, COP21. With each of these conferences, so Doha back in 2009, there was Copenhagen. With each one of these conferences happening roughly every 5 years, where we don't achieve the necessary reduction in carbon emissions, the problem just becomes that much more difficult. And so I think there's a recognition here that we really can't afford to lose this opportunity. Something big has to happen at COP21 in Paris. Going on as we speak. No, go ahead. I was just going to say the good news is that unlike Copenhagen, which was seen as a failure by some because it didn't really lead to actionable commitments, meaningful reductions, although it did lay a groundwork for, and now we're following footsteps here. The difference this time is that the various contributing countries, participating countries, have already made commitments. They've put forward these voluntary commitments, what they're willing to do right now in terms of committing to reduce carbon emissions in the future. So we go into the conference with participating nations already having put forward a voluntary commitment for what they're willing to do right now. The good news is that those commitments, if you tally them up, you look at what the implications are for the future warming, it gets us about halfway where we need to be. About halfway from business as usual warming of the planet, which would be 5 degrees Celsius with 9 Fahrenheit by the end of the century, and that 2 degree Celsius limit that we'd like to avoid crossing. These commitments that have already been put on the table get us halfway there. That means that some negotiating with appropriate follow-up in the years ahead, maybe we can just get there. Maybe we can get to where we need to be. I'm a little more optimistic about that now than I was back in Copenhagen in 2009.
Do we have a sense of, I mean, and this is, I know, is part of the really difficult part about this is that we only have, I guess, informed conjecture as to the increasing rate of the increasing warming. And that, so in other words, do we have a sense of if we implement X today, it will begin to slow the rate of increase of warming by Y next year, or 5 years, or 7 years, or 10 years out?
Yeah, so we can make those sorts of projections. These models that have been vetted fairly well. They have been validated in terms of the predictions they make and how those match up with observations. And so we do have climate models and models of the carbon cycle that allow us to look at implications of different fossil fuel burning, different scenarios of fossil fuel burning in the future, what implications that has for climate. And it's sort of like a cloudy it's a cloudy forecast. It's not a precise forecast because there's physical uncertainties in each step of that process. And so we can provide a range. And so what scientists do is they take that range of possible impacts, that range of projected warming, given a certain pathway of human behavior
is like, how much do we have to reduce our emissions to have a greater than 50% chance of avoiding, say, that 2 degrees Celsius threshold? And so often what scientists will do is take into account that uncertainty by framing it in that probabilistic sense. What do we need to do to have a 2/3, 67% chance of avoiding that amount of warming? And so you can see, given the uncertainty, that some of the questions we ask are framed with a certain level of risk averse. How risk averse are we? 50% good enough? Is 67% good enough? We want to be certain at the 90% level that we will avoid 2 degrees Celsius warming. Well, if we want that level of certainty, then the reductions have to be even greater.
And that process, I mean, it's interesting because that process probably goes on in our lives on other issues in a fairly frequent way that we're just not conscious of, right? I mean, when we go to the doctor, much of that work, that calculation in terms of risk aversity, is already sort of built into the, is already baked into the cake, right? The doctor knows how old we are, what things we may or may not be subject to. So, if I come into the doctor at age 50, I'm going to get a colonoscopy, whereas if I'm age 30, I wouldn't. And it's all sort of that same type of calculation.
Absolutely. And, the analogy is apt. And in this case, of course, the patient is the earth. And so the stakes are especially high.
All right, well, let's take a break. When we come back, I want to just touch on, we talk about that 2 degrees Celsius target, and I want to just give you the opportunity to reiterate what the implications of that target is. And then I want to talk about, whether what we're dealing with in Paris is really, at this point, a scientific problem, and if it is, to what extent, but also simply a political problem. We're going to take a quick break. We're talking to Professor Michael Mann about the climate change conference in Paris that is taking place as we speak. We'll be right back after. So, Michael, we were talking about that you have an increased, I guess, optimism, particularly relative to Copenhagen in 2009, as to both what has entered into, I should say, or what our situation is entering into Paris, and what could come out of Paris, not so much in terms of the condition of our climate, but in terms of the willingness and the determination that's been expressed by the international community to deal with this problem. I mean, just lay it out for us. How much worse are we off in terms of the climate from 2009, 6, 7 years ago? And then also juxtapose that as to where we are relative to the international community's will and expression of that will to deal with this problem.
Yeah, so, with each passing year, the problem becomes worsened, and we can see that. I mean, we literally now, and I think this is, it makes things a little different from where we were even back in 2009 with Copenhagen, where we are now seeing the impacts of climate change play out with our very own eyes. Whether it's the unprecedented drought in California, the massive wildfires we saw this last summer, the flooding that now takes place in the streets of Miami Beach seasonally when there's a seasonal high tide because of the added impact of global sea level rise. And I could go on and on. We are seeing climate change play out in a visceral way. And so I think there is a far greater sense of urgency. I think the policymakers, as well as the people they represent, increasingly get it. They understand that we've got a crisis on our hands. And so there's a lot more pressure now to do something than there was just 5 years ago. But the actions that are necessary are Herculean. We really have to bring down our carbon emissions at a time when they're still increasing a bit. We have to bring them down by several % a year for several decades and still find a way to provide the energy that is needed by civilization if we are going to avoid crossing that dangerous 2 degrees Celsius threshold of warming. It's going to require massive investment in deploying of renewable energy, increased measures for increased energy efficiency. It's going to require a price on carbon. We need to level the playing field in the energy market so that renewable energy can compete fairly with fossil fuel energy. But there are some good signs already. Last year, for the first year in modern history, we saw no increase in global carbon emissions, while the global economy still continued to grow. First time we've seen that in decades. It's an optimistic sign. We also saw that renewables, for the first time ever, outcompeted fossil fuels globally in terms of added capacity for electricity generation. So some good things are happening. We're starting to turn the corner. We just need to turn the corner even faster if we're going to avert ever more dangerous changes in our climate.
Well, what do you think accounts for these things? I mean, I imagine it's a myriad of reasons, but
I'm Carrie D. I've had moderate to severe plaque psoriasis most of my life.
Slightly out of your portfolio as a physical science. But I mean,
I hereby declare the Pokemon of the world.
This greater understanding by government, but also
must have them all.
I guess we're seeing these changes in the price of solar panels.
And today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 collectible fads. For this list, we're taking a look at products that were extremely popular to collect for a period of time.
Yeah, I
We've
think
excluded
there
McDonald's toys because collecting them was never really a fad.
You can get the party started with a mind-bending cool toy in your McDonald's Happy Meal.
Fossil fuel
Number 10, Garbage Pail Kids.
They're like technology.
But hilarious. One day, these will be worth millions. In the mid-'80s, Garbage Pail Kids exploded in popularity like an atom bomb. These repulsive and violent trading cards were made to satirize the cute and innocent Cabbage Patch Kids, which you might see later on this list. Stupid cards where babies are doing disgusting things.
No, they're the amazing cards where babies are doing hysterical things.
While the cards were disgusting to say the least, they were also insanely hilarious and creative.
There's been a cut in his leg and just millions of spiders have come out. So they're just like spiders. What happens to them when they cut his leg?
To this day, they still resonate with the immature kids in us all. The Topps company even came out with a series of new cards in 2014, tapping into our 80s nostalgia. Wow, somebody really ought to produce a cartoon series and a feature film based on this product.
You're sick! Yeah, and I ran my dogs off for you guys!
Back into the ocean, it's a losing battle.
Concentrate on what you do! Back or down, it's up to you!
Number
9, Magic Cards.
Just scrambles plays a black swamp monocard alone.
Fluffy counters with a monocard of his own.
If there were ever a fantasy-based game to give Dungeons and Dragons a run for its gold pieces, it's Magic the Gathering.
Growing up,
chances are you knew a group of kids that spent their lunch period trading Magic cards. Of course, you probably know a few adults that participate in Magic tournaments too.
Climate change is taking a tremendous toll on the economic toll now, and the fact that the solution is in our grasp.
Introduced in 1993, this game has often been described as cardboard crap, and we can see why. It creates a world of its own that's quite easy to lose oneself in. Collecting every card will cost you a pretty penny, but it's worth the investment to become the ultimate planeswalker.
People's expectations of Paris and people's reaction to what's been going on in Paris.
Number 8.
There's a sense that
no off button. No, we talked about this before. You got to lock them in a closet.
Remember when Furby was the must-have holiday gift? After they were released in 1998, there wasn't a kid in the late 90s that didn't want this weird owl hamster robot thing. That's probably why 40 million of them were sold in the first 3 years alone. It wasn't just a toy. It was practically a pet
between
could
China
talk,
and the
sleep,
United
and even
States
dance with a mind
that
of its
have
own.
been able to
Now
gather
our
their
parents
political
spend
will
hundreds
and
of dollars buying us these
working
furry fun balls,
effectively,
and we got to say
not
them
quite
pretty quickly.
unilaterally, but
Those
working.
furries, they turn
You know, there's no, you don't have the same quality of everybody's looking around the room to see
Admit
the first
it,
person
you
who's going
threw your
to
Furby
jump
against
in
the wall when it wouldn't shut up.
People are starting to jump
Even
in the
if
pool,
Furby was
and this is
basically
really
a
more
gizmo
of like
knockoff, we'll
let's just
always
get
have fond memories of
let's
getting
just,
one on
take an
Christmas morning.
accounting and talk about where we're going ahead and then do the head that Paris more about sort of part of a process rather than having
Troll
to
doll.
initiate.
Wish on a treasure
Yeah,
troll.
that's right. And I think
Nothing
they
like
have
that.
a feeling that
They
there
were
have to
originally
be,
made by a Danish fisherman in
legally
1959.
binding
And while the
targets.
troll
This is
dolls peaked in
problematic, of course,
popularity
because
during
we
the early
currently have
1960s,
a
they've
Congress led
maintained
by
success from the 70s
would be
onward.
unwilling to ratify.
What kind of dog is this? This is like
DreamWorks Animation even has its full feature film
at the
production
national level,
starring Justin Timberlake
where
and
no
Anna
nation
Kendrick.
wants to
Troll
be
dolls are just so
regarded
hard to resist.
as
With their wide eyes, friendly smiles, and crazy
as
hair
the,
you just want to
as
brush.
the obstacle.
Are we the only
Problem.
ones concerned they're
You
naked
see
though?
nations working together in
Seriously,
good faith.
put on some pants. Regardless,
As you say,
there will always be
U.S. and
something
China, the
appealing
two
about
largest
these
emitters on
strangely
the planet,
adorable
now having
dolls.
engaged in a
Let's just
bilateral
pretend
agreement to lower
trolls
their carbon
never
emissions.
happened.
We've got India joining in. We've got you know what?
Number
Prior
6,
to any negotiation in Paris, here's what
No
we're
doubt
willing
about
to
it, the
do.
most highly touted player in the history of the game. His earliest card from 1914 is terrible condition, albeit much more scarce, sold for almost half a million bucks.
If your grandpa held on to any baseball, football, basketball, or hockey cards from
on
his
what
youth,
has to be
you may want to
accomplished
check the value
purely
of
at
his
this one
collection.
meeting.
They could
In
make your
fact,
family
being seen
extremely
as
rich.
If you buy 100 items this year,
in the process,
1 or 2 or 3 might go up in value, but 30, 40, or 50 will hopefully be sold for low cost.
Though they've inspired games of Need'em Got 'em for well over a century, sports cards have gone through some changes over the years. For example, they're no longer produced by tobacco companies or included in cigarette packs.
Professor Michael Mann,
Nevertheless,
it is
these
no
trading cards have
cause
always
for
maintained a
complacency,
timeless
but
charm
it is
that can
nice to be
appeal to
able to,
anybody who's ever dreamed
speak
of
to you
owning
about
a
this
sports team.
and have that there is some offering out there that
Roland
we
Mays
as
and Johnny
a-
Bench.
as a
Just try
planet,
not to break your
as,
teeth on the bubble
as a
gum.
civilization can address this. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, Sam, and I really appreciate what you are doing to raise awareness.
What is that, a Pez dispenser? Hey! Are you ready?
First sold in Austria in 1927, these bite-sized candies have transcended the food industry to become icons
The United
in the
States is
collectible
one of only
community.
2 countries in the
great thing
world that
about
allows
Pez
drug
dispensers
companies
is
to
that the
market their
manufacturing
products directly
possibilities
to
are
consumers.
endless. You
For
can
the last
put any
18
head
years,
on a
our
dispenser,
TV
whether
airways
it's a
have been
historical
dominated
icon,
by
cartoon
commercials
character,
telling
or
us that if we
political
feel
figure.
sad,
Seeing
if
as
we
how
feel
there are
sick,
over
if we feel
550
anything at all,
dispensers,
then we
and
probably
many of
need
them
to take
have
a
inspired
magic pill
numerous
from
different
Big Pharma
variations.
to
A
make
Pez
all
Heads
those
collection
worries
is
melt
never
away.
truly complete.
And by the way, that's
Number
a magic pill that's
Cabbage
been
Patch
marked up
Kids.
by as much as 20,000% in some situations. Direct-to-consumer advertising has been a huge cash cow.
Created in
drug industry.
1978 by 21-year-old art
Companies in the
student
U.S. are now
Xavier
pulling in
Roberts,
around
Cabbage Patch
$300
Kids
billion
took the world by
every
storm
year,
in the 80s.
and this massive
Every
haul
kid
is
dreamed
all
of
thanks to
adopting one of
marketing.
these darling
20%
dolls,
of the country now
resulting
takes
in
at
the
least
Cabbage
5
Patch
prescription
riots.
drugs
We
per
kid
month.
you not.
Every
When Cabbage Patch
$1
Kids
that
first hit
Big
the
Pharma
shelves in the
spends on
U.S.
TV
in 1983,
advertised.
anarchy broke
They get a
out across
$4
American
return.
retail stores.
Sales have
Reports
increased
claim
by
that
almost
people were arming
15%
themselves with
since that
baseball
kind of
bats just to get
advertising
their
became
hands on
legal.
these hot-ticket items.
Direct-to-consumer
While Cabbage Patch
advertising
Kids
has
remained
turned us
a
into a
bestseller
nation
for
of
years to come,
hypochondriacs.
shoppers
And
never
that's
went
what
crazy
Big
for
Pharma
them like
wanted.
they did in late
Every time we turn on our
1983.
TV, we see a soothing voice telling us that we may have depression or
Now we just go
bipolar
crazy
disorder,
every
acid
Black Friday.
reflux, or restless legs, insomnia, or just discomfort.
Number 3,
And Big
Pokemon
Pharma is
trading
right
cards.
there at the cash register, waiting to hand us the cure. The
Although
result is
Pokemon
that
is
doctors
still a
have now
popular
become
franchise,
order
there
takers
was
rather
a time
than
when it
objective
dominated the
thinkers.
friggin' world.
Patients walk into a
Kids
doctor's
watched
office
every
with a
episode
list
of
of
the anime
demands,
series,
and some drug
devoured every
companies
Game Boy
even
game,
provide a
and
list
sought
of
to collect
talking
every
points on their
trading card.
website
Hey, look
look here, honey,
politicians to
another
bring in the
Metapod.
office to make
You can
sure
never
that
have
they
enough
walk out
Metapods, can
of that
you?
blockbuster
Grew up in the
drug.
late 90s.
But the
Chances
golden
are
age
your
of big
entire
pharma
life
might be coming
revolved
to
around
an end.
filling a 3 ring
American
binder
Medical
with every
Association
Pokemon
has had
card.
enough of
And
Big
maybe
Pharma's
even
greed,
playing the trading
and they're
card
now
game.
lobbying the
Kids
government
took the ad
to please
campaign
ban
quite literally in a
direct-to-consumer
quest
ads
to catch them
because
all,
the only
which only
groups that
got
are
harder when the
benefiting are
list
the drug
expanded
companies.
beyond
The AMA
161.
understands that
While most of us
direct-to-consumer
eventually
advertising
moved
is
on to
a
other things.
disaster. It's a
We'll
train
never
wreck.
forget the
It puts
blessed day when we got
unnecessary
our first
medication
Charizard.
into the
I
hands
don't
of
wanna be around
people
all
who
these
don't
babies
need
playing
it,
Pokemon
which is a recipe
badly.
for
This
disaster.
kid right here is just
The
wasting
AMA
his
wants to give the
Charizard.
power of
You are
prescription back
wasting
to the
your
doctors,
Charizard.
the people who
Number
spend
2,
8 years in college and 4 years in residency,
$500
want to
to blow. What do you
understand
got?
how to diagnose a problem and take that power out of the hands of the damn drug company CEOs
Pogs got
who
their
really don't
start in
care
Hawaii
about
as
the
early
product
as
being dangerous. They
1927.
only care about
But they
making a
wouldn't
few
become
more
a
dollars.
phenomenon until
Because that's
the
what
90s.
medicine is
Even
about
if you
to Big
never learned
Pharma,
how to
not
play
about
the game
helping
growing
the
up,
sick,
there's
but
little
about
doubt that you
making
had
as
a
much
Pog
money as they
container filled
possibly
with these
can,
small discs.
giving drugs to people who really don't need them.
Why? Because manufacturers could print virtually anything on them.
Have you tuned
Whether you were
into
into
the corporate
cartoons,
media in the last
video
2
games,
weeks?
or ALF,
Well, if you
there was a
haven't,
set of
I'll tell
Pogs
you
out
what's
there
going
for
on
every
right
kid to collect.
They
It's
want
a pretty
the United
simple
States
idea,
to
but
go
that's
to
part of what makes Pogs so
CNN
brilliant.
went as far as suspending a reporter for showing sympathy towards Syrian refugees, but the reporters who asked why we aren't bombing the hell out of ISIS got to keep their jobs. And that's what the corporate
Before we
media
get
does.
to our top pick,
They
there are
want
some
the
honorable
U.S. to go to
mentions.
war. They want American soldiers to go fight and win a war because they know that it puts eyeballs on their network. Eyeballs equal advertisers, and war is big business for the corporate controlled media. You want to hear them breaks in billions of dollars to do
Kids collect them, they wear them, they trade them, they use them as a fashion accessory.
They're at the mercy of their corporate
More so
sponsors.
now, it's
And they
becoming kind of a
refuse to tell
currency for
stories
parents
about
and coaches around the country and the world.
Aim and harm consumers to do that first. Make matters worse for Americans, your rules have told us that media outlets can legally distort or censor news stories at their whim, as FCC guidelines for honest reporting are not actually laws. This means that the media is legally allowed to
Everybody
lie and
loves
to
a
hide the
bear.
truth from
With
American
Beanie Babies,
citizens,
however,
even
Time
when their
Warner Inc.
personal
didn't
health and
stop at
safety
stuffed
is at
bears.
stake.
They produced
The
stuffed
problem is that
rhinos,
when you have
stuffed
media
zebras,
outlets owned by
stuffed
corporate
octopuses,
interests,
etc.
every talking point
Basically,
that comes
if a
from that
species of animal
network is
existed,
going to be
it
to the
inspired a
benefit
Beanie
of
Baby.
those corporate
First
interests.
introduced in 1991
Here at Free
and
Speech
becoming a
TV,
hot commodity
we don't have
within 4
shareholders.
years.
We don't
Darling
answer to
bean
corporate
stuffed
America,
animals, of
but
course,
we don't
draw
pull
in
any
kids,
punches either.
but even adults
Our
couldn't
loyalty
resist
is to the
them.
viewers, and our viewers are the ones that help keep Free Speech TV alive.
We just remember
Free Speech
about how
TV
much they
doesn't
were
take
worth,
corporate money,
and
and that's why your financial support is so important to us.
It wasn't
Fewer
enough to just
voices
have
and
one
not
Beanie Baby,
corporate
though.
sponsors
You had to
fuel Free
possess
Speech
all of
TV
these
and
cuddly
drive
creatures,
many of our
even if it
programming
meant emptying
decisions.
your 401k.
You can help protect Free
Collecting them
Speech
paid off in
today
the end,
with your
however,
donation.
as we all know that
Free
Beanie
Speech
Babies are
TV
now
airs
worth a
independent
fortune.
news and views for independent thinkers like yourself. Voices like Tom Hartman, Stephanie Miller, Bill Press, Amy Goodman, Dave Blackman,
and on the way
and us
get
here
an
at Ring of
application
Fire
to
have
be a
found a home
Walmart
at Free
reader.
Speech TV.
Do you
And we have
agree
some
with
of
our
the
list?
best
Which
educated
collectible
and
fad
most
mean you
informed
take out
viewers
alone?
out there.
Really hard to
And your
For more
contributions to
entertaining
Free
top
Speech
10s
TV
published
help
every
to keep
day,
these
be sure
voices
to
on the air.
subscribe to WatchMojo.com.
Our programming equips viewers with vital tools, resources, contacts, and examples of how to collectively build sustainable solutions to serious problems. Donate now and bring these organizing tools into your community. Everyone should have access to news and information that is forming the world around them. Our goal is to keep you and everyone involved. We aim to reach every viewer possible because we're all in this together. So please go online to freespeech.org and help support independent, honest news journalism. Your support helps to keep information flowing, and together we can hold the corporate media accountable. Not only is your donation tax deductible, but we also offer a few things in return. With a donation of $60, you'll receive a 2016 Free Speech TV calendar. A donation of $120 will get you a copy of Les Leopold's outstanding new book, Runaway Inequality. And with a donation of $240, you'll receive Runaway Inequality by Les Leopold, the 2016 Free Speech TV calendar, and a Free Speech TV knit hat. This is our last pledge drive of 2015, so let's make it a great one. The voices on Free Speech TV are going to be more important than ever as we head into the presidential election of 2016, and your donation today will help to make sure that these
these voices continue to be heard. We appreciate your support.
And that's all the time we have for tonight, but you can get even more Ring of Fire on our brand new website at theringofire.com. You can also subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go online to rofpodcast.com. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you next week.
Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Mike Papantonio, and here's what's happening tonight. Corporations have found a new way to scam poor people, and we'll tell you what we need to look out for as that goes forward. Drug company Bayer, well, they found themselves in hot water once again over their birth control products. It seems to never end with that company. We'll bring you the details. And Ted Cruz just can't stop lying. We'll bring you more in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for president of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Height, absolutely pinnacle of ridiculous crazy. But ExxonMobil comes out this week and admits that yes, unless the government takes action, we will see a 7 to 12 Fahrenheit shift in global warming that would be catastrophic for the planet. This is what they say. This is their words. Fred Hyatt comes out and says this, and everybody's going, wait a second. Aren't you the people who've been running a campaign to tell the lie about global warming since the 1970s? This story is so nauseating, but they realize the American public has become so damn stupid that they can't even put this together. That the very people that are saying this now are the people that have been causing it for the last almost 2 decades. Give me your take on it. It's such a vulgar, ugly story. It's almost hard to get your arms around.
It is. And you know what? I don't believe their emotion behind it, but I do believe their claim that we are looking at 7 to 12 degrees Fahrenheit of warming if the government doesn't act. But back to your main point here, this is part of Exxon's new PR campaign to tell the public, look, okay, yeah, I know we lied to you for 40 to 50 years, but here, we've changed overnight. It's this miraculous rebirth. So we're going to warn you about climate change. I mean, if you've seen Exxon's newest commercials that they have running all over the country all the time, it's, oh, look, we're looking into biofuels. We're looking into renewable energy. We're not just fossil fuels. We're trying to push us forward towards a renewable energy economy, which is a total lie.
Okay, 2 things. First of all, fuel is in the tank. It's dropping by the day. Secondly, they understand there's big money in alternative sources. Thirdly, here's what is important. Right now, you have at least one attorney general, possibly 2 attorney generals, because the U.S. attorney general is such a failure. Loretta Lynch, just like Eric Holder, was such a failure that they won't do it. But you've got state attorney generals that are looking into the criminal aspect of this, and at some point, there's going to be some civil cases that are going to rise up against Exxon. We know that because we're already being contacted to possibly be involved in those types of civil cases. So this is not because they want to do the right thing, is it?
No, it's never because Exxon wants to do the right thing. Exxon wants to do the thing that'll put the most money in their pocket. And if they are investing in renewable resources like they say, it's going to be another billion-dollar payday for them because nobody else is doing it. But, Antonio Yuhas, a couple years ago, wrote a phenomenal article that detailed the fact that the people who are killing renewable energy in the United States are the oil companies, because they've bought up all the rights, they've bought up all the land where you would put wind farms or solar farms, and they're not using it. They're not doing anything with it. They're just preventing others from being able to do it. So Exxon is right there at the top of the criminal industry list, and they've been stifling renewable energy for just as long as they've been denying climate change.
At what point do you say that this is criminal conduct, and you do what you would do in any other criminal conduct kind of case? You figure out who was involved, you figure out who made the decisions, and then your goal is to put them in prison. We know that that's doable. There's no question that that's doable. But we have a U.S. Attorney General, Loretta Lynch, that is no different from Eric Holder. And that is, if a person has a white collar, and if they have a Rolex watch on with an Armani suit, then they're going to get away with it. And here, the reason Exxon's doing so much of this is they know that they have engaged in criminal conduct. They are nothing short of mobster criminals. And so this whole new PR thing where they go out and say, oh, well, if the government doesn't do anything, the very people that they've been trying to obstruct, if the government doesn't do anything, we're going to have a 7 to 12 degree Fahrenheit shift in global warming that will be catastrophic for the planet. Let me say that again, just in case we have some of the duds out there that don't believe it's real. Exxon, the people who caused this, said it would be a 7 to 12 Fahrenheit global shift that would cause a catastrophic event on our planet. Now, did I say that right?
That is absolutely correct. And just that amount of warming, which some people think, oh, well, that's not much. The temperature fluctuates that much any given day. But that is a permanent increase, and that is going to make a lot of areas of the United States, forget the rest of the world, just the United States, uninhabitable. But this Exxon PR thing where they come out and say, we're the good guys, we're looking into renewable energy. Remember, that's exactly what BP started doing after the Deepwater Horizon disaster. They tried this whole rebranding, saying, look, we're starting to look into renewables. We've changed our name. It's Beyond Petroleum instead of British Petroleum. And it never works because they're not serious about it. It's nothing but PR. They're not doing anything behind the scenes to actually make the situation better.
Yeah, this is again. You're going to have the numbnuts out there that are going to say, "Oh, well, I just don't believe it." The very people who caused it are admitting it, and they're saying that it's potentially catastrophic. So go figure. Ted Cruz, he understands the value of a lie, just like Exxon Mobil understands the value of a lie. He's out telling this incredible lie that a girl was threatened with jail for using the word Jesus. Now, is that the headline?
That's the headline.
Okay.
It may not be the story.
So he makes up this. He shows up at town hall event in South Carolina. All of the Ted Cruz nuts are there. The same folks that show up for Donald Trump and Ben Carson, they're there on this day for Ted Cruz. The low-hanging fruit. Tell us the story, how it unfolds.
Well, Ted Cruz gets up there and he says, look, there was this high school student, and all she wanted to do was say the name of Jesus in a prayer, and they threatened to throw her in jail. But here's what really happened. A high school student, all the way back in 2011, filed a lawsuit against the school district because they always promoted a prayer during the graduation services, which, as we all know, anybody who understands what the Constitution says, is against the Establishment Clause. He won that suit. He did not mention the girl that Ted Cruz is talking about at all. She adds her name to the suit on the appeal so that she can be the public face of it. And eventually it is, the appeals court says, nope, you absolutely can say a prayer at graduation. That's the end of the story. They never threatened this girl with jail time. Nobody ever called her out or singled her out whatsoever. All the lower court said was, if you don't abide by this, we have to find the school district, not a student, in contempt. Typical, how lawsuits work. And then Ted Cruz is now using this young girl as the poster child for his religious crusade to try to say, look at this, Christians in America are being persecuted to the point where if a girl says Jesus in high school, they want to throw her in jail. And his audience there at those town halls, they believe it. it energizes them, and it gets them to the polls in record numbers. And Ted Cruz knows exactly what he's doing when he tells such a lie like this. He knows it's going to work for him.
Yeah, well, that in order to a lie like that to work, you have to have a vast amount of ignorance. You have to have, I mean, pure ignorance, not stupidity, but just absolute ignorance, political ignorance, social ignorance. You call it what you want, but it has to be people that are just so out of touch with the realities of what's going on around them that you can tell a lie like that, and nobody asks a question about it. It looks like the Supreme Court is right now locked in this idea of putting GOP in power forever. This new assault on voting rights. This is another problematic story coming from it's the payoff Supreme Court is what I call it. The folks that are working for the GOP. Tell us what's at work here.
Well, just yesterday, the court heard oral arguments in this case of Evanwell versus Abbott, and basically a case out of, no shocker here, Texas, where they want to redo how we count populations in order to redistrict the states so that Republicans always win. What their new proposal is that if you're under the age of 18, if you are not allowed to vote in general, you are not counted as a part of the population when it comes to drawing congressional districts. Now, this obviously disproportionately affects Hispanics, it affects blacks, it affects anyone convicted of a crime, anyone going through the naturalization process. All these people, legal U.S. citizens, but currently not allowed to vote. And suddenly, they don't become people. According to Republicans, these are not people because they don't vote. So we can now redraw these districts to include more Republicans because the population is either under the age of 18 or has a disproportionate number of former, convicted felons or people going through the naturalization process. And what it does is it creates these permanent Republican majorities that they've been trying to create. And look where this is happening. It's happening in Texas. It's happening in Florida. It's happening all across the South. It's also a little bit in New York.
Well, no,
it's not going to be successful.
No,
there.
you find where you have a Republican governor and it's happening. Yeah. That's the cliff note to that. Karen Cousins, again, news weirder than reality. So, unfortunately, it is reality. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
We've all seen the commercials where companies are ask you to sell them your structured settlement in exchange for a quick payday. But what they don't tell you is that you'll get pennies on the dollar, and they'll use every trick in the book to get you to sign away your life. The real story here is that the banks are getting away with more corruption. Joining me now to talk about that is David Haynes. David, this investigation that's clamping down on lawsuit settlements where companies come in and buy this settlement that an individual might have been awarded. Tell me, this is kind of an ugly story. Tell me what's happening with this new industry.
This is another example of these large predatory financial corporations who are taking advantage of individuals, and in this case, individuals who've had severe injuries and some of whom are intellectually delayed. So the background of this is if an individual has a personal injury, in this case, many of these cases that we're going to be talking about involve lead poisoning, a lot of them in the Baltimore area, but this is happening all over the country in our older urban areas, in our cities, in the Northeast Corridor. If an individual has an injury and they bring a lawsuit and they have a financial recovery, they have an opportunity to put that in a financial instrument which is called a structured settlement. This then, instead of the individual getting a large lump sum, who again may have a brain injury from lead poisoning and so forth, it provides them with monthly payments over the course of their life so that they can get medical care that they need and they can provide for their housing and other basic living expenses. This is like an annuity product and it pays out into the future for their entire life. So this is a safeguard for individuals who've been injured and have a lot of them have mental delays as a result of the lead poisoning, for example. What's happening now, and many of your viewers have probably seen these ads on TV, where they're called factoring companies or they're structured settlement purchasers, and they say, TV, do you have a structured settlement payment? Would you like to get quick cash now? And in fact, what they're doing is not only targeting these individuals through TV, but they're finding them in the cities, in these the old housing stock, which has had lead paint and poisoning, and they're going and they're preying on these individuals, and they're having them sign away their payments and their financial security without knowing what they are signing, and they're losing their future payment for a few quick bucks now, while Wall Street, the hedge funds, and these financial predatory individuals are running off with literally millions of dollars.
Okay, and so right now the regulations, as we might expect, because it's banking, there are none really to protect these people. Anytime Goldman Sachs or any of the big hedge fund companies want a pass on regulations under this administration, they get it. And so is that pretty much the case here?
That's right. I mean, there was some legislation passed back in 2000. It didn't have enough teeth. This really is a state-by-state issue as well, so you kind of have a patchwork of a different regulatory scheme that's not working. And then even in the states where there are laws, they're not really being properly enforced. Investigations have revealed, for instance, Maryland, for example, the state of Maryland requires that you have an independent advisor, preferably an attorney that looks over these cases. So suppose the individual who's selling their annuity product has an individual objective attorney. But, for example, one company, Access Funding, used the same attorney 60 times, and they judge shopped, and they were going in front of the same judge in the same county to get these annuities purchased. So the safeguards are not working. Legislation needs to be tightened up. This is a terrible story of people who've been victimized once, and now they're being victimized again by Wall Street.
Well, okay, the real story to hear, I mean, the real story to me as I listen to this is this Wall Street getting away with another major crime. And the story being, if you put somebody in a three-piece suit with a Rolex watch, then they're probably going to get away with it. This is nothing more than theft, as you're describing here. Give me an example. Are there any examples, anecdotal examples?
Well, an individual that is actually known to your viewers is Freddie Gray, which is a whole other tragedy, dying in the back of the police car in the city of Baltimore. The criminal trial is currently going on now. Freddie Gray and all of his siblings were led poisoning victims as children. They had these annuity settlements, and Freddie Gray in 2013 actually sold his settlement to Access Funding for 20 cents on the dollar. So he had a settlement that was worth about $185,000, and he got only 20% or just a fraction, very small check, quick cash now, and his siblings did the same thing as well. This is being done. Hundreds thousands of people around the country are being victimized. Traditionally, they're getting only about 30 to 33 cents on the dollar of what it's actually worth, and it's just criminal. It's highway robbery. There's millions of dollars.
There's no risk to the bank. I mean, if you think about it, there is absolutely no risk, and they're keeping 70% of the money. The attorneys have already done the hard work. They've gotten the recovery. They've done the negotiation or tried the case, and then these vultures come in and say, "Hey, let me give you a deal where we keep 70% of everything you've gotten, and we're going to give you 30% so you can spend it right now." And of course, that 30% is reduced to the present value of $1 million or whatever it may be. It's reduced to that present value, and people end up just really on the short end of this. Are you handling these cases, David? It seems like there ought to be tons of these cases going after the Wall Street guys.
We are actively investigating these cases, and we'll be looking at claims not only against the financial companies and their backers on Wall Street who've done this, but also against the attorney. And there's one attorney, a small group in particular, who also appear to have committed legal malpractice. So we're actively investigating these cases here at the Cochran firm. We want to try to right this wrong, and so help these folks not be victimized a second time. It's a tragic story.
Is there any kind of deal where the lawyer that's pushing the client into such a thing, that they're being paid by these Wall Street predators?
We suspect that they're definitely being paid to do this work, and obviously they're on the take. These individuals are being siphoned over and referred directly to this attorney. They're not being advised what the rights are, what the law is, that they need independent advice, what they're selling, that they're only getting 20 cents on the dollar. Then later they really have no idea that the checks are going to stop coming. It's just a terrible, terrible tragedy.
All right, David Haynes, thank you for joining me. Okay, it is an awful story, and hopefully you are in pursuit of these cases. You have a plan to do something about it. I take it.
We're not going to let this lie. These individuals will be pursued.
Okay, thanks a lot, David Haynes.
Thank you.
control, the drug maker Bayer has the market cornered, but they also have more problems than any other company that I've seen out there, and I handle cases against these companies all the time. I have consumer lawyer Travis Lepser with me now to give us the latest details about birth control devices that are ruining the lives of women, in fact, causing the deaths of women. Travis, the FDA drops the ball again. I mean, I've said it so many times on this show, it seems like almost every month there's another FDA failure that's killing people. And this is just another one of them. It's killing women. It seems like that women have become the target of the pharmaceutical industry and the device makers, where they're the ones suffering the most from the negligence of the company. And sometimes it's pure intent of the company, but certainly the dysfunctional nature of the FDA is causing a lot of these problems. Tell us about this Essure, this birth control issue.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me, Pap. Essure is a permanent contraceptive. It's intended to be a permanent contraceptive for women. And what it is two small metal coils that are inserted into a woman's fallopian tubes with the intention of her skin, her tissue inside her fallopian tubes wrapping around these coils and blocking eggs from traveling down her fallopian tubes to prevent her from getting pregnant. So these tubes, or these metal coils, are inserted into her fallopian tubes in what the company says is a non-invasive procedure. So it's supposed to be very simple for the coils to be inserted, and it's supposed to be a much safer and less invasive alternative to having the woman's tubes tied, which is a traditional form of contraceptive.
Right. So the idea is that you create scar tissue within the fallopian tubes. The scar tissue actually is permanent. This is a permanent sterilization process, and rather than going through there are 2 or 3 ways to accomplish that, but this probably is the least attractive. If you look at this, what's happening from what the reports that I'm looking is, you have breakage of these coils, and we'll show the viewers what it looks like on the screen here, but you'll have breakage from those coils. You'll have nickel allergies. You'll have heavy metals actually moving through the body and causing all the disease process that heavy metals can cause. And most of the time that's autoimmune types of problems. And then you've got also the idea that this doesn't really even stop pregnancy. And the pieces that break off seem to be migrating through the body. Did I get that right? Is that kind of a constellation of the types of illnesses that we start seeing, or problems we start seeing?
In a nutshell, I think you've captured what we're seeing. A lot of the women who have the Essure devices implanted are complaining of your typical, general complaints of abdominal pain. And then when you look a little further into what these women are reporting, they are reporting that the device has migrated. They are reporting that the device has perforated their uterus, perforated their fallopian tubes, or migrated to other areas in the pelvic region, causing them severe pain. And to touch on the nickel allergy, this device is comprised of nickel, and many women have an allergy to that metal. And if they're not adequately tested, it can obviously cause problems with having this device inserted inside of a woman's body and having her scar tissue wrap itself around that nickel and be connected to that nickel constantly.
Well, one problem that most people are aware of when you have, and you call it's termed as an allergy, but what ends up happening when you trigger the autoimmune system, like the heavy metals have the ability to do, you're able to cause lupus, scleroderma, and a whole host of autoimmune kind of reactions. That's what we saw with the breast implant cases. That's what we've seen with so many implanted medical devices that women typically end up suffering through these various kinds of diseases. But what's clear to me, Travis, is the FDA knows all this. And Bayer, I think what you'll find as you go further into this case, covered it up. There's no question you're going to find Bayer covering up some of the truth to the problem here. But the FDA knew about it, but they allowed it to happen anyway. What's your take on that?
That's correct. I mean, I think the FDA certainly knew about it, and the company knew about it as well. They knew that the product was comprised of nickel. They knew that if women were not adequately tested for whether or not their body could
handle having the device implanted in them, that there would be serious repercussions. Unfortunately, this device was approved through something that's called pre-market approval, which is an FDA process that really shields the company who manufactured the device from liability for any harm that their device is causing. So when this product first came on the market in 2002, it was approved through FDA's pre-market approval process. And what that means
is they don't test anything. They don't have any independent testing. They have to take the word of the people putting it on the market. In this situation, there, and that's no protection for the individual, is it?
That's correct, and that's essentially what they did. They took the numbers that the manufacturer had presented to them in the pre-market approval process. They took them at face value. They didn't really look into them any further as far as the reports of pain that women were indicating in the initial studies when this product was first being looked at by the company. So there was plenty of information out there that should have tipped the FDA off that this product was going to be problematic and that it should not have received pre-market approval. Yet the FDA eventually did grant pre-market approval, and we now have a situation where we can tell that these women are being injured by this product, but they had very little recourse because the FDA has granted pre-market approval to the e-short.
Not just injured, but dying. You have deaths again where the FDA has done a sloppy, awful job, and more people are dying because of it. And I don't see any change coming, to tell you the truth. We thought we would see a change with this administration. It only got worse with this administration. Travis, thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Pat.
That's all the time we have for tonight, but you can get even more Ring of Fire on our brand new website, theringofire.com. You can also subscribe to our daily podcast. Go online to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Mike Papantonio, and we'll see you tomorrow. In 1980, 52 separate corporations owned the media, ranging from newspapers to magazines to television. TV media was considered a marketplace for important ideas and investigative stories. America had one of the most vibrant media infrastructures in the world. Today, 5 multi-conglomerate corporations own all of it. They own all the media, TV, radio, newspaper, and magazines. The truth is, meaningful reporting has died. It's created a window, a void that can be occupied by outlets like Free Speech TV, where advertisers and powerful politicos and NBAs don't tell us what we can or cannot say. They don't tell us what we can or can't report. Corporate media is dead, ladies and gentlemen. But truth teller outlets like Free Speech TV, well, they're just now being born. So here's the problem. If you want reporting that's not controlled by a corporate-owned and dominated CEO, if you believe that you deserve a sincere reporting outlet that has no allegiance, no political party affiliation, if you understand that our democracy required diversity and truthfulness and courage and commitment and telling the whole truth about wars or the economy or corporate corruption or our environment, if you believe that and you understand that, then you understand that you have to be in control of that message. That's what we do at Free Speech TV. Not the Beltway, not Wall Street, not Madison Avenue. You are in control by empowering Free Speech TV, by giving us the financial support, the tools to do what we promise to do for you every day, right here on Ring of Fire, 5 days a week. My pledge to you is that not $1 is going to be wasted. Every dollar you pledge to Free Speech TV is going to be honored as your commitment to change. News reporting is going to change right here, right now. The truth is, we're a family here at Free Speech TV who cares for, believes in, and advocates for what you believe in every day. I'm asking for your financial support to allow us to do our job the way you deserve. Go online to freespeech.org to help keep honest, independent media on the air. When you turn on Free Speech TV, you're going to hear our outrage. Your demands are going to be articulated by some of the most important voices in progressive media. Tom Hartman, Amy Goodman, real journalists who have devoted their lives to being your voice for your cause. Believe that your voice, your beliefs are important enough to be heard. I promise I will speak your voice. To do that, I'm going to need your help. Go to freespeech.org and help preserve your voice in the national media. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Mike Papantonio, and here's what's happening tonight. The gun industry is making a fortune off mass killings. The more blood, the more sales. And that money is being used to prevent Congress from acting on gun control. Ted Cruz, well, he has a new ad running where he pretends to be a tough guy, a Rambo politician. And the Tea Party, well, they've taken over our government, believe it or not. We'll tell you why this could backfire on the Republicans. That's what's coming up. And remember, you just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for president of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people. Well, so we see the United States weapons contractors actually bragging about the fact of how great it is that war is expanding throughout the world, because war is good for them selling weapons. And these are the people exactly like exactly the people you would expect, that are delighted that they can sell more F-35s, that you got Lockheed Martin talking about how they're delighted they can sell more F-22s, on and on, talking about how bloodshed around the world is really good for them, and their shareholders are delighted. That's what we have become now in the United States. That's where we've been for a long time, but that's where now we have them on tape, where the tape is recording them saying these things.
We know the defense industry, there's only two people that they do not want to get a nomination for president, and that's Bernie Sanders or Rand Paul, because those are the only two presidential candidates out there right now talking common sense when it comes to foreign policy. They're not saying, all right, let's buy up all the tanks and guns and planes that we can and just bomb the Middle East into oblivion. And that's why the defense industry, they don't care if it's Trump or Cruz or Hillary Clinton, because they know that that's going to mean another 4 years of unwinnable wars that are just going to call for more and more defense spending. And since the Paris terrorist attacks, the defense industry stock has gone absolutely through the roof, because they know that, the whole world is reactive in nature. And now that we've had these attacks, and the San Bernardino attack, they're going to say, oh, great, we're going to sell more weapons, more people are going to die, we're just going to get more money. Death is business for them.
Death is big money for the weapons industry. I mean, it's disgusting. And of course, Congress, they don't blink. They give them I think the number is over $600 billion to spend. And the important thing about this story is we've known this. I mean, my God, everybody who follows progressive media knows we've been talking about this forever. But now it's on tape. They're bragging about the fact that this is good for them. The more soldiers we can send overseas, the more war we have, the more money they make, which is not very far off. And by the way, this is Lockheed Martin kind of stuff. This isn't just some Joe Schmo weapons builder. This is huge industry saying this is great for America.
Right, Lockheed, Raytheon, and let's not forget, 2006 to about 2008, and a little bit beyond that, there were more defense contractors in Iraq than there were U.S. soldiers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how involved these people are with conflict, and they want to go back.
Oh, yeah.
Those are dollar signs.
Well, I mean, my God, Dick Cheney's Halliburton went from 0 to 1,000 like overnight. War is good for these folks. But you know what? It's not very different from the same story that's developing with the Smith & Wesson folks that are selling handguns and AK-47s and every other thing that you can buy nowadays just at your local gun store. They're bragging about the fact that mass killings are good for them. I mean, literally saying, trying to tell their shareholders, this is the greatest thing in the world. Once children are mowed down with an AK-47, once women are gunned down in their building because some nut with a gun has access to them, once that happens, gun sales increase, and that is really good for us.
It is. We see these stories. A shooter goes in with an AK-47 and slaughters 20 people, then you get this, again, the reactive nature of Americans is, oh, well, he's got an AK-47, I got to go buy 2 AK-47s so that I can be the good guy with a gun that doesn't exist in real life, by the way, regardless of what the Republicans want to tell us. And so the gun industry, again, they love mass shootings, and they always have, because it means more gun sales, because they sell fear. They
asked their little puppet, Ted Cruz, right after San Bernardino, right after people were slaughtered. They asked the little Cruz creep to show up and have a gun rally. And he does that. And the money that he gets for doing that is coming directly from the gun industry. Smith & Wesson says, yeah, we really love this Cruz creep because after all these people are mowed down, killed, murdered with our guns, he's going to have a gun rally and he's going to sell more guns for us. And we saw that unfold. If I were to tell you that that was going to happen, you'd say, that's so remote. It's so crazy. Not anymore, because it actually happened, where this freak shows up and has a gun rally right after this mass killing.
And we've seen that with several other Republicans across the country. One of them had just sent out a Christmas card with his entire family, including kids, about 6 or 7 years old, everyone holding these assault rifles, and that's their Christmas card because that's all they know. This is going to give me some votes. It's going to give me some gun industry money in my campaign. And it's sickening that they are so obsessed with guns because that's their substitute, just like it is with Ted Cruz, for masculinity. Because that's all they have. I mean, they're absolute cowards. They're weak. It's sickening. But that's exactly what it is.
Let's back up just a little bit. You hit on something I think that you got to talk about a little bit. There are so many studies that have been done that talk about what is the mindset of the reactionary. Who is the guy who feels like he needs a gun, grows the goatee, drives the big, the big Humvee, drives the big truck, bad cat is what he's trying to portray. You've seen it. I mean, you go on, it's the Bruce Willis look, it's the Bruce Willis mentality. Who are these people? And they've done study after study to say they are the most fearful people. Within a group of 10, you can point them out as being the most fearful people in that group. They're afraid. Everything's uncertain. Everything to them is it's a very scary world. So you see it. You see this reaction a couple of ways. You see it. A, they're going to carry the gun because it makes them feel, as you point out, like they're more in control of their lives because they're fearful that they're not. And B, it builds into that persona that the gun industry has been trying to pitch the same way that the cigarette industry tried to pitch the Marlboro Man. So this is where we are with this right now. And the studies, if you're one of these people, you should be embarrassed. You should be humiliated when you read these studies of what it says about you.
Well, it's just funny because you said it a lot nicer than I would have. But I think Ted Cruz, as you had pointed out, Ted Cruz perfectly embodies that entire mindset of the weak individual who portrays himself as this strong character when in reality he is terrified of everything, terrified of change, terrified of anyone who's not an elderly white man, terrified that they're not in control of their own lives or their own destiny. And Ted Cruz is the Republican candidate that perfectly embodies that.
And there's another part of it. Ted Cruz is the same Jeb, he's the same Jeb Bush. He's the same Donald Trump. Donald Trump hid during the Vietnam conflict. Ted Cruz has never picked up a gun and actually had to be in a battle before. Little Jeb got all kinds of passes to ever serve anywhere. You could go right down the list. And all of these characters, Rubio, did he ever show up in Iraq? Did he ever show up in Iran? Did he ever show up in Afghanistan? No, but he's the tough talker. And so, but what's so interesting is when you look at the persona of these people that has been studied ad nauseum, it is always the same thing. They are the most fearful people in the room. Which brings me to the next Ted Cruz story. Ted Cruz in his Mr. Bad Guy outfit says, well, we're just going to kill all the terrorists. We're going to turn the entire Mideast into glass. Now, okay, this is the guy that we're going to put at the button that can launch nuclear missiles, talking like this. And his approach is that we won't cower in the face of evil. This guy has cowered in the face of evil his entire life. He's never served in the military at all. But now he's Mr. Tough Guy, and he's going to go turn the Mideast into glass, is his description.
Ted Cruz obviously has some kind of, psychological defect to where he has to prove to the crowd that he is the toughest guy out there. I mean, he's the kind of kid who, in elementary school, probably got dared to, climb the fence of the spooky old mansion down the street, but wouldn't do it. And so now he's trying to make up for his shortcomings from probably, being picked on a little bit as a kid, trying to say, like, I'm the most macho man. I'm going to go over to the Middle East. If the military won't do it, then by God, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to strangle every terrorist myself with my own two hands.
This is a
but
guy,
we're going to kill him.
This is a guy that got red bellies and noogies all through school, I can promise you. But he's out. Now, listen to what he said. His ad is that we're going to rebuild our military. As if our military is not already expansive enough, we're going to lead by putting more money into our military. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This guy is loved by the weapons industry, and he's out there talking tough because he knows that converts into money. Jeb Bush having a pretty tough time. He's having to plead with his donors, please believe that I'm still a candidate. I mean, that's what he's basically saying. He's, please believe me, don't believe the polls, don't believe when you see that I'm, next to the last in the polls, keep sending me your money. What's your take?
Well, back in September, we saw the first stories start to come out where these big-time Jeb Bush donors, they sat and they had a meeting with him in Texas, and they said, look, if you don't get your poll numbers up, we're going to have to pull our support because we're not just going to continue throwing money down the Bush hole. Well, here we are 3 months later now, and his poll numbers have fallen even further. So Jeb Bush, at this point, it's not a matter of like, look, guys, we have plenty of time. Don't worry, the polls are going to turn around. We're less than 2 months away from the first primary. Jeb Bush is polling below 4% at this point, and he wants people to continue giving him money. But
the talk, what he's always believed, Farron, and his people have always been pitching, that everybody else is going to implode, that the American public can't be this frigging stupid. Now they are finding out that the Republican American public really is this frigging stupid. And Ted Cruz is looking like a winner, and Carson looking like a winner, Rubio's looking like a winner. And you start saying, well, your plan's not going to work here, Jeb. Go home.
Well, and another thing Jeb is counting on, which I think a lot of the Republican bottom-tier candidates are counting on, is that when people start dropping out, Jeb Bush is saying, look, when Rand Paul drops out, I'm going to get his 1.5%. When Chris Christie drops out, I'm going to get his 2%, and I'm slowly going to build it back up. But when you have everybody there thinking the same thing, Christie thinks he's going to get Jeb's 3% when Jeb drops out. So nobody's going to drop out until we get those first few primaries underway, and at that point it's too late.
Bunch of narcissistic freaks. In about 30 seconds, Rubio, unbelievable. He says with the terrorists, the suspected terrorists that are on the no-fly list, the suspects, we need to allow them to buy guns. About 30 seconds. I mean, is this as loony as it I mean, when you read it, you go, no, he didn't really say that, but he really did say that.
Well, to be honest, if we have another incident where a suspected terrorist in the United States purchases a gun and kills a lot of people, that's not an issue for the Republicans for gun control. That is, we need to go over to the Middle East because look what they're doing to us here. So yes, it gives them plenty of cover to pitch another endless war if any suspected terrorist continues to kill American citizens. So yes, it makes perfect sense that a guy like Rubio would want these people to have guns because they need American deaths so that they can continue feeding the defense industry unlimited wars.
And feeding Smith & Wesson more money every time somebody goes into a gun frenzy and kills another 20 or 30 people. That's great. As they've admitted, these people are admitting more blood, the more gun sales. Farron, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Have you tuned into the corporate media in the last 2 weeks? Well, if you haven't, I'll tell you what's going on right now. They want the United States to go to war.
CNN went as far as suspending a reporter for showing sympathy towards Syrian refugees, but the reporters who asked why we aren't bombing the hell out of ISIS got to keep their jobs. And that's what the corporate media does. They want the U.S. to go to war. They want American soldiers to go fight an unwinnable war because they know that it puts eyeballs on their networks. Eyeballs equal advertisers, and war is big business for the corporate-controlled media. But you won't ever hear them admit to that. The corporate-controlled media rakes in millions of dollars in profit each year by only telling you half of the story. They're at the mercy of their corporate sponsors, and they refuse to tell stories about corporations that kill, maim, and harm consumers. To make matters worse for Americans, court rulings have told us that media outlets can legally distort or censor news stories at their whim, as FCC guidelines for honest reporting are not actually laws. This means that the media is legally allowed to lie and to hide the truth from American citizens, even when their personal health and safety is at stake. The problem is that when you have media outlets owned by corporate interests, every talking point that comes from that network is going to be to the benefit of those corporate interests. Here at Free Speech TV, we don't have shareholders. We don't answer to corporate America, and we don't pull any punches either. Our loyalty is to the viewers, and our viewers are the ones that help keep Free Speech TV alive. Free Speech TV doesn't take corporate money, and that's why your financial support is so important to us. Viewer voices and not corporate sponsors fuel Free Speech TV and drive many of our programming decisions. And you can help protect free speech today with your donation. Free Speech TV airs independent news and views for independent thinkers like yourself. Voices like Tom Hartman, Stephanie Miller, Bill Press, Amy Goodman, David Pakman, and us here at Ring of Fire have found a home at Free Speech TV, and we have some of the best educated and most informed viewers out there. And your contributions to Free Speech TV help to keep these voices on the air. Our programming equips viewers with the vital tools, resources, contacts, and examples of how to collectively build sustainable solutions to serious problems. Donate now and bring these organizing tools into your community. Everyone should have access to news and information that is forming the world around them. Our goal is to keep you and everyone involved. We aim to reach every viewer possible because we're all in this together. So please go online to freespeech.org and help support independent, honest news journalism. Your support helps to keep information flowing, and together we can hold the corporate media accountable. Not only is your donation tax deductible, but we also offer a few things in return. With a donation of $60, you'll receive a 2016 Free Speech TV calendar. A donation of $120 will get you a copy of Les Leopold's outstanding new book, Runaway Inequality. And with a donation of $240, you'll receive Runaway Inequality by Les Leopold, the 2016 Free Speech TV calendar, and a Free Speech TV knit hat. This is our last pledge drive of 2015, so let's make it a great one. The voices on Free Speech TV are going to be more important than ever as we head into the presidential election of 2016, and your donation today will help to make sure that these voices continue to be heard. We appreciate your support.
With John Boehner now gone, the Tea Party has solidified their control over the Republican Party. Paul Ryan is ready to give corporate America everything they've ever wanted. As House Speaker, he can do that. I have Howard Nations with me now to tell us why we need to be very worried about Paul Ryan's new power. Howard, you know, it's amazing to me the change of fortunes that have taken place within the conservative Republican Party. The change of fortunes are dramatic. They're radical in what has happened within that party. We've talked about the history. Lay out the history a little bit. I think that's the best place to start this discussion. Where did they go, and how did they end up in this morass of problems that they have right now?
Well, Pap, the Republicans have finally found a war they don't like. It's the internecine battle within their own party. Because right now there's a war going on between the Tea Party and the corporate America wing of the Republican Party. You recall back in 2010, the Tea Party was originally funded by the Koch brothers and other wealthy donors. It was supported heavily by Fox News, and they spent millions of dollars to elect the Tea Party in 2010. Well, the Tea Party's agenda, when they got in, was to overturn FDR's New Deal, LBJ's Great Society, to eliminate the social safety net, eliminate progressive taxation on the wealthy, eliminate Social Security, Medicare, corporate regulation, and of course, overthrow Obamacare. Corporate America plan was to control the Tea Party as they moved through this whole process and just to continue to get everything they want out of government. Then,
well, let me ask you something. What came out of that effort, though? The driving force in there was this caucus, this conservative caucus that was put together called the Freedom Caucus.
Right.
And that turned into the real lunatic right. I mean, not to say that the entire Republican Party has not become lunatic, but this is the lunatics within the lunatics. Were they the ones kind of driving this whole effort?
Yeah, what happened here, Mike, is that the puppet strings broke. The Tea Party refused to do even the basic legislative functions to keep the government operating, and they ignored the legislative priority of corporate America. And the extreme right wing formed, as you said, the Freedom Caucus, and they did things that the corporate America hated. The government shutdown, the government debt default, defunding of the Export-Import Bank, which loans money to foreign countries to buy U.S. products, which increases our sales, increases share value, and increases corporate compensation. What do you think?
Howard, explain how corporate America reacted to that.
Well, I mean, corporate America's reaction was after the government shutdown that hurt our bond rating. Corporate America went ballistic. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you saw it, but your old partner Joe Scarborough was interviewing Charles Koch this morning, and he was talking about exactly this, about how they had won so many elections. They put up all that money, starting with Bush, and Charles Koch's answer was, "We haven't won anything when you see what happened after they got in office." Yeah, that was
well,
just
of course,
this morning.
Joe, in Joe's mind, he still thinks they've won because he's usually about 10 years behind on what's really happening out there.
Least.
Yeah.
Well, the Tea Party broke that great Republican tradition. You know, the old saying was, when you buy a Republican, they stay bought. Well, these guys were sacrilegious. They didn't stay bought at all. So now, corporate America in 2013 turned on the Tea Party. And the Chamber of Commerce and National Retail Federation, which includes Walmart, they admitted their mistakes in 2010 in supporting the Tea Party, and they started running candidates against the Tea Party.
Well, the Chamber of Commerce was hugely behind that. You had Caterpillar, Pfizer, AT&T, Walmart, that all got together and said, boy, did we screw up.
They did.
We thought the Tea Party was one of us, but they're just even too lunatic for us. So take it from there. What happened?
Well, then in 2014, the Chamber of Commerce spent $35 million to buy back the House of Representatives, but they were not successful. And unfortunately, the reason they weren't successful goes back to John Boehner, because the Tea Party dictated his legacy. He led the true do-nothing Congress. Boehner feared recall, a recall vote to remove him as Speaker. So the real point here is that Boehner agreed to the Hastert Rule, to continue the Hastert Rule. The Hastert Rule says that you will not bring a bill to the floor of the House unless at least 50% of the Republicans support it. That gives power to this very small contingent of Tea Party people to control whatever goes to the floor. So,
now, this is the same. By the way, let me point out, this is the same Hastert that was just had to plead to being a criminal felon.
Right.
This was the guy that came up with. This is the Republican who used to be the Republican darling who came up with that rule. But I'm sorry, that's just an aside. I had to go ahead.
Well, the effect of the Hastert Rule and giving the ability to this small contingent, the Freedom Caucus, to control what goes to the floor, caused the corporate America's legislative agenda to be frozen, and even the basic functions of the House to be frozen. So I think Boehner saw the results of the standing of the House of Representatives. He looks at today's polling, preceding the primaries, he sees that Trump, Carson, Fiorina, they get over 50% of the Republican primary vote in polling right now. The party is falling apart.
So it's your take, and I think other people have done the same thing. Reading the tea leaves, Boehner had to go at one point in his very early career. This is what people don't understand about Boehner. In his early career, he probably could have been equated as a very moderate Republican.
Right.
But he's had to respond to the clown car. He's had to respond to the crazies, the old, angry, low information, Fox watching crazies that have taken over his party. And it's kind of like a way just to get out gracefully, isn't it?
It is. And it was interesting to see what happened. Once he no longer appeared at the Tea Party, they reauthorized the Export-Import Bank. They passed a clean budget resolution, and they got by without a government shutdown. It's amazing what a fearless leader can actually accomplish.
When they're actually fear. But and let me just point out that was all done really with compromise among all parts of the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the Independents, which we haven't seen in ages. Which tells you that you've got to have adult leadership in the house of crazy, in the house of children. It's like a Home Alone scene in that House of Representatives. And when he did act like an adult, he got a lot done, didn't he?
He absolutely did. Now the question becomes, what is Paul Ryan going to do? And I think we have a pretty good clue if we look at his legislative history. Ryan has a 93% legislative rating from the Chamber of Commerce, but his 2015 budget is the real key. It cuts more than $1 trillion from the social safety net, from welfare, food stamps, etc. It cuts $500 billion from other domestic programs, and of course it repeals Obamacare and prevents defense budget cuts. So when Ryan came in, he made certain concessions to the Tea Party, and the first and most important thing is Ryan agreed to continue the Hastert Rule, which is the basis of the Tea Party's power. He also did a change himself on his position on the immigration bill. There's an immigration bill that was passed by the Senate and is supported by the majority of the House of Representatives. All it has to do is go to the floor, it'll be passed. He's always supported it. Now, he came in now and he immediately made a concession to the Tea Party saying that the immigration bill will not come to the floor so long as Obama is president. So he gave in on that point to the Tea Party.
Let's not make any mistake about who Paul Ryan is. You know, as you go back and you look at his history, as you point out, he's got a hugely conservative record. And it's important to point out this is a guy who called his childhood hero Ayn Rand, who is probably one of the most awful, despicable, anti-everything kind of characters that you'd ever want to read if you can actually read one of her books without chuckling. But anyway, Howard Nations, thank you for joining me, okay?
My pleasure.
That's all the time we have for tonight, but you can get even more Ring of Fire on our brand new website at theringoffire.com. You can also subscribe to our daily podcast. Go online to rofpodcast.com to sign up. I'm Mike Papantonio, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Mike Papantonio, and here's what's happening tonight. Fox News is still in denial about Donald Trump's surge. So we'll tell you how the right-wing network helped create Trump's entire campaign. And police in the United Kingdom are trained not to kill suspects, but here in the U.S., it's shoot first, ask questions never. And a retired military expert says that our invasion of Iraq is what created ISIS. We'll bring you more in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
zero warming, none whatsoever, and I'm running for president of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the president. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
That's good news, people. Yeah, I got to tell you something, Farron. I have gotten to the point where it's almost like if you don't find something on social media as far as news, the story is never fully told. It's like they got maybe 7 to 8 minutes to tell a very complex story. And so the only place you can really find this information is on the internet. I mean, you've got to go to social media to find these kinds of stories. But there was a great story that appeared. It was why American cops kill so many people compared to what happens in the United States. It's very well written. It's very well thought out. It really kind of focused around the Chicago police officers' last murder charge. Give me your take on this. Did you see this article?
I did. And I think what's interesting too is the entire United States has this talking point of, well, the police officers in the United States, we have to use deadly force because we have to. But, as we see from this new Rutgers study over in Europe, and we've known this for a very long time based on all the available research, no, that's not the case. This is a uniquely American problem, just like the issue of mass shootings. I mean, police officers in the United States have killed, I think, close to about 800 to 900 unarmed African Americans so far this year in 2015. Well, in Europe, that doesn't happen.
Farron, here's the argument. The argument, now, they don't come out and say this, but this is what they use the term, our demographics are different. And what they suggest is, what they're really saying is, we have minorities in the United States. You don't have them in Europe. You don't have to worry about minorities out of control, and we simply have to kill them to protect ourselves. If you really drill down and you distill the argument, it is that, gee whiz, you don't have African Americans in Europe. Therefore, you don't have the same kind of problems we have. This is the argument that they're dressing up. And they're saying because of that, we have to react quickly, we have to use deadly force, we have to protect ourselves. These are the arguments that you're hearing constantly now that people would have been embarrassed to make 10 years ago.
Well, it's interesting because the racism factor in America does play a huge role in the number of black people that cops are shooting every day. But that's not just the only thing. I mean, a lot of it, according to the study and the other studies, it has to do with the training. The police officers in Europe go through about 4 times as much initial training before they get a badge, before they say, okay, now you are a police officer. In the U.S., the training boils down to basically 1 week, a full work week of training. And then there's no follow-up. In Europe, you have to go through, I believe it's 2 weeks a year, and then every couple of years you have to do a full 4 weeks of refresher training.
Well, let me put it in perspective. We killed as many people in the United States by police shootings in 1 year than they did in 25 years in the UK. That puts it in perspective for you. And one thing that they do is they don't give every Nimrod off the bench. They don't give them a gun. They don't just simply say, okay, well, you've been through your hours of training. Now here's your 9mm Glock. Go have fun. They also don't allow some Nimrod right off the bench to say, well, we're going to now let you drive a car at 200 miles an hour because you took several hours of safety driving. They don't allow that. In Europe, for example, if somebody's making a stop, if somebody's saying, okay, I think I need gun assistance, they bring in other people for that. If they've got a situation where they feel like they have to use deadly force, they bring in people who actually understand how to use deadly force. If they have a driving situation, what they'll do is they'll follow for a while, but then they'll cut off and bring in people who know how to drive. I mean, it's common sense kind of stuff. And in the United States, we take every Billy Bob that, played linebacker for the high school football team, with a years of college education say, well, yeah, he'll be a good cop. Let's give him a 9mm Glock.
Well, I think the big difference is that over in Europe, the UK, they actually have standards for what they will accept into the police force. And, to go back to that training issue, as you pointed out, you have to be on the force for a year at least before you're allowed to drive a police vehicle in Europe. And they're trained to not ever use deadly force unless it is the absolute last resort. And in that case, there are huge inquiries afterwards to find out if you absolutely did everything necessary to avoid killing another human being. And part of that includes if you ever have to pull out a gun and shoot somebody, you are not supposed to shoot them anywhere where it would immediately cause death. If they're running at you, you shoot them in the leg. If they've got a hostage, you shoot them in the arm. You do not shoot vital organs in the UK. That's how they're trained.
Let me give you another part of this case. You hear situations, one after another. A case we handled out west where a man is he's absolutely taped down on his chair. He's suffering from schizophrenia. He's off his medication. He's taped down on his chair. He has a spit cover on his face. He's unable to do virtually anything. The police officers then want to move into having fun with him. They taser him to death. He dies in the chair. Now, the interesting thing about this, the reason they can't get rid of those police officers is the police officer unions put up such a fight that the guy in charge is afraid to fire the guys. These are people that had repeated kinds of problems time after time. The history was clear that they weren't just sociopaths, they were psychopaths that happened to be police officers, and they got away with that. Now, in the end, the city ends up paying huge damages, huge money damages because of it, and the police officers go on till the next time. They're put on the desk for a while, and then the next thing you know, they're back out on the street. So the police unions have a lot to do with this. That's another problem that they seem to have under control over in Europe.
Well, they do. And, in Europe, killing anyone is considered, again, it's the last resort. And they're not even allowed to do that if there are any other alternatives. And one of those alternatives includes the police officer running away. If the police officer's life is not threatened by a weapon being pointed at them, they're advised to leave the situation before they kill someone so that other reinforcements can come in and take this person down non-lethally. That's the difference. We can't just throw somebody through a 2-week training course, during which time in the United States, they do have a gun. They don't even have to wait till they get that badge. They've got a gun in training. They get the badge, and then they get to keep the gun. We can't do that because we have no standards, and this is, again, the only place where things like this happen. This is a uniquely American problem.
You know where this started? Interestingly enough, if you follow the history on this, it started when Bill Clinton said, remember, we're going to put more police officers on the street. When Bill Clinton did that, they started recruiting virtually everybody. If you could read the alphabet, we're going to put you on the street, give you a 9mm Glock, give you a fast car, and feel like you can handle this job. It has gotten worse and worse since. Look, let's move on to something else. The Goldman Sachs. It's amazing. Goldman Sachs is fined probably more than any business, any banking business in the world, not just in the United States, but in the world. They've committed more crimes that could have put bankers behind jail that this administration chose not to. Both Eric Holder did not have any interest in putting white-collar criminals that stole trillions of dollars from the American public in prison. Loretta Lynch, the new AG, has no interest in doing that. But it's even worse than that. Now we're finding out that they keep landing top slots, big, important jobs with the Federal Reserve. Explain, what is your take on this crazy story that there's more Goldman Sachs people there than any other organization in the world in our Federal Reserve?
I know, it's amazing. The majority of people on that Federal Reserve Board are from Goldman Sachs. And people forget that the Federal Reserve, their job is not to be bankers, but to help regulate the financial industry. That is what the Federal Reserve is supposed to do. They're supposed to enforce rules and make sure that everybody's playing by the same rules and that consumers do not get screwed over like they have been for the last, 2 decades, basically. But Goldman Sachs is, I'm sorry, but they practically own our government, especially those in charge of making any kind of financial decisions in the U.S.
Well, let me be a little bolder. Let me tell you who they absolutely own. Hillary Clinton. Yep. Just like they owned Bill Clinton. Just like they own Obama. The only person they don't own that's on the front right now, and, send your emails, complain about me being one side. I'm not being one side. I'm being honest about what's happening here. The only person that isn't bought and paid for by Goldman Sachs and the other banking Wall Street types is Bernie Sanders. And you send us emails and you say, well, why do you support Bernie Sanders? Common sense tells us to support Bernie Sanders. Hillary Clinton is owned and operated by Goldman Sachs. And this trend we see, where Goldman Sachs not only controls the Federal Reserve, they control the SEC, they control consumer organizations, consumer overwatch organizations by the dozens. They have their tentacles everywhere. And this all really, really blossomed under this last under President Obama. Now, you can be as angry about that statement as you want, but it is absolutely the truth.
Well, here's part of it, and this is very disappointing because President Obama has made more appointments of women to positions of power within the government, of minorities, than anyone else in the history of this country, really. But it gets overlooked because Janet Yellen, chairwoman of the Fed here, is a huge corporatist, a huge banker. Loretta Lynch came from the banking industry before going to the Justice Department. But people want to overlook that stuff because they're so happy to say, well, look at the
optics.
It is, and Obama knows that, and that's how he's playing the public, and
exactly.
people don't see it.
Put a woman there. Doesn't make any difference if she was nothing more than a henchman for the banking industry. Put a minority there. Doesn't make any difference whether they were just as much part of the problem of the burn down or criminal conduct. Put them up there and say, look what I've done for you, American public. I've put minorities in place. Everything's better. In fact, it's a little bit worse in a lot of the appointments that he's made. And I don't know why Democrats are so, it's almost it's impossible to get the Wall Street establishment Democrats who think that they understand what we need to do best for our country to understand the obvious. It's right there in front of them. All they have to do is take a quick look. Let me change topics here. Former military chief, knew more about Iraq than anybody you could put in front of a camera, General Michael Flynn. He's a former U.S. Special Forces commander in Iraq and Afghanistan, comes out and says, we created ISIS. Wow. I mean, coming from this guy, this is an important statement.
Well, it is, and I think what's also more important and very telling of this story is that he didn't tell this to the American media. This was for Der Spiegel over in Germany. So those are the people who actually care about the real story. You would never see an American media outlet wanting to get this interview, except maybe Rolling Stone. They do a very good job of things like this. But, he said what they warned us would happen when we went into Iraq, and he said it did happen, in that we made terrorism so much worse. And it wasn't just the invasion, it wasn't just that action, it was all the torture, all those photos that surfaced. When they finally saw what we were doing to these people, that infuriated them and helped just cause terrorism.
I think an underlining point, though, is who the hell are we to say that we want to visit democracy on your country?
Right.
If you really analyze the parts of what he has to say, it is democracy doesn't work everywhere. Capitalism doesn't work everywhere. There are limitations because religious and cultural concerns and political concerns that don't allow democracy to work. So is it our job to go to Afghanistan and go to Iraq and these various places and say, you must follow what we're doing in the United States because we're so damn smart. We've been so successful in the United States where we have less than 1/8 of 1% controlling 60% of all the wealth. We're so smart. Maybe you ought to try this too. And basically, that's what this is about. Who the hell are we to go all over this world telling people that democracy and capitalism is the only thing that's going to make their lives complete?
Well, and they also see the fact that they're not the only area in the world where they don't have democracy. Why is the U.S. not going into some of these countries in South America? Why are we not going into Asia? So it is also the why us? Why do you think that you're going to come over here and impose your American-style democracy on what we have? Because, you know what, it wasn't perfect. It might not have even been working, but we just came in and said, congratulations, you're a democracy, good luck.
Well, really, it wasn't, the other side of it, it really wasn't even about democracy. It was about the idea the weapons industry sells more weapons, the oil industry pumps more oil, the bankers get expansion from natural resources. That's what it's about. It's imperialism, and we want to dress it up and say, we're bringing you democracy, we're bringing you capitalism, it's going to be a better way of life, so go live it. And in the process, if you believe what this general had to say, we create things like ISIS every single time we do it, just like Noam Chomsky tells us, just like Howard Zinn told us. Anytime you build empire, there's going to be this disaster. And now, right now, we're living this disaster, and it's simply never going to go away. There's no way out of this problem that we're faced with right now. Sharon, thanks for joining me, okay? The news every week gets a little more heated as we move towards 2016.
Thank you.
In 1980, 52 separate corporations owned the media, ranging from newspapers to magazines to television. TV media was considered a marketplace for important ideas and investigative stories. America had one of the most vibrant media infrastructures in the world. Today, 5 multi-conglomerate corporations own all of it. They own all the media, TV, radio, newspaper, and magazines. The truth is, meaningful reporting has died. It's created a window, a void that can be occupied by outlets like Free Speech TV, where advertisers and powerful politicos and NBAs don't tell us what we can or cannot say. They don't tell us what we can or can't report. Corporate media is dead, ladies and gentlemen. But truth teller outlets like Free Speech TV, well, they're just now being born. So here's the problem. If you want reporting that's not controlled by a corporate-owned and dominated CEO, if you believe that you deserve a sincere reporting outlet that has no allegiance, no political party affiliation, if you understand that our democracy required diversity and truthfulness and courage and commitment and telling the whole truth about wars or the economy or corporate corruption or our environment, if you believe that and you understand that, then you understand that you have to be in control of that message. That's what we do at Free Speech TV. Not the Beltway, not Wall Street, not Madison Avenue. You are in control by empowering Free Speech TV, by giving us the financial support, the tools to do what we promise to do for you every day, right here on Ring of Fire, 5 days a week. My pledge to you is that not a dollar is going to be wasted. Every dollar you pledge to Free Speech TV is going to be honored as your commitment to change. News reporting is going to change right here, right now. The truth is, we're a family here at Free Speech TV who cares for, believes in, and advocates for what you believe in every day. I'm asking for your financial support to allow us to do our job the way you deserve. Go online to freespeech.org to help keep honest, independent media on the air. When you turn on Free Speech TV, you're going to hear our outrage. Your demands are going to be articulated by some of the most important voices in progressive media. Tom Hartman, Amy Goodman, real journalists who have devoted their lives to being your voice for your cause. Believe that your voice and your beliefs are important enough to be heard. I promise I will speak your voice. To do that, I'm going to need your help. Go to freespeech.org and help preserve your voice in the national media. Fox News doesn't want you to admit that they not only created Donald Trump, the politician, but they also pushed the Republican Party so far to the right that a fringe is now in control. A person called Trump could actually be elected. They're in complete denial about the fact that they've destroyed the GOP, and I have Eric Boehlert from Media Matters with me now to talk about it. Eric Johnson-Nunu goes nuts, man. He says if Trump gets the nomination, the House is going to lose, the Senate's going to lose, we're going to lose the presidency. What great news, huh? Well, what's interesting to me about this whole Trump thing is this denial by the media. The denial that there has been a major pivot with the Republican Party. They can't get away from this idea that it's not the Republican Party of Eisenhower or even Nixon anymore. You wrote a great article, the Fox News GOP. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Well, it's funny, they don't realize it's not the party of John Sununu, right? He's one of the few, from the Bush Senior or even the Bush Junior era that are being straightforward and saying, look, this is an electoral nightmare. But, right, so when the press thinks of the Republican Party, when the press thinks of presidential candidates, they think Jeb Bush, he's very serious. They cling to this idea that America, fights its battle, center-left Democrats versus center-right Republicans. That has not been true for at least 5 years, certainly probably longer since Obama was inaugurated. It's center-left Democrats versus this radical right Republican Party.
Let me ask you. So you know more about the Beltway media than 10 journalists. I mean, it's amazing your understanding of the Beltway media. In your article, you go through this litany of, okay, for example, Ted Cruz claiming that Obama doesn't really want to defend the country. Ben Carson suggesting that refugees should be screened like we screen rabid dogs. Christie saying that orphan toddlers are going to become terrorists. Bush talking about the religious test for refugees in Syria. Now, okay, so here we are. We know these things have been said.
Yes.
The media knows they've been said. But the Beltway media still wants to whistle by the graveyard of the GOP and say, oh, no, this doesn't mean anything. What do you make of that? What is that? Is it just bad training?
Well, it's a fear of the Republican Party. Look, I mean, all those things you just talked about, sort of this post-Paris outburst, those were incredible, radical, amazing statements. If even just one Republican candidate had said that, it should have created an outburst. The fact that all of them said that should have produced, an amazing controversy and things like that. If a Democrat had ever said anything that sort of demagogic, that much demagoguery, it would have been a huge story.
So they're in search of the moderate. You got the Beltway believing there's still a moderate Republican, and there is no moderate Republican. The idea of moderate Republican we haven't had around forever now.
Right.
But they still want to make this idea, go forward with this ridiculous idea that there's a moderate Republican Party that is out there simply waiting to be elected. Nothing's farther from the truth.
Yeah, and for years under Obama, why can't he just get them to cooperate? Why can't he figure out how these Republicans work? McConnell wants to work with them. John Boehner really wants to work and get things done. That was the mindset from the press, even though this Republican Party has done the most radical obstructionism ever. But back to your earlier point, why is this happening? I think a lot of it is, particularly on the campaign trail, is Trump is popular within the Republicans, and there's a fear of not getting access, and there's a fear of getting beat up. I mean, just go back to that CNBC presidential debate. I mean, the Republican Party and the candidates went bonkers because they claimed there was this liberal media bias. I mean, they told NBC we might yank the next debate because you can't be trusted. So there's a possible professional backlash, and there's a possible professional price to pay if you stand up to Donald Trump, if you stand up to Cruz and Ben Carson and say, oh, by the way, these guys are lying.
Yeah, I don't want to be too Pollyannish about it, but you had Ed Morrow, okay? Ed Morrow worked with CBS. I think it was with CBS. It was an impossible time for him to take on what he took on, which was Joe McCarthy. Right. But he did it. Right. He nevertheless did it. and there was leadership that allowed him to do it and said, you must in the end do it. We are so far away from that. We don't have a producer. We don't have directors. We don't have journalists who even have nearly the capability of doing that, and certainly not the courage to do that anymore. If we did all of these stories that you talk about in your article, such a well-written article, all these stories would be on the front page. Right. They'd be top of the news. You mentioned in your article, and I love this example. This is brilliant. You talk about CBS saying, a news reporter comes on CBS and says, oh, gee, a fight broke out between a Black Lives Matter protester and the Trump rally. Well, hell no, it wasn't a fight. They beat the man to the ground. They choked him. They kicked him. And this is, and the news can't handle that. They can't say this is what really happened.
I mean, imagine if there was a Hillary rally or a Bernie Sanders rally. If their supporters turned and started pummeling, a heckler, I mean, there's no exaggeration. The press would demand that those campaigns be suspended. I mean, that is not an exaggeration. But when this happened at a Trump, which a lot of people were completely freaked over and saw it as, sort of disturbing strains of fascism, there's CBS on Twitter saying a fight broke out. Well,
okay. As we're talking, we'll look at it as we're talking. Let's look at the cut. Here the cut. This is what CBS says a fight broke out. They, as you can see in the video, they're grabbing the man, they're throwing him to the ground, they're kicking him. It's an all-out attack, right. And nevertheless, CBS does not have the courage to say, this is bad. This is a move towards real fascism, and we got to do something about it. It's a lost cause in my mind. If it weren't for organizations like yours, Eric, Media Matters, good God, nobody would hold them accountable. But I don't see a change taking place. Do you?
Well, we have, the amazing thing is we have, 340 days to the election, so they're going to have to do something, right? If the Republican candidates are just going to decide, they're going to lie, the press cannot simply just lay down. And the most famous case right now is Trump claiming, this 9/11 Muslim reaction in Jersey City, thousands of people celebrating. Everyone agrees that didn't happen. But, I still have not seen the headline, Trump lies about Muslim reaction to 9/11. I mean, why?
As if it's still open for debate, like maybe somebody saw it.
Yeah, I understand that, the press really doesn't like to call people liars, certainly doesn't like to call presidential candidates liars, but that headline would be absolutely acceptable and accurate. But, it's a claim,
allegedly, a claim. I'm so tired of seeing that. Eric Boehlert, I got to tell you, we're just glad you're out there. We just are so glad you're out there. Keep up the great work. People who aren't reading your stuff are missing so much. Thank you for joining me, okay? Don?
All right, thanks.
That's all the time we have for tonight, but you can get even more Ring of Fire on our brand new website at theringoffire.com. In addition to our stories, the new website features videos and stories from Ed Schultz, Tom
My fellow Americans.
Hey guys, can you be quiet? Seth and Amy are talking about our country.
They say we're a nation divided. They say we disagree on everything.
That's not true. We agree on a lot.
Like Paul Rudd. Everybody loves Paul Rudd.
I didn't know this was going to happen. You know what else everyone loves? Emojis. No, farmer. Raccoons. Oh, beer. Beer. Nothing brings America together like Bud Light.
That's why we're forming the Bud Light Party. Just wait till you see our caucus.
We got the biggest caucus in the country.
But it's not like too big. Like, you can handle it.
We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today we celebrate our Independence Day.
Are you just quoting Independence Day?
I'm really inspired right now.
America has seen the light.
And there's a bun in front of it. Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Mike Papantonio, and here's what's happening tonight. Right-wing hate talk is helping to push the crazies over the edge. In a string of recent shootings show it's time to hold Republicans accountable for their crazy words. Ted Cruz can end up being the Republican nominee, and we'll explain how this nut job managed to weasel his way into a position of extreme power within the party. And Bernie Sanders is the only presidential candidate talking common sense when it comes to foreign policy. We'll bring you more in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped in to the Ring of Fire.
There's been zero warming, none whatsoever, and I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people. In 1980, 52 separate corporations owned the media, ranging from newspapers to magazines to television. TV media was considered a marketplace for important ideas and investigative stories. America had one of the most vibrant media infrastructures in the world. Today, 5 multi-conglomerate corporations own all of it. They own all the media, TV, radio, newspaper, and magazines. The truth is, meaningful reporting has died. It's created a window, a void that can be occupied by outlets like Free Speech TV, where advertisers and powerful politicos and NBAs don't tell us what we can or cannot say. They don't tell us what we can or can't report. Corporate media is dead, ladies and gentlemen. But truth teller outlets like Free Speech TV, well, they're just now being born. So here's the problem. If you want reporting that's not controlled by a corporate-owned and dominated CEO, if you believe that you deserve a sincere reporting outlet that has no allegiance, no political party affiliation, if you understand that our democracy required diversity and truthfulness and courage and commitment and telling the whole truth about wars or the economy or corporate corruption or our environment, if you believe that and you understand that, then you understand that you have to be in control of that message. That's what we do at Free Speech TV. Not the Beltway, not Wall Street, not Madison Avenue. You are in control by empowering Free Speech TV, by giving us the financial support, the tools to do what we promise to do for you every day, right here on Ring of Fire, 5 days a week. My pledge to you is that not a dollar is going to be wasted. Every dollar you pledge to Free Speech TV is going to be honored as your commitment to change. News reporting is going to change right here, right now. The truth is, we're a family here at Free Speech TV who cares for, believes in, and advocates for what you believe in every day. I'm asking for your financial support to allow us to do our job the way you deserve. Go online to freespeech.org to help keep honest, independent media on the air. In the truest sense, Free Speech TV has the potential to be our line in the sand, a statement that TV reporting does have the capacity to create the kind of outrage that puts Wall Street white-collar criminals in prison. Your voice, delivered through free speech programming, really does have the potential outrage that demands that we save our planet from fossil fuel outlaws who are going to drill and frack until our grandchildren exist around an irreversible environment catastrophe. When you turn on Free Speech TV, you're going to hear our outrage. Your demands are going to be articulated by some of the most important voices in progressive media. Tom Hartman, Amy Goodman, real journalists who have devoted their lives to being your voice for your cause. Your voice only stays alive if you believe that what you think every day, what you believe every day, what you're committed to every day can show up on a network like Free Speech TV. Your voice delivered on a sustainable TV outlet unlike any other network. Think about it. Your voice kept us out of a war in Syria. Your voice saved the internet from corporate control. It was your voice, your outrage that forced Obama time after time to do what he was unwilling to do. Free Speech TV is your voice. Believe that your voice and your beliefs are important enough to be heard. I promise I will speak your voice. To do that, I'm going to need your help. We need to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with tonight's backstory. We perpetuate a culture of crime all the way from Wall Street right down to the main street in our hometown. It's worse than it has been since FDR took control of the problem and said we can't count on industry taking care of the American labor. They probably have already engaged into some type of criminal cover-up, and the law prohibits the government from even doing anything about it.
Catch America's Lawyer Mike Papantonio on YouTube at youtube.com/GoLeftTV.
Farron, I never cease to be amazed at a couple things. First of all, the corporate media's inability to be able to answer just complete pathological liars like Ted Cruz. I mean, it's very obvious this guy has not a problem with reality, because his reality is tell a lie enough and people are going to believe it. So that's what he's doing. So he comes out and says that the dirtbag who shot up the Colorado clinic, that he was a transgender leftist activist, and that he didn't have anything to do with the anti-abortion movement. I think what's amazing to me is that the media doesn't do anything with that. That here you've got a guy running for president, that right now some arguments are that it's really going to come down to him and Rubio. So he may be a contender, and the media is allowing him to do this without any way of addressing this. Well, what is your take on this?
Well, the corporate media has absolutely no integrity whatsoever. Real journalists, the people who are trained to ask these kind of questions, they've been pushed out the door so that they can put, the pretty faces on TV, the people who can sell advertising. That's all the media cares about. They don't care about Ted Cruz out there spewing this, furthering the hatred, really, is what he's doing. And it is, to Ted Cruz's credit, this is the ultimate misdirection. He is able to take, the blame off of his crazy followers, because it's the kind of people that love Ted Cruz that pull stuff like this, and instead blame it on some crazy left-wing conspiracy saying, oh, well, the guy's voter registration said he was a woman, so obviously he's a transgender, crazy leftist. I mean, that takes a lot of guts for a guy like Ted Cruz to say that.
Part of the story also is, the media doesn't report it, doesn't say anything about it, but the truth is, even if they came out and they had a psychiatrist say, yes, I have proof here, Ted Cruz is a pathological liar, it wouldn't make any difference to his followers. I think that's really the ugliest part of this story. But nevertheless, he continues to move up in the polls. Matter of fact, you've got really some people saying that in Iowa, which I think Iowa almost is irrelevant when it comes right down to it. We used to say, oh, what's going to happen in Iowa? It was so important. Not anymore. Iowa's just become just this creepy little place to where one day you've got Carson on top, the next day Trump's on top, the next day Cruz is on top. So it really doesn't mean anything. But right now, he seems to be the guy on top in Iowa. What's your take?
Well, here's the thing with Ted Cruz. Crazy doesn't always mean stupid. And that's something we have to get clear about Ted Cruz, because the man's crazy. There's no way he can say the things that he says and honestly believe them without saying there's something wrong with you. But he's not stupid. He understands exactly what he's saying. He knows what the results are going to be when he says these things. He is very calculated in what he does. But furthermore, Ted Cruz is the only candidate that has a ground game, has staff in every single state, including territories, Puerto Rico, all those, and he has more cash on hand than any other Republican currently running for president.
Well, let's talk about where the money is coming from the evangelical right. The money, huge amounts are coming from the evangelical right. But also, it is the corporatist money that is behind him. They say, well, the evangelicals are going to pump in a bunch of money because of his ridiculous stands on things like what he just said about this shooter being a transgender. He's going to say crazy things. The evangelical right's going to fall in line. But also there is that industrialist money. Yep. It almost again, I hate to overuse this, But it is 1939 Berlin. That was exactly the combination. You know, this guy's obviously very spooky. But if you notice, he's been quiet for a long time. And while he's been quiet, he's been putting this organization that you're describing together, methodically, well financed, because he's looking for a fight not with Donald Trump or with the rest of the clown car. He's looking for a fight with Rubio, one of the clowns also. But in his mind, that's what it's going to come down to.
Well, it is. And, Ted Cruz has, as you just pointed out, he's got all the pieces of the Republican puzzle that are necessary to win the nomination. He has the evangelical right. He has the corporations. He has the Tea Party. He has the, crazy nut anti-everything.
He's got Fox. The Fox News mainstream.
So this, Ted Cruz is not going to go away at all. And I think another point too. Some of the stories out there are saying it could come down to Cruz versus Rubio, and I don't think so. See, I do not think Rubio has the staying power that a guy like Ted Cruz does, because we've seen Rubio in the debates. He is very well rehearsed. He knows exactly what to say because he's been told. But when you pull him off script, he falls apart. And that's not going to play well against Hillary or Bernie. They're going to destroy him.
He needs a drink of water, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, here's what's so ugly about all this. If you're looking at these numbers, and if you believe the major polls, the Republicans are double digits ahead of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Not just in Iowa. What is? I know it's early to read a lot into that, but that's pretty scary stuff when you think that this in many Democrats' mind, this is the only candidate that they're willing to put forward is Hillary Clinton, because she's been running for president since she was 12 years old, and so I can understand that. But now the numbers are coming out saying that she could be beat by double digits by any one of the wing nuts running for a Republican nomination. Did I get that right? First of all, are those numbers what you're seeing too?
Absolutely. And what's remarkable about this is it's not just her against the front runner. She loses double digits to Trump, to Carson, to Rubio, to Cruz. So it doesn't matter which one of those four crazy folks ends up at the top. She loses. And now this is a trend that a couple journalists have been following for a while. And then what happened to those guys is they get attacked by these rabid Hillary bots on the left saying, "Oh, you're an idiot. This isn't true. You're just in the tank for Bernie Sanders."
Or you just don't want a woman to be president.
Yeah, you're just
that's what we get every time we try to tell the story. In other words, when we post this video, there's going to be the Birkenstock Hillary types that, oh my God, how dare you say this about Hillary? You're saying it because you're anti-woman. You're saying it just because you want Bernie Sanders elected. Well, yeah, of the two, I absolutely want Bernie Sanders elected because he has the better shot against this very scary Republican campaign machine.
Right.
But I want to be sure. I want to be sure that I'm not reading too much into it, Farron. As I look at it, I'm seeing this double-digit thing spring up, and then every time it springs up, you have the pushback. Oh, that doesn't mean anything. They're just trying to victimize poor Hillary, and I've kind of moved beyond that, where I believe there's just a lot more to this.
I agree, and I think the problem that Hillary has is that she will not get anybody crossing over from Republican to Democrat to vote her into office, and she's losing support among Democrats right now because of her hawkish Republican-style approach to foreign policy in the wake of the Paris attacks.
In order for Hillary to win, she has to. You have to say that she can win with only Wall Street Democrats. And I say that because you're really seeing more and more progressive Democrats is saying, look, I'm not excited about this candidate. Why do I want 4 more years of what Obama brought us? Why do I want 4 more years of what Bill Clinton brought us? But those are objective thinkers. But the pushback against that type of thing by the Wall Street Democrats is amazing. That what we've noticed on Ring of Fire on this site is that we're able to trace where they have their plants, the same names, the same talking points. That they have a machine out to push back anytime you say, well, Hillary might not be the candidate for us.
Well, it's funny because we're starting to see stories emerge all over the Huffington Post. It's on Salon.com, where Democrats, progressives are coming out and saying, look, I am a lifelong progressive, or I am a millennial progressive, and under no circumstances will I vote for Hillary Clinton. And that is something that we had predicted a couple weeks ago. You and I had a very conversation here. We predicted that, and it is happening. I mean, people are not excited about Hillary Clinton. She does not energize any voters, and she's got a real likability problem that she's done nothing to work on. I mean, we saw in the very first debate, she tried to smile occasionally, she tried to be fun, but it didn't work because that's not who she is. People see through the fakeness of it all, and that's what they see with Hillary Clinton. They see a fake. They see a Wall Street.
We have a chance to do something now, but unfortunately, let's see. I predict probably 1,000 comments by the time that this is aired, where we're accused of being anti-woman. We want Republicans to win. We're plants for the Republicans. What else is it? You could probably think of more, but it is amazing. And nevertheless, if we don't start seriously thinking about this, we're going to find ourselves in kind of a mess. In 2016, Bernie Sanders coming up with a sane foreign policy. Boy, that's unusual, huh? He was talking about, not that, rather than hearing about warplanes bombing and turning the Mideast into glass. Rather than gibberish policies that we hear out of people like Carson and Trump and almost all of the Republican candidates, he says a couple of kind of wise things. He says, A, sometimes we don't need to be there. Second of all, if we're there, we don't need to do all the heavy lifting. Why, for example, are we fighting all of Saudi Arabia's wars? This is a country that beheaded 50 or 60 people last year. It's nothing more than a dictatorship. I mean, the living conditions for the average person there are horrendous where it comes to their freedoms. But we're propping them up, and we're fighting their wars, and we're spending the money. At the end of it, when you really analyze it, it's really about the defense industry. The weapons industry is willing to say, well, no, Saudi Arabia, you don't have to fight your own fights. We'll fight them for you by sending in drones and heat-seeking missiles, and we'll make a lot of money in the process. But he was wise, I think, in his assessment of this. Let's let them do their fighting.
Exactly, and I think that's one of the best routes that we could possibly go here is, look, we will help you when you need help, is what Bernie Sanders is saying. But this is happening in your neighborhood. This is your fight. These are your policies. You have to fight essentially for the soul of your religion. Are you going to let Islam be taken over by groups like ISIS, or are you going to say this is not what we stand for? And I think that's a smart thing for Bernie Sanders to say. And hitting back on what you just said about Saudi Arabia, we have been, allies, I guess you'd say, with Saudi Arabia for so long that nobody bothers to look at how horrible the conditions really are, because when it comes down to it, the leadership in Saudi Arabia is no different than the leadership in Iran that we claim to hate so much. They're doing the same thing.
Or Syria. I mean, it is a dictatorship that in part is financing all of the terrorism all over the globe. That's where the money always comes from, is some prince or some king or some billionaire in Saudi Arabia that's paying for this type of terrorism. And the wisdom in what Sanders says is say, look, this is your region of the world. You need to get it under control. We can help if it has to. We're not going to be just idly standing by as the threat increases. But you need to fly the airplanes. You need to put the boots on the ground. You need to go fight your wars. And why in the hell are we still continuing to fight Saudi Arabia's wars? Because at the heart of all of it, when you really drill down, it's all about Saudi Arabia.
It is. And one thing that I love about Bernie Sanders is that he is so committed to getting us off of fossil fuels that, we could bankrupt the Saudi royal family by suddenly saying, guess what, we don't need your oil. We've developed technology, we're going to start selling it around the world, and we don't need your oil. And we're going to do away with you, we're going to get rid of your oppressive and repressive policies, your repressive government, and let's take the Middle East back to what it was in the 50s, where women were allowed to go to college. They were allowed to read. I mean, that's what's so remarkable is that, 60 years ago, it wasn't like that. It was a very progressive part of the world. But
it's the weapons industry. I mean, you remember in the oil industry. I mean, you remember it was just so revolting to me. It was almost as if I thought at one point that as Bush was holding the prince's hand, that he might go over there and actually French kiss him. I mean, it was just so disgusting, this relationship that we have with these folks, and we need to reevaluate. And that's what Bernie's saying here. Weapons industry did not like that speech, by the way. How about Bill Kristol? This is all of a sudden. Bill Kristol, who of course brought us Sarah Palin and a lot of other Joe the Plumber and goofs such as that. He glorified those people, but now he's looking at Trump and he's saying, "Oh my God, well, this could happen," and there's not enough established Republicans to stop it. Bill Kristol is starting to sound frantic right now about what's happened to the party. As you listen to him, don't you have that same impression?
Oh, absolutely, and he, it's just the irony of it all that's so funny because he helped launch this. He helped dumb that party down to the point where a guy like Donald Trump could come in and become a front runner after day one and say the most, racist, horrible things and continue to climb in the polls. That's Bill Kristol's model. But now he's upset because he can't control a guy like Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't need Bill Kristol, so he's terrified. He wants Trump out of the race, just like a lot of the GOP establishment, because he wants to go with somebody that he can control, like a Ted Cruz or even a Ben Carson at this point. But, the Republican establishment has been freaking out for a long time, but they're getting more frantic now that we're getting closer. I mean, we're 2 months to the day away from the Iowa caucus, and they are terrified.
Well, okay, so right now we have, I almost get the impression that Kristol is kind of become the hit guy for all of this. He's the guy that they have out front, trying to figure out, okay, how do we derail this thing? And as I'm looking at it, it doesn't have anything to do with anything that Kristol can say or do. What Trump has tapped into is racism and nationalism that we've only seen a few times in history. Frankly, we've seen it. We saw it under Mussolini. We saw it under Adolf Hitler. We've seen this type of raw fascism rise up, and you lose control of it. You lose control. And frankly, Ted Cruz and Donald Trump understand how to build fascism. They understand that the moving parts are to attack the media, discredit the media, bring in all the industrialists, all the corporatists that have the money, try to put some type of victimization in your attack. Try to find that victim that you can go after, whether it's Muslims or whether it's Mexicans, whatever. Go after that particular thing. Put up front a character that kind of low information people may deem as charismatic. That's extremely important. And then, of course, rabble rouse as much as you can from a spiritual and religious end, which would be, of course, the evangelical right. So both of them are working this process, I think, brilliantly.
I have to agree. I mean, both of them understand what fascism is. I think they both understand what fascism is, and they both have to know that this is what they're pushing us towards. And that's not just us sitting here saying that. There is plenty of analysis from people like Noam Chomsky that directly lay it out and they say, look, America, this is where we are headed. I do not see we are following the exact same path that Italy fell into, that Germany fell into, that Russia fell into to an extent. And we have to do something. We have to fight back. We cannot let these people take us down this path, because once we go there, it is certain destruction.
Maybe too little too late right now. Farron, thank you for joining me, okay?
Thank you.
That's all the time we have for tonight, but you can get even more Ring of Fire on our brand new website at theringoffire.com. In addition to our stories, the new website features videos and stories from Ed Schultz, Tom Hartman, Sam Cedar, and David Packman. I'm Mike Pavantonio, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Have you tuned into the corporate media in the last 2 weeks? Well, if you haven't, I'll tell you what's going on right now. They want the United States to go to war. CNN went as far as suspending a reporter for showing sympathy towards Syrian refugees, but the reporters who asked why we aren't bombing the hell out of ISIS got to keep their jobs. And that's what the corporate media does. They want the U.S. to go to war. They want American soldiers to go fight an unwinnable war because they know that it puts eyeballs on their networks. Eyeballs equal advertisers, and war is big business for the corporate-controlled media. But you won't ever hear them admit to that. The corporate-controlled media rakes in millions of dollars in profit each year by only telling you half of the story. They're at the mercy of their corporate sponsors, and they refuse to tell stories about corporations that kill, maim, and harm consumers. To make matters worse for Americans, court rulings have told us that media outlets can legally distort or censor news stories at their whim, as FCC guidelines for honest reporting are not actually laws. This means that the media is legally allowed to lie and to hide the truth from American citizens, even when their personal health and safety is at stake. The problem is that when you have media outlets owned by corporate interests, every talking point that comes from that network is going to be to the benefit of those corporate interests. Here at Free Speech TV, we don't have shareholders. We don't answer to corporate America, and we don't pull any punches either. Our loyalty is to the viewers, and our viewers are the ones that help keep Free Speech TV alive. Free Speech TV doesn't take corporate money, and that's why your financial support is so important to us. Viewer voices and not corporate sponsors fuel Free Speech TV and drive many of our programming decisions. And you can help protect free speech today with your donation. Free Speech TV airs independent news and views for independent thinkers like yourself. Voices like Tom Hartman, Stephanie Miller, Bill Press, Amy Goodman, David Packman, and us here at Ring of Fire have found a home at Free Speech TV, and we have some of the best educated and most informed viewers out there. And your contributions to Free Speech TV help to keep these voices on the air. Our programming equips viewers with the vital tools, resources, contacts, and examples of how to collectively build sustainable solutions to serious problems. Donate now and bring these organizing tools into your community. Everyone should have access to news and information that is forming the world around them. Our goal is to keep you and everyone involved. We aim to reach every viewer possible because we're all in this together. So please go online to freespeech.org and help support independent, honest news journalism. Your support helps to keep information flowing, and together we can hold the corporate media accountable. Not only is your donation tax deductible, but we also offer a few things in return. With a donation of $60, you'll receive a 2016 Free Speech TV calendar. A donation of $120 will get you a copy of Les Leopold's outstanding new book, Runaway Inequality. And with a donation of $240, you'll receive Runaway Inequality by Les Leopold, the 2016 Free Speech TV calendar, and a Free Speech TV knit hat. This is our last pledge drive of 2015, so let's make it a great one. The voices on Free Speech TV are going to be more important than ever as we head into the presidential election of 2016, and your donation today will help to make sure that these voices continue to be heard. We appreciate your support.
Brian Urlacher here, on the way to the Craigles surprise.
Welcome to Ring of Fire. I'm Farron Cousins, and here's what's happening tonight. Republicans have come up with a plan that they believe will strip Democrats of their power in Washington, D.C. We'll give you the details later on. The world is gearing up for the Paris climate talks, so we'll explain why the United States is still so far behind when it comes to addressing the growing threat of climate change. And both Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton have some great ideas to address the problems associated with a warming planet. We'll bring you more in tonight's backstory. That's what's coming up. You've just stepped into the Ring of Fire. There's been zero warming, none whatsoever. I'm running for President of the United States.
Congress declares war, not the President. Start with the countries that are burning our flag.
We regret these errors and apologize. We apologize.
We apologize.
And apologize.
This is good news, people.
Have you tuned into the corporate media in the last 2 weeks? Well, if you haven't, I'll tell you what's going on right now. They want the United States to go to war. CNN went as far as suspending a reporter for showing sympathy towards Syrian refugees, but the reporters who asked why we aren't bombing the hell out of ISIS got to keep their jobs. And that's what the corporate media does. They want the U.S. to go to war. They want American soldiers to go fight an unwinnable war because they know that it puts eyeballs on their networks. Eyeballs equal advertisers, and war is big business for the corporate-controlled media. But you won't ever hear them admit to that. The corporate-controlled media rakes in millions of dollars in profit each year by only telling you half of the story. They're at the mercy of their corporate sponsors, and they refuse to tell stories about corporations that kill, maim, and harm consumers. To make matters worse for Americans, court rulings have told us that media outlets can legally distort or censor news stories at their whim, as FCC guidelines for honest reporting are not actually laws. This means that the media is legally allowed to lie and to hide the truth from American citizens, even when their personal health and safety is at stake. The problem is that when you have media outlets owned by corporate interests, every talking point that comes from that network is going to be to the benefit of those corporate interests. Here at Free Speech TV, we don't have shareholders. We don't answer to corporate America, and we don't pull any punches either. Our loyalty is to the viewers, and our viewers are the ones that help keep Free Speech TV alive. Free Speech TV doesn't take corporate money, and that's why your financial support is so important to us. Viewer voices and not corporate sponsors fuel Free Speech TV and drive many of our programming decisions. And you can help protect free speech today with your donation. Free Speech TV airs independent news and views for independent thinkers like yourself. Voices like Tom Hartman, Stephanie Miller, Bill Press, Amy Goodman, David Pakman, and us here at Ring of Fire have found a home at Free Speech TV, and we have some of the best educated and most informed viewers out there. And your contributions to Free Speech TV help to keep these voices on the air. Our programming equips viewers with the vital tools, resources, contacts, and examples of how to collectively build sustainable solutions to serious problems. Donate now and bring these organizing tools into your community. Everyone should have access to news and information that is forming the world around them. Our goal is to keep you and everyone involved. We aim to reach every viewer possible because we're all in this together. So please go online to freespeech.org and help support independent, honest news journalism. Your support helps to keep information flowing, and together we can hold the corporate media accountable. Not only is your donation tax deductible, but we also offer a few things in return. With a donation of $60, you'll receive a 2016 Free Speech TV calendar. A donation of $120 will get you a copy of Les Leopold's outstanding new book, Runaway Inequality. And with a donation of $240, you'll receive Runaway Inequality by Les Leopold, the 2016 Free Speech TV calendar, and a Free Speech TV knit hat. This is our last pledge drive of 2015, so let's make it a great one. The voices on Free Speech TV are going to be more important than ever as we head into the presidential election of 2016, and your donation today will help to make sure that these voices continue to be heard. We appreciate your support. And now, let's jump into tonight's news. So far, in every Democratic debate that we've had, Senator Bernie Sanders has brought up the fact that climate change is the greatest national security threat facing America today. And he's spot on with this analysis. While his claims were attacked by his opponents on the Republican side, The Pentagon has been making the claim that climate change is a national security threat for the last 12 years. And the reasoning is simple. Resource scarcity leads to conflict. As the planet continues to heat up, arable land in developing nations is disappearing, particularly in areas of the Middle East. These areas are ill-equipped to handle the sudden impact of reduced farming income, rising temperatures, drought, and the resulting food shortages, so conflict emerges easily and without warning. This past summer, the Department of Defense issued yet another report warning about the connection between climate change and security threats, saying that the warming planet will leave developing countries without a means of a living, which will put pressure on governments to provide basic services for their citizens. As this will likely prove to be impossible due to decreased resources, conflict and revolt become much more likely. Time magazine lays it out this way. U.S. military officials refer to climate change as a threat multiplier that takes issues like terrorism that would pose a threat to national security and exacerbates the damage that they can cause. A 2014 Department of Defense report identifies climate change as the root of government instability that leads to widespread migration, damages infrastructure, and leads to the spread of disease. These gaps in governments can create an avenue for extremist ideologies and conditions that foster terrorism, according to the report. The parallels between the situation described in the government report and the situation on the ground in Syria are striking. The worst drought on record in the Middle Eastern country has created instability for farmers and threatened the food supply. At the same time, the government has struggled to hold on to power across the country in the face of militant groups and millions of Syrians having fled their homeland. Mother Jones has even more. They say that according to Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, extreme weather, climate change, and public policies that affect food and water supplies will probably create or exacerbate humanitarian crises and instability risks. The DoD says that climate change poses immediate risks to U.S. national security and has the potential to exacerbate terrorism. There's also substantial evidence that drought linked to climate change helped to spark Syria's civil war. Now, the first Department of Defense report to name climate change as a national security threat, the one that was issued in 2003, fell largely upon deaf ears as the United States had just thrust themselves into an armed conflict in Iraq and Afghanistan as part of their war on terror, and so climate change wasn't on the minds of a country still reeling from the emotional and physical damage caused during the terrorist attacks of 9/11. But that DoD report portrayed the problem as something that would happen in the future, not something that would cause problems in the short term. What they couldn't foresee, however, were the continued dependence on fossil fuels, rising emissions, and climate predictions underestimating the speed of global warming and extreme weather events. Right now, the entire planet is trying to figure out how to handle a few 100,000 refugees trying to flee Syria. Imagine what's going to happen when 634 million people across the planet are displaced because of rising sea levels. Bernie Sanders is absolutely right. Climate change is the greatest national security threat, not only to the United States, but to every country on this earth. The only question is who's going to lead the way in trying to turn the problem around. But Bernie Sanders is not the only Democratic candidate that wants to address climate change. Hillary Clinton has come up with a plan to help ease the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Now think back to the run-up of the 2012 U.S. presidential elections. The war on coal talking point was used incessantly by the Republican Party. It wasn't until nearly a year after those elections that the coal industry publicly admitted that the war on coal never existed in the first place, but that still hasn't stopped politicians from using that phrase when they want to attack the EPA or plans to limit U.S. carbon emissions. The argument, according to the politicians who carry water for the coal industry, is that reducing carbon emissions will lead to a reduction in coal industry jobs, thus harming the U.S. economy. Now, while reports show that the EPA's carbon emissions rules will actually create more jobs than would be lost, the claim is still used to strike fear into the hearts of the people who depend on those dangerous jobs for their livelihood. And it is those claims that helped re-elect Mitch McConnell. So, how can you fight a battle that doesn't exist while simultaneously easing the fears of American workers that they shouldn't have? Hillary Clinton actually has the answer. As part of her recently released energy plan, Clinton would end incentives to the coal industry and would redirect that money to providing benefits to coal industry workers and helping to train them to move into new fields, most likely in the renewable energy industry. Clinton's plan would spend as much as $30 billion to help ensure that the switch to renewables is as painless as possible for both workers and for the economy. The Huffington Post lays it out this way. As the last pillar of her energy and climate agenda, Clinton's plan focuses on safeguarding coal miners' health and retirement benefits and shifting local economies away from coal production rather than injecting more money into the ailing industry. And in an effort to ease that transition, Clinton's plan would make sure that retirees get their benefits when coal companies file for bankruptcy, specifically protecting against the use of those proceedings to shortchange workers on their health care and pension contracts. Clinton would also expand those protections to power plant and transportation workers. Now, this sweeping plan, which would pull from a variety of existing federal pots and establish new programs and grants, would train coal miners in new fields, install broadband internet access infrastructure, repurpose coal mines and power plants for new tech manufacturing or for agriculture, preserve revenue directed at public schools, electrify existing dams, and expand renewable energy permits on federal land. Clinton's plan could easily put an end to that whole war on coal talking point by showing that the Democratic Party understands the fears of American workers and that they're going to do whatever is necessary to make the transition as smooth as possible. It's also going to give communities a greater incentive to begin the shift to renewable energy. However, just days before Clinton's energy policy announcement, Benjamin Sporton, the head of the World Coal Association, told reporters that, quote, coal isn't going anywhere, and that the developing world still relies on this dirty source of energy. Sporton was hoping to ease the fears of the industry itself, as the latest analysis showed that reliance upon coal is decreasing while the production of renewable energy is beginning to take off. The future of U.S. energy consumption hangs in the balance in this 2016 election, with Republican candidates firmly insisting that an all-of-the-above energy approach is the best route, while all of the Democratic candidates are hoping to shift the country to renewables. Hillary Clinton's plan is certainly the most ambitious so far, and it serves the double purpose of heading off enemy attacks about a so-called war on coal. So, we have both of the top-tier Democrats offering up climate change proposals, but what about those science-denying Republicans? As the world gears up for the climate negotiations coming up in Paris, Republicans in the U.S. are doing everything in their power to make sure that no climate deal takes place without their approval, which is never going to happen. But there are a few Republicans in leadership positions in Washington that have had enough of being labeled the anti-science party, and they're hoping to turn their party onto the idea that climate change is very real. Republican Senators Kelly Ayotte, Lamar Alexander, Lindsey Graham, and Mark Kirk have created a new committee that will meet periodically to talk about environmental and energy issues. The group, called the Senate Energy and Environment Working Group, is the first national effort by Senate Republicans to address the threats of climate change and to address our continued dependence on fossil fuels. Over in the House, a group of 11 Republican representatives have put forward a resolution expressing the commitment of the House of Representatives to conservative environmental stewardship. These moves by Republicans signal that the party itself might be ready to buck the establishment and the big money that flows to the party from the fossil fuel industry. But in order for these groups to be successful, they have to overcome the stiff opposition from the old guard, fossil fuel-funded members of the GOP that want to make sure that the U.S. takes absolutely no action on climate change. And leading that charge, to absolutely no one's surprise, is Senator James Inhofe. The upcoming Paris talks are expected to lay the groundwork for a global climate fund, and the United States is projected to invest roughly $3 billion into this fund. But Inhofe and 36 of his fellow Republicans have issued a letter to President Obama letting him know that he will not be able to invest any money into a climate fund without the approval of the Senate. According to The Hill, Inhofe says, "When it comes to financing, I know a lot of people over there, the 192 countries, assume that Americans are going to line up and joyfully pay $3 billion into this fund, but that's not going to happen. Inhofe and his crew are already behind on this issue because Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley has inserted a provision into an appropriations bill that will give the government the authority to contribute to a global climate fund without the approval of Congress. The reason this climate fund is so important is because it's going to help developing nations deal with the inevitable impacts of climate change. And since we now have mounting evidence that shows that climate change helps to exacerbate global terrorism threats, this fund can help curb violence and instability across the globe. The terrorism threat could be playing a new role in the new attitude that some congressional Republicans are displaying towards climate change, but another factor could be the currently unfolding Exxon saga. Now that we have evidence that the largest oil company in the world knew that climate change was real back in 1977, and that they covered up this information for almost 40 years, it becomes harder and harder for anyone to deny that climate change is currently taking place. Now, in the short term, the anti-science Republicans led by James Inhofe in Washington are probably going to win. But in the long run, they will ultimately lose because it will be the entire world against a handful of fossil fuel-funded Republicans in America.
My fellow Americans.
Hey guys, can you be quiet? Steph and Amy are talking about our country.
They say we're a nation divided. They say we disagree on everything.
That's not true. We agree on a lot.
Like Paul Rudd. Everybody loves Paul Rudd.
I didn't know this was going to happen. You know what else everyone loves? Emojis. Snow, farmer.
Raccoons.
Snow. Beer. Nothing brings America together like Bud Light.
That's why we're forming the Bud Light Party. Just wait till you see our caucus.
We got the biggest caucus in the country.
But it's not like too big. Like, you can handle it.
We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today we celebrate our Independence Day.
Are you just quoting Independence Day?
I'm really inspired right now.
America has seen the light.
And there's a button in front of it.
Fuel-funded Republicans in America. The Federalist Society, the conservative group that wants to dismantle the federal government, recently held a weekend retreat where they discussed various ideas on how to strip Democrats of their power in Washington. One of their main goals is to strip away the power of federal organizations like the EPA, the FDA, OSHA, and many others. Recently, Sam Cedar spoke with Ian Millhiser of Think Progress about this plan, so let's take a look at that interview.
Well, tell us, just so that people know what the Federalist Society, tell us what it is, because they may be funny to look at, but their influence on this country has been anything but a laugh riot.
Yeah, these are some extraordinarily powerful and influential white men in gray suits. The Federalist Society is a conservative legal organization. Some of its most prominent members include 3 Supreme Court justices and a number of sitting senators, including some that are presidential candidates. So they're a very, very influential organization that was formed to think of ways to move the law to the right. And I cover their conference every year. Normally you hear a diversity of different ideas. Here's what we're going to do to try to get conservatives what they want on healthcare, and here's what we're going to do on the environment, here's what we're going to do on birth control, and so on and so forth. This year, they seemed fixated, with an Ahab-like intensity on this notion that we have to disable federal agencies' ability to regulate. It just came up over and over again at so many panels to such an extent it was comic. It's very clear why they want this agenda, because, it's what you're talking about doing is you're talking about hobbling the Environmental Protection Agency. You're talking about hobbling a lot of our health laws. You're talking about hobbling a lot of our consumer regulation. So it's very clear why they're interested in this. But they had an extraordinarily aggressive agenda, and it would fundamentally transform the role of government in this country if they succeed.
And we should make it clear, and as we walk through some of the ideas that you heard espoused there, that this organization, this is where it comes from. A large part of the time, in terms of We see ideas come from here. We see personnel come from here that end up, like you say, 3 former Supreme Court justices, or I should say, 3
current Supreme Court justices.
Sitting Supreme Court justices, indeed. And many of the lawsuits, and I don't know that people are as aware of this as certainly you are, because this is your beat. But certainly, I think even those of us who talk about politics on a regular basis, when we see landmark cases settled at the Supreme Court, this is not happenstance. This isn't just this case happened to come along. There is a tremendous amount of strategy, planning, years ahead of the time, both taking into account where the country is in terms of politics, where referendums sit. When a case finally gets to the Supreme Court, it's because there's been a lot of people, and very often from the Federalist Society, who have planned and sought out these cases so as to change the law, which fundamentally changes our society going forward. So I just want people to understand the context. When we're talking about this, we're not just talking about, some guy sitting in the corner, spouting off ridiculousness. This stuff is, the last stop before the train leaves the station in many respects. So let's talk about what it is that the theories that they were espousing, because this is the primary playing field I think we're going to see going forward.
Sure. So, I guess it helps if people understand generally how our current regulatory system works. So, Congress often passes laws where they delegate the details of policymaking to an agency. So, for example, the Clean Air Act says that the EPA should determine which emissions are likely to endanger the public health or welfare. But I think Congress, when it wrote the Clean Air Act, they recognized a lot of things. They recognized that members of Congress, for the most part, aren't scientists, so they aren't going to be good at figuring out what those emissions are. They realized that our knowledge is going to grow, and we're going to realize that an emission we thought was dangerous maybe was less dangerous, and an emission that we didn't think about before is actually very dangerous. And so we want there to be a dynamic process managed by experts who can determine, what our emission standards should be. And so they delegated that power to the EPA. What the Federalist Society was talking about...
And let me just interrupt here one more second, too, because, we're seeing this also play out significantly, it seems to me, in the context of Dodd-Frank. Right. And it raises actually something that has come up recently in the Democratic debates, when we see someone like Bernie Sanders or Martin O'Malley call for Glass-Steagall, or the reimposition of Glass-Steagall. They are looking at a statutory solution to the problem of banks being too big, whereas Secretary of State or former Secretary of State Clinton is calling for sort of smaller, and she argues more effective, maybe or maybe not, but just in terms of the kind, where you have specific regulations that would reform them, I guess, sort of closer to the ground. And we have seen in Dodd-Frank, how much of the assault on Dodd-Frank, let me ask it in this way, is a template for this kind of thing? Because this is so much of Dodd-Frank, before it gets implemented, must be sort of designed by different regulatory agencies, particularly the SEC, or I should say, but different financial entities, that they can be assaulted on a sort of a post-congressional, post-statutory level.
Right. Yeah, the issue here is especially important with new laws. If you talk about something like Dodd-Frank or the Affordable Care Act that's relatively new, when a new law is passed, generally the law will contain some provisions that say certain things happen right away, and then it will contain broad outlines for things that the agencies have to figure out how to do, and then the agencies have to go out and figure out how to do those how to complete those tasks that Congress has assigned to them. And if you could somehow shut down the agency's ability to complete those tasks, which is what all these conservative lawyers are looking for ways to do, you can effectively shut down most of the law. To give an example from the healthcare space, the Affordable Care Act said that your employer-provided health plan, if you're insured through your employer, has to provide preventative. It has to cover preventative treatment. And it said that various federal agencies should look at the medical science and figure out what the medical science says is the appropriate mix of preventative treatment that plan should cover. Well, if you could shut down the regulatory process before that happens, then the amount of preventative care that your plan is going to cover is effectively nothing. Because you've shut down the agency that's supposed to fill in those gaps and look at the medical science and come up with that list.
All right, so tell us what were some of the ideas and what were the implications of these ideas that were being bandied about at the Federalist Society, which I want to remind people, you've already told us, is a huge feeder for both personnel and thought within the Republican Party and conservative movement.
Right. So, I mean, basically they were looking at all kinds of different ways to either impose obstacles or just completely shut down EPA and the Health and Human Services Department and other various government departments' ability to push out regulations that they've been told to push out by Congress. One idea that came up a lot was this bill that has actually passed the House called the REINS Act. And what the REINS Act would do is it says that every time Congress passes a regulation that has a certain small amount of economic impact, or every time an agency pushes out a new regulation, that regulation does not go into effect unless Congress approves it within 70 days. Now, Congress can't figure out how to pick its nose in 70 days. I mean, Congress, we're talking about the same Congress that couldn't figure out whether or not to shut down the government. And so the idea that, and generally agencies might push out dozens of regulations in a year, if every time that happens, Congress has to take this action or else the thing automatically goes away, what it's going to do is every regulation is just going to go away. And I tell you what no one thinks. I mean, regardless of what you think our regulatory system is too big, too small, whether it does too much, whether it does not enough, no one thinks that the Code of Federal Regulations, which is the book that contains all the regulations that have been pushed out by the federal government, has achieved a state of perfection where it should be frozen in place and there should never, ever be a change made to it. And yet that's essentially what this law would do if it passed.
And we should say it also gives a tremendous amount of political cover to those people who don't want to, let's say, stop people from polluting, right? I mean, let's just hypothetical. A law is passed. You are not allowed to put toxins in public waterways.
Right.
And then it's got to go to the EPA, and they've got to say, okay, here's the definition of toxins, here's the definition of public waterways, here's the definition of put in, right? I mean, it could be, does it leak from your factory because of a certain amount of negligence? All of these become regulations, and if they were to have to go back to Congress, well, Speaker of the House, Ryan, could just say, I'm not going to put them on the docket. They automatically lapse. They can't go into effect. But every Republican or anybody could say, well, I voted to keep dirty toxins out of the water. And when this spills in their home district, they can pretend like they're mad at the EPA for failing to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear what's really going on here. So when you take power away from the executive branch, including power that Congress has already given it, and give Congress a new veto over things that the executive branch was already supposed to be able to do, what you're doing is you're shifting power away from the branch of governments that Democrats have a reasonable chance of controlling to the Congress, where Republicans have a virtual lock on the House. And that ultimately, I think, is why you have all these conservative lawyers pushing these proposals, because they know that the party that's going to tend to support their interests will have a veto power over pretty much everything if they can push this through.
And that's all the time we have for tonight, but you can get more news, commentary, and videos on our website at theringofire.com, and you can subscribe to our daily podcast. Just go online to rofpodcast.com. I'm Farron Cousins, and we'll see you tomorrow.